In the city of Melot in the kingdom of Diest, damp and cold air filled the streets, and puddles filled the muddy roads. A carriage passed by, splashing mud and water that soaked a man's cloak. The man looked down at the dirty clothes and cursed in his heart, but he did not stop. He continued to stand in the corner of the market, staring at the animal-eared woman walking down the street. A year had passed since he arrived in this world. The man had earned some money through his adventures, enough to make a living, but not rich. He only had 1 gold coin left, and his budget could only afford the lowest-level demi-human slaves. Reiner planned to use the system's identification and voice functions today to select a slave who was both good quality and cheap. However, he was disappointed to find that the cheap slaves were either physically or mentally defective or simply not worth it. Just as he was about to leave, Reiner's eyes swept to the back of the group. A slave took advantage of the trader's distraction and slipped out into a nearby alley. Suspicious, Reiner followed her into the alley. There were clear footprints at the end of the alley, and he followed them carefully until they suddenly disappeared. At this moment, a whisper came from his ear, "Don't come over here anymore. Let me go." Reiner looked in the direction of the voice and saw a cat girl hiding in the corner where some debris was piled up. She looked at him warily and whispered, "Don't come over here." Reiner approached carefully, stretched out his hand, and said softly, "I'm not a bad person. I can help you." The cat girl looked at him warily and suddenly shouted anxiously, "Let me go." She obviously didn't trust him. Fear was in her eyes, and she was ready to fight back at any time. Reiner smiled slightly and said gently in the demi-human language, "I can help you. Come with me." A hint of hesitation flashed in Norah's eyes, but she remained vigilant. At that moment, footsteps were heard in the distance. The slave trader approached, whip in hand. Despair flashed in Norah's eyes. "Don't hit me, don't hit me." She trembled. Reiner reacted quickly. He grabbed the money bag and threw it to the slave trader, saying hastily, "I'll buy this slave." The slave trader looked down at the money bag, confirmed the amount, and smiled slyly. "Not enough money." Without hesitation, Reiner pulled another cloth bag from his waist and tossed it over. "This contains the slime's magic core. You can exchange it for 2 silver coins at the Adventurers Guild," he said. "Just consider it a friendship and buy her." Chapter 2. Norah wakes up in Reiner's house and finds that she has been branded with the seal and has fallen into a coma. Reiner carefully carries her back to his home outside the city of Melot. Just after the notification of mission completion appeared, 10 Diest silver coins appeared out of thin air next to Norah. Reiner picked them up and put them in his pocket. What follows is a new task prompt. Bring Norah to the Adventurers Guild to accept and complete the commission task, and she will be rewarded with a bottle of holy water that can be used for healing. The blue characters gradually disappeared, and Reiner continued to look down at the unconscious Norah. Although the slave trader had said she would wake up soon, she was still unconscious and had been lying there for the entire afternoon. Reiner poked Norah's cheek gently with a small wooden spoon, lifted her hair, and looked at her face carefully. Although she was skinny and her face was a little dirty, her features were very delicate. With thick eyelashes, a straight nose, and full lips, she will definitely become very beautiful if she takes care of herself. Just as he was concentrating on observing, Norah's eyebrows twitched slightly. She slowly opened her eyes, and their eyes met. Norah screamed, pushed Reiner away, and quickly hid aside. Like a frightened cat, the hair on her ears stood up, and she looked extremely alert. "Stay away from me." Reiner tried to calm her down. "Calm down. This is my home. You are safe." Norah looked around and confirmed the environment before she relaxed a little. The mark on her arm. Despair flashed in her eyes. She lowered her head and tears quietly rolled down her cheeks. Seeing this, Reiner comforted her in the demi-human language. "Don't worry, I will treat you well." Although Norah did not respond, her stomach was rumbling, and it was obvious that she was very hungry. Reiner knew that she hadn't eaten enough in days. In order to control the slaves, slave traders often did not give them enough food. Reiner decided to prepare some food for her. He walked into the kitchen, took out a piece of black bread, cut it into slices, poured a spoonful of the leftover broth from last night on it, and brought it out. Norah curled up in the corner. When she saw the food Reiner brought, she hesitated and was full of vigilance. "Is this for me? Will he poison it?" However, hunger eventually overcame her reason. She picked up a piece of black bread, took a careful bite, and after making sure there was nothing wrong, she began to eat it voraciously. The black bread was hard and dry, making it difficult to eat and even risking choking. Seeing her wolfing it down, Reiner couldn't help but remind her, "Slow down, no one's going to snatch it from you." Norah nodded and continued to eat desperately. In less than 10 minutes, she had eaten all the food on the plate, and it seemed that it was not enough. Seeing this, Reiner immediately went back to the kitchen and cut another piece of black bread. This time he wiped the leftover soup in the pot and let the bread absorb the soup before bringing it out. Norah started to eat voraciously again, leaving nothing on her plate. Reiner handed her a glass of water to moisten her throat. Delicious, Norah thought to herself. Perhaps she didn't know when her next meal would be. Reiner observed her and whispered, "As long as you are obedient, you can eat food like this every day at noon and in the evening." Norah nodded and replied softly, She licked the crumbs from the corner of her mouth, as if savoring the taste. "Have you not eaten in a long time?" Reiner continued to ask. Norah nodded again, but she didn't seem to like talking much. Seeing that she was no longer talking, Reiner asked tentatively, "What's your name?" "Norah Hill." She answered quietly. Reiner smiled and nodded. "Then I will call you Norah from now on." Norah lowered her head and said nothing, while Reiner noticed that her clothes were covered in mud and looked very dirty. So he decided to let her take a bath and went to the small pond to fetch 2 buckets of water. He handed her a clean wool blanket and whispered, "Take a shower. I'm a clean person, and you look so dirty, it really makes me uncomfortable." Norah gave him a wary look, but said nothing. She wondered, is he trying to do something to me? Reiner replied seriously, "Don't look at me with those dirty eyes. I'm not interested in skinny women like you. I like plump women." Norah said nothing and dragged the bucket into a separate cubicle to take a shower with difficulty. Reiner returned to the kitchen to prepare some food for himself. He hadn't eaten all day, and there were only 3 pieces of black bread left in the basket, and he only had 10 silver coins on him. This world's monetary system is complex, with each nation and race using different currencies. In the Kingdom of Diest, 1 gold coin is equivalent to approximately 18 silver coins, while 1 silver coin is equivalent to 24 copper coins. Black bread sells for about 2 copper coins, and at least 6 copper coins are needed a day. However, now Reiner not only has to eat himself, but also has to support Norah, so the expenses have increased greatly. He planned to go to the Adventurers Guild in Mellet tomorrow to take on a commission mission and earn some living expenses. By the way, he also wanted to see how Norah behaved after eating. In Reiner's mind, Norah had finished her bath, her hair wet, and wrapped in a wool blanket. After washing away the dirt, her appearance instantly improved a lot. At this moment, Noilamo's inner voice came over. "Sure enough, my mother is right. I can't wash myself too clean. I just finished taking a shower and started staring at me." She glanced at Reiner and seemed to realize that she had made a mess again, so she touched the wall and wiped the dust on her face. Reiner saw this scene and felt helpless. He thought, whatever happens, as long as she can make money, I don't care. At night, Reiner lay in bed, and Norah was still curled up in the corner. Although the two did not communicate, neither of them fell asleep. Norah was worried that Reiner would do something inappropriate at night, while Reiner was worried that Norah would do something while he was sleeping. At dawn, Reiner finally couldn't help but ask, "You should know that you can't kill me, right? We have a contract between us." Norah's eyes instantly became fierce. "Of course I know." She cursed the slave trader in her heart. Just as Reiner bent down to put on his shoes, a thought crossed Norah's mind. Maybe I can escape. He looked up and saw Norah staring blankly at the woods outside the village. Chapter 3. At night, drizzle fell on the path and mellowed. The air was filled with a faint smell of earth, and the ground was covered with dirty mud and water. Norah walked barefoot in front, carefully observing her surroundings. Ever since she followed Reiner out, she had been thinking about escaping, even though she pretended to be quiet on the surface. Reiner looked at Norah and couldn't help but remind her, "Don't even think about running away. Once you leave the city, the forest is full of monsters and even bandits. If you get eaten by a monster, it's not a big deal. But if you get caught by bandits, you'll probably be in a state worse than death." Norah looked back and whispered, "I didn't mean to run away." But she was confused in her heart. How did he know what I was thinking? Reiner listened to Norah's silent protest and shook his head secretly. She looked around all the way, like a thief trying to escape. Anyone with eyes could see her intentions. Although she might really want to run away, the seal is on her body, and Reiner only needs to move his finger and she will have to come back obediently. After walking for about an hour, Reiner and Norah arrived at the city of Merlord. They walked into a narrow street and stopped in front of an old, dilapidated, and slightly gloomy tower. This was the Adventurers Guild of Merlord. Reiner walked into the guild, which was bustling with activity. Adventurers, merchants, scoundrels, and clients mingled together. Norah followed closely behind Reiner, clearly disliking crowds. Several hooligans saw Norah and whistled. Norah was not polite and showed her sharp teeth. Reiner turned around and said to her, "Ignore them and treat them as fools. It's not a good thing to make enemies with others." If anyone dares to make a move, you can teach him a lesson. Norah ignored the hooligans and continued to follow Reiner with her head down. Reiner glanced across the hall and noticed a young girl in the corner. The two glanced at each other casually, but Reiner didn't think much of it. Reiner brought Norah to the counter and accepted a slime-clearing mission. The mission required the removal of 40 slimes, and the reward was 1 silver coin. The mission location was near the small village where he lived, not far away. After leaving the Adventurers Guild, Norah finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally out, Reiner looked at her, his eyes finally resting on her dirty feet. Norah didn't have any shoes yet. Reiner almost had an obsessive-compulsive disorder attack. Seeing her stepping around barefoot in dirty puddles, he decided to take her to the city to buy a pair of shoes. They walked to a shoe store in the city center, and the shoemaker reluctantly measured Norah's feet and recommended several common pairs of shoes. Most of the shoes were ugly. Reiner carefully selected and finally saw a pair of short boots. They were finely crafted and inlaid with small gems. They looked good, but the price was also very high, costing 15 silver coins. Now so poorly off that he couldn't even afford these boots. He ended up buying a pair of cheap straw sandals for 20 copper coins. Norah looked down at the sandals and whispered, "Thank you." Reiner then took her to a nearby weapons shop. She needed a suitable weapon. The old blacksmith, reeking of alcohol, approached, and when Reiner said he was buying weapons for the demi-human slaves, his expression darkened. "All the weapons for the demi-humans are over there," he said, pointing to the scrap metal in the corner. Reiner glanced at the rusty weapons, walked over nonchalantly, and said to Norah, "Pick a suitable weapon for yourself." Norah nodded and walked straight to the shelf where the daggers were placed. In less than a few seconds, she picked out a cross dagger. "Is this okay?" Norah asked. Reiner frowned, thinking that while a dagger might be light, it wouldn't be suitable for fighting monsters. But looking at Norah's stats, she had excellent agility, so a lightweight weapon like a dagger would suit her. "Are you sure?" Reiner asked. Norah nodded and replied softly, "Yes." Just as Reiner was about to pay, the blacksmith came over impatiently and said coldly, "Don't let the demi-humans touch my..." Before he could finish his words, Reiner interrupted him. "How much is this dagger?" The blacksmith frowned. 6 silver coins. Reiner took out the silver coins and slammed them on the table. "This one is mine." He turned to Norah again. "Is there anything else you need?" Norah looked around, her eyes finally landing on a set of sharp, throwing knives. She only took a glance at them, then lowered her head without saying anything. Reiner understood what he meant, pointed at the throwing knives and asked the blacksmith, "What about this one?" The blacksmith replied, 3 silver coins." Reiner took out the remaining silver coins and bought the throwing knives. When Reiner came out of the weapon shop, he found that he had almost spent all the silver coins he had, and the remaining silver coins were only enough to buy 2 pieces of black bread for lunch today. He looked at Norah, and seeing that she was a little reserved, he said, "Just tell me what you like. As long as it's within your financial range, I'll buy it for you." Norah nodded and replied softly, "I see." Reiner smiled inwardly. Norah obviously thought he was a kind man. Not only did he give her food, he also bought her shoes and weapons, and even allowed her to choose what she needed. But Reiner knew in his heart that all this was just to make Norah work for him willingly and earn more money. Chapter 4. After buying the weapons, Reiner bought 2 pieces of black bread for lunch, and then took Norah back to the small village. On the way, Norah took out the dagger from time to time to play with it. Although she didn't say anything, Reiner could tell from her excited expression and nervous little movements that she was very satisfied with the dagger. Seeing her cat's tail swaying from side to side, Reiner couldn't help but feel the urge to reach out and grab it. Norah noticed Reiner's gaze and quickly hid her tail behind her back, while thinking inwardly, "Why does he always stare at my tail?" Reiner coughed twice, feeling a little embarrassed. He quickly turned around and climbed up the wooden ladder to the wooden wall surrounding the village. He looked outside and vaguely saw several green slimes approaching the village in the dense forest. Slimes are not powerful, they are numerous. If left unchecked, they can corrode wooden walls, destroy crops, and ultimately cause greater damage. Therefore, they need to be cleared every few days. Reiner jumped down from the wooden wall and led Norah toward the forest. As they approached the slimes, a foul smell filled the air. The slime closest to them, with its translucent body, revealed the remains of a half-digested hare. Reiner turned to Norah and asked, "Do you know how to kill a slime?" Norah nodded. "Mom taught me. Just pierce the shiny gem in the center of its body." She drew a dagger from her waist and walked towards the slime. She stabbed the slime's magic core with precision, killing it easily. "This thing can be exchanged for money." Reiner stepped forward, picked up the magic core, and put it into the bag at his waist. 10 magic cores can be exchanged for 1 diced copper coin. Norah was confused, thinking, what are copper coins? What do they mean? Reiner, seeing her bewilderment, explained, what do you demi-humans usually use to exchange things with your own kind? Food, or hides and bones, Norah replied. Reiner nodded, realizing they were still living by barter. He raised the magic core and shook it, then pointed to the black bread on his waist. 20 of these gems can be exchanged for a piece of black bread. Norah suddenly understood and nodded heavily, then continued to kill the slime with the dagger. With Norah's help, the speed of clearing the slime was greatly accelerated. Reiner felt that he had made the right decision and thought to himself, I must buy more slaves in the future. This way, I will definitely double my profit rate. Killing the slimes was a bit tedious, but they soon filled a bag of magic cores. Reiner counted them and found he had 36, for more to go. To complete their mission, they needed to go deeper into the forest, but that was the territory of bandits and goblins, and it was quite dangerous. Normally, Reiner would not take such a risk, but at this moment, in order to complete the mission, he decided to go further. He looked at the sun hidden by dark clouds and saw that it was already noon. He took out some black bread and said, let's eat something first. After that, we'll go deep into the forest and find 4 slimes before coming back. Okay, Norah nodded hurriedly. She stared at the black bread in Reiner's hand, and her mouth began to drool. Reiner handed her the black bread, and she ate it in big mouthfuls. The black bread was dry and hard, making it very difficult to chew, but Norah almost wolfed it down. Eat slowly, don't choke, no one's going to take it from you, Reiner warned. Norah ignored his advice and continued chewing with big mouthfuls, biting hard. In less than 5 minutes, she had finished the black bread. Reiner cut off another slice and tasted it. It was indeed salty and sour, with no taste at all. He suddenly sighed. When I get richer, I'll never eat this again. Norah asked curiously, what do we eat? White bread, Reiner replied. White bread is more refined than brown bread. It doesn't contain bran or sawdust. It has a softer texture and tastes much better. Norah seemed a little confused. What is white bread? White bread is bread that is much better than brown bread. It has eggs, milk, and other things added to it. It tastes great. If you spread it with sweet jam, it tastes like heaven, Reiner said. Hearing this, Norah's inner voice floated into Reiner's ears. I don't understand, but it feels like it must be delicious. I wish I could try it too. Her saliva was flowing. Reiner saw her reaction and smiled slightly. Wipe your saliva, work hard, and when you make money I will buy you white bread. Norah's eyes flashed, and it was obvious that white bread had a huge temptation to her. Reiner knew that although white bread was expensive, he would definitely buy some for Norah when he had more money. After all, white bread was much more expensive than brown bread. A piece of white bread cost 20 copper coins, while a piece of brown bread only cost 2 copper coins. He cut half of his brown bread and handed it to Norah. Eat it. You are too thin now. You will have more strength if you gain some weight. Norah carefully took the black bread and ate it while secretly glancing at Reiner. She thought to herself, he's different from the others. He's so nice to me. While eating, Norah's cat ears suddenly stood up. She stopped eating, put half a piece of black bread into the bag, and whispered, Master, there is slime over there. Reiner walked in the direction Norah pointed and found a slime jumping. Norah's perception was very good, and she could hear the sound of the slime jumping from such a distance. Killed the slime with one hammer, picked up the magic core, and continued walking deeper into the forest. Soon, they completed the task of 40 slimes. Reiner shook the magic core in the bag and heard a crisp sound. At this moment, the system's voice rang in his ears. Chapter 5. Task. Take Norah to the Adventurers Guild to accept the commission mission and complete it. Current status. Completed. Rewards have been issued. As soon as he finished speaking, a small bottle of crystal clear holy water appeared out of thin air in Reiner's palm. Reiner had never heard of holy water and had no idea about its specific effects. Task update. Buy Norah a piece of white bread. Task reward. A small jar of jam. Reiner had just thought of buying white bread when the system's task update reminded him to carry out this task. After completing the task, he received a reward, a silver coin. He patted Norah's shoulder and was about to speak when he heard her inner voice. Master, we are being targeted by robbers. Norah immediately hunched over slightly and reached for her waist bag. As soon as she finished speaking, an arrow shot towards her. Norah couldn't dodge in time, and the arrow pierced her right arm deeply. Immediately afterwards, 2 more arrows were shot towards them, one of which missed the target, while the other was blocked by Reiner's wooden round shield. Norah endured the pain and fought back quickly. She threw out 3 throwing knives, accurately hitting one of the robbers. A wailing sound came from the bushes. At the same time, 4 masked bandits jumped out from the bushes, wearing animal skins and holding daggers. Nora's ears pricked up, and she quickly threw the remaining knives out, knocking down another bandit. The remaining 3 bandits rushed towards them, brandishing daggers. One of them went around to the back to deal with Norah, while the other 2 rushed straight towards Reiner. Although Reiner had just crossed over, after a year of survival, he had already adapted to this dangerous world and was already adept at dealing with these bandits. He quickly blocked a bandit's attack and took the opportunity to swing his mace at the bandit's knee, rendering him unable to move. Another robber took the opportunity to attack, but Reiner quickly leaned back to avoid the dagger's blow and then smashed the other's head with a hammer, splattering blood everywhere. Looking back, Reiner found that Norah had been thrown to the ground. A robber was on top of her, and Reiner quickly knocked him away with a hammer. Although Norah was rescued in time, a dagger had been inserted into her chest, and blood was gushing out. Her eyes were fixed on Reiner, looking very painful, and she fainted after a few seconds. Reiner hurriedly took out the holy water he had just obtained. Without thinking too much, he pulled out his dagger and opened Norah's clothes. Her chest was tightly wrapped with cloth. Reiner hurriedly used the dagger to cut the cloth open and poured the holy water into her wound. A miracle happened. The flesh and blood at the wound recovered quickly. After just a dozen seconds, the wound was completely healed, although a light scar was left. Reiner checked and confirmed that the wound was not serious, then covered her with a wool blanket and waited quietly for her to wake up. A few minutes later, Norah regained consciousness and looked at her wound, her eyes filled with shock. "How is this possible? I'm clearly dying," she whispered. Reiner asked, "How do you feel?" Norah subconsciously covered her chest. Although she didn't understand what was happening, she still said gratefully, "Thank you, master." She looked at the arrow in her right arm and tried to pull it out. Reiner quickly stopped her, saying, "Don't move. There are barbs on the arrowhead. Pulling it out will only increase the damage." After he finished speaking, he carefully examined Norah's wound, then treated her with a bandage. After making sure the bleeding had stopped, he carefully broke the arrowhead and removed it. Although the bleeding wasn't heavy, the wound looked quite deep. Reiner cleaned up the blood, disinfected it with strong alcohol, applied wood ash to the wound, and then bandaged it tightly. "Bear with it. Try not to move your right hand. Change the bandage every day to see if it gets inflamed," Reiner instructed. Norah nodded and whispered, "Thank you, master." At the same time, Norah's inner voice quietly floated into Reiner's ears. "I am so lucky to be bought by a kind-hearted person." Reiner asked Norah to rest at home, and he went out to sell the spoils he had found from the robbers. He sold the hunting bow to the hunters in the village, the animal skin coat to the villagers working in the fields, and the rusty dagger to the old blacksmith at the village entrance. Because winter was approaching and the villagers needed to buy clothes, the animal skin coat fetched a good price. In the end, Reiner collected a total of 4 silver coins. After returning home, it was still early, so he took Norah to the city. First, Reiner went to the Adventurers Guild to redeem his quest rewards. He still had 5 silver coins and 4 copper coins left in his pocket. Then, he went to the bakery and bought 2 pieces of white bread, which Norah wanted most, and 10 pieces of black bread, which he usually ate. In the end, he only had 3 silver coins left in his pocket. Reiner sighed softly. "I'm so poor." However, Norah obviously had no such worries. She stared at the white bread in the bag all the way, her eyes full of desire. After returning home, Norah couldn't wait to sit in the corner, staring at Reiner eagerly, her heart full of desire. "I just want to taste. Can you give me some?" Reiner glanced at her and chuckled. "Are you hungry? Come and have some bread." Mission update. Mission, buy Norah a piece of white bread. Current status, completed. Reward distributed. As soon as the words fell, a jar of crimson jam appeared out of thin air in Reiner's hand. Mission update. Head to the Dawn Forest north of Merelord. Mission reward, 5 silver coins. Reiner was slightly taken aback. The Dawn Forest was just north of Merelord, not far away. He was a little confused, unsure of the purpose of this mission. Despite his doubts, he decided to wait until Norah's wound healed before going on the mission. Seeing that Norah had not come over yet, Reiner reminded her again. "Come here and eat bread." Norah was stunned for a moment, pointing at herself in disbelief. "Me?" Reiner smiled as he cut the white bread and smeared it with thick jam. "Yes, I promised you. I'm very satisfied with your performance today. This is a reward." Norah ran over quickly, took the bread with both hands, and stared at it intently, her eyes as serious as those of believers in a church looking at the statue of God. Reiner smiled and said, "Kitten, you can have delicious white bread now." Norah nodded, opened her mouth, took a bite of the white bread, and savored it carefully. After a few seconds, tears welled up in her eyes, and she said excitedly, "It's so delicious." Chapter 6. It has been 5 days since Reiner brought Norah home. During these days, because Norah's right arm was injured, Reiner basically just took her around the village to fight slimes. After spending a few days with her, Reiner gradually discovered that although Norah appeared cold on the outside, she was actually passionate on the inside. She didn't like to talk much, but she often showed a strong curiosity about unknown things. The most was that she no longer had any thoughts of running away. One day, Reiner couldn't help but ask, "When I first brought you back, you always wanted to run away. Do you have other relatives?" Norah replied expressionlessly, "My family is all dead. My father was killed by a monster while hunting outside, and my mother fell off a cliff while collecting herbs not long ago and died as well." Reiner was about to ask more questions when he saw a few tears slipping from Norah's eyes. She quickly wiped away the tears and whispered, "I promised my mother that I would stay strong and live on. The reason I wanted to run away was because my friends always said that humans are bad, like to bully the weak, and have disgusting personalities. If you were bought by a bad person, you might live a life worse than death. But you seem different from most humans. You are very polite and treat me very well." Reiner felt distressed and whispered to him, "It's okay. I will treat you well from now on. As long as I have something to eat, you will never go hungry." Norah was slightly stunned and whispered, "Thank you." There was silence between the two for a while, and Norah asked cautiously, "Master, can I redeem myself?" "Redeem yourself?" Reiner was stunned, then nodded with a smile. "Of course, but it will cost a lot of money." "How much?" Norah asked. Reiner lowered his head, picked up a small stone, and began to pretend to count on the ground. "Money for you. Food and lodging. Holy water for healing. Clothes, weapons." He calculated and said, "Friendship price. Earn 20 diest gold coins for me, and I'll set you free." Norah frowned and asked doubtfully, 20 gold coins? How much is it?" Reiner began to explain. 1 gold coin is equal to approximately 432 copper coins. 20 gold coins is equal to approximately 8,640 copper coins. He paused, then added, "That's about 4,300 pieces of black bread." He smiled and said, "If you can earn enough money to save up, you might be able to pay it off in 10 or 8 years. Norah's eyes widened when she heard this. "So much?" Reiner nodded and continued teasingly, "Save up for 10 or 8 years, and you'll definitely be able to pay it off." Norah replied seriously, "That's not too long. I will work hard for you and save enough money. You have to keep your word." She looked at Reiner with determination in her eyes. "I promise to keep my word." Reiner nodded, thinking to himself that she might want to stay with him 10 years later. After all, this world is turbulent, and a stable life and a certain degree of freedom are already luxuries for demi-humans. Reiner then asked, "If you were truly free, where would you like to go?" Norah lowered her head and thought for a moment, then looked up at Reiner. Her eyes were silent. Only her inner voice spoke. "I heard there's a forest north of this city that's perfect for us to live in. It's rich with grass and water, and it's a great place to live. If I ever regain my freedom, I'll definitely go there." Reiner was slightly startled and suddenly thought to himself, "Isn't that the Dawn Forest?" It happened to be the location of his next mission. It seemed that this mission was really destined. He knew in his heart that the place Norah described most likely didn't exist. The Dawn Forest was vast, and although he had heard of its beauty, it was too close to the city. If demi-humans had truly settled there, slave traders would have already made it a popular hunting ground. For demi-humans, a deserted place far from the city is an ideal safe haven. However, Norah was obviously unaware that Reiner had heard her thoughts clearly. She said apologetically, "I'm sorry, master. I can't tell you." Reiner smiled. "There's a forest to the north of the city. The scenery is particularly beautiful in the early morning. Many demi-humans live there. You should know about it, right?" Norah was stunned in surprise, looking at Reiner in disbelief, her heart full of doubts. How did he know? Impossible. She was entangled in her heart for a while, and finally couldn't help but ask, "Master, have you been there?" Reiner smiled and said, "No, I heard others mention it. That forest is called the Dawn Forest." He was not in a hurry to tell Norah that he also had a mission to go there. Instead, he smiled more easily. Norah nodded slightly, pretending nothing had happened, and stood up, stretching her arms. "Don't move. The wound hasn't healed completely yet," Reiner quickly reminded her. Norah looked back at him and shook her head gently. "Master, my hand has recovered, and now I can go out and make money." Reiner removed the bandage and took a look. Norah's wound was almost healed. The original arrow wound left only a small dent, and her movement did not seem to be affected. It had to be said that demi-humans' ability to recover was indeed much stronger than humans. While an ordinary person would need at least a month to recover from this kind of injury, Norah recovered in just a few days. In that case, Reiner decided to take her on the mission the next day. Then let's set off tomorrow and go to the Dawn Forest. Norah seemed to be lost in thought, but she finally nodded. She thought to herself, I can go check it out and see if it's what I thought it was. I can go there directly when I'm free. Reiner sighed softly, knowing that even if Norah could truly be free, it might be a long time before she could be free. He glanced at Norah's lively cat ears again, and suddenly felt the urge to touch her ears. After thinking for a while, he said, I want to touch your ears. Norah was stunned and quickly covered her ears with both hands, shaking her head in resistance. Why? Why do you want to touch my ears? No. Reiner looked at her and smiled slightly. Then the tail will be okay, right? He became curious about her furry tail and felt that it must be very soft. Norah's eyes became more alert. She quickly stepped back, shook her head, and moved to the side involuntarily, her eyes full of anxiety. It's even worse. Norah lowered her head, her expression becoming very sincere. I promise you that I will work hard to make money. Please don't have any strange thoughts about me, please. Reiner narrowed his eyes, looked at Norah's reaction, and smiled secretly in his heart. This cat girl is quite interesting. Chapter 7. On the way to the Morning Forest, Reiner bought Norah a new throwing knife in the city. He had recently heard that bandits were rampant on the road to the Dawn Forest, and that goblins had appeared in the forest, suggesting the situation was not peaceful. Therefore, he decided to prepare weapons for Norah, just in case. They were lucky. Despite the rumors, they hadn't encountered any robbers during the entire day's journey. However, the horseshoe prints along the way indicated that this road was frequently traveled and therefore relatively safe. Norah walked alone in front, secretly glancing at Reiner from time to time. Her eyes were full of vigilance, as if she was afraid that Reiner would do something inappropriate. He wants to touch my ears. I must be careful next time. Reiner smiled helplessly and couldn't help but said, Come here, I won't touch your ears anymore. Norah walked quickly to his side and argued cunningly, I'm just exploring the way ahead. My senses are very sensitive, so I'm suitable for exploring the way ahead for you. Reiner said seriously, There are only two of us, so there is not much point in exploring the way. We are about to enter the forest. You just follow me. Norah responded in a low voice and followed Reiner obediently. As they went deeper into the forest, the trees around them became denser and denser, and the dirt road under their feet gradually disappeared, replaced by a pine forest. Reiner knew that they had entered the Dawn Forest. Although it was already evening, Reiner did not feel that the forest was any different from an ordinary forest. The system prompt appears at this time. Mission: Go to the Dawn Forest north of Mellet. Current status: completed. Rewards have been issued. Reiner looked at the updated mission information and couldn't help but sigh. He hated mission instructions that lacked clear standards. Preliminary exploration didn't specify how long it would take to complete the mission. Suddenly, Norah patted Reiner's shoulder. Master, what's wrong? Reiner looked back at her. Norah was slightly startled and asked in a low voice, Should we continue on our journey? It's already dark. Norah's pupils appeared big and round in the low light, making her look particularly cute. Let's find a place to stay for the night. Reiner nodded and started to build a bonfire. After the two of them had dinner, they took turns to rest. It wasn't until morning that Reiner truly felt the charm of the morning forest. When the golden sunlight shone through the mist onto Reiner, he suddenly felt that the whole world had become warm. Every time they took a deep breath, they could smell the fragrance of flowers, plants, and soil, and their mood became more open. Looking around, the forest illuminated by the sun was like a quiet and beautiful painting, and they were right in the middle of it. No wonder Norah said this place was so nice, Reiner thought. He also wanted to settle in the Dawn Forest when he got old. The rumors are true. This place is really beautiful, Reiner said, drinking from his water bladder. Norah remained standing there, her eyes blurred, as if lost in thought. Her inner voice drifted into Reiner's ears again. It's so beautiful. It's really beautiful. If my parents were still here, they would definitely like this place too. Norah's ears drooped suddenly, as if she was recalling something from the past. She finally came to her senses and turned around to ask, Master, where are we going next? Followed Reiner obediently. Just then, Reiner heard the neighing of horses in the distance. He followed the sound, hiding in the bushes and observing. Sure enough, he spotted a group of slave traders, more than a dozen of them. Among them were 5 demi-human slaves tied to the back of a carriage, apparently preparing to take them back to the city. 2 of the guards drew their swords and stood in front of the slave trader. Reiner emerged from the bushes and said with a smile, Hey, don't get excited. I just happened to be passing by. Reiner wasn't hostile. The 2 guards relaxed their guard and sheathed their swords. The slave trader looked displeased. Don't try to scare people by hiding in the bushes next time. There are so many goblins in this area, and everyone's on edge. Be careful not to get hurt by mistake. Reiner nodded, his eyes sweeping over the demi-human slaves behind the carriage, and he couldn't help but ask, "Are there demi-humans in this forest?" The slave trader chuckled a few times and responded, "You didn't know that. I thought the news had already spread. It's a pity that you're too late. Almost all the demi-humans in this forest have been captured. If you have nothing else, please don't block our way. We're leaving." Reiner stood aside and stepped aside, watching them leave. At this moment, Norah's inner voice reached his ears. "Beast. Damn scum." Norah clenched her fists and glared at the slave trader's back with gritted teeth. Obviously, if it weren't for her current situation, Norah might have rushed forward to attack. Reiner said softly, "Let's go in and take a look around." Norah walked quickly to Reiner and asked cautiously, "Master, are you going to capture us demi-humans and sell us as well?" Reiner spread his hands. "No." Norah breathed a sigh of relief, then took Reiner's hand. "Losing your freedom is already tragic. If you are bought by a vicious person, there will be no hope." Tears glistened in Norah's eyes, and her voice choked with sobs. Reiner said gently, "I told you not to." Norah nodded, her eyes still filled with a hint of uneasiness. Reiner suddenly thought, "If you are really free, would you be willing to touch my ears?" Norah was stunned and lowered her head, as if she didn't understand what Reiner meant. Seeing this, Reiner smiled and repeated, "Can I touch your ears?" Norah was a little shy and hesitated for a moment, closing her eyes tightly. Finally, she mustered up the courage and whispered, "Please touch it. Just touch it, it's just my ear. I can do that." Norah thought to herself, but there was still shame on her face. Reiner smiled and shook his head. "Not for now. I will enjoy it when I get home." Norah lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, and she looked even more ashamed. The two wandered around the Dawn Forest for a while, and Reiner's system quest was updated again. Quest: Initial exploration of the Dawn Forest. Current status: completed. Rewards issued. Reiner felt his pocket and found 5 more silver coins. Ever since buying Norah, he felt his luck was gradually improving and his finances were slowly recovering. Just as he was thinking, the system prompted him again. Mission update: trigger the Dawn Forest hidden mission and complete it. Reiner was instantly a little crazy. Another such incomprehensible mission. At this time, Norah patted his shoulder gently. "Master, it seems that someone is in danger." Chapter 8. Hidden mission triggered. Rescue the demi-human girl in distress. Mission reward: a bottle of holy water that can be used for healing. Reiner and Norah were walking along the forest path when they heard some sounds of fighting in the distance. Reiner frowned slightly and immediately decided to check what was going on. He quickly followed Norah and walked towards the source of the sound. Not long after, Reiner and Norah hid in the bushes and saw a black-haired demi-human girl fighting 4 goblins wearing leather armor. Her leg was severely injured, and she was clearly at a disadvantage. The corpses of several goblins around her told Reiner that this demi-human girl was no pushover. After observing her for a while, Reiner noticed that she had long limbs and a sturdy body, looking extremely strong. Her ears were shaped like a horse's, and it wasn't until she saw her tail peeking out from behind that Reiner was sure she was a centaur. However, seeing that she was about to collapse, Reiner decided to help. Norah quickly stood up and threw a few throwing knives, hitting 1 goblin accurately. The remaining 3 goblins panicked and turned around to flee. Mission completed. Reiner secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Hidden mission completed. Mission rewards issued. Mission update: decide the fate of the demi-human girl. Kill her, release her, or take her as a slave. Note: different choices will have a profound impact on the quest line. Reiner looked at the updated mission prompt, thinking. He knew that if she could recruit him, she would never miss such an opportunity. So, he put the holy water in his pocket and looked at Norah. What should we do next? Norah quickly ran over, helped the injured demi-human girl to her feet, and asked with concern, "How are you? Are you hurt?" The demi-human girl was breathing heavily, and when she saw Reiner, she immediately became alert. She held the dagger tightly in her hand and pointed it at Reiner. "Don't come over. Don't be afraid. I'm here to help you," Reiner said calmly. However, the demi-human girl looked at Reiner with suspicion in her eyes, the dagger still at her neck. "Don't force me." Norah hurried forward and whispered, "He's a good man. Don't be afraid." Reiner slowly walked towards her, trying his best to appear non-threatening. "I'm here to help you. Don't get excited." The demi-human girl's eyes gradually relaxed, filled with disbelief. "You actually speak Devante?" Reiner nodded. "I will." Tears welled in her eyes as she choked out, "Why do you treat us like this? We just want to survive." As she spoke, her emotions spiraled out of control. Reiner ignored her emotions and cast his identification spell. Name, Martina Shelley. Age, 19. Gender, female. Race, centaur. Current status, seriously injured, bleeding, hungry. Talent details, strength. S. Endurance. A. Agility. B. Perception. C. Spirit. C. Intelligence. D. Measurements. 86/50/89. Reiner could tell at a glance that Martina had very strong talents, especially in strength and endurance. If she were trained as a warrior, she would definitely become the main force in battle. Appraisal completed. Current slave quality, legendary, a legendary slave. Reiner was overjoyed. How could he let such a top-tier demi-human pass up? This was definitely a chance to make a killing. Master, Master. Reiner was lost in thought when Norah called out softly. What's wrong? Reiner turned to look at Norah. What should we do next? Norah asked cautiously. Reiner thought for a moment and said seriously, either let her go or take her home. Martina struggled to her feet after hearing this. Her eyes filled with disdain. You humans, you must have other intentions. She covered her chest with a dagger and said with contempt, is it the flesh or something else? Reiner smiled in surprise, thinking to himself that this woman was quite straightforward. After hearing this, Norah retorted without hesitation, although I don't like humans either, my master is different. Not only does he not abuse me, he also gives me delicious food. He also never forces me to do anything I don't want to do. Martina was stunned and said in disbelief, how could there be such a kind-hearted human? Norah solemnly swore, I swear on my soul. Reiner looked at Martina and said with a smile, of course I won't support you in vain. You need to put in the work you deserve and sign a contract with me to obey my orders. Contract? Martina asked in confusion. Norah pointed to the indenture on her arm. This is it. Once we're imprinted with it, we can't resist the master or we'll die. There's no other difference. So, after you're imprinted with that thing, even if you change your mind, I can't do anything to you, Martina continued. Reiner nodded and said solemnly, believe it or not, once you've made enough money, which will be around 10 years, I won't stop you from staying or leaving. Martina was silent for a long time, her heart tangled. 10 years is too long. 5 years will set me free. Reiner didn't hesitate and agreed without hesitation. Deal. 5 years was enough. The peace and tranquility she'd experienced during this time was enough to make Martina reluctant to leave. After all, in this world filled with hostility towards demi-humans, there was no place that could guarantee lasting safety. Reiner smiled faintly. 5 years, I promise. Chapter 9. On the way back to Mellet City, Martina was unable to move due to her leg injury and had to be carried by Norah. Reiner was dragging a set of leather armor stripped from a goblin, which he planned to take to the Adventurers Guild to see if he could sell it for some money. After a full day of walking, they finally saw the outline of Merode City. Reiner planned to take Martina to get the slave stamp first, then claim the reward after completing the mission. Just then, a voice drifted into Reiner's mind. Martina's voice echoed, when can we eat? I'm so hungry. Reiner glanced back and met her gaze. He sighed helplessly. He hadn't meant to let her go hungry. It was just that Martina ate too much, at least 2 loaves of black bread for every meal, and they only had 3 days worth of food. It was noon, and they hadn't eaten since morning. Although Martina felt embarrassed, she couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Wait a little longer. I'll buy you some food once we get to the city, Reiner consoled her. Martina nodded, but remained silent. Soon, the 3 of them entered the city, and more people gathered around them. Martina's thoughts continued to echo in Reiner's mind. So many people. It's over. I'm so stupid. I actually followed him here. Now there's no way to run even if I want to. Reiner looked back at her after hearing this, then went to the bakery and bought a few pieces of black bread, handing them to her. Eat. Martina didn't think much about it, took the bread, and ate it with big mouthfuls. At this time, Reiner went to the Adventurers Guild to sell his leather armor, but the tattered leather armor was worthless, and he only sold it for 10 copper coins. Reiner sighed helplessly and walked towards the slave market with Martina and Norah. When they were not far from the market, Martina seemed to sense something and suddenly struggled to ask, where are we going? Reiner gently replied, the slave market. He whispered soothingly, don't worry, I won't sell you. We're only going to the slave market to sign the contract. Norah also interjected, Master won't lie to you, don't worry. Martina fell silent, but her mind was still racing. Entering the slave market, she witnessed a horrific scene. Groups of subhuman slaves stood on the platform, waiting to be chosen by the nobles. Any dissatisfaction would result in a whipping. In the corner lay dozens of corpses crawling with maggots. Martina's heart grew heavier, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Norah was not frightened by what she saw, but instead was filled with anger towards the slave traders. Reiner, seeing Martina's fear, comforted her softly. Don't be afraid, I won't sell you. Martina remained silent, silently praying in her heart. Mom and Dad, bless you. Reiner grabbed a slave trader and explained his purpose, then was taken to the basement. Martina sat on a chair, holding Norah's thighs tightly with both hands, unwilling to let go. The slave trader took an interest in her and commented, "This slave is quite good. She has long limbs and can be used for labor or trained as a warrior. She's also beautiful. If she weren't a horse breed and were shorter, she would definitely fetch a good price." Norah and Martina didn't understand human language, but they felt threatened by the slaver's words. Martina's heart sank. It's over. He's definitely going to sell me. Then the slaver said, "How about you sell it to me? If it's a virgin, I can get more for it." Reiner coldly refused. "Do what you must. I won't sell this slave. Name your price." 5 gold coins. 8. No more. The slave trader hurriedly raised the price. Reiner snorted coldly, thinking to himself, this demi-human with enormous potential will be worth far more than just these few gold coins in the future. Not for sale, Reiner replied firmly. The slave trader sighed. What a pity. After the transaction was completed, Reiner took Martina to the place where the slave seal was stamped. Martina had a very strong physique, and after the contract was stamped, she did not faint, but felt very weak. Before leaving Mello City, Reiner went to the bakery to buy a few more pieces of white bread. He planned to use this meal to comfort Martina. When he returned home, it was already evening. Martina sat in the corner, silently watching Reiner, her heart filled with doubts. He didn't sell me out. It seems that humans also have good and bad people. However, we can't jump to conclusions. We need to continue observing. Reiner smiled at her and Norah, beckoning. Come over for dinner, then take a shower. I'll help you with your wound. He brought out some white bread and jam, and Norah immediately ran over and sat down at the table, waiting quietly. Martina also limped over, sniffed the aroma of the white bread and jam, and smiled. Smells so good. Reiner handed her some white bread with jam. Martina took a tentative bite, and it was indeed delicious. She devoured it ravenously, even licking the crumbs from the corners of her mouth. Tears couldn't help but flow down her cheeks. She behaved just like Norah did before, looking very pitiful. Reiner patted her head. Don't cry. Earn money. Let's work hard together. I'll make sure you have delicious food every day. Martina and Norah nodded silently. At this moment, the system notification sounded. Mission: determine the fate of the demi-human girl. Completed. Reiner looked down and saw several heavy gold coins in his hand. 3 diecast coins with dragon designs on them. The reward for this mission was very generous. Activated achievement: Lord of the Beast-Eared Girls. Reiner's heart moved when he saw the achievement. This achievement would make it easier for him to gain the trust and favor of the demi-humans. Then, the system prompted a mission update. Mission update: clear out the goblin nest entrenched in the Dawn Forest. Reiner was stunned. This kind of mission should require the kingdom to send troops, and he was just a third-rate adventurer and could not do such a mission at all. Just as Reiner was grumbling about the system, Martina unabashedly unbuttoned her linen before him. Her curvaceous figure stunned Reiner. Chapter 10. Martina's skin is tan, and her muscles are well-defined, especially her tight leg muscles, which look quite strong. Her waist and abdomen are flat and tight, with almost no excess fat, and you can even vaguely see her waistline. Her bust was firm, her hips round, and her overall look evoked the healthy beauty of an athletic young woman. Her figure resembled that of a cool, aloof senior from the university track club, a perfect figure that commanded admiration. However, like Norah, Martina also favored wrapping her private parts tightly with cloth. Forget it. I better be careful. He seems concerned about my health. Martina thought silently, bent down to pick up the linen cloth, and wrapped it around herself again, her expression a little complicated. Reiner noticed her hesitation and teased. Why put it on? We'll take a shower soon. After that, I'll help you check your wound. Martina reluctantly untied the linen and sat at the table, waiting. Reiner poured 2 buckets of boiled water into the wooden tub, tested the temperature, and beckoned her over. Come take a shower. Martina walked towards the stall and peeked in. She shook her head anxiously. I want to shower alone. Nonsense, you must be the one washing. Reiner gently pushed her into the cubicle and closed the curtain. Remember to throw out those dirty strips of cloth wrapped around you. You'll get sick if you don't pay attention to hygiene. I've left the clean clothes at the door. Okay, Martina replied, and began to remove the cloth strips. After a while, Reiner heard the sound of water running. Norah took the initiative to step forward, picked up the cloth strips, and placed them in the wooden barrel at the door. Half an hour later, Martina reached out from the stall and took the clothes. A few minutes later, she finally emerged from the shower. Reiner beckoned. Come, let me see your legs. Martina hesitated for a moment, then limped over to Reiner's side. She thought to herself, what a frivolous man. But she didn't say it out loud. Instead, she asked Reiner to examine her wound. Reiner squatted down and looked at the wound on her leg. Martina's recovery ability was indeed powerful. The wound had begun to heal, flesh and blood growing back, and the scab was forming at a very fast speed. Reiner knew that Demihuman's healing abilities far surpassed those of humans. A wound like this would normally take at least a month to heal, but she only needed a few days. You're healing well. Demihumans are truly resilient. Reiner stood up, pulled a wool blanket from a box, and spread it by the fireplace. This is where you'll sleep tonight. Well, as long as they have food and water, demihumans can recover even from serious injuries. Martina nodded, a hint of emotion in her tone. Reiner suddenly became curious about how such a powerful race could be defeated and enslaved by humans. Just as he was thinking, Martina patted his shoulder and asked softly, What should I call you? I don't even know your name yet. My name is Reiner. Reiner turned to look at her and asked casually, What about you? What's your name? Martina hesitated for a moment, but finally answered seriously, Martina Shelley, just call me by my name. Reiner nodded and pointed to the sheets spread on the floor. You will sleep here tonight, and Norah will be next to you. No problem. Martina nodded slightly, muttering to herself, It's really warm here, but I have to be careful tonight. Reiner seems very interested in me. Reiner sighed, already relaxed. As long as Martina could make money, nothing else mattered. He took a shower and prepared to rest. But just as he was about to fall asleep, Reiner heard Norah's inner voice. Martina is finally asleep, but the master seems to be asleep too. Reiner had more questions in his mind. What is she going to do? Or maybe tomorrow. It wouldn't be a good idea to wake the master now. He must be very tired too. Reiner opened his eyes and found a pair of blue eyes staring at him intently, giving him the feeling of a horror movie. What are you doing up at night? Reiner asked in confusion. Norah took a few steps back, pointed at the cat ears on her head, and said seriously, Master, I'm here to fulfill my promise. I'll let you touch my ears when I get back. Reiner was stunned, having almost forgotten about it. He smiled and said, Come, sit on my bed. Finally, he was free to pet the cat. Norah shook her head, looking quite wary. Only the ears. Nothing else. Master, please don't have any strange thoughts about me. I know. You're practically skinny. I'm only interested in your ears, Reiner said with a helpless smile. Norah lowered her head, seeming somewhat reluctant, but she still walked over to the bed and sat down. The furry black cat ears were still trembling flexibly, and Reiner couldn't help but reach out. Norah was frightened and shuddered suddenly, moaning softly. Woo! I still hate having my ears touched by others, but my master seems to like it, so I'll bear with it for a while. Don't you like it? Reiner asked knowingly. Norah replied softly. It's okay that I don't like it. Master, just be slow when you touch me. My ears are very sensitive. If you rub them too hard, I will feel uncomfortable. Reiner slowed down his movements and gently poked the fluff in her ears with his fingers. Thank you for saving me. If you had ignored me, I would probably be dead now, Norah whispered. It's okay. You're working hard now anyway. Do you have any favorite food? Reiner asked. Norah shook her head and replied softly. No. Since you're working for me, I'll take care of your life. Just tell me what you want to eat, Reiner said, silently taking note of her thoughts. If only there was meat. Reiner chuckled and took note of her words. Poultry in this world was expensive, especially chickens, ducks, and geese, which could cost 3 silver coins each. Livestock like pigs, cattle, and sheep were even more expensive, unaffordable for the average family. However, Norah was a cat-like subhuman, naturally fond of meat, so simply letting her gnaw on black bread wouldn't do. Since she wouldn't tell the truth, Reiner decided to give her a little more later. Thank you, master. I'm quite content with my life now. Norah looked at Reiner, her tone slightly polite. Seeing that she didn't tell the truth, Reiner couldn't help but pinch the hair in her ears as a small punishment. Tomorrow he planned to go to the city to buy a set of equipment for Martina and buy some nutritional supplements for Norah. Chapter 11. Reiner brings Norah and Martina to Merled's weapon shop, ready to choose a suitable weapon for Martina. After all, the next mission is to defeat the goblins, and her weapons and equipment must be in place. Martina seems to have a natural affinity for weapons. As soon as she enters the store, she squats in front of the shelves and carefully selects. However, after searching for a while, she still hadn't found a weapon that satisfied her. Reiner walked over and asked, How's it going? Have you chosen? Martina was wielding a two-handed sword that was taller than her, looking a little uncomfortable. Not yet. Can you help me take a look at this? She said. Reiner took the sword and tried it out, only to find it was too heavy and not suitable for him at all. He looked at Martina's arms. Although her biceps were not as strong as his, the strength she exuded was quite astonishing. Martina added, "It would be better if the blade was wider. The current sword is too light for me. I want a heavier and stronger sword." Reiner repeated her words to the old blacksmith beside him, who said impatiently, "A beast is a beast, all about brute force." Reiner frowned, feeling a little annoyed by the guy's disrespect. The old blacksmith then turned and walked into the warehouse, laboriously carrying out a heavy wooden box. After prying open the wooden cover, he pulled a gleaming two-handed sword from the straw. The blade was broad and heavy, and had a distinct sheen. "I thought this old fellow would lie in the warehouse forever," the old blacksmith said, scratching his ear. Martina bent down and easily picked up the sword with one hand. She casually swung it, and the sound of it piercing the air made everyone around her shudder. Martina couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the best weapon I've ever seen. It not only feels good, but it's also very strong." The old blacksmith frowned, but after hearing Martina's evaluation, he looked even more proud. "This sword is forged from the finest steel and mithril, specially designed to slay all evil. No armor can stop it, and no monster can withstand it." He continued to ramble on, but Reiner paid no attention and simply translated Martina's praise to her. He said it was a good sword. Seeing the old blacksmith about to make another offer, Reiner quickly asked, "How much?" The old blacksmith thought for a moment and then slowly said, "At least 15 diced gold coins." Reiner was slightly taken aback. He had already expected that this sword would be expensive. After all, its materials and craftsmanship were extremely high, and the price of this sword was indeed very high. Reiner couldn't possibly come up with that much money all at once. At this point, the system prompt sounded. "Host, please plan your finances wisely and spend your money wisely. This sword is of top quality and craftsmanship, and is well worth the price," the old blacksmith continued. Reiner sighed and smiled. But it would take an ordinary farmer at least 7 years of starvation to save up enough. A sly glint flashed in the old blacksmith's eyes. "You're an adventurer, right?" Reiner nodded. "How about we make a deal?" The old blacksmith's tone suddenly darkened. Reiner looked at him warily. "Go ahead." The old blacksmith walked quickly to the front desk and pulled out a worn map from the cabinet. He pointed to a wilderness west of Mellet and whispered, "There's a group of bandits hiding in this area. Their leader is a guy named Reynard. If you can capture him and bring him to me, I'll give you the sword. How's that?" As he spoke, the old blacksmith pulled a portrait from his pocket and handed it to Reiner. The portrait showed a typical villain, a beard, a scarred face, and one eye had been cut off. Reiner took a look at the portrait and put it away. "Is there any grudge between you two?" The old blacksmith's eyes instantly turned furious, and he clenched his fists tightly. "He killed my only son. Why don't you contact bounty hunters?" Reiner asked. "I've been looking, but I've found nothing in months." The old blacksmith shook his head, looking helpless. Reiner pondered for a moment, then continued, "How many of them are there?" The old blacksmith shrugged. "A few, a dozen, who knows? Only alive." Reiner continued, "Preferably alive. If dead, you need to bring me the head," the old blacksmith said coldly. Reiner nodded. "I'll give it a try. Don't get your hopes up." He then decided to temporarily put aside the main quest and do the side quests. After all, the rewards from the old blacksmith were more generous than the system quest rewards. He took the other two-handed sword Martina had chosen and paid the old blacksmith with gold coins. Reiner saw Martina holding the sword with one hand effortlessly, and a question suddenly occurred to him. If you hold the sword with one hand, should you use a shield with your left hand? He pointed to the heraldic shield hanging on the wall. Martina thought for a moment and nodded slightly. Reiner paid 10 silver coins for the shield. Then, he looked over at Norah, who was squatting in front of a shelf, selecting throwing knives. Reiner walked over, their eyes meeting. Norah hesitated and said, "I want to buy some more throwing knives." Reiner smiled, and without hesitation took out 6 silver coins. "If you need anything, just tell me. Don't be shy." Norah whispered, "Thank you, master." She took the throwing knife and continued selecting other items. Reiner was also calculating. After purchasing all this equipment, he only had 2 gold coins and a few scattered copper coins left in his pocket. He immediately decided to go to the armor shop to customize light leather armor for the 3 of them. The craftsman glanced at Reiner and couldn't help but teasing. "I've been in this business for so long, and this is the first time I've seen someone buy armor for their slaves. After measuring the size, you need to wait 3 days to get it." After the craftsman finished speaking, Reiner took the 2 demi-humans out of the armor shop. He secretly planned to go to the west of the city to investigate the bandits and see if he could eliminate them. Meanwhile, Reiner asked Martina, "How's your leg?" Martina looked down at her leg and said, "Almost healed," she said expressionlessly. Reiner nodded. "Then show me how it works later." Chapter 12. Leading the robbers to collect the reward. The city of Mello is not big, with only a small gate on the east side. After leaving the city, Reiner walked around the city wall before arriving at the wilderness to the west of the city. The place was overgrown with weeds taller than people, and there wasn't even a decent path. There are usually secret sentries next to the bandit camps. They might be noticed by the robbers before they even get close. Norah, go ahead and explore the way. If anything happens, come back to me. Be careful and be smart. Norah nodded, took out her dagger, turned around, and dived into the weeds. Martina looked at Reiner and asked doubtfully, "What about us?" "Wait. Judging from the talent panel, Norah is undoubtedly the most suitable one among them for exploration. If the two of them followed, they might even make things worse." But after waiting for a while and seeing that Norah had not come back yet, Reiner couldn't help but worry. Fortunately, Norah finally came back half an hour later. She had a few green leaves stuck in her hair. "I searched the surrounding area and found no trace of other people. The bandits might be hiding in the woods ahead." "Okay, you lead the way." Reiner followed Norah into the bushes. The three of them walked about a few hundred meters when Norah suddenly stopped in front. "There's someone coming up ahead." Her ears pricked up, probably because she heard an unusual sound. "Do you need me to catch him?" "He doesn't understand demi-human language and might resist in a panic." "Learn from me." Reiner took a deep breath and began to teach Diest language on the spot. "Be quiet. I have something to ask you. Follow me." Norah learned it in one go, and although she had a slight accent, it was not difficult to understand the meaning. "If he dares to resist, just kill him." "Clear." Norah went out again. Soon, the grass not far away shook. When she came back again, the dagger was covered in blood. "He was dishonest. I killed him." "Fine." The three continued to advance through the weeds. Norah stopped again before she had gone far. At the same time, another man's voice was heard from a distance. "Turner, remember to buy some wine. Do you hear me?" Seeing no response, he shouted a few more times. "Turner, don't play dumb. I'll beat you up." Reiner winked at Norah, and she immediately understood and went out. In a moment, Norah caught the man back. He saw several people with terrified expressions on their faces, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. "Don't hurt me. I'm willing to tell you anything." This man was bald, with no hair on his face except his eyebrows. He was not Leonard. Reiner took out the portrait and showed it to him. "Do you recognize this person?" The man took a quick look and said repeatedly, "I know him. This is our leader. Where is your camp?" Seeing the man hesitate slightly, Norah exerted a little force, and the dagger cut the skin on his neck. "No, the camp is in the woods ahead. Please let me go." Reiner winked at Norah. The man's neck was immediately cut. The three continued to grope towards the woods. After about a few hundred meters, Norah stopped again. "Master," I heard their voices. "I'm going to explore the way ahead. You wait here for me." "Okay, be safe." Norah slipped out again. If the bandit leader is really killed this time, Norah will definitely take the credit. This time he waited a long time for Norah to come back, her face covered in blood. "Injured?" "No, I killed a sentry during the reconnaissance. This is his blood." Norah wiped the blood off her face with her arm and continued. "I only saw 15 bandits, including the man in the portrait." "Reynard?" Norah nodded and responded, "Yeah. Are there any other secret sentries nearby?" Norah shook her head. "I only saw one." Reiner took a deep breath and began to think. 15 people will definitely not be able to win in a head-on fight. "Norah, you assist us in the dark and kill as many as you can. The two of us will be in the front to attract their attention. Be careful." "You too." Norah slipped out from the side. She looked sneaky. Reiner turned back to look at Martina and said softly, "Just follow me. Do whatever I do. Be smart." "Understood." After waiting there for a while, Reiner suddenly stood up and walked towards the woods. It was evening now, and the sky was getting darker. Not long after walking, Reiner saw a fire in the woods in the distance. That should be the camp Norah mentioned. Reiner continued walking until he saw several bandits sitting around a campfire. One of the men was the Leonard the old blacksmith had mentioned. Leonard also saw Reiner, but perhaps because of the poor light, he could not see his face clearly. "Who?" Reiner pretended to be timid and lowered his voice. "I'm lost." "Which direction is Melody?" Reynard pulled out a dagger from his waist and walked over with several bandits. He had a malicious smile on his face. "Lost?" Reiner quickly took a few steps back, holding his round shield in front of him. "I'm sorry, I don't mean any harm. I just came to ask for directions." Leonard smiled but said nothing, his eyes always on Martina. "Merlord is not far from here. Just keep walking east, and you will see it." Leonard stepped forward and put his hand on Reiner's shoulder. Just then, someone in the camp screamed. The robber looked back in confusion. Reiner took the opportunity to hit Leonard on the back of the head with his shield, knocking him unconscious. The other bandits came to their senses and rushed towards Reiner at the same time, waving daggers. Martina swung her sword, and with the sound of whistling wind, the two bandits in front were beheaded before they could even utter a cry. By the time the three remaining bandits realized something was wrong, it was too late. Martina chopped it into pieces as if it were melons or vegetables. Norah also walked out of the camp at this time. Master, I have taken care of everything here. So do we. Norah nodded, crawled back into the bushes, and began to be alert to her surroundings. Martina saw Leonard lying on the ground and raised her knife to strike again. Stop, you can't cut this. Reiner quickly grabbed her. Why? Isn't he a robber? He's the leader. He's still useful. He's more valuable alive than dead. Martina nodded, not quite understanding. Reiner took out a rope and tied him up like a knot. Then he took Martina to search the camp. This group of robbers did not seem to be rich. After searching for a long time, they only found a dozen copper coins. Seeing that it was getting darker and darker, and this remote place was not safe, Reiner called Norah and carried the still unconscious Leonard away. Chapter 13. Can I touch your tail? Okay. This is a misunderstanding. As long as you let me go, I will tell you the location of a large treasure. After waking up, Leonard has been trying to bribe Reiner. Where? Tell me the location first. You have to let me go first. Otherwise, how can I be sure that you will not? Reiner said to Martina, our friend talks a lot. Help him get some sleep. With a muffled sound, Leonard fainted again. Reiner took it to the blacksmith shop in the city. Although it was just evening, they had already closed their shop and were ready to rest. Reiner knocked hard on the door. After a long time, the old blacksmith finally opened the door. He shone the candlestick on Reiner's face, looking a little impatient. It's you? What's wrong? Reynard, I caught him for you. He's alive. The old blacksmith's body shook violently. He pulled Leonard's hair, looked at him closely with a candlestick, and then punched him, swearing at him. He quickly walked back to the blacksmith shop, lit all the candles in the shop, and then tied Leonard to a wooden chair. Shouldn't we also fulfill the promise of the sword? Of course, I'm a man of integrity. Please wait for me for a moment. I'm busy. Reiner watched as he took out a large pile of tools. There are sickles and there are fire tongs. Leonard will hardly survive this night. After waiting for a while, the old blacksmith finally dragged the wooden box out of the warehouse. Here is what you want. Reiner opened it and took a look. Seeing that everything was fine, he asked Martina to take the sword and left. What happened next had nothing to do with him. When passing by the brightly lit tavern, Reiner smelled the bacon and suddenly remembered that he had to buy some meat for Norah to supplement her nutrition. Reiner went in and bought a processed chicken, ready to go back and reward Norah. If he hadn't spent all his money on customizing 3 sets of leather armor, he would definitely have bought a pound or 2 of smoked pork for Norah to eat with it. By the time we got back to the village, it was completely dark. The 2 animal-eared girls were covered in blood, and Reiner asked them to take a shower first before they could eat. He was roasting a chicken in front of the fireplace. While he was grilling, Norah suddenly sat down next to him, her hair still wet. She stared at the roasted chicken rolling in the fire, and her saliva flowed from the corners of her mouth. It smells so good, I haven't eaten meat in a long time. Reiner reached out and pinched her cheek. Wipe your saliva. This is specially bought for you. You can eat it soon. Thank you, master. Her eyes were still fixed on the roast chicken. Martina also finished her shower. She grabbed the basin and poured the dirty water out the door, then came over to take a look. Meat? Yes, do you eat meat? Martina shook her head. I prefer grains and vegetables. It seems that the only way to reward her at the moment is white bread. Let me see the wound on your leg. Martina stretched out her legs. Her wound was almost healed, but the scab had not yet fallen off. Then it's none of your business. Go to the kitchen and get 2 pieces of brown bread. The jam is in the cupboard. Spread it on yourself. Okay. Martina ran away happily, leaving Norah and Reiner sitting by the fire and roasting something. After a while, the chicken was roasted. Reiner took it out of the fireplace and placed it on the table. Although Norah was extremely greedy, she never tried to grab it. She just sat aside and watched quietly. Wait a while before eating. It's too hot now. Reiner looked towards the kitchen and saw that Martina had not come out yet, so he reached out and touched Norah's cat ears. Seeing that her ears were still wet, Reiner took out a towel from the cabinet and helped her wipe her ears. You must dry the water in your ears after taking a shower, otherwise you might get sick, understand? Noila Mo lowered her head and replied softly. Well, I remember it. When I was little, only my parents would clean my ears. My master was so kind to me. It felt so warm. But why? She stared at the roast chicken in front of her, lost in thought, until Reiner placed the bowl in front of her, and she came back to her senses. Reiner tore off 2 grilled chicken legs and put them in her bowl. Eat it, and stop thinking about it. Norah nodded, stuffed the chicken into her mouth, and ate it ravenously. You can see that she is very greedy. Eat slowly and don't choke. I bought 2, which is enough. Soon, only the chicken frame was left of the roast chicken on the table. Reiner hadn't eaten meat for a long time, so this meal tasted particularly delicious to him. He secretly made up his mind that once he had money, he would at least live a life of worry-free food and clothing like before he traveled through time. Just as he was imagining the future, Norah suddenly stood up. Master, you take a rest. I will clean up. Thank you for your help. Reiner picked his teeth, sat at the dining table for a while, then went to the pond to fetch a bucket of water and started taking a bath. After taking a shower, he lay down on the bed and soon felt sleepy. Martina had already fallen asleep in front of the fireplace, holding the sword. Just as Reiner was about to cover himself with the quilt and go to sleep, a voice floated into his mind. Master, he should still be awake, right? Time to let him touch his ears. At the same time, Norah lowered her voice and called in Reiner's ear, Master. Reiner opened his eyes and saw her squatting beside the bed, staring at him eagerly. What's wrong? Reiner asked knowingly while lying on his side. Touch your ears. Reiner patted the edge of the bed and Norah sat on it naturally. Next, he rubbed her ears. As she was touching, Norah suddenly let out a whimper of pain. My ears are itchy. I really don't like having my ears touched. Reiner slowed down after hearing her inner thoughts. This is fine, just keep it this way. It feels good after having my ears touched for a long time. Oh, I should take this opportunity to say thank you. Norah suddenly said. Thank you for taking care of me, Master. Thank you so much. Not really. Cats are meat eaters. I'll buy you more meat from now on. Why are you so nice to me? What? Is it to my body? Master, I ask you a question. Can you not be angry? Ask. Norah suddenly fell silent. She seemed to be brewing. I actually had such thoughts, which simply tarnished the master's kindness. Norah, you are so shameless. She cursed herself harshly in her heart, using almost all the harsh words she could think of. What a cute contrast. Reiner looked at her cattail swaying from side to side and suddenly had other ideas. He asked seriously, Norah, can I touch your tail? Huh. Chapter 14 Female Adventurer. After 3 days at home, Martina's leg had healed, and the scab had fallen off, leaving only a small white scar. At the same time, today is the day they set out for the Dawn Forest to defeat the goblins. At this moment, they were at Mellet's armor shop, picking up the light leather armor that Reiner had customized there 3 days ago. This light armor has a limited protective area, only protecting the chest, forearms, and thighs, but it is light and cheap. 3 sets of light armor only cost 2 gold coins. If it were chainmail, it would probably cost 3 or 4 gold coins per piece. Not to mention the plate armor with better defensive performance. The price of that thing would make anyone shake their head. How is it? Does the breastplate fit? If it feels tight, be sure to tell me. Norah was fine. Her size wasn't particularly large, so she didn't have to worry about that. Martina can't do that. Hers is huge, and it's uncomfortable to be squeezed all the time. Mine is fine. I just fit in. After hearing what they said, Reiner nodded with satisfaction and then left the armor shop. Passing by the square, Reiner saw Leonard hanging on the gallows. His death was extremely tragic, with his hands and feet chopped off. The old blacksmith was chatting enthusiastically with passers-by under the execution platform. Martina also saw the old blacksmith and poked Reiner with her finger. What's wrong? She pointed at the 2-handed sword on her back and asked, Reiner, how much is this sword? I will make money and pay it back to you. 15 gold coins. How much is that? Martina blinked in confusion. Like Norah, she was completely illiterate and had no concept of numbers. Reiner said seriously, the village we live in is filled with black bread. That's about it. When he has time in the future, he will definitely teach the 2 animal-eared girls how to read and do arithmetic. Otherwise, communication will sometimes be too difficult. Thinking of this, Reiner glanced at Norah. The 2 of them met eyes. She looked away quickly as if she felt guilty. Ever since Reiner suggested touching her tail that night, she became very twisted and always had all kinds of messy thoughts in her head. It's okay for him to peek at me, but why should I peek at him too? What's going on, Mom and Dad? Can someone tell me? Seeing this, Reiner reached out and touched her cat ears. Maybe she has gotten used to it because she has been touched so much recently, and now she doesn't mind having her ears touched. Sometimes he would even stretch his head forward for Reiner to touch. It's so itchy. I'll wait until tonight to touch it. Martina is watching. Reiner looked at Martina, and sure enough, her eyes were wide open, watching the 2 of them with great interest. The 2 looked at each other for a while. Martina, what are you looking at me for? I won't let anyone touch my ears. Reiner didn't want to touch her ears either. He had observed carefully before and found that there was a layer of smooth and short hair on the outside of the horse's ears, while the inside of the ears was the fluff that could be used to keep warm. If you really touch it, it definitely won't feel as good as Norah's. Cat girls are still interesting. Martina spends all day thinking about either eating or sleeping. On the way to the Dawn Forest, Martina wondered, are we going back just to defeat the goblins? Yes. Reiner remembered that when he met Martina, she was fighting goblins. You are more experienced. Are these goblins easy to deal with? Martina shook her head vigorously. They're not easy to deal with. Although they look short and thin, they're all very cunning. When they encounter an enemy they can't defeat, they'll beg for mercy first, then attack when the enemy is least prepared. They're also very good at using traps, so you have to be careful. The main reason why Reiner came this time was to test the waters. If the risk factor is very high, he will retreat and make other plans later. Do you know the exact location of their lair? Martina shook her head. I don't know. I heard rumors and fled here not long ago, and then I met you. In that case, let's just look for it slowly. Norah's reconnaissance is very strong, so if we really want to find it, it shouldn't take much effort. At this moment, Norah, who was walking in front, pricked up her ears. Master, there is someone in front. Robber. Reiner picked up the mace, and Martina drew her giant sword. Norah shook her head. It seems not. The three of them continued walking forward for a while, and Reiner saw more than 20 middle-aged strong men holding various weapons. They formed a long line, and, led by 2 knights at the head, were heading towards the Dawn Forest. Reiner noticed the female adventurer at the end of the team. She seemed to be the only woman there. At the same time, the female adventurer also noticed Reiner. She looked him over and then said in a friendly manner, Are you, Mr. Reiner? Do you know me? Reiner looked her up and down. The blonde girl was wearing a dark brown corseted dress and looked only 17 or 18 years old. She was obviously well educated. She had a great temperament and was well spoken. Perhaps she was the daughter of a fallen nobleman. Reiner had met her a few times while taking on quests at the Adventurers Guild, but they had never communicated. The female adventurer nodded. I've been paying attention to you for a while. Your skin color is very unique, different from ours. Reiner nodded, because he came from the Far East and was a descendant of Yin and Huang. The female adventurer smiled and asked, Are you here to defeat goblins? Reiner nodded and looked at this group of adventurers. He suddenly felt worried that the mission would be snatched away. Host, rest assured, as long as the goblin's lair is cleared, the mission will be completed and will not be stolen. However, some achievements may not be activated. That's okay. He doesn't have a collecting habit anyway. Just leave out some insignificant achievements. You too? Reiner asked. Well, a few days ago, a famous slave trader was killed by goblins here. The Lord issued a bounty for the goblins' destruction. There are only 20 spots available, and I'm one of them. How's the pay? It's quite generous. If the crusade is successful, each person will receive 10 silver coins. She smiled and then extended her hand to Reiner. You probably don't know my name yet, right? My name is Junice Baker. Reiner thought for a moment and then extended his hand. Just call me Reiner. Junice looked at Norah and Martina. She seemed particularly interested in the 2 demi-humans. After observing it for a while, she asked Reiner, Is this your slave? Yes. Their eyes are very clear. You must be very good to them. Reiner's mouth curled up slightly. He treated the 2 animal-eared girls as his own children, so they were naturally different from those slaves whose future was bleak. After chatting with Junice for a while, she was suddenly called to the front of the line. Seeing this, Reiner quietly followed the team. At this moment, Norah's inner voice floated into Reiner's ears. She is so beautiful. She must be the master's woman. Chapter 15 I Can See 5 Colors. It was already night when the team arrived at the Dawn Forest. The adventurer team built 2 campfires in the woods. They sat around them chatting and bragging, looking very happy. Reiner sat in the back, leaning against a tree, and munched on black bread with the 2 animal-eared girls. He couldn't get along with this group of rough old men. He preferred to stay alone in a quiet place to rest. Most importantly, Norah and Martina also don't like crowded places. After eating, the 3 of them sat under a tree to rest. Martina looked sleepy, but there were too many humans around, so she didn't dare to sleep peacefully. Just go to sleep if you're tired. You don't have to worry about what anyone will do to you. Martina nodded, leaned against Norah's shoulder, and closed her eyes. Just then, a knight with his entourage came over. Like Reiner, he was very young and looked to be in his 20s. Why haven't I seen you before? The knight raised his head slightly, looking a little arrogant. I just happened to be heading to this forest, and since I saw you were going your way, I decided to follow you, Reiner answered truthfully. There are a lot of bandits in this area, so it's safer to travel together. The knight remained silent, His eyes were sharp and made people feel uneasy. What's wrong? Speak more respectfully next time. The knight said coldly, then walked away from him. 100 question marks arose in Reiner's mind. What's the meaning? Do I have to address him as Sir Knight or Master Knight? Reiner cursed as he looked at his back. Martina muttered to herself. What's there to be proud of? He might not even be as good as me. She closed her eyes again and continued to sleep soundly. Reiner looked at Norah beside him and reached out to touch her furry animal ears. Aren't you going to sleep? Master, you rest and I'll keep watch. Later in the night, I'll wake Martina up and have her keep watch. No need. You rest first. I'll wake you up later in the night. Reiner scratched the hair in her ear. Norah yawned sleepily and squinted her eyes at Reiner. Then I really fell asleep. Go to sleep. She closed her eyes after getting Reiner's permission. Martina is so heavy, and the tree behind her is so hard. You can rest your head on my shoulder. Norah stole a glance at Reiner and seemed a little hesitant. After struggling for a long time, she finally approached cautiously. Will it be too heavy? Don't tense your neck. Relax and get some rest. I need to sleep after you finish sleeping. Oh. Norah did as she was told, took a long breath, and completely relaxed her body. It's much more comfortable now. The owner is so thoughtful. Even Norah herself didn't realize that now, no matter what Reiner said, she did it one by one, without even doubting it. Soon she fell asleep leaning against Reiner. Reiner just quietly watched the adventurers in the distance. They were jumping and dancing around the fire, looking very happy. Just then, a familiar figure walked towards him. It's Beauties. So you were hiding here? Why don't you go over and play with them? Shoo. Reiner pointed at the two sleeping animal-eared girls beside him, signaling her to speak more quietly. Beauties quickly covered her mouth and sat down next to Reiner. I like quietness, so I won't make a fuss with them. What about you? In addition, because of the different cultures they grew up in, Reiner has almost nothing in common with the people here. In his eyes, these people's emotions were changeable. They may be happily drinking and bragging in the last second, and may start fighting over a trivial matter in the next second. I'm just like you. I also like quiet places. Beauties said in a low voice. She sat up and looked at the sleeping Norah and whispered, She seems to trust you very much. This is the first time I've seen a demi-human so defenseless. She sounded like she dealt with demi-humans often. Are you a slave trader? Beauties shook her head and continued. I have many demi-human servants in my family, and I used to come into contact with them frequently. After that, she took out a book and started reading, and lit a ball of fire in her palm for lighting. It was Reiner's first time observing a magician casting a spell up close, and he couldn't help but feel a little strange. The fire came out of nowhere from the palm of her hand. Beauties looked at Reiner and smiled softly. Does it feel amazing? Reiner nodded and continued. Can you teach me? Beauties hesitated, seeming a little embarrassed. I can try to teach you, but I have to say in advance that not everyone can learn magic. You might try for a long time, but still get nothing in the end. Okay. Beauties sat down across from Reiner and took his left hand. Close your eyes. I'll give you a simple test. Reiner closed his eyes, and everything around him suddenly became pitch black. Beauties whispered, Don't be afraid. Calm your heart and tell me, what did you see? I've closed my eyes, what can I see? I can't see anything. Beauties laughed softly a few times. You are a very interesting person. I don't ask you to see with your eyes, but with your heart. Reiner was becoming increasingly confused. Beauties was like a seasoned charlatan, and she made him confused. At this moment, a giant clear crystal miraculously appeared in the dark sight. Reiner raised his head, stared at the crystal, and said slowly, I saw a crystal. There was joy in Beauties' tone. You are very lucky to have the talent to become a wizard. That magic crystal is where you will store your magic power in the future. Its size determines the upper limit of its capacity. How big is it? It's hard to describe. It's like a mountain. I can't see the end, and I don't know how big it is. Reiner said seriously. Beauties suddenly felt a little confused. Really? Some magicians' magic crystals are like apples, and some are like big trees, but I've never heard of a magic crystal as big as a mountain. What else did you see? Then a hint of light green appeared in Reiner's sight, and then penetrated into the magic crystal. Green, light green mist, it penetrated into the magic crystal. Beauties whispered, Congratulations. That's the wind element, one of the 5 basic elements. You are the chosen one who can use wind magic. Then, Reiner saw a flash of yellow again. Then came red, purple, blue. Let me ask you something. Is there any magician who can use magic of 2 or more attributes at the same time? Beauties laughed again, this time her voice full of pride. Of course I do, and it's right in front of you. I can skillfully use water and fire magic. Is there a magician who can use 3 attributes? It's unheard of. Having both at the same time is rare in the world. Reiner's sweat dropped. He hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "What if you could see 5 colors?" Chapter 16, A 1 in a Million Magical Genius. Norah followed Reiner, stealing glances at him from time to time. What on earth did the master do last night? It was already dawn when I woke up, and that human woman was with him the entire time. Reiner yawned. Because he discussed magic with Beauties all night and didn't do anything shameful. At the same time, the system's voice also appeared in his ears. Congratulations to the host for activating the achievement, Enlightenment of Magic. So, does this achievement give any bonuses? None. It seems like another insignificant achievement. Reiner looked around. After last night's test, colorful elements always appeared in his vision. As long as the body has the slightest contact with it, it will be directly absorbed into the body. Every time it absorbs, the crystal in his spiritual world will be added with a faint color. Beauties said it was a natural element, closely related to the release of magic, probably something like a blue bar. However, the elements cannot be used interchangeably, so they can only be counted as 5 blue bars with different attributes. At this moment, Norah patted Reiner's shoulder and whispered, "Master, do you want to take a nap? I think you seem very sleepy." "No, 1 night without sleep is nothing. A few years ago, I stayed up all night in an internet cafe for 3 consecutive days." "What?" Norah was confused. "It means playing for 3 consecutive days and 3 nights. Oh. Norah closed her mouth and stopped persuading. Now the adventurers are divided into many small teams and are searching the entire Dawn Forest. It shouldn't be long before they find the goblin's nest hidden in this wood. "Master, do you need me to come over and help you?" Norah asked again. "No need. Reconnaissance is not a safe job. Try not to go if you can." Reiner reached out and touched Norah's ear. He didn't want his animal-eared girl to take too much risk. It won't be too late to help once they really find the nest. Martina nodded and said seriously, "Reiner is smart, at least smarter than me." Reiner was not happy at all when a beast-eared girl with an intelligence talent of D said this. Just then, Beauties patted his shoulder from behind and asked in confusion, "What are you doing here?" "Just wait. I'll go over and help them after they find me," Reiner said honestly, then asked Beauties, "What about you?" "Searching the nest isn't my job. I'll only be needed if someone gets hurt." Beauties sat down under a tree, holding her staff, then lowered her head and began fishing. "Remember to call me before you leave." "Okay." Reiner patted Norah and Martina on the shoulders. "Rest here for a while." After that, he sat down next to Beauties, and after thinking for a while, he asked shamelessly, "Can you lend me your magic book?" Beauties opened her eyes and handed over the book in her arms without thinking. Books are precious things in this world, let alone books that record magic. I don't know the exact price, but it's definitely not cheap. Reiner stroked the rough and worn cover of the book and gently opened the first page. Beauties just watched quietly from the side. After a long moment, she asked softly, "Can you read?" "Of course, I know more than just words. I also know many languages. After all, I have a system plug-in, so if I encounter something I don't understand, I can just translate it directly." Beauties suddenly said in another language, "What a nice day today." Reiner replied in the same language, "This is Rossino. It's sunny today, which is indeed a good day." The kingdom of Rosno is a neighboring country of Diest. The two countries are not far apart, and usually only a few residents living in the border areas know this language. Reiner spoke to Beauties in several different languages. She could occasionally respond with a few words, but most of the time she was silent. This made Reiner show off. Beauties was full of admiration. "I never thought that you could be proficient in so many languages besides the demi-human language. That's amazing." Reiner smiled awkwardly. Beauties continued, "After we get back this time, I'll be your magic teacher and you'll be my language teacher. How about that? If you have time, yes. If you have time, you can come to the Adventurers Guild to find me. I spend most of my time there." "Okay." After completing the mission this time, he can take a short break for a few days with the 10 gold coins he earned. You can take advantage of that time to discuss it with her. Beauties is a well-educated girl, and Reiner feels very fulfilled when he is with her. Reiner concentrated on reading a book, while Beauties concentrated on fishing. At this moment, a voice floated into Reiner's ears. The master was having a great time chatting with her. I really envy them for having so much to talk about. Reiner looked at Norah. The guy was hugging his knees and peeking at him. After their eyes met, she quickly looked away, pretending to be busy. "Oops, I disturbed the master." Reiner reached out and rubbed her ear, then continued to read. This magic book only records fire magic. Reiner glanced at the catalog and then started learning from the most basic fireball technique. He raised his hands and chanted the spell while reading the book. But after trying for a long time, there was no response at all. Beauties woke up and said with a smile, You have to concentrate when casting a spell. If you want to really use it, you need to practice day after day. Reiner memorized the spell silently, then closed the book and focused his attention. Soon, he felt a slight burning sensation in the palm of his hand. Wisps of smoke also emerged from his hands. Junice opened her mouth slightly and exclaimed in surprise, "Your talent is definitely superior to mine. You actually learned the fireball technique just by watching it a few more times. You haven't learned it yet? It just started smoking and it died. I've almost learned it. As long as you can control the balance of elements in your body, you'll be able to." Before Junice could finish her words, a small, scorching fireball appeared in Reiner's palm. Norah and Martina were also amazed. It was obvious that this was also their first time seeing magic. At this moment, he only felt that his palms were burning and painful. How do you shoot this thing out? Just first this and then that. Junice was a little incoherent and couldn't speak clearly for a while. Reiner couldn't stand it anymore, so he stood up and threw the fireball out. It hit a pine tree right on target and ignited it instantly. Junice picked up the staff, chanted a spell quietly, and shot a water ball towards the fire, extinguishing it directly. That was a close call. Junice said very seriously, "Reiner, I am now even more convinced that you are definitely a one-in-a-million genius." Chapter 17, Exploring the Goblin Lair. Just when Reiner was learning magic, the knight I saw last night came riding over. He wasn't wearing a helmet, and with a gloomy face, he said to Junice, "Come over here. We've found the location of the nest." No. The young knight's gaze fell on Reiner again, and he said nothing. Reiner glanced at him, but didn't speak to him. Junice looked at the two of them and saw that the atmosphere was a little awkward. She quickly patted Reiner's shoulder and explained to the knight, "This is my friend." The knight still said nothing, just looked at Reiner silently, then rode away. "Do you know him?" Reiner asked Junice. "Of course, Demas of Merode. He is an upright and selfless knight, and also the son of a lord. He often helps poor civilians, but as you can see, he can be a bit harsh and unreasonable toward strangers." Reiner quietly memorized his name, narrowed his eyes, and muttered, "I see, he's quite mean." Junice smiled and continued, "Let's follow." At this moment, Norah's voice floated into Reiner's ears again. There seemed to be a faint resentment. The master was chatting happily and didn't even talk to me. Reiner looked back at Norah. Just as their eyes met, she immediately looked away guiltily and looked around. "I'll tease her when I get back. Now the mission is important." After following the knight for a while, Reiner came to a small hill covered with pine trees. Several goblin corpses were lying at the foot of the hill. "Look up." Reiner saw a cave entrance hidden by pine trees. The adventurers had already been lying in ambush on both sides with weapons in hand. The knight tied his horse to the hillside and then climbed up on foot. Reiner followed closely behind and climbed up the slope. Another knight pointed his sword at the cave entrance and said in a cold voice, "Demas, they're hiding in there and won't come out. Let's go in." Although Reiner has rarely killed goblins in this world, but in most games, goblin lairs are usually interconnected, and it is impossible for them to have only this one entrance and exit. It is impossible to completely block them in the cave. As long as they want, they will definitely have a chance to escape. Demas turned around and said arrogantly, "Junice, shoot a fireball into the cave so I can see inside." Junice raised her staff and walked to the center of the cave. After briefly chanting a spell, she shot a fireball into the deepest part of the cave. In an instant, the entire cave was illuminated, and Reiner could vaguely see the goblins who were unable to hide. There don't seem to be many of them. Light a fire and let us in. The adventurers took out their torches and lit them. Demas and another knight took the torch and rode in front, with the other adventurers following behind them. Martina, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. She asked in confusion, "Reiner, what are they doing? Aren't they afraid of death? What's the meaning? These aren't ordinary goblins. They'll set traps in their caves. If a boulder falls, they'll have nowhere to hide and be turned into meat patties." Martina added, "If you're careless, you'll die." Watching them walk further and further away, thinking that Junice was also in the team, Reiner shouted anxiously, "Wait a minute." Demas, who was at the head of the team, stopped and, like a dozen other adventurers, turned back to look at Reiner. Reiner translated Martina's words and said them out loud. "But what I got in return was their ridicule. How could goblins use traps? They're just a bunch of green-skinned beasts. Young people shouldn't be so timid. If you're so scared, why don't you go home and hide?" The team then continued to move deeper into the cave. Reiner was speechless for a moment. Respect the fate of others and let go of the desire to help others. Although Martina didn't understand Deist, she guessed the general idea and spread her hands. Then let them die? What a bunch of foolish and arrogant people. People are divided into stupid and smart people, and goblins are naturally divided into smart and stupid ones. Junice ran over and asked breathlessly, Reiner, is everything you said true? I can't be sure, but it's very likely. Then I'll go and help you persuade Demas. Reiner shook his head. He won't listen. Just stay with us. Besides, I'm not sure. I just want to give them a warning. Junice lowered her head as if thinking, and after a moment she said, Then I'll follow you. Reiner nodded. The four of them followed the team from a distance. Not long after walking, Norah grabbed Reiner and said, Master, something seems to be wrong. What? As soon as he finished speaking, a thick stone wall fell behind him, and the whole cave trembled. Everyone's retreat route was completely blocked, and they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. They could only keep moving forward to find a way out. Reiner took out the mace and said, Norah, from now on, keep your ears open. If anything happens, tell me. Good. The four of them walked deeper into the cave. Not long after walking, they met two followers who were returning. They looked at the stone wall behind them and wondered, what happened? Reiner pointed behind him. The mechanism has been activated, and our retreat is blocked. The two attendants walked up to the stone wall, kicked it hard, and then ran back quickly. Junice shrugged and said, It seems you are right, but Demas doesn't listen to you. I have cleared out several goblin nests, but this is the only time I encountered such a strange thing. Come to think of it, the goblins here are indeed unusual. This is the first time I've seen goblins making their own armor. Before Junice could finish her words, she heard a painful wail coming from the front. The four of them ran over. An adventurer stepped into a trap and had his calf pierced by a wooden splinter. He was now screaming in agony. Bear with it. Demas cut the wooden spikes with a sword and worked with his followers to pull the adventurer up. Junice took the initiative to step forward and pulled out the wooden splinter with force. Then a stream of water flowed out of her palm and wrapped the wound. Soon, the torn calf stopped bleeding and gradually began to heal. It's healed, but you can only walk for the time being, otherwise the wound will burst open. Demas left the injured behind and continued on with the other adventurers. Reiner, Martina, and the others followed them from a distance. There are many traps in this cave. Almost every time we walk a certain distance, we will hear news of someone getting injured, and the number of people in the team keeps decreasing. Including the two knight squires, there were only a dozen or so people in their team who could move, and they were almost reduced to half by various traps. Demas also gradually became cautious from his initial indifference. After a while, a ray of light appeared in the depths of the cave. Chapter 18: A Hero Saves a Beauty. The adventurers entered the room one by one. Reiner always had an ominous premonition, so he looked up and observed carefully. I was afraid that once I entered the room, I would be cut off from my retreat by the falling stone wall, just like what happened just now. Norah narrowed her eyes and found a clue. But before she could get close, the ceiling of the cave began to crack and huge rocks fell down. The adventurers who had already entered the room had their retreat blocked, and Reiner and the others were also trapped in a long and narrow passage. Several adventurers were buried deep under the rocks, and for a moment the cries for help, crying, and roaring were mixed together. Help! There are a lot of goblins in the room. Despicable beast. Reiner heard the sound of many swords clashing, and the people in the room must have been ambushed by the goblins. The adventurers who had not yet entered the room and avoided the boulders were all helping to move the rocks and rescue people. Even Junice was struggling to move the rocks, helping to the best of her ability. We'll help too. Norah and Martina bent down to move the stones after receiving the order. Soon they rescued a person from the pile of rocks. It's a pity that he was bleeding from all 7 orifices and the huge rocks smashed his chest. He was dead beyond dead. There are still survivors here. Come and dig, an adventurer shouted. The crowd gathered around, removed the stones from his body, and pulled him out together. This man was lucky. Although his 2 legs were broken by rocks, at least he was still alive. Junice treated him while Reiner continued digging with several adventurers. Suddenly, the ground shook and small pieces of gravel rolled down. Reiner heard the adventurers in the room exclaim, "Oh my God! It's really huge. We can't hold on any longer." Reiner shouted, "What appeared? Hey, maybe it was because it was too noisy inside or what?" But no one answered him. After waiting for a few seconds, Reiner heard Demas shouting a morale booster on the other end. Then there was a loud noise. Several adventurers sped up their efforts to move the rocks. They can't hold on any longer. We need to hurry. After the last stone was pushed away, light finally came in. Several adventurers rushed in, but soon rushed out one after another. Reiner looked back at the few people, then walked in carefully with the 3 of them. As soon as he stood firm, he saw corpses everywhere. There were human ones and goblin ones, all mixed together. Then, he met a pair of cloudy eyes. A giant goblin was standing in the center of the room, surrounded by a group of smaller goblins. It differs from other goblins not only in size, but also in its equipment. Not only was he wearing rusty iron armor, but he also held a blunt knife in his right hand. The murderous aura he exuded was terrifying. Reiner also noticed that the Goblin General was swinging a bloody iron hook in his left hand. Demas and the few remaining adventurers and followers were confronting him. The other knight was embedded in the wall, blood oozing from the cracks in his armor. He was already dead. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in my ears. "Warning, you are staring into the eyes of the Goblin General." Demas turned around and yelled, "Watch out for its hook." Before he could finish his words, the blood-stained hook attacked Reiner. His round shield was hooked, and the sudden force pulled him to the ground. Seeing this, the goblins rushed forward and fought with Demas and the others. A few cunning ones tried to go around, but as soon as they got close, Martina chopped off their heads with a sword. Norah, stab its eyes with a throwing knife and make it blind. Norah threw out 3 flying knives with lightning speed, one of which pierced the Goblin General's right eye, causing it to roar in pain. Junai shot a fireball at it, but it seemed to have no effect on the thick-skinned Goblin General. The scene became chaotic again. "Martina, find a chance to solve it." As soon as Reiner finished speaking, Martina rushed forward like a wild horse. Norah took over her position and worked with Reiner to clean up the goblins who wanted to attack from behind. With Martina's help, Demas and his men were unstoppable and soon reached the Goblin General. At this moment, the Goblin General suddenly exerted his strength and rushed into the formation like a bison, swinging his machete and killing several adventurers one after another. "Oh!" Martina rushed forward, brandishing a greatsword. Although she was not as big as the Goblin General, she was able to fight him back and forth. Clang! After another confrontation, Martina cut off a piece of the Goblin General's machete. Seeing that it was no match for Martina, it swung out its chain hook to entangle her sword, and after struggling for a few seconds, it threw her away. Norah took the opportunity to throw 3 flying knives, but he caught them with his arms. The Goblin General then swung the hook again, this time aiming for Norah. "Careful!" Norah nimbly dodged to the side and easily avoided it. After the Goblin General's hook missed, he did not rush to retract it. Instead, he swung it towards Norah, and the hook swept across like a whip. But Norah dodged it with a light leap. Just as she was feeling happy about this, Reiner suddenly realized something was wrong. 2 goblins took advantage of their distraction and quietly came around. Norah frowned and stabbed one of them with a dagger to kill it, but was grabbed by the arm by the other one. The Goblin General's hook attacked again, but she could only struggle and watch the danger approach. At the critical moment, Reiner instinctively rushed towards Norah, hoping to knock her away and get them both out of the range of the hook. Unfortunately, he was a little slow and got hooked somewhere, and was directly pulled away. After being dragged twice, the other end of the hook stopped moving. Reiner struggled to get up and found that the Goblin General was dead. Martina, covered in blood, chopped off his head. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the other goblins fled in all directions through the secret doors. At the same time, Reiner felt a sharp pain. The hook thrown by the Goblin General before his death pierced his arm firmly, and blood was now dripping down the iron hook. Norah, covered in dust, ran over. "Master, your hand." Martina also came over at this time, holding the general's head. She leaned over to take a look, then said, "Do you want me to help you pull out the hook? Pull it out and let the blood flow faster. Just wait for Junais to come and let her take care of it." Norah turned and was about to go find Junais. Reiner quickly grabbed her with his good left hand. "Just wait until she comes over. There are people who are more seriously injured than me." After a while, Junais finally came over. "Bear with it." She pulled the hook off with all her might, and Reiner almost fainted from the pain. But soon he felt the pain ease. "The bleeding has stopped and the wound has healed, but you can't move for 3 days, otherwise it might burst open at any time." "No." Junai stood up and ran towards the other wounded. At this moment, Reiner suddenly felt a little itchy. He turned around and saw that it was Norah who was carefully licking his wound. Chapter 19. Norah apologizes. They're on their way back now. Of the original 20-odd people, now only less than 10 can walk on their own. Demas borrowed a trailer from a passing slave trader, which was now piled with the bodies of adventurers. His face couldn't be seen because he was wearing a helmet, but one could probably guess that he was in a bad mood, because the 2 most trusted followers he brought with him were one dead and one injured. According to Junais, the other knight who died was a good friend who grew up with him. Although Reiner doesn't like Demas, he is indeed a knight worthy of admiration. At least in the battle just now, he did not retreat at all in the face of fear and always rushed to the front. If he is a proud person, then this blow will definitely have a significant impact on him. At this moment, Norah's voice also floated into Reiner's ears. It was my master who got hurt. I should have been more careful. I'm such an idiot. Reiner touched Norah's ear with his only free left hand. Don't lick your wounds anymore. Norah was slightly stunned, and a hint of imperceptible inferiority flashed in her eyes. I'm sorry, this is what my mother taught me. She said that if you are injured, you can lick the wound, so that it will heal faster. She would do this when I was injured as a child. I'm a demi-human, so it's normal for my master to dislike me. I'm just too stupid. Reiner had no idea what she was imagining. He just felt that the wound was covered in dirt and blood, and it was too unhygienic to lick it. How did you become disgusted with her? It's pure slander. I just feel like there's dirt on it. If you lick it like that, you'll eat all the dirt and make yourself sick. Norah blinked. Her deep blue eyes were particularly beautiful. It's okay, master. I will spit it out. It turns out that he didn't dislike me. I just thought too much. Reiner rubbed her animal ears again. At this moment, Martina suddenly squatted down in front of him and said, Reiner, do you want me to carry you? My leg is not injured, so there's no need. Reiner refused. You can see that Martina is very happy now. A series of inner thoughts drilled into Reiner's ears. This sword is really useful. If Mom and Dad were still alive, they would be proud of me for taking down such a big guy. Just then, Junice caught up from the back of the team. She was panting with exhaustion, her cheeks pale. Treating the wounded had consumed a lot of her energy, and she was almost exhausted. It's finally over. This time it was really terrible. I must rest for a while after I go back. Junice walked around to Reiner's right side and asked with concern, Does your hand still hurt? Let me help you heal it again. Bring it on. As Junice continued to heal Reiner, Norah's resentful voice drifted over. This woman, I waited so long for her to come over, causing the master to bleed in vain. Reiner looked at Norah. She frowned slightly, as if she was angry. This is understandable. After all, many people were injured much more seriously than Reiner at that time. His arm was only pierced by an iron hook, and it did hurt, but compared to those adventurers with broken arms and legs, it was much better. Thank you, Reiner said. Junice smiled and said, No big deal. The crowd walked from day to night, and finally returned to the city of Mellet. Reiner felt exhausted. He was too lazy to go back to the village and planned to stay in a hotel in the city for a day and go home tomorrow. After a brief goodbye to Junice, he left the team. After taking a few steps, a male voice came from behind. Reiner. I looked back and saw it was Demas. He rode on his horse, looking down at Reiner. What can I do for you? Demas tossed over a bag of money. Here's your share. Reiner glanced at the bag and saw that it was filled with copper coins, with a few silver coins occasionally visible. I didn't go to the Adventurers Guild to accept the quest. I just helped out on the way. He threw the money back. If he didn't accept the mission, he didn't accept it. Reiner didn't want to take advantage of this. Demas threw the money over again and said, Take it. You've done a lot of work. Also, I apologize for my rudeness at that time. Then he turned around and rode away on his horse without giving Reiner a chance to refuse. After he walked away, he turned back and said, Reiner, I owe you a favor. After saying that, he left without looking back. Reiner looked at Norah and shrugged. He went to the tavern to buy 2 smoked chickens, and then took the animal-eared woman to find an inn in the center of the city to rest. Looking at the small, simple, dungeon-like room, Reiner doubted whether he had ordered a deluxe double room. Especially the pillows covered with mold, the sanitary conditions are worrying. He was worried that he would wake up with a few mushrooms growing on his head. Reiner went downstairs and wanted to ask the hotel owner, but when he accidentally saw a large bunk bed where 7 or 8 people were sleeping, he decisively gave up the idea. His room was truly a paradise by comparison. Reiner sat at the table and took out black bread and smoked chicken. Martina came over to eat consciously, while Norah sat on the bed with her knees hugged, watching the two of them. Sorry to come over. I don't feel like eating today. Reiner was speechless for a moment. He had no intention of blaming Norah. Why don't you come over and eat? Norah shook her head. I'm not hungry, master. You guys eat. Reiner put down the black bread in his hand. Really? Look into my eyes and say it again. Norah and Reiner looked at each other, but she soon looked away guiltily. My hand is injured and I need someone to feed me. Martina blinked and looked up at him. Reiner quickly gave her a look, telling her not to get involved. Norah understood and walked towards him quickly. I'll feed it. She cut the brown bread into thin slices and fed Reiner 1 slice at a time. Then she pulled off a smoked chicken leg and put it to Reiner's mouth. Maybe Norah herself didn't even notice. When she saw the meat, she couldn't help but drool. Help yourself to a bite. I know you must be hungry. Seeing Norah still hesitating, he emphasized. Do you want me to feed you myself? Norah shook her head vigorously and then stuffed the meat into her mouth. She blamed herself again. Norah, you idiot. Why do you always make your master angry? You are so stupid. Reiner was speechless, but he didn't have the energy to struggle anymore. He planned to wait until tomorrow to explain things to Norah. After eating, he lay down on the bed and fell asleep. He didn't know how much time had passed, but the room was completely dark. He could hear Martina snoring and could feel Norah poking his face. The master seems to have woken up. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Norah replied with a trembling voice. Master, please punish me. Chapter 20, Petting the Cat. Punish you? How? Reiner reached out and touched Norah's ear. He couldn't let go of the furry feeling. At this moment, Norah suddenly started to stammer and couldn't fart for a long time. But her inner voice drifted into Reiner's ears. Touch my tail? Reiner chuckled and followed her inner thoughts and said, I have an idea. How about you let me touch your tail? Unexpectedly, Norah refused without hesitation. No. Reiner was confused. Agree in your heart, but disagree in your mouth? Is this the so-called mouth says one thing, body says another? Left brain and right brain fighting? Soon, a few more words floated into Reiner's ears. Norah felt annoyed at this moment. How could I refuse? Norah, are you crazy? You weren't that stupid before. Reiner found it a little funny to see her feeling guilty and blaming herself for something like this. He took advantage of the situation and said seriously, if you agree, can it still be called a punishment? Sit on my bed and stick out your cat's tail. All right. Norah sat on the edge of the bed, feeling aggrieved. Her black tail was as elusive as a shadow in the night. Reiner took advantage of the moonlight, seized the opportunity and acted decisively, always catching her tail. Ah! Norah screamed, looking at Reiner pitifully. You can only touch it, don't pull it, otherwise I will have diarrhea. It feels like I've been caught and can't resist. It's a weird feeling. Reiner smiled knowingly. Then put your hand close to the base of the tail and straighten it out all at once. Norah made a sound of pain. Her hands gripped the bed so tightly that her nails dug into the wood. How strange. At this moment, Martina's inner voice floated over. What are they doing? Could it be that Norah is? Reiner looked up at the opposite side. Martina's eyes looked particularly bright in the reflection of the moonlight. I accidentally woke her up. I need to pee. When will they finish? Haven't they finished petting me yet? I'm dying of suffocation. I should have stopped drinking so much water. It turns out that you were woken up by the urge to pee. That's okay then. Norah seemed to have not noticed that Martina had woken up. She was still begging for mercy in a low voice. Master, I was wrong. Please let me go. I will definitely be more careful next time. Martina, their relationship is not ordinary. No wonder Norah trusts Reiner so much. Never mind. I'm dying of anxiety. The guy suddenly sat up straight. Norah was so frightened that she jumped up, and then she paced back and forth in the room pretending nothing had happened. Martina sat on the wooden barrel in the corner, quickly finished her business, and then lay back on the bed and fell asleep. Only 10 seconds passed before Reiner heard her snoring again. But Norah was so frightened that she stood by the bed, at a loss. All her thoughts drifted into Reiner's ears. I was seen. What will Martina think of me from now on? She'll definitely think I'm a shameless woman. Forget it. Just this once. I will never make the same mistake again and give my master the chance to punish me. Reiner suddenly became curious about what touching the tail meant to the demi-humans. When he meets Junice again one day, he will definitely ask her about it. Seeing Norah sitting opposite, Reiner suddenly couldn't help teasing her. How about, let me hug you? Norah's cat ears perked up. She shook her head vigorously without saying a word. The owner is a bit frivolous. Touching the tail is the limit. Hugging is absolutely not allowed. When she thought about it, Reiner suddenly felt it was interesting. Anyway, there is still a long way to go and no one can predict what will happen in the future. At this moment, the system's voice appeared again. Mission, clear the goblin nest in the Dawn Forest. Current status, completed. Mission reward, already issued. 10 diced gold coins with dragon patterns printed on them appeared beside the bed. Reiner carefully put it into his purse. Activate achievement, Goblin Slayer. Bonus effect, none. He didn't kill the Goblin General either. In the end, it was all his fault. Martina is your slave. If she kills someone, it means you killed them. Reiner thought about it and realized that this did make some sense. Quest update. Learn the most basic magic from Junice. Mission reward, 5 silver coins. Reiner breathed a sigh of relief. Junice said she needed to rest for a few days, so she probably wouldn't go to the Adventurers Guild during this time. This task may have to wait for a few more days. Thinking of this, Reiner yawned, and soon sleepiness swept over his whole body. He didn't sleep last night, and after an intense battle today and walking all day, he was really tired. Closing his eyes, he soon fell into a deep sleep. In the morning, Reiner went to the market to buy some things and prepared to take Norah home to rest for a few days. As he was about to leave Mellet, he suddenly thought of trying his luck at the Adventurers Guild. The guild is very deserted today, with almost no adventurers to be seen. Reiner looked around and soon spotted Beauties sitting alone in the corner. She was stroking the white cat in her arms intently and didn't notice Reiner approaching at all. "Aren't you supposed to be resting these days? Why are you still in the Adventurers Guild?" Beauties looked up at Reiner and said softly, "As long as you don't accept any commissions, you can rest. Did you come to me to learn magic?" The white cat in her arms kicked its legs and ran away, hiding in a pile of debris in the distance. "Yes, you teach me magic and I teach you languages of other countries. Didn't we make an agreement?" Reiner said seriously. Wanting to complete the mission was only one reason. Another reason was that he felt that he was indeed too weak now and had to improve his strength. Simply training the body is too slow and the upper limit is too low. From what we can see now, his talent for magic seems to be pretty good, so maybe we can give it a try in this area. Just then, Reiner heard people whispering around him. Looking back, he saw several adventurers secretly discussing him. Beauties lowered her voice and said, "Word of your deeds yesterday has spread throughout the guild. I guess in a while, a lot of people will come to you specifically for help. Same as what the system says. The Goblin General was killed by Martina, but she was Reiner's slave, so the credit naturally went to Reiner. Come to think of it, he hasn't rewarded Martina properly yet. As a good host, it is very important to treat everyone equally." Reiner planned to buy her some white bread before going back. Just then, Martina's inner voice floated over. "When do you eat?" "When you're hungry." "Where are we going to practice later?" "Let's go now and go outside the city." Beauties stood up holding the staff. Reiner glanced at Martina, then said, "Wait for me for a moment." Chapter 21 Learning Magic from Beauties. Reiner bought a whole bag of white bread with 1 gold coin. After taking out a few pieces, he handed the rest to Martina. "Eat. These are all yours." The system's alarms were ringing frantically in his ears. "Host, please pay attention to your financial planning. Even if you have money, you can't spend it like this." Reiner complained in his mind. "If I don't spend the money, then what's the point of earning it? Besides, I'm not wasting money. I'm rewarding Martina for killing the Goblin General. It's important to distinguish between rewards and punishments." The system fell silent. When Reiner came to his senses, he found that Martina swallowed and her eyes moved back and forth between Reiner and the white bread, but she did not reach out to take it. She seemed to be struggling. In the past, she would have taken the bread and eaten it bite by bite. Just as Reiner was beginning to feel doubtful, Martina's inner voice drifted into his ears. "Is this my last meal? Or will I be petted on the tail like Norah after I finish it? I definitely won't let you pet me." She just thought about these words in her mind, but didn't say them out loud. Reiner always felt that he was treated as a pervert. He is clearly a man with a strong sense of justice. "Eat it quickly. You were very brave yesterday. This is your reward." Martina suddenly understood, lowered her guard, and breathed a sigh of relief. "So that's how it is. What else? What do you think you're going to do?" Martina didn't answer, but her face turned red. "I am so dirty." She untied the bag, took out the white bread, and started eating it in small bites, occasionally glancing at Reiner. "This amount of white bread must be very expensive. Reiner spent a lot of money on me, and the day of redemption seems even further away." Reiner glanced at her and gave 2 pieces of white bread to Norah and Beauties respectively. The 4 of them ate while walking. Beauties took a bite, looked at the white bread and said, "I haven't eaten white bread in a long time. It's delicious." Reiner looked at her, suddenly curious. "If you don't eat white bread, what do you usually eat?" Beauties shrugged. "Stewed peas or brown bread. If I had the money, I'd make some vegetable soup." Reiner was slightly stunned. These things were basically eaten by civilians. "And Beauties doesn't look like a commoner. What's wrong?" Beauties asked as she put half a loaf of white bread into her waist bag. "You must be a noble, right?" Beauties smiled, then reached out and patted Reiner on the shoulder and asked, "Which noble would be like me, playing with cats every day in the Adventurers Guild?" Reiner narrowed his eyes and looked her over. In short, this guy has fair skin, thin arms and legs, and doesn't look like someone who has ever worked. Moreover, training a magician requires a lot of money. Whether it is hiring a tutor or buying books, it is a considerable expense. Civilians simply don't have this condition. Juna's staff is usually covered with a black cloth, which is only removed when in use. Although her staff was made of wood, there was a bright red ruby on the top, which was definitely not a cheap item. So her family must be well off. Either they are aristocrats or wealthy businessmen. "Don't make random guesses, just treat me as a wandering wizard," Beauties said with a smile. Soon, several people arrived outside the city of Mello. Junice found an open space and then took out the magic book she carried with her. She handed it to Reiner and said, "Look, if there's anything you don't know, just ask me. I have a water-attributed magic book at home. If you have time tomorrow, I'll bring that book with you." "Okay, I will come to the Adventurers Guild to find you tomorrow morning." Reiner nodded, then began to read it carefully. Norah and Martina were free to move around. The two animal-eared girls seemed to be talking about something interesting, and Martina was laughing the whole time. "No wonder they trust you so much," Junice said suddenly as she followed Reiner's gaze. "What's wrong? Reiner, you're not like ordinary people. I thought no one except me would feed white bread to demi-humans." Junice laughed. "You've also fed white bread to demi-humans? You're not ordinary." Junice came close to Reiner and said mysteriously, "Are you really curious about my identity?" "I'm a little curious." Reiner glanced at her and continued, "Just tell me directly. I won't tell anyone." Okay, I'll tell you." Junice sighed and said helplessly, "Actually, I'm not from Diest. I escaped here." "A noble, right?" Junice nodded. "She might be the daughter of a duke." "Which country did you flee from?" "I can't tell you that." Junice shook her head and said sincerely, "Please forgive me." Reiner guessed that she was from Rosno because, besides Diest, she spoke Rosno best. Junice propped up her chin and looked directly into Reiner's eyes. "Now it's my turn to ask. Can you tell me why you are so kind to the demi-humans?" "Demi-humans are still human. From what I've observed, they're a bit stronger and have a few minor differences from humans, but overall they're pretty much the same. And they are more simple and kind. If you treat them well, they will find ways to repay you. You and I have the same idea," Junice said with a smile, then patted Reiner's shoulder. "Continue studying. I won't bother you anymore." After learning magic from Junice in the morning, Reiner finally learned how to cast a fireball. And in the afternoons, he began teaching Junice other languages. She studies very seriously and memorizes things very quickly. She can memorize 20 words by heart in less than half an hour. Watching her write out the words completely, Reiner was moved and said, "You learn really fast. If you keep going like this, it won't be long before you can learn Barnet." Reiner never passed his English exam. He was often caught by the teacher to memorize words and was a frequent visitor to the English teacher's office. Junice narrowed her eyes. "You learn magic very quickly. I knew nothing about learning other countries' languages before and was often scolded by my teacher. Later I got the hang of it and learned it in no time." Reiner sighed. If the system hadn't enabled him to switch languages, he would have probably starved to death in the first week after traveling through time. "That's pretty impressive. You know at least a dozen languages, right? If you don't want to be an adventurer one day, you can make a lot of money as a teacher." Junice closed her notebook, then stood up from the lawn and brushed the dirt off her butt. "It's getting late. Let's stop here for today. I'm going back first." Reiner glanced at the sky and saw that it was almost evening. "I should go back too. See you tomorrow." Reiner waved goodbye. He called out, and the two animal-eared girls who were playing not far away came running back. Martina suppressed a laugh, and Norah blushed, but neither of them spoke a word. Chapter 22. If you want to touch Uma Museum's tail, you have to defeat her. On the way back, the two animal-eared girls walking in front were fighting all the time. Martina always makes that lewd laugh that makes Norah angry. "Okay, stop messing around, both of you. Although this road is patrolled by militia, there are still occasional bandits here, so you'd better be careful," Reiner said softly. "Yeah." Norah ignored her. The two beast-eared girls may not know that their thoughts have already reached Reiner's ears. Martina, she actually likes being touched on the tail by Reiner. She must be thinking about men. It won't be long before they have sex. Norah, Martina is so annoying. I clearly didn't mean that. She deliberately misled me and said the wrong thing. I'll teach this girl a lesson when I get back. Reiner speculated from this. It's likely that Martina saw Norah being touched on the tail last night and teased her about it. I thought it was something else. After he was done stroking Norah's tail, he would start thinking about Martina. After arriving home, the two started chasing each other in the room again. But in the end, Norah was better and easily grabbed Martina's ponytail. "I was wrong. Don't pull my tail." Norah snorted softly and let Martina go. Then he picked up the axe and went outside to chop wood. Reiner said seriously, "I want to touch your tail too." "Huh? No way." At the same time, her inner voice also floated over. "What's going on? Are you suddenly interested in me?" No, absolutely not." "Why? Norah can touch it." Martina waved her hand. "Tails have a special meaning to us. Women can touch women's tails." "Reiner, you are a man, so you can't." "What about the ears?" "No, Reiner, you are too weak." Martina said seriously. "Lies don't hurt. The truth is the sharpest knife." Reiner was deeply touched by Martina's words. If it were a one-on-one fight, he really couldn't beat Martina. Then I will directly use the power of the contract. Martina quickly covered her ears and said, if you can beat me, I will willingly let you touch my ears, or even my tail. But you can't force me. Let's be reasonable. When I agreed to work for you, you didn't say I wanted to be touched on the tail. A real man will never break his promise. So Reiner, as long as you beat me, I will let you touch me. Reiner thought about her performance yesterday. Martina can grab the goblins' necks and throw them out like sandbags, knocking down a large number of goblins. This monstrous strength. Want to defeat her? It's good enough that I'm not tortured by her. But if he learns magic, it is not certain who will win or lose. You said that if I beat you from now on, I can touch your tail as I please, right? Martina nodded confidently. Of course, I'm a man of my word. As long as you can beat me, I'll do whatever you want from now on. Hee, there's no way you can beat me. I can fight at least 20 humans with my bare hands in one go. That's what you said. That's right. I will never go back on my word. Martina said seriously. She successfully aroused Reiner's desire to win. After defeating Martina, she will definitely suffer. After dinner, Reiner sat on the bed and recalled the spells in the book during the day and began to think about the fireball technique. After a while, Norah suddenly poked Reiner's shoulder. Master, I've boiled some hot water for you. You can take a bath now. Reiner thanked him, then took out his clothes for changing and went into the compartment. He still has some mobility issues with his right arm. If the movement is a little bit too big, you will feel a sharp pain. Just then, the curtain of the cubicle was drawn open. Norah walked in. Reiner turned around and asked in confusion, what's wrong? Norah didn't say anything, but her thoughts reached his ears. It's just a favor, nothing to worry about. The owner's hand is injured, and it's difficult to bathe with one hand. I'm just helping. Reiner thought about the image for a moment. He was bare buttocks, and Norah was rubbing his back. A bit embarrassing. Before he traveled through time, he was the kind of person who had to wear shorts even when going to a bathhouse. Just as he was thinking about it, Noila Mo finally spoke. Master, let me help you wash it. After all, your hand is injured, and it may be a little inconvenient to wash it yourself. Her face turned red. You can see that she is also embarrassed. Reiner quickly refused. No, go and rest. Noila sighed and left the cubicle. Then I'll go to rest first. Good night, master. Reiner finished taking a bath with great difficulty. As for the clothes, they were left to Norah. Ever since he bought her home, Reiner has never washed his own clothes, and basically relies on Norah to do it all. He came out of the cubicle and found two animal-eared girls sleeping in each other's arms. Just when I was about to sigh at how cute they were, Norah's thoughts drifted over. The master has finished washing, Martina has fallen asleep, it's my turn. It turns out he was pretending to sleep. Reiner sat down on the bed, and Norah stood up and walked towards him. The two of them were used to it. It's time to touch the ears before going to bed. Reiner felt a little tired after just rubbing it twice. He looked at Norah's tail swaying from side to side, and a bold idea came to his mind. He reached out and grabbed it decisively. Oh, Norah yelled, then turned to look at Reiner. Martina just turned over after being disturbed and did not wake up. What's wrong? Norah said aggrievedly. You can't touch my tail. After saying that, she carefully pulled the tail out of Reiner's hand. You could touch it yesterday. Noila lowered her voice and said, that's a punishment. It's different. Reiner suddenly became dramatic and hugged his right arm. It hurts so much all of a sudden. I feel like my skin is cracking. How could it suddenly hurt? I just wanted to touch my tail. Norah turned around again and exposed her tail. You can touch it, but it's best not to wake Martina. Otherwise she will laugh at me again tomorrow. Reiner was not polite at all and grabbed her tail and stroked it up and down. Enjoying the pleasure of hair passing through his fingers, Reiner felt like he was being healed. But Norah's experience was completely different. She was always nervous, afraid of being pulled by the tail. This made Reiner a little confused. What is the special meaning of touching the tail? Norah hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. Only very close friends can touch each other's tails. As soon as she finished speaking, her inner voice floated over. Among the opposite sex, only my husband can touch my tail. If I let anyone touch my tail, I will be considered a loose woman. Reiner suddenly realized, no wonder Norah was so resistant. Aren't we close friends? How sad. Reiner said this deliberately, wanting to hear how she would answer. But Norah was choked by her own words, and she couldn't refute it even after she stammered. In the end, he could only offer his tail and let Reiner do whatever he wanted. Chapter 23 Goblin Attack. Early in the morning, Reiner heard two animal-eared girls arguing outside the room. You definitely let Reiner touch your tail again last night, Martina teased. I didn't. Norah tried to refute, but seemed a little lacking in confidence. Norah is so pitiful. She has gone astray. I will never let Reiner touch her tail, not even a touch, in my life," Martina said confidently. They all said there was no more. Reiner yawned, and the sound outside the window suddenly fell silent. Norah probably noticed that he was awake. Reiner packed up and took them out. He had an appointment with Junice and was going to learn magic today. As soon as he arrived in Mellet, Reiner saw several knights surrounded by citizens in the square, including Demas. Reiner leaned in to listen for a few words, and when he saw that they were recruiting soldiers, he walked away. When we arrived at the Adventurers Guild, Junice had already arrived as promised. She was wearing a black cloak today, almost wrapping herself completely. "Reiner, come here. What's wrong? Is someone following you? You're dressed so warmly." Junice blinked, looked down at her clothes, and suddenly realized. "You were talking about this. I just felt a little tired today, and I had nothing to wear, so I put this on. By the way, let me tell you something serious." Reiner nodded. "I heard that several villages outside the city were attacked by goblins last night. Those goblins came from the Dawn Forest. The Lord is recruiting soldiers and is preparing to turn the forest upside down. Should we go there too?" When Reiner heard that he had to fight the goblins again, his face was full of resistance. "Didn't you say you wanted to rest for a few days?" "That's right. After hearing what you said, I suddenly don't want to go there anymore." Junice sighed. "The most important thing is that after the last time, I feel that defeating goblins is still somewhat dangerous. Not only are there a lot of them, but they are all wearing armor. If we encounter the leader, we might even risk our lives." Junice nodded. "That's right. It's too dangerous. Those aren't ordinary goblins. The effort and reward are totally disproportionate. Let's go. Let's continue studying outside the city." Reiner waved and Junice followed. She kept her promise and brought another water magic book with her. Reiner opened the catalog and began to study eagerly in order to defeat Martina as soon as possible and catch her tail. Junice explained, "Water is very gentle, and the water element is very calm. Water magic is the complete opposite of fire magic and doesn't have particularly strong offensive power. Most of it is auxiliary magic that can effectively restrain enemies or be used to heal companions. I recommend you start with hydrotherapy or water polo. They are not particularly difficult." Reiner thought for a moment and then replied, "I'll learn hydrotherapy first. If Norah and Martina get hurt, I might be able to help. Although Norah is agile, she is relatively fragile, and if she is hit by the enemy, the injuries will usually be very serious. Although Martina has thick skin and strong muscles, she also has great endurance. But she is the #1 position in the team after all, and she often encounters bumps and bruises, so she needs a nurse to boost her health." Junice smiled and said, "You really do care about them." "Of course," Reiner replied, thinking about the hydrotherapy that Junice had performed. "I feel like this magic is a bit useless in the heat of battle. After all, the enemy can't just stand there and watch you squat on the ground healing your teammates. Is there water magic that can heal companions from a distance?" Junice nodded. "Of course there is, but it's very complicated and consumes a lot of magic power." "Consume magic power? That doesn't matter. Reiner's magic crystal is as huge as a mountain, and the blue bar will definitely be incredibly thick in the future. These days, he absorbs various natural elements around him whenever he has the chance, and he doesn't worry about consumption at all. Can I just learn the magic you mentioned?" Junice suddenly laughed, as if she had thought of something happy. After a long while, she shook her head and said, "No, we have to start from the basics." Reiner shrugged. "In this case, let's take it one step at a time." Junice handed over the magic book and opened it to the page on hydrotherapy. "It's just like learning Fireball. You need to write down the spell first, and then think about releasing it after you have memorized it." She suddenly stood up, as if looking for something. "What's wrong? I need a living creature to practice on." Reiner immediately shouted to someone not far away, "Norah, help me catch a bug." Not long after, she brought a beetle the size of a palm. Looking at the bug lying on the ground, Reiner used him as an experimental subject without mercy. After a day, Reiner had already mastered the basic technique of hydrotherapy. Now he can treat some scrapes or very superficial wounds. "Reiner, you learn so fast. You are very talented and will definitely become a famous magician in the future." Junice couldn't help but praise. "You're a quick learner, too." Junice stretched, stood up, and brushed the dirt off her skirt. "I hope you can learn slowly, otherwise after a while, I won't have anything to teach you." Reiner shrugged. "It's okay. If I have time, I will continue to teach you other languages." "Reiner, you are so kind." Junice smiled, then looked up at the sky. "It's getting late. I'll go back first. Be careful of goblins when you rest at night recently." Reiner nodded and waved goodbye to her. Before leaving, he released the beetle that he had tortured all day. Just then, the system's voice appeared. "Task: learn the most basic magic from Junice. Current status: completed. Mission reward: already issued. He put 5 silver coins into his purse. Task update. Trigger the hidden task and complete it. Mission reward, unknown. Reiner was a little crazy. It was another hidden mission. The lack of a clear goal made him feel a little confused. Just then, the system voice appeared again. Recommended course of action. 1. Spend a night at a hotel in Mellet. 2. Go home and rest as usual. 3. Camping in situ. Reiner fell into deep thought and decisively chose the second option. It was night. Reiner locked the doors and windows tightly and was just about to go to bed when he heard a loud noise, followed by a series of rapid ringing bells all around. Then came the villagers' exclamations. The goblins are coming. Quick, protect the children. Then the wooden house across the pond caught fire, and the flames illuminated the entire village. Reiner hurriedly woke up Martina, put on his equipment, and ran out with Norah. He looked around and saw that the wooden wall protecting the village was full of goblins, and the militia in light armor were fighting them desperately. Chapter 24. Martina was attacked. The mission has been triggered. Protect the village and eliminate the Goblin General. Mission reward, a staff of unknown quality. If the villager survival rate is lower than 60%, the mission will be considered failed. Current villager survival rate, 98%. Reiner looked around and saw many villagers rushing out of their homes with pitchforks and sickles, fighting with the short goblins, but he still couldn't see the Goblin General. Norah, take us to where there are the most goblins, quickly. Norah nodded and ran with Reiner deeper into the village, finally stopping on the west side of the village. Reiner knew why there were so many goblins all of a sudden. The wooden wall on the west side collapsed, and a steady stream of goblins were rushing into the village through the gap. Many goblins were dragging the looted food and running out as if they were risking their lives. The several militiamen who were responsible for guarding this place had all fallen in a pool of blood. At this moment, the system started to prompt frantically. Current villager survival rate, 98%, 97%, 96%. It drops by 1% almost every few seconds, and the rate is accelerating. Martina, find a way to stop them. Martina rushed in wielding a greatsword. In just a moment, the horde of goblins was split in two. She stood alone in the gap, like a lone man blocking the pass. Reiner and Norah were behind her, responsible for cleaning up the goblins that occasionally slipped in. Master, they've climbed up the wall. Norah threw 2 throwing knives, killing the goblins standing on the wall. Then she nimbly climbed up the wooden wall and looked outside. Oh my god, they've set up a ladder outside, and they've all climbed up. Perhaps it was because the gap was blocked by Martina that they found another way. He looked at the wooden wall, and suddenly an idea came to him. Reiner muttered a spell and cast a series of fireballs at the wooden wall, quickly setting it on fire. After only a few tens of seconds, the wooden wall protecting the village began to burn, and the fire continued to spread in all directions, and the vision became brighter. In order to protect the village, he has no choice but to resort to this last resort. For a moment, the wailing of goblins could be heard everywhere, and the air was filled with a faint smell of burning. Martina, back off. Reiner also set the fallen city wall on fire. The flames made the goblins outside no longer dare to approach. They held the area for now. The rate of casualties among villagers also slowed down, finally stopping at 76%. Reiner walked over to Martina and asked, "How is it? Are you hurt?" She shook her head vigorously. "I can chop all day. Then let's go support other places." After Reiner said this, he felt a little surprised. "Where's the Goblin General? Why haven't I seen you?" At this moment, a loud noise was heard not far away. Reiner saw with his own eyes that the wooden wall was kicked open by a big green foot, and the sturdy logs broke into several pieces. Then a huge Goblin General rushed in. He was wearing iron armor, and his weapon was a giant mace that could knock down the house in one blow. A group of goblins followed his footsteps and rushed into the village. Reiner pulled the 2 of them into the shadows. He frowned slightly, fearing that he could not defend the village. What will happen if the mission fails? Is there any punishment? He asked in his heart. Do it with confidence, no punishment. At this moment, Norah also spoke. Although Martina is very powerful, she can't fight the Greenskin General and clean up the greenskin monsters around her at the same time. We can't stop so many goblins, Master. Let's run away. Looking at the defenseless Goblin General, Reiner murmured, "Martina, can you defeat him? Honestly, I probably couldn't beat him in a one-on-one fight. What about a sneak attack? How confident are you?" Martina glanced at the greatsword in her hand. If he has his back to me, it would only take a moment to kill him. Before the flames reached them, Reiner and Norah climbed up the wooden wall and ran towards the Goblin General. Just then, Reiner saw a villager waving a pitchfork and confronting the goblins. He did not give in at all because his wife and daughter were hiding behind him. Get away, you filthy beast. Stay away from my family. Reiner quickly fired several fireballs, blowing the surrounding goblins away. This sudden movement caught the attention of the Goblin General. He turned around just in time to see Reiner and Norah running along the wooden wall. The Goblin General commanded, "Stop them. Don't let them get here." Several goblins threw hatchets at him, and Reiner dodged left and right, but was still hit, and his right arm was still injured. Norah took the opportunity to throw a flying knife at the Goblin General's eyes, but it blocked it with its hands. While his vision was blocked, Reiner fired a fireball at him. But the power was too small, and it caused almost no damage, but it did succeed in angering the Goblin General. "I'm going to bite your head off." He suddenly threw out the huge hammer and smashed through the wooden wall. Reiner lost his balance and fell. "Master!" Norah jumped up, gripped the dagger tightly, and stabbed it at the Goblin General's head. But she was punched in midair and flew out, rolling several times on the muddy ground, with the throwing knives in her waist bag scattered all over the ground. "Weren't you very proud just now?" the Goblin General said somewhat arrogantly. He picked up the hammer and raised it high. At the critical moment, Reiner hurriedly said in fluent Orc language, "I give up. Don't hurt us." The Goblin General was surprised. "Humans can actually speak our language, but it's too late now. You'll have to pay with at least one leg." Just as the hammer was about to fall, the sharp sword struck his shoulder armor. Reiner picked his nose and said, "Did you take my teasing seriously?" Immediately afterwards, Martina shouted loudly and exerted force with both arms, splitting the Goblin General in two. She did not stop what she was doing, but chopped off the Goblin General's head at an extremely fast speed and stepped on it hard. After seeing the Goblin General being killed, the goblins lost their will to fight. After dropping the looted items, they rushed out through the gap. Martina stepped on the Goblin General's head and laughed triumphantly. "Reiner, we have such a tacit understanding. A mere green monster." Reiner was just about to get up to check Norah's injuries. She was knocked away by the Goblin General's punch and now lies motionless on the ground. She must be seriously injured. At this moment, Reiner caught a glimpse of the gap again. A goblin had drawn the bowstring and was aiming at Martina. "Danger!" Oh! An arrow pierced through the leather breastplate and pierced her left breast. Chapter 25, Sleeping with the Cat Girl. That green monster ran so fast. She disappeared when I chased her. If I meet her again next time, I will. A blessing in disguise. Martina opened champagne at halftime, but was ambushed and shot by a goblin. Fortunately, she was protected by the breastplate and her figure was strong enough to successfully block the attack. Her first reaction after being shot by an arrow was not to cry out in pain, but to rush out with a big sword, wanting to kill the goblin that attacked her. This is simply insane. Norah was only scratched. She was dizzy for a while and then sat up on her own. She looked fine. "Master, how are your injuries?" "The cut isn't deep. I can heal it myself." Reiner touched her head and signaled her not to worry. Perhaps because of the head injury, Norah looked a little dazed. She gently grasped Reiner's arm and licked the wound again. Soon, the village militia also arrived here. Perhaps all the goblins in the village were cleared out and the crisis was temporarily resolved. Reiner glanced at Martina. She was fiddling with the arrow stuck in her chest, as if trying to pull it out. "What do you want to do? Don't move." Martina was stunned for a moment, then quickly stopped what she was doing. "This arrow is so painful. It hurts every time I move." "Don't move even if it hurts. You let your guard down before the goblins have even finished running away. Don't you deserve it?" Reiner patted her shoulder and led her towards home. The road was littered with goblin corpses, and a village woman was crying while holding a decapitated corpse. He couldn't bear to see the miserable situation in the village any longer, so he quickened his pace and went home. His house was also robbed. Reiner checked carefully and made sure there were no goblins hiding inside before closing the door. After lighting the candles, he let Martina lie on the bed, then carefully picked up the breastplate and took it off through the holes. "Good job." It's true, those 2 lumps of fat were really useful. They actually blocked the fatal arrow for her. Looking at Martina's wound, he fell into deep thought again. Although Martina is brave, she's too easily injured. It would be great if she could get a stronger set of armor. Reiner shook his head. "Don't think too much for now. Treatment is important." He took out the holy water he had obtained from the previous mission and put it aside for future use. If the arrow is pulled out later and she bleeds heavily, then use holy water to treat her directly. If the bleeding is not heavy, then treat her directly with hydrotherapy. By the way, use her to practice. Just as Kleiner took out the dagger and was about to cut the cloth wrapped around her chest, she was caught by Martina. She asked warily, "What are you doing?" "Nonsense. What else can I do besides helping you heal your wound? Do you want to keep this arrow stuck in you forever?" Martina remained silent, her eyes fixed on Reiner. Wouldn't that mean I'd be seen naked? I didn't expect this guy to be shy. She had urinated in front of the two of them at the hotel before, and Reiner thought she didn't care about such things at all. I'm not interested in looking at your stuff. Stop wasting time. Take a shower and get some rest. The village is not safe today, and we have to take turns to keep watch. Reiner said seriously. Martina nodded reluctantly after hearing what Reiner said. Reiner cut the cloth with a dagger, and two fat rabbits jumped out. One of the rabbits was injured and had an arrow stuck in its body. Still looking? What kind of look is that? Dirty, obscene. Martina covered half of her face with her hands and urged, hurry up. Reiner swallowed and held the arrow. Bear with it. He pulled out the arrow. Bright red blood also flowed out, but fortunately the blood vessels were not damaged and the amount of bleeding was not large. Stop touching it. Stop touching it. Please heal it quickly. Reiner covered his hands, recalled how to use hydrotherapy, and then chanted the spell. The blood dyed the water a light red. But Martina's wound was healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving only a small crack. It's fixed. Try not to touch the wound for the next few days. Martina sat up suddenly, walked to the cupboard and rummaged through it, and soon took out a piece of white cloth. Don't tie it. Let it relax for a few days. Once the wound is fully healed, you can tie it however you want. Reiner took a look and couldn't help but add, by the way, tying it will affect its development. If you keep tying it, it won't grow up. It's better if it doesn't grow big. Why does this thing have to be so big? It's so troublesome. Martina's tone was full of displeasure. Reiner noticed that her face seemed to be red. This is so embarrassing. Norah will definitely take this opportunity to mock me tomorrow. You're covered in blood. Go take a shower and rest. You'll be on guard for the rest of the night. Got it. Martina put on her clothes, then went out with the bucket. Reiner looked at Norah beside him and reached out to touch her head. How is it? Are you still feeling bad? Well, he hit me on the head, but it's okay. I just need to rest for a while. Reiner opened the system and glanced at her status bar. Name, Norah Hill. Current status, weak, dizzy. Reiner was relieved only after confirming that there was no concussion. You rest. Martina and I will be on guard today. Norah nodded and laid down on Reiner's bed. She fell asleep in seconds, her breathing even. Reiner covered her with the blanket, giving him a chance to treat the wound on his arm. If it weren't for the dull pain in his arm, he would have almost forgotten that his right hand had been chopped by an axe again. Fortunately, the wound was not deep this time, and the bleeding was quickly stopped with hydrotherapy. Reiner took off his leather armor and breathed a sigh of relief. He saw that Norah had not had time to take off her armor, and it would definitely not be comfortable to sleep like that. So he helped her take off her armor. Just then, sleepiness suddenly came over me. Reiner thought for a while, and then lay down on the bed. Coincidentally, Martina also came back from fetching water at this time. Martina, you stay for the first half of the night. I'm sleepy and want to sleep for a while. Call me in the second half of the night. No. After receiving the reply, Reiner laid down with peace of mind. A cold wind blew in from outside the window, and Reiner suddenly felt a little cold, so he also got under the quilt. Looking at Noilamo's defenseless sleeping face, he suddenly had the urge to hug her. Just as he was about to take action, Norah's body twitched slightly, and then she moved closer to Reiner and hugged him tightly. Just as Reiner was confused, Norah made a cute purring sound. Maybe she felt cold too, so she came closer. Reiner also hugged her carefully. After feeling it carefully, I found that Norah's body was so slender, like a fragile blade of grass. There was a faint smell of sweat on her body, and for some reason, it made people feel at ease. Reiner was so sleepy that he could hardly open his eyelids. Chapter 26: Obtaining a Special Staff. In the morning, as soon as Reiner opened his eyes, he saw Martina sitting at the head of the bed. She had obviously stayed up all night, and there were faint dark circles under her eyes. Seeing Reiner wake up, she smiled meaningfully, and then her inner voice also floated over. Finally woke up, Norah hugged me so tight. Reiner looked down. He found Norah still curled up in his arms. The bed was surprisingly warm, making Reiner reluctant to get up. At the same time, his hand subconsciously touched Norah's tail. The most comfortable thing is to pet a cat in the morning. At this moment, Norah suddenly moved slightly, and then stretched comfortably in Reiner's arms. She seemed to think she was sleeping with Martina. The two hands pressed on Reiner's body like a kitten needing milk. Suddenly, she felt something was wrong and opened her eyes. Normally, when she opened her eyes in the morning, she would see a pair of gigantic light bulbs. But today, his chest muscles are as strong as wooden boards. Norah slowly raised her head and met Reiner's eyes. Woke up. Master. She looked confused and seemed to have not yet come to her senses. Then, his inner thoughts came into Reiner's ears like a string of cannonballs. Why am I in the master's bed? I remember that I had a headache and felt dizzy yesterday, and fell asleep as soon as I closed my eyes. Is it just sleeping, nothing else? I think I'm still wearing clothes. Norah lifted the quilt and took a peek inside. Seeing that her clothes were still neat, she gently covered herself with the quilt again. Norah, you're so useless. Will you die if you take a few more steps to get back to your sleeping spot? Fortunately, the master didn't do anything, otherwise I would. Norah shook her head vigorously and got out of bed. She said nothing. Her back always turned to Reiner, but she seemed unaware that her ears were red. Reiner didn't want to embarrass her, so he decisively changed the subject. He asked Martina, "Didn't we agree that I would be on guard the rest of the night? Why didn't you wake me up? You two were sleeping too soundly, hugging each other. If I wake you up, it will easily wake Norah as well, so I won't wake you up." After saying that, she turned around and looked at Norah, jokingly saying, "Especially Norah. She hugged me so tightly." Puff. Cough, cough, cough. Norah, who was drinking water, choked and then glared at Martina fiercely. Reiner got up, washed up, and went out. None of the three had breakfast today, because goblins broke into the house last night, turned the kitchen upside down, and looted a few pieces of black bread. The villagers spontaneously cleaned up the village and built walls. At this moment, a little boy stopped in front of Reiner and said timidly, "Thank you for saving me last night." After saying that, he ran to the side. Reiner nodded and continued walking forward. It was pitch black last night, and he had no idea which villagers he had rescued. But more and more people greeted him along the way, a treatment he had never enjoyed before. After arriving in Mellet, Reiner saw that there were several times more soldiers patrolling the city gate than usual. Reiner heard a lot about what happened last night from passers-by. Mellet was also attacked last night, but it is a town after all, with stone walls for defense, and the soldiers guarding the city are no pushovers, so the town was easily defended. After buying a few pieces of black bread, Reiner rushed to the Adventurers Guild. Seeing that Junice had not arrived yet, he took the two animal-eared girls to sit in the corner and started to eat black bread in big mouthfuls. A familiar figure soon appeared among the adventurers coming and going. Junice is here. Her hair was a little messy, as if she had just woken up. Sorry for the long wait. Goblins invaded the town last night, and many of the city defense soldiers were injured. It was already very late when I went back to rest, so I overslept a little. Sorry. It's okay. Let's get out of town. The two went to the open space outside the city again, ready to start studying. Martina didn't get enough sleep last night, so she lay down on the ground and fell asleep. Just as Junice lowered her head to look for a book, the system's voice appeared in Reiner's ears. Mission accomplished. Task rewards are being drawn. After a few seconds, the system voice sounded again. Ding. Rewards have been issued. Just when no one was paying attention to Reiner, a heavy metal staff appeared out of thin air in his left hand. There is also a deep red spiral gem floating on the top of the staff, which is both a special feature and the finishing touch, making the entire staff look like a divine artifact. In an instant, Reiner felt the magic power in his body become restless and surge into the staff. Soon, the handle of the staff began to shine with red light. Identification completed. Staff name, Breath of the Manic Red Dragon. Introduction, forged by the most famous dwarf craftsman in ancient times. The fire magic stone at the top of the staff seals the soul of the red dragon, which has an extremely powerful bonus to fire magic. Note, the real staff was destroyed thousands of years ago. This staff is a replica, but it can exert its full power. The quality of this staff is legend. Reiner's eyes widened. Just when I was about to marvel at the generosity of the system, I heard its voice again. Quest update. Kill the Goblin Tyrant. Mission reward, 15 Diest gold coins. Reiner gasped. The Goblin Tyrant should be a Lord-level monster. It is not easy to deal with. After all, the three of them had such a hard time even dealing with a Goblin General, let alone a Goblin Tyrant. Junice raised her head, and her eyes were immediately drawn to the staff. She was surprised and said, "Wait, what is this?" "My staff," Reiner replied with a smile. Junice took a closer look and then exclaimed, "My God, this must have cost a lot of money. Where did you get it?" Reiner smiled and replied, "A secret." Junice exclaimed in amazement a few times, then asked, "Can I touch it?" "Can." Junice leaned in to examine it carefully, as if she had found a treasure, fiddling with the ruby floating on the top with her hands. "If I'm not mistaken, the handle should be made of fine gold, right? Not only is it indestructible, it also has a strong affinity with magic. Most importantly, even a small piece is worth a fortune. Where on earth did you get that from?" "It's still a secret." Reiner's mouth curled up slightly. Junice couldn't let go of the staff, and then asked sheepishly, "Can I try it?" "Can." After getting permission, She carefully picked up the staff and then chanted a spell towards the open space in the distance. Immediately afterwards, a fireball condensed at the top of the staff, and its color was constantly changing. Junai's laughter was a little excited, but the fireball suddenly went out. Chapter 27. What on earth do you want from me? Strange, what's going on with this staff? Junai asked puzzledly. She kept trying to cast the simplest fireball spell, but failed again and again. It was clear that a fireball had condensed at the top, but it went out at the last moment. After several consecutive failures, her patience was almost worn out. This staff keeps draining my magic power, but it can't release any magic, whether it's water magic or fire magic. At this moment, the breath of the red dragon suddenly flew up and flew in the air as if it had life. Reiner and Junai looked at each other, neither of them understanding what was going on. Norah raised her head and looked at the staff, exclaiming in amazement, "Amazing, awesome." After a few minutes, the staff seemed to be tired and fell back beside Reiner, hitting him on the head with the gem on the top. Junai opened her eyes wide and said in disbelief, "Your staff actually has its own thoughts. It recognizes its master. No wonder I couldn't use magic just now. It turns out it's because he didn't let me use it." To verify her guess, Reiner seized the breath of the red dragon and chanted a spell towards the clearing in the distance. As the last word was spoken, a scorching fireball instantly formed at the top of the staff. And with the injection of magic power, the fireball became bigger and bigger. Finally, it hit the grass in the distance at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Martina, who was awakened by the shock, sat up suddenly and shouted in panic, "What happened?" After the loud bang, a gust of hot air rushed towards me. Reiner opened his eyes in the heat and saw a vortex of fire appearing on the grass in the distance, which gradually dissipated within half a minute. And that area, within 40 meters, was completely turned into a scorched earth. Awesome, so amazing. Junai was stunned. Even Reiner himself was particularly surprised. According to the settings of some games, the staff can indeed increase the power of the mage's skills, but this power increase is too terrifying. If he had this staff last night, the Goblin General would have been dealt with in just one move, and Norah and Martina would not have been injured at all. With the help of this staff, he might be able to easily defeat the Goblin Tyrant. Just then, Norah poked Reiner's thigh and pointed in the direction of the city. Reiner turned his head and saw two knights coming towards them. It seems he accidentally caused a commotion. The leading knight stopped his horse beside Reiner and asked in a somewhat blaming tone, "What are you doing? Were you responsible for the explosion just now? The horses are frightened and are running rampant in the city." Junai stepped forward and said, "Respected knight, we are researching extremely powerful magic to deal with the goblin invasion." The knight was slightly taken aback, then his tone softened considerably. "I see. But as a knight, I have a responsibility to protect the safety of every civilian. Your actions are too reckless, and I cannot allow you to continue your research here." Junai nodded, "We get it." Reiner stood aside and listened to them silently. Junai was clearly better at dealing with this sort of thing than he was. At this moment, a familiar voice came into Reiner's ears. "Adney, go back first. Let me take care of it." The other knight was Demas. Although he hadn't seen him for several days, Reiner remembered his voice. "Then I'll leave it to you." Knight Adney returned to the city. Demas took off his helmet, sat on his horse, looked at the two of them, and asked Junai, "Did you use that magic just now?" Junai shook her head and pointed at Reiner beside her. "Reiner used it." Demas looked at Reiner, observed his staff, and said, "Reiner, join the expedition. Tomorrow we will go to the Dawn Forest again and thoroughly clear out the nests inside. As far as I know, there are only 4 magicians in this city, and I need your help." Reiner fell into deep thought. According to the information he got from the system, this time they will most likely encounter the Goblin Tyrant in the Dawn Forest. Although I don't know the exact level of this thing, it is definitely a level higher than the Goblin General. The 20-man adventurer team suffered heavy losses when fighting against a general and was almost wiped out. If you encounter a Goblin Tyrant, the result is probably self-evident. Yes, but the reward. How much do you want? 1/10 of the spoils, isn't that much? Reiner thought about it and felt that this kind of high-level monster probably had hidden treasures. If he found a box of gold, even just 1/10 of it, he would have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of his life. Demas agreed decisively. "Then it's a deal. Tomorrow morning, we will gather at the city gate and head towards the Dawn Forest." "No." Demas glanced at Reiner's staff again and warned, "Don't use that dangerous magic for now. Save your magic power and use it to deal with the goblins tomorrow." After saying that, he left. Junai smiled, then looked at Reiner. "To be honest, I thought you would ask for a lot of money, but I didn't expect you to only ask for 1/10 of the spoils." Reiner was stunned, not understanding what she meant. Oh, the loot that can be looted from the goblins is nothing more than some rusty daggers or wooden sticks. The better ones might be leather armor or iron armor. 1/10 of the loot is not worth much, maybe just a few gold coins in total. Junais explained. No treasure? Junais smiled. Reiner, you're really interesting. Goblins only know how to eat, sleep, and reproduce. All their activities revolve around these three things. If there really is treasure, it would probably be bacon stolen from a villager's house. Reiner, lies don't hurt. The truth is the sharpest knife. No wonder Demas agreed so quickly. Video games are very harmful to people. After a moment of silence, he consoled himself. It's okay, just consider it a good deed. I'm a kind man. Junais nodded and said in demi-human language, you are indeed a kind man. Your two demi-human companions must think so. Norah nodded. Martina fell asleep on the grass again without knowing when. At this moment, Norah's inner voice drifted back to her. My master is of course kind. He not only gives me nice clothes to wear, but also makes sure I have enough food to eat every day. He is the best human being to me, bar none. Reiner looked down at Norah. This guy was thinking about some random things again. Why is he so kind to me? What does the master want from me? Chapter 28 Heading to the Dawn Forest again. As usual, Reiner returned home on time in the evening. But today is a little different from usual. There were many washed vegetables placed at the door of his hut, with carrots and cabbages being the most common. Reiner looked around and found several children hiding behind the tree in front of his house. Among them was the little boy who came to express his gratitude this morning. He is very shy and hides when Reiner makes eye contact. The inhabitants of this world actually give people a feeling of being sometimes fierce and sometimes simple. Reiner thanked him. Thank you. The children smiled shyly and then ran away. Reiner asked Martina and Norah to move the vegetables into the house. Vegetables are extremely perishable. Green vegetables are rarely seen in the market here. Most farmers grow their own food, so Reiner rarely gets to eat vegetables. Looks like I can make my own stew tonight. When Reiner was resting at night, he had just gotten into bed when something cold touched his thigh. When I lifted the quilt, I saw that the breath of the red dragon was actually inside. I was wondering why I couldn't find you. What were you doing in my bed? If you want to sleep, go sleep on the weapons rack. The breath of the red dragon stood up. It hit Reiner's head hard and flew to the fireplace. Reiner had just warmed the bed when he felt Norah coming over. When I turned around, I saw that this guy was indeed standing by the bed. Although the two of them didn't communicate much, they had a very good understanding of each other. Norah lowered her head, and Reiner touched her ear. As I was touching her, I accidentally touched her shoulder. So cool. The weather is getting colder now. You must wear more clothes when you go out. You are small and cannot withstand the cold. Norah nodded, still saying nothing. But the voice in his heart drifted into Reiner's ears. Why are you so nice to me? Why do you care about me so much? Why? I don't understand. Reiner patted the side of the bed. It's cold outside. Do you want to get under the covers and feel it? It's warm. Norah was slightly stunned and shook her head vigorously. Yesterday was an accident. Today I am clear-headed and will not fall asleep again. Come on. You're so cold. What if you catch a cold? Noila shook her head again. No. I'll go back to bed soon. Reiner coaxed. Can't you just take a moment? Come on. He became more and more fond of this cat girl. Norah has a cold face every day, but her inner world is so lively. This contrast is really cute. If I could develop her into my wife, that would be great. Not only is she pretty, she also has a good figure, but it would be even better if she could gain a few more pounds. Norah is now just a bag of bones. Thinking of this, Reiner couldn't help but rub her ears. Norah fell into deep thought. Martina is already asleep, so is it okay for me to lie down for a while? After a brief struggle in her heart, she nodded gently. Okay, just for a moment. After saying that, she carefully lay down on her side. Reiner covered her with a blanket. Give me your hand. I'll warm you up. Oh. Norah reached out her hand woodenly and placed it on Reiner's chest. It's so warm. However, the two of them still kept their distance under the quilt. After a while, Norah didn't seem to dare to get too close, so she turned over and moved away. Seeing the kitten in his arms run away, Reiner mustered up his courage, gently supported Norah's belly, and held her back. Why are you so far away? Come closer. Although this guy didn't struggle much, he was already in turmoil. Master, his hand is on my stomach. What does he want to do? For some reason, Norah's body temperature suddenly rose. Reiner held her gently, feeling the softness of her body. As expected of a cat girl, just hugging her is healing. What should I do? What should I do? Martina, save me. It's a pity that Martina, who Norah regarded as her savior, was sleeping like a dead pig at this moment. After lying for a long time, Noila Mo spoke. Master, It's getting late. I should go back to bed. Her voice was quieter than a mosquito. Reiner shook his head and said shamelessly, I'm cold. Let me hold you for a while. When pursuing a girl, you can't lick her, but you must be thick-skinned. Noila said helplessly. Okay, just one last time. Master is so warm. Even warmer than my own bed. Please finish this quickly. I'm already very sleepy. Reiner half-jokingly said, Why don't you sleep in the bed with me tonight? You'll need to warm the bed if you go back now. It would have been fine if she hadn't said it, but Norah got anxious as soon as she said it. She shook her head vigorously, then struggled. No, I really should leave, Master. I want to sleep by myself. My head is full of resistance. No, we absolutely cannot sleep together. I've touched her ears, touched her tail, and even cuddled her. This is my bottom line. Seeing that she was so determined in her heart, Reiner decided to let go as he knew that trying to keep her would only have a negative effect. Chasing catgirls must be done step by step. As soon as Reiner loosened his hand, Norah was like an arrow shot from a string and went straight back into the bed. Norah didn't sleep all night. She has been having wild thoughts. Reiner also stayed with her all night without sleeping, eavesdropping on her thoughts in bed. Reiner's words had a significant impact on her. What on earth does the master want to do? He actually asked me to sleep in the bed with him. Could it be that you have such thoughts about me? Impossible. The master said he doesn't like my figure. Even if he did like her, he would have liked Martina. She has the best figure. Could it be that he just wants to use me to entertain himself? Impossible. The master is not that kind of person. Reiner yawned. He felt a little sleepy after listening all night. If he hadn't promised Demas to go to the Dawn Forest together to fight the goblins, he would probably have already started sleeping. Thinking of this, he sat up from the bed, woke up Martina, packed up briefly, and set off. When they arrived at the gate of Mellet, Reiner saw a team of about 200 people. There are militiamen, adventurers, and even a few ruffians here. Dozens of knights were standing on horseback in front of this ragtag army, seemingly talking about something. Reiner's eyes met with one of the knights, who nodded slightly. Although he couldn't see the face because of the helmet, he guessed it was most likely Demas. Just as Reiner was standing in the team, doing nothing, a pair of hands pulled him over. It's Beauties, she said with a smile. Reiner, let's go together. I don't know anyone here, so I need you to help take care of it. Reiner hadn't expected her to come. Didn't you say you wanted to rest for a few days? After thinking about it, I decided to come over. After all, since you're here, I'm alone here without any acquaintances, and I'm just sitting around doing nothing anyway. As the two chatted, Norah's thoughts came again. Norah, you're such a fool. Even if the master was truly sexually unsatisfied, he would only seek out humans. How could he possibly choose a demi-human like you? Don't let your imagination run wild. Chapter 29, Cunning Goblin. On the way to the Dawn Forest with the team, when Reiner was chatting with Beauties, he would often hear Norah's inner thoughts. Master wants to hold me while I sleep. What does that mean? It was obvious that what happened last night had caused her considerable trouble. She was lost in thought all the way. But as soon as Beauties talks to Reiner, she falls into self-denial again. In addition to her lack of security, Norah also has a slight inferiority complex. Reiner reached out and gently kneaded Norah's animal ears. He made up his mind secretly. When he returns this time, he will definitely make Norah his wife. During the lunch break, the four of them sat side by side and ate black bread. A cold wind blew, and Norah, who was sitting next to Reiner, shivered. Winter is coming soon. The temperature is around 10 degrees now, which is a bit cold. Martina is fine. She is big and energetic, so she is more resistant to cold. But Norah is different. She is particularly afraid of the cold. Sometimes I sneeze when the wind blows. Reiner held a small fireball in his palm and held it out to Norah to keep her warm. Norah nibbled on the black bread and said in a low voice, "Thank you, master." Then, her inner voice came back. "My master is so kind to me." Martina on the side blinked and stretched out her hand. "Reiner, turn up the fire a little. My hands are cold and I want to warm them too. Just warm yourself inside your clothes." Martina narrowed her eyes and looked at Reiner very seriously. "Why are you still biased?" "Norah is a human, but I am not a human." Okay, I'll grill it for you." Reiner continued to inject magic power, and the fireball gradually grew bigger. Seeing this, Beauties also extended her hand. Finally, other strange adventurers also gathered around. Seeing this, Reiner picked up some branches and made a bonfire for everyone to roast. After he had some free time, he looked at Norah beside him. The guy was secretly rummaging through his bag and took out another piece of black bread and started to eat it. Just as Reiner was wondering if she wasn't full, Norah's inner voice drifted over. "Eating more will help you gain weight. The owner said she likes women like Martina." Reiner was slightly stunned. He never said he liked Martina. Although Martina is beautiful and has a good figure, she is almost 1.8 meters tall and looks very strong. He prefers petite, delicate, and voluptuous women. But since Norah thought so, she must have meant this as well. But she is a stubborn person, so it is probably impossible to get her to say it on her own initiative. Reiner walked over and sat down next to Norah. While Martina was maintaining the greatsword and Junice was talking to other adventurers, he quietly put Norah's little hand into his clothes. Master, Master, Norah cried out softly, then shut her mouth. Don't move. Let me warm your hands. Norah lowered her head and didn't move. Reiner noticed her blush. The master is so warm and strong, unlike Martina. Norah carefully spread out her hands. Her palms felt like ice. Reiner shivered from the cold. Your hands are so cold. Yes, I'm sorry. I've been very afraid of the cold since I was a child, and this happens in winter. Having said this, Norah began to think wildly again. When I was little, my mother always warmed my hands. It's amazing that my master does the same thing. He's so kind. When I get back, I'll buy some more clothes and a pair of gloves. Noila nodded, but suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, Is it too expensive? Reiner smiled and said, It's okay. This is a gift for you. It's not included in the ransom. Norah was slightly stunned. The comfort during this period made her forget her original purpose, to make money to redeem herself. But now, she has a new idea. Where can I go without him? There is no place for us in this world. He may be the only human being who will treat me well, so I must stay with him. Reiner was slightly stunned when he heard her inner voice. I didn't expect Norah's thoughts to change so quickly. When I first bought her, she was always thinking about running away. Now I have the idea of staying. On the other hand, Martina, day after day, all she thought about was eating and sleeping, and she never thought about these issues at all. No wonder the intelligence is D. Just as Reiner was complaining, Martina also looked up at him, and their eyes met. She put the sword down and blinked in confusion. What are you looking at me for? Is there food again? After hearing her thoughts, Reiner sighed. That's it for now. No matter how stupid Martina is, she will figure it out after a while. After resting for an hour, the team continued on their journey. As we got closer to the Dawn Forest, we began to see traces of goblins around us. Looking at the goblin's body lying in the grass by the roadside, cut in half, Martina slowly said, I didn't expect green monsters to appear here. Reiner patted her shoulder and said, Although there are many people here this time, you should still be a little careful. Martina nodded, moved closer to Reiner, and whispered, I have a feeling a lot of people are going to die this time. Reiner had a similar premonition, but he still hit Martina on the head with his staff. We haven't even reached the forest yet, and you're saying such unlucky words. If you encounter danger again this time, don't be careless like last time. I don't want to treat those 2 pieces of meat for you again. Martina snorted softly and muttered softly. I think you're just hoping for a few more pinches, right? That's obscene. By evening, the team finally arrived at the Dawn Forest. Along the way, Reiner saw many goblin corpses, most of which were killed by the knights walking in front. Occasionally, news would come from the front that adventurers were injured. This is not a good sign. Junice came back from the front. She looked a little tired. Reiner, you have to be careful too. These cunning goblins have set up many traps on the road. They're incredibly cunning. They know knights wearing thick plate armor are difficult to kill, so they wait for the knights clearing the way to get far enough away before triggering traps to attack the adventurers following behind. Several have already been caught and rendered incapacitated. Reiner suddenly had a bad feeling. This war seemed to have started when they decided to go to the Dawn Forest. At this moment, Norah's inner voice drifted into Reiner's ears. Something seems wrong. Master, we seem to be surrounded by green monsters. Norah tugged at Reiner's clothes. Reiner blinked in confusion. They were at the edge of the Dawn Forest, with endless woods in front of them and dense and lush bushes on both sides. Sure, Norah's ears pricked up high. They're everywhere. I can hear their voices. If you don't believe me, light the surrounding area on fire. Soon, green monsters will jump out. Cold sweat broke out on Junice's forehead. She understood the subhuman language and lowered her voice. I'll go tell Demas. Go quickly. Chapter 30 One-Eyed Ogre. Soon, the news of being surrounded by goblins spread throughout the team. Although the adventurers were still continuing with their actions, they were already wary of the goblins in the bushes. Soon Junice came back and whispered in Reiner's ear. Demas and the others have noticed it too. He asked you to use Fireball to set these bushes on fire. It is unrealistic to withdraw now. As long as the goblins realize that the team is no longer advancing deeper, they will definitely launch a surprise attack first. In that case, it is better to strike first. You burn the left one, and I'll burn the right one. After you see me cast the spell, you can do the same. Okay. Junice took off the black cloth covering the staff. The two of them split up, came to the outside of the team, found a relatively open place, and then began to chant spells in a low voice. Seeing the gem on top of the red dragon's breath emit a dazzling red light, Reiner suddenly aimed his staff at the nearby grass and released a fireball. The magic power after being blessed by the staff is extremely terrifying. A tongue of fire about 20 or 30 meters high rose from the ground, and a terrible heat wave swept over, instantly turning the nearby bushes into a sea of fire. Then a heart-wrenching scream came from the bushes. The goblins, covered in flames, rushed out and started a melee with the adventurers. After the two sides fought, Reiner was afraid of accidentally hurting his allies and did not dare to use magic again. He could only stand back to back with Norah, holding up his staff and using it as a hammer, knocking down one by one. The staff, forged from pure gold, was indestructible. Reiner was only worried that the fire magic stone on the top would be smashed by him. Host, use it boldly. This thing is almost indestructible. It won't break even if you hit a few goblins. It can't be broken no matter what. This thing is comparable to vibranium. No, that's why I said almost indestructible, but you can use it against goblins without worrying about it. It will definitely not break. After listening to what the system said, he swung even harder. I have to say, the center of gravity of this staff is forward, and it feels pretty good when swung like a mace. Martina, go help the others. Norah and I can protect ourselves. Good. Martina was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, brandishing her sword and charging forward. Norah always held a small dagger and followed Reiner closely to protect him. The battle lasted about 10 minutes and ended with the adventurer's victory. Reiner used the hydrotherapy he had just learned to treat the wounds of the injured adventurer. Just then, Martina returned to Reiner. She was covered in blood and looked a little excited. Reiner, this is just the vanguard. There must be more green monsters waiting for us behind. Reiner felt the same way. These goblins weren't even wearing leather armor, and their equipment was a notch lower. They definitely couldn't be the elite goblin force. They were more like cannon fodder used to consume the enemy. Junice wiped the sweat from her forehead and said as she treated the wounded, I never thought goblins could be so strange. I've encountered goblins in groups of 3 or 5 before, and I've never heard of them acting like this. After driving away the small group of goblins, the team continued to move deeper into the woods. Just now, Demas and his team also fought with goblins in front of the team. After walking forward for a while, Reiner saw a huge blue-gray corpse lying on the ground. He had only one eye and exuded a foul stench. He had many wounds on his body, and it was obvious that the knights had taken a lot of effort to knock him down. Martina took a quick glance and muttered, I didn't expect there would be ogres here. Do you recognize this thing? Of course, I lived here for a while. Martina lowered her head in thought, as if recalling something bad. This thing usually only moves around in the north of the forest, and it will eat anything that moves. Although this monster is not smart, it has brute force. I can't defeat it because of its thick skin and flesh. Before, I would stay away from it when I saw it. Junice said in demi-human language, one-eyed ogres often cooperate with goblins. It seems we need to be more careful. Reiner nodded and continued to move forward with the team. To be honest, after experiencing several dangerous situations, Reiner felt that the profession of adventurer was more and more dangerous. You'll encounter danger every few days, and if you're not careful, you might even lose your life. He hoped to earn enough money for retirement in the next few years, buy a house in Mellet, and then retire with Norah and live a peaceful and stable life. But for now, he should be spending his money elsewhere. Ever since Norah was knocked unconscious by a punch from the Goblin General and Martina was hit by an arrow in the chest, Reiner has been thinking about changing his armor. Light armor made of hard leather is light, but its protective performance is too limited and it can only cope with low-intensity attacks. If you encounter a bow and arrow, you will be shot through. But if they put on chainmail, the possibility of them getting hurt would definitely be greatly reduced. Reiner looked at Martina, who was walking in front, imagining what she would look like wearing plate armor and fully armed. At this moment, Martina shuddered twice, and then her inner voice came. Why do I feel like someone is staring at me with an obscene look? She barely hesitated before looking back at Reiner. The two looked at each other. Reiner narrowed his eyes and asked, Why are you looking at me? Look at the road. Martina turned her head and said nothing, but her thoughts drifted over. Is Reiner still thinking about me? In a sense, she was right. Reiner was attracted by her strong physique. She was as strong as an ox. Martina is so fierce. If she were to wear full armor, she would be absolutely awesome. Norah's inner voice also floated over. Master, why are you always staring at Martina? And staring at her, but you really like big butts. I really should eat more. This is pure slander. What Reiner just saw was Martina's beautiful and strong thighs, and a little further up was her butt. He turned to look at Norah, and just as he was about to hold her hand, he saw his cat ears move, and then he heard her inner voice. There seems to be some strange movement in the woods. Is it another green monster? Norah stood on tiptoe and looked to the side, then reached out and tugged at Reiner. Master, there is something in the woods. I can hear the goblin muttering something. Which direction? Norah's ears moved like radars, listening carefully. Then, she pointed to the depths of the woods and said, There. Reiner narrowed his eyes. It was pitch black in the deep woods and nothing could be seen. Then a light source as big as a torch appeared and gradually expanded. Junice looked over and frowned slightly. This is... Reiner was suddenly startled and shouted, pushing Norah and Martina out of the team. Disperse. Chapter 31 Survive. Reiner shouted in time, and the adventurers around him dispersed their teams in time after hearing his shout. Then a dazzling fireball passed through the woods and hit the center of the team. Several adventurers who were unable to dodge were set on fire by the flames, rolling and howling. The surrounding trees were also set on fire. Reiner quickly used water magic to put out the flames on them, and then went to put out the flames on the tree. Norah glanced towards the woods and then drew the dagger from her waist. Master, there are green monsters coming. Reiner looked back and saw countless dark shadows moving in the depths of the forest. Several knights shouted one after another in the team. Enemy attack. Disperse the team. Light the torches. Adventurers kept coming to Reiner to borrow fire, and then passed it to each other. After dozens of seconds, the surroundings were illuminated by sufficient light. Reiner looked around and saw that there were dense crowds of goblins all around, probably nearly 1,000 of them. There are also several one-eyed ogres mixed in. They moved slowly and powerfully, holding rough wooden sticks in their hands. Reiner wanted to give them a fireball, but was worried that it would set the entire forest on fire. Now they were facing the goblins and the wind. The fire would blow towards them, and they would be the ones burned in the end. Although fire magic is powerful, it has too many limitations. The goblin on the opposite side, who could use magic, had no such concerns at all and kept throwing fireballs at them one after another. In less than half a minute, there were considerable casualties in the team. At the same time, groups of goblins rushed to them and started fighting with the adventurers. But the opponent's fireball spell did not stop for a moment and continued to bombard the adventurers. A few unlucky goblins were accidentally injured as soon as they rushed to the front of the formation. Is that guy crazy? He even killed his compatriot. Junice shouted angrily, and then raised the staff that was emitting blue light. Reiner, protect me. Norah and Martina came closer. As the spell was chanted, cold raindrops fell on Reiner's face. Then raindrops fell from the sky. Suddenly, heavy rain fell in the forest. The rain extinguished the adventurers' torches, and the surroundings fell into darkness again. At the same time, the power of the opponent's fireball was greatly weakened. Reiner and Junice were in sync and used their staffs to accumulate fireballs in the rainstorm to provide light for the adventurers. With the protection of water and light, the situation gradually turned around. Although the skinny goblins have the advantage in numbers, their quality is not good enough. With the cooperation of the adventurers, we can kill as many as come. But the huge one-eyed ogre can easily tear through the adventurers' defenses. With one blow from his stick, he could knock several adventurers away. Martina, keep an eye on those big guys. As soon as they get close, you have to take them out. Good. Martina rushed forward and killed the ogre with one sword. This monster without any armor can be destroyed with one blow by Martina, who is holding a big sword, no matter how thick its blood is. The situation was completely reversed, and the morale of the adventurers became increasingly high. Gradually, knights rushed into the dense forest and fought with the goblins. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in my ears. Warning. You are being watched by the Goblin High Priest. Warning. The host's life is seriously threatened. Warn. Before the system finished speaking, Reiner heard the roar of thunder in the air. He was suddenly shocked. Junice had told him that there were 5 types of natural magic. Ley is one of them. The main quest has been changed to Survive. Task reward, 10 gold coins. He yelled at everyone to disperse. But it was all too late. Reiner only saw a flash of white lightning. Master, wake up. Norah's voice came and went, and Reiner felt a sharp pain in his ears and a burning sensation on his skin. The blinding light made it difficult for him to open his eyes. That's great, you're okay. Norah's voice was filled with tears. Thanks to my parents, the master is still alive. After Reiner adjusted for a while, he finally opened his eyes. Norah's face was covered in mud and water, her cat ears were dirty, and her whole body was soaked. The breath of the red dragon also came over, and the ruby on its top was emitting a faint flame to keep the two warm. Where am I? Reiner sat up with difficulty. He looked around and found himself in a forest. Then a sharp pain came from his head, and he remembered everything. It's morning already? Well, after you were knocked unconscious by thunder, I took you away. Norah shook off the rain on her body trembling slightly. Escaped. Reiner's head hurt, and he was still dazed. That damn goblin priest is so despicable and insidious. First it attacked them with fireballs, forcing Junice to use water magic to protect the team, which played into its hands. Norah whispered again. I was far away at the time, and my body was only numb for a moment, but most of the people were knocked down by the lightning, so I took you and escaped. Reiner still remembered that Junice was not far away from him at that time. Where are Martina and Junice? Norah shook her head. I don't know about Martina. She was far away from us at the time and should not have been knocked down by the thunder. But Junice was struck by lightning, and she was still lying on the ground when I took you away. Reiner gasped. If it was true as she said, Junice was probably dead. Norah saw that Reiner looked unhappy and began to apologize repeatedly. Master, I'm sorry. I can't carry two people, so I can't run with her. It's not your fault. It's my fault for not thinking about it beforehand. Originally, he was going to kill the Goblin Tyrant, but who knew that the Goblin High Priest would appear halfway? This guy can not only use fire magic, but also thunder magic. I suffered a loss due to the information gap. At this moment, Norah's ears twitched and she covered Reiner's mouth. Show. After waiting for a while, she lowered her voice and said, Master, the goblins are searching for us now. The whole forest is full of goblins. We must be careful. Reiner nodded and asked, Where are we roughly now? This question stumped Norah. She tilted her head and thought, maybe in the north? I'm not sure. It can't be in the north. Unless Norah ran more than 10 kilometers overnight carrying Reiner. Given her physical strength, it was obviously impossible. Can you lead me to someone else? Preferably Martina. Norah narrowed her eyes slightly. I'll give it a try. The rain just stopped, and their scent has been washed away. Follow me. Reiner followed Norah while treating his skin burned by lightning, and soon heard the voice of the system. Chapter 32, I have a plan. The main mission has been completed. Task rewards have been issued. Main quest updated to Kill the Goblin Tyrant. Side quest update, Kill the Goblin High Priest. Task reward, 10 gold coins. Although Reiner really wanted to kill the Goblin Priest, the most sensible thing to do at this moment was to find Martina and Junice and take them back with him. After searching in the forest for a while with Norah, the two returned to the path where they fought yesterday. The place had obviously been cleaned up, and the heavy rain had washed away the bloodstains from last night. At this moment, Reiner saw nothing but mud on the ground. Although Norah always quarreled with Martina and even fought with her occasionally, she didn't feel good at all now. Poor Martina, even if she was strong, she couldn't withstand so many goblins. She must have been eaten. She loved eating so much, but she didn't even have a full meal before she died. Reiner glanced at her and said comfortingly, There are more than 200 people. The goblins can't eat them all at once. Martina still has hope. If all of these people were captured, the goblins could only cook about 50 of them a day. I just hope that goblins don't like to eat a woman with muscles like Martina. At this moment, Noila Mo covered her nose and whispered, Master, I seem to smell meat. It's human flesh. Reiner's scalp tingled. He swallowed and said, Take me there. Norah bent over and led the way. The two of them went into the dense forest one after the other. After walking for a long time, Reiner also smelled the strong aroma of meat. But when he thought about cooking human flesh, his stomach started to churn. After walking for a while, Norah suddenly stopped in the bushes and then slowly pushed away the leaves with her hands. After taking a look, she gave her place to Reiner. Master, you should see it. Reiner glanced outside, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The goblins cleared a large area of the forest in front and built a number of simple flat-roofed wooden houses. In front of the wooden houses, there were more than 10 large iron pots. Some body parts were being cooked inside. Most of the meat is green. These beasts actually eat each other, which is beyond Reiner's imagination. In front of the iron pot stood a goblin that was slender, skinny, and looked like a stick insect. His body was covered with strange runes, and he wore a terrifying ghost mask on his face. There were several bloody human heads hanging on the top of the staff he held. This is most likely the goblin priest who launched the sneak attack and cast magic last night. In the center of the open space, there is a throne carved out of stone. Lying on the throne was a giant goblin that was fat, covered with pus-filled sores, and looked like it had little fighting power. Its eyes were scarlet, and it wore a light yellow crown on its head. This guy is probably what the system calls the Goblin Tyrant. Help! Oh! There were two strong, one-eyed ogres slaughtering carefully selected adventurers. Nearly 100 adventurers were tied to the ground like insects. They were divided into two groups. It seems that one group is planned to be slaughtered and eaten, while the other group is temporarily kept in captivity. Reiner did not see Martina and Beauties among those people, but he saw Demas. The guy's plate armor was stripped off and his woolen coat was stained with mud and water. But even so, he did not give in and continued to curse the goblin loudly with the most vicious words. Even the goblin couldn't understand a word. Norah's ears suddenly perked up. She pointed to the bushes not far away and said in a low voice, "I smell Martina and Beauties. Master, let's go over there." Reiner followed her through the trees. After a while, she emerged from the bushes. Swish! A big sword came towards him. Fortunately, I stopped in front of her in time. Norah. Martina looked at Reiner behind her, her frown softening. "I'm so glad you're all okay." Reiner. Beauties was there too. She was followed by several adventurers. After a few seconds of pausing, she said self-reproachfully, "I've caused so much trouble for everyone." Reiner declined to comment. Beauties simply made what she thought was the right choice at the time. If it were Reiner, he would probably do the same. Who could have expected that this goblin high priest could also use magic of two attributes? If we don't use water magic to defend ourselves and continue to be bombarded by fireballs, the casualties will probably not be much better. Reiner took a deep breath and looked outside the bushes. Let's find a way to get them out first. For every 2 minutes of delay, an adventurer will be ripped apart by the one-eyed ogre, so they need to make a choice quickly. Are we the only ones left? Reiner looked around. There were only 10 of them in total. An adventurer replied, "That's right. If you count the ones in the pot, the number of people is roughly the same. The injured ones were basically all cooked in the pot by the goblins. With all due respect, we should run away now. I just counted and there are at least 10 ogres and 200 goblins nearby. 10 of us can't cause any trouble." Beauties lowered her head, as if blaming herself. Another adventurer also said, "Yes, let's run away before we are discovered. If we are discovered, it will be too late to run. It is indeed dangerous to rescue them, but there is still a chance. The goblins are now very loose and not on guard at all, which is a good opportunity for a sneak attack. Martina can deal with the 10 ogres, and the remaining goblins and the remaining adventurers are all quite reputable. As long as they cooperate a little more closely, there will not be any big problems." Reiner asked Martina, who was covered in blood, "Can you defeat the 2 goblins in the middle?" Martina snorted disdainfully, then raised a finger. "As long as I can get close, it only takes a moment." It was pretty much what Reiner thought. The fat-bellied goblin tyrant has difficulty moving and has almost no combat power. The goblin priest was obviously just a long-range mage with high attack and low defense. If Martina got close to him, he would have almost no power to resist. Reiner looked at Beauties and asked, "What would happen if I were here and charged up my fireball to sneak attack the goblin priest?" Beauties shook her head. "You'll be noticed when you're charging. If I'm not mistaken, the goblin priest should have some magical perception or something like that." "That's easy." Reiner turned around and looked at everyone, saying softly, "Next, I plan to try to rescue our companions. It may be dangerous, so those who don't want to participate can withdraw." The adventurers looked at each other, but no one spoke. "Let me put it another way. Who's willing to join?" Reiner glanced at everyone. "I, Lord Demas, saved my father on the battlefield. And me. Lord Adney once helped me, and thanks to him I now have the money to treat my sister's illness. My brother is in there, so I'm joining in." Seeing that everyone was willing to join, Reiner gathered them together. "I have a plan." Chapter 33 Goblin Tyrant. Reiner poked his head out and took a look outside. Seeing that the goblin high priest was still busy fiddling with the seasonings in the broth, he propped his staff against the bushes and began to chant a spell in a low voice. In an instant, the goblin priest in the distance noticed something was wrong. After looking around, he finally found Reiner, who was about to launch a sneak attack. He raised his staff and roared, "Goblins! Capture him!" The goblins around stopped what they were doing, picked up their weapons, and attacked Reiner. The one-eyed ogre who was in charge of slaughtering adventurers also ran towards him with a butcher knife in hand. The other ogres faced Reiner and stood around the priest and the tyrant. Reiner gripped his staff tightly and aimed at the attacking goblins. After thinking it over carefully, he raised his staff an inch and aimed at the goblin priest in the distance. But the goblin priest did not dodge or evade, showing no fear at all. The fireball brushed past the ogre's body and hit the goblin priest, but the expected explosion did not happen. Instead, it was deflected by an invisible force and exploded in the open space. At the same time, the domino hanging around his neck broke. Reiner frowned. "What is this? Some kind of amulet?" The goblin priest laughed so hard that he was out of breath, like a broken bellows. The goblin tyrant, who had been sitting behind him, seemed to have lost his patience. He roared, "Kill that human." The goblin priest chanted a spell. Reiner used his staff to knock an approaching goblin to death, then fled towards the cabin, using their house as a cover for himself. Unexpectedly, this goblin priest did not regard his companions as human beings at all. He blew Reiner away with a fireball and set several wooden houses on fire. Reiner's butt was burning. He recited Chinese classics, lowered his head, and used water to put out the fire. Seeing the goblins coming from all directions, Reiner set fire to force them back while shouting at the top of his lungs, "Beauties." As soon as he finished speaking, a fireball shot towards the goblin priest, but was deflected again by the mysterious power. But this also successfully attracted the attention of the goblin priest. However, they saw that the adventurers who had been tied up just now had their ropes quietly cut by Norah. They picked up the weapons piled aside and began to resist. The goblin priest roared in frustration, "Sly humans. Big guys. Go and catch them. I don't need you anymore." The hulking, one-eyed ogre ran toward them. The goblin priest was using fireball to counter Junus' waterball. Reiner climbed onto the roof to avoid the goblins surrounding him. Now the entire goblin tribe has become a mess. The goblin priest's attention was also completely attracted, and there was no one-eyed ogre around to interfere. The timing is perfect. He lay on the roof, dodging the arrows, and then swung the staff of fire vigorously. Martina rushed out. She brandished her two-handed sword and strode towards the unsuspecting goblin priest. "Ah, demi-humans. Cunning demi-humans. Priest." The frightened goblin tyrant rolled off the throne. The goblin priest finally came to his senses. It chanted a spell and prepared to attack Martina with a fireball. But it was a step too slow, and Martina's two-handed sword slashed directly at its neck. The goblin priest's head fell down, and his tall body fell backwards weakly. Martina shook the blood off the sword in a cool manner. "Well done," Reiner praised. He was lying on the roof and could see everything clearly. The goblins realized something was wrong and rushed back. "Quick, protect the king." Seeing this, the one-eyed ogres stopped fighting with Demas Junus and the others and ran towards the goblin tyrant. But Martina's two-handed sword is not a vegetarian. He killed as many goblins as came, and in a short while the goblin tribe was flooded with blood. "You want to save him?" Martina stepped on the goblin tyrant's face, then cut open his stomach with a sword, and colorful intestines flowed out. "Ah!" The goblin tyrant howled in pain. Standing on the roof, Reiner couldn't help but complain. "Stop playing with it. How dirty is this thing? Don't you find it disgusting?" Martina was also very annoyed, so she stabbed his throat with a sword and put an end to it completely. Then he rushed into the goblins and started killing them. Suddenly, Reiner felt something was wrong. The goblin priest's body was actually wriggling quietly. The severed head rolled back strangely and finally connected to the neck. Behind Martina. Unfortunately, this guy had been entangled by the goblins and couldn't get away for a while. Junus also noticed something was wrong. She subconsciously cast a fireball, but was once again deflected by an invisible force. Demas picked up his sword and rushed forward, but was knocked several meters away. The goblin priest raised his staff high, roared, and set his body on fire. Then a large number of goblins fell to the ground inexplicably and turned into mummies in just a few seconds, while the green souls gathered at the top of the staff. Martina rushed forward, swung her two-handed sword violently, and killed the goblin priest again. But before he died, he injected that soul into the body of the goblin tyrant. Reiner had a vague feeling that something was wrong. He ran over, yelling at them to get out of the way, and then shot a fireball to set the corpse on fire. The goblin tyrant's body burned in the vortex of flames, and a burnt smell filled the air. "Reiner, are you okay?" Junus walked up to him holding the staff and asked in confusion. "I just saw something green go into this guy's body." "What's green?" Everyone also cast doubtful looks at Reiner. "Didn't you see? That green thing is like a soul." Junus asked tentatively. "Could it be the evil energy you're talking about?" "Yes." Reiner felt very familiar when he heard this word again. Before he traveled through time, he had heard of this word in some film and television works. "My teacher said, only a small number of people in this world can see the flowing evil energy. It is the power of the devil. If it is true as you said, then we should now." Before Junus could finish her words, Reiner saw the goblin tyrant standing up in flames. His skin was charred, his bloody intestines emitted a foul stench, and veins bulged on his shrunken legs. "Get out of the way." Norah reacted the fastest and pulled Junus away. The two adventurers closest to the tyrant were not so lucky. They were strangled by the neck, and their milky white souls were sucked out of their 5 orifices. They instantly became mummies. The flames on the tyrant's body were extinguished, and his broken body began to recover gradually, but soon began to decay again, and he looked very painful. Let's go together. Get rid of him. Oh. The tyrant was extremely fast. He threw out 2 withered corpses, causing everyone to stumble. Then he picked up the ogre's fallen butcher knife and rushed towards the adventurers with a roar. Chapter 34. Is your magic crystal really as big as a mountain? Blood and flesh splattered. The unarmored adventurers were like grass in front of him, and he killed dozens of them in one encounter. The fireballs shot by Reiner and Junice could set his body on fire, but it never slowed him down at all. He will heal himself. This attack is useless. Martina. Martina let out a battle cry, used her shield to knock the tyrant off balance, and then took off one of its arms. The tyrant glanced at the mutilated limb, and a new arm covered in slime emerged. Martina frowned slightly. It's incredible. Cut off his head. As soon as Reiner finished speaking, the tyrant suddenly exerted force to push Martina away and rushed towards him like a madman. A knight in armor stood in front of him and took the blow head-on. His plate armor was actually cut by a knife. Not even the Goblin General possesses such unparalleled power. Go! Reiner turned and ran. The tyrant grabbed the knight's waist and slammed him against the wall like a stone. Soon after, more knights in armor rushed over, wielding swords and slashing wildly at the tyrant. They were not strong enough to chop off the tyrant's bones. The tyrant swung his butcher knife violently, and in an instant, flames flew everywhere. The plate armor on the knights was chopped into holes, and they were forced to retreat several meters to create some distance. The archers hiding in the dark shot several arrows in succession, but it was completely useless to the tyrant. Martina came running out of nowhere. She stepped on the knight's shoulders and jumped high, cutting off the tyrant's head in midair. But the behemoth did not fall down and was still waving its butcher knife around. What a monster! He won't die even after this. Martina's eyes were full of fighting spirit. She was not afraid at all and rushed to the tyrant again, removing both of his legs at an extremely fast speed. But when he was leaving, the tyrant slashed his left arm and his entire hand fell off. Norah seized the opportunity and rushed over, holding Martina's broken arm and rolling out of the battlefield. Reiner, let's roast him, Junice shouted anxiously. She unleashed a fireball that set the tyrant on fire. His stump healed much more slowly in the flames. When the broken leg grew back, Martina dragged her injured body forward and cut it off again. Reiner kept chanting spells, and the fireball on the top of the staff was rapidly compressed, and its color gradually changed, finally turning into a beautiful sky blue. Stay away. The adventurers retreated one after another, away from the battlefield. Seeing that the tyrant had grown new limbs, Reiner no longer hesitated and shot out the fireball. Boom! The moment the blue fireball hit the tyrant, an extremely strong heat wave swept through the forest and the ground shook terribly. Reiner was blown away, and his cloak immediately caught fire. He tore off his cloak and threw it aside, then looked up at the blurry figure in the flames. One could vaguely see that his flesh and blood had been stripped away and finally turned completely into a pile of ashes. I don't know how long the flame burned. When Reiner came to his senses, he felt a burning pain on his skin. He was burned. After making sure that the goblin tyrant was dead, Reiner turned to look at Martina, then walked over quickly. This guy was very fierce. He didn't even make a sound even after his hand was chopped off. He just sat there as if nothing had happened. No pain. Martina replied calmly. It hurts, but I can bear it. Norah handed the severed arm she had recovered to Reiner. Master, you are injured. I'll just heal myself later. Hydrotherapy will heal the burn quickly. He touched Norah's animal ears and said softly, You performed very well today. Norah nodded, and her inner voice drifted over. These are what I should do. Reiner looked back at Junice. Her face was pale, and she had passed out. She had been using fireballs in the previous battle and seemed to have overdrawn her magic power, so she fell into a coma. Just lie down. It shouldn't be a big deal. Reiner picked up Martina's arm, looked at the smooth-cut surface, and said, Bear with it. I'll help you press it back. Oh. Reiner grabbed her arm and pressed it down, while his other hand was performing hydrotherapy to help the wound heal. Even someone as strong as Martina had her wounds torn like this, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead, and her body began to shake uncontrollably. It hurts, it really hurts. You can scream out if you can't help it, no one will laugh at you. No, just hurry up, Martina said softly, her breathing becoming more rapid. Reiner overestimated the therapeutic effects of hydrotherapy. The incision was too large, and the entire bone was cut. The arm just stuck on and fell off again. Martina shed tears in pain. If it really doesn't work, then just leave it at that. I'm just as strong even without a hand. Just then, Demas came over. Reiner, I need your help. Many people are injured. Wait a moment, I'll be there soon. Reiner took out holy water from his waist bag. Since he got the medicine, he has always carried it with him in case of emergency. Reiner poured some holy water on Martina's broken arm and then pressed his arm back on. Soon, the flesh and blood began to heal at an extremely terrifying speed, leaving only a light scar. Martina looked at her arm and breathed a sigh of relief. Then she said in disbelief, "My arm doesn't hurt anymore." "Reiner, you're amazing. Don't move around even if it doesn't hurt. Just sit here and wait for your arm to heal." "Good." Reiner turned and walked towards the other injured adventurers. Many people also had their arms chopped off. He had no experience in treating this condition, so he could only try to use hydrotherapy to glue the broken limbs together and then fix them with wooden boards. He wasn't sure if he could be cured, and he had to wait until June Ice woke up to know for sure. During this time, Demas had been following him, and he seemed to want to say something when he hesitated. After a while, seeing that there were fewer people around, he finally spoke. "Reiner, I owe you another favor. We are in an employment relationship. I just did my job well. If it weren't for you, we would have probably become the dead souls under the ogre's knife." Reiner waved his hand and lowered his head to use hydrotherapy to heal the burns on his body. "It's just good luck. If there was any mistake, I wouldn't be able to save you." Demas nodded and said nothing more. After a long silence, he spoke again. "If you need any help in Mellet, you can come to me." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the knights. Reiner said nothing and continued to treat his burns with his head down. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw June Ice move not far away. "How are you?" June Ice sat up with difficulty, hugged the staff, and nodded. Then he suddenly turned around and said, "Reiner, is your magic crystal really as big as a mountain?" Chapter 35. Norah is my woman. Before returning, the adventurers completely destroyed the goblin tribe. He burned all the wooden houses to ashes. Companions whose bodies could still be identified were taken back by carriage, while those that were damaged beyond recognition had to be buried on the spot. Demas chose a beautiful stream to bury them. There were about 200 people in the team when they came, but less than 100 people when they left. Although this campaign completely eradicated the goblins, the losses were also heavy. Reiner walked tiredly on the way home. Because there were many wounded soldiers and a lot of spoils on the carriages, the team moved very slowly. They didn't arrive in Mello until noon the next day. Reiner said hello and prepared to go back to the village to sleep. "I haven't paid you yet. Wait until you've dealt with the things before going back." Demas said calmly, "Give it to me later. I guess we'll have to meet soon. I'm going back to sleep first." Reiner said sleepily, then turned and left the team. As soon as he returned to the village, he saw that the door of the wooden house was filled with vegetables donated by the villagers. "Please bring in those ingredients. I'll take a break." The two girls with animal ears carried the things into the kitchen. Reiner was a little dirty, so he leaned against the wall and fell asleep in the blink of an eye. When he woke up again, he found himself lying on the bed, his body cleaned and his clothes changed. There was something warm next to him, and then he touched a pair of warm and soft cat ears. Norah whined and poked her head out to look at Reiner, awake. "Well, it's midnight." "Yes, Martina and I have already eaten. Are you hungry, master?" Reiner shook his head. Mo yawned and prepared to get out of bed. "Then I'll go back to sleep." Reiner quickly reached out and pulled her back. "Don't go. Sleep a little longer. It's so cold outside." He wanted to hug the cat girl again. Seeing that Norah was unwilling, he continued, "I haven't touched the tail and ears yet." "Then I'll just sit." "If you sit down, I can't touch your ears. Lie down. It's so cold outside. What if you get sick?" Norah didn't say anything and just laid down in the bed obediently. Reiner gently rubbed her cat ears, then tentatively put his arm around Norah's waist. "My master won't let me leave again." Although she didn't say anything, she was quite afraid that something would be done to her. Reiner asked with a smirk, "Who gave me a bath?" Norah immediately said, "Martina. We blocked it with a towel and didn't see anything." She said so, but her heart betrayed her. "We washed them together, so I saw everything." Reiner was speechless for a moment. Although he had prepared himself mentally, he still felt a little weird when he heard Noila's inner thoughts. "Who changed the clothes?" "Martina too." "Martina changed her clothes, I changed my pants." Reiner took hold of her tail and tugged gently. Norah whispered softly, "Be gentle." Reiner nodded and hugged her tighter. Norah is like a cat. Her body is surprisingly soft, and there is always a faint fragrance that makes Reiner always inexplicably want to smell it. After holding her for a while, Reiner grabbed Norah's little hand again. Although it was pitch black, Reiner could feel her body temperature rising. Norah blushed. "There are also many messy thoughts in my mind." She was still a young girl who was just beginning to fall in love. She felt conflicted and reserved. Recalling the adventures they had experienced together during this period, Reiner's affection for her increased a little more. So his mind heated up, and he whispered in her ear, "Noila, be my woman." Huh. Nora's brain went into a state of panic. She clutched the quilt tightly and didn't speak for a long time. What's going on? Am I hallucinating? Stop joking, Master. This is not funny at all. Martina, come and save me. Reiner poked her ear, causing Norah to shudder. Why aren't you talking? Master, stop teasing me. I'm not kidding. I'm serious. Reiner rubbed Norah's furry animal ears again. Norah fell silent again. Her mind was full of random thoughts. What will happen if I don't agree? Will my master still treat me like this? If I agree, then do we have to start doing that right away? No, I'm not ready yet. My mother said I must seize opportunities that can make me happy, and my master is very good to me. I can't miss this. This might be my last chance to change my fate. Norah held Reiner's hand tightly and responded softly. I promise you. But that kind of thing can't be done for the time being. Her breathing was rapid. After a few seconds of pausing, she continued with a sobbing voice. I'm still too thin. It's not tasty at all. I have to wait until I gain some weight. Then you can always touch the tail, right? Reiner was no longer polite and started from the base of the tail and stroked all the way down. The cat's tail feels really good. The two of them lay on the bed and whispered to each other for a long time. Norah was already tired, and soon she fell into a deep sleep. While she was dreaming, Reiner actually heard her inner voice. Nora's voice was filled with joy and excitement. Mom, I have a home. When Reiner got up in the morning, the first person he received was Martina's scrutiny. She was holding a long sword, squatting beside the bed and spying on the two people. Reiner saw her as soon as he opened his eyes. What are you doing? You scared me. Martina narrowed her eyes and asked seriously, why are you two sleeping together again? The sound of their conversation woke Norah up. She looked back at Martina, and her face quickly turned red again because she was too shy. Martina said in a serious tone, Reiner, are you bullying Norah again? A strong male will not bully a female. Reiner immediately retorted, when did I bully her? Don't slander me. Then he put his arm around Nora's waist. Martina looked down and stared. He seemed very surprised by this action. Reiner said slowly, to tell you the truth, Norah is already my woman. She promised me last night. Martina was even more surprised. She said with certainty, you must have threatened Norah. You farted again. As the two were arguing, Norah slowly spoke. I volunteered. I fell in love with my master. I want to have a home. Martina scratched her head. Although she didn't say anything, her inner thoughts came out. This isn't right. How did Norah fall in love with Reiner? Just because she gave him a bath, she fell in love with him? Isn't it just a little older? Is it necessary to be like this? Reiner felt offended. Chapter 36. Get them a proper set of armor. Reiner took them to Mello early in the morning. On the way, he would steal glances at Norah from time to time, and the two of them, who were so in tune with each other, would always meet each other's eyes by chance. The owner caught me again. It's so hard to sneak a peek. Reiner took her hand, but Norah broke free after a while. She is a stubborn person. As soon as Martina looks at her, she will subconsciously pull her hand away. Before they knew it, the three of them had arrived in Mello. The purpose of Reiner's trip was to find a suitable set of armor for Martina, and if he had extra money, he would rent a house in the city. It's not particularly convenient to always run back and forth between the city and the village. Most of Reiner's activities need to be carried out in Mellet. For example, if you want to take on a quest at the Adventurers Guild, or buy weapons and armor, you basically need to go to a town. He is now well off. He originally had 10 gold coins, but after going to the Dawn Forest and completing 3 tasks, he now has a total of 45 gold coins. Thanks to the system's tasks, he earned in a short period of time the amount of money a farmer would have to earn in 20 years. Although this amount of money was not enough for him to make the leap into higher classes, it was enough for him to spend at the moment. As soon as he entered the city gate, Reiner heard a familiar voice. Hey, Reiner. Looking back, Demas was standing on the city wall with his hands on his hips, wearing only a chainmail. He took out a bag of money from his waist and threw it to Reiner. Reiner took the bag, opened it, and took a look. It was full of silver coins, with an estimated total value of 3 gold coins. So many? The spoils must have sold for quite a bit of money. Dumas nodded and then tossed over another bag of money. Although the purse was small this time, it felt heavy to Reiner. When I opened it, I saw that it was filled with gold coins, at least a dozen of them. Are you serious? Reiner's eyes widened. Of course, this is a bounty offered by the tyrant and the priests. You have contributed the most, so the majority of the bounty should be yours. Reiner shook the purse and put it in his waist bag. Okay, thank you. Just as he was about to leave, Demas called Reiner again. What? Do you regret it? Demas shook his head and continued. If I don't have anything else to do during the day, I'll spend most of my time here at the city wall. The two of them obviously had nothing to say to each other. Seeing Demas turn around and chat with the knight beside him, Reiner also left with the animal-eared girl. He first went to find a shoemaker and got each of them a pair of short boots that fit them. The straw sandals on their feet were almost worn out after being worn for a month. And the weather is getting colder, it's time to slow down. It can be seen that Norah is quite satisfied with her new shoes. She squats down from time to time to wipe them carefully. Even Martina, who is usually carefree, takes good care of her shoes. These shoes are really nice. You humans really know how to enjoy life, Martina said seriously. Norah nodded in agreement. Reiner glanced at her and said abruptly, these shoes will be deducted from your redemption fee. Go ahead, knock. I'm actually quite happy to do things for you. At least I don't have to worry about going hungry, Martina said seriously. Just as Reiner was about to take Martina to the armor shop, the system's voice appeared again. Mission update. Initial exploration of the ruins south of Mellet. Mission reward, 5 silver coins. To be honest, Reiner was so rich that he looked down upon these 5 silver coins. But based on the principle of completing a task, he still had to try it to see how salty it was. But the most urgent thing is to find a set of armor for Martina. Although this guy is brave, he is still a human being after all, and he is at the vanguard of the team, so protection is definitely necessary. When he saw Martina's hand being chopped off in the Dawn Forest, he secretly made up his mind to buy her a set of armor when he returned. After arriving at the armor shop, Reiner was the first to ask about the price of the chainmail. The blacksmith said seriously, there are many types of chainmail, I don't know which one you want. Some only protect the torso, while others also have shoulder guards. Is there any full defense? It's only half a body, and it's not cheap at all. Iron's been expensive lately, plus the labor and other miscellaneous costs. 8 diced gold coins. Reiner gasped. The price was quite different from what he had guessed. He thought it could be done with 3 or 4 gold coins. The leather armor of the 3 of them only cost 2 gold coins in total. Where's the plate armor? Plate armor is more expensive. The main thing is to look at the area of protection. The price of full body armor is different from that of half body armor. Reiner approached the craftsman and asked in a low voice, do you know Lord Demas? Of course I know. He is a noble knight worthy of respect. Can you get that kind of plate armor? Reiner was very satisfied with the defensive performance of that thing. He can just stand there and let the Goblin General chop him a few times without any problem, so his fighting power is self-evident. The craftsman glanced at Norah and Martina behind him and said seriously, that kind of plate armor doesn't suit you. It's very troublesome to put on. The knights need their squires to assemble it for a long time before they can go into battle. It's also not cheap. Reiner asked tentatively, how much? About 30 gold coins. Reiner rubbed his chin. Although it is expensive, it is still affordable. How much trouble is it exactly? It needs nails to fix it. Just listening to this makes Reiner full. No wonder Demas came wearing only half a suit of plate armor when fighting the Goblin Tyrant in the Morning Forest. The craftsman took a look at the leather armor on the men and was very impressed by Reiner. After thinking for a moment, he asked, who is this armor for? Reiner decisively pointed at Martina behind him. The craftsman frowned. You're such a weirdo. Why are you giving demi-humans such fine clothing? Can't you just buy them after they die? Reiner was speechless for a moment. It's not easy to get a legendary demi-human. Anyway, he had been to the slave market before, and the most he could identify was the epic Norah. Before that, the best were only rare. Don't worry about it. Reiner waved his hand. The craftsman sighed, thought for a moment, and then said, a set of chainmail and a half set of shoulder plate armor for the upper body, and then arm guards and gauntlets. As for the lower body, lately, a kind of skirt armor is popular among noble ladies. It is both beautiful and convenient for movement. Reiner thought about it and felt that although this thing had a protective effect, it was not practical. With the skirt armor and shin guards, the protection is already very comprehensive. How much would it cost to match it, as you said? The craftsman picked up a stone from the ground, scratched it on the wall, then turned to Reiner and said, 18 gold coins in total. Chapter 37. Sooner or later, I have to kiss Norah. Reiner discussed it with Norah and the others. This set of chainmail and plate armor weighs nearly 20 kilograms. Martina was fine. She had endless energy and could wear a heavy bucket helmet on her back. But Norah obviously can't. Asking her to carry 20 kilograms of things and jump up and down would tire her to death. Moreover, her most outstanding feature is her agility, and wearing too much might be counterproductive. After careful consideration, Reiner gave up the idea of putting chainmail on her, but kept everything else as it was. Reiner himself removed his skirt armor and strengthened his leg guards and shin guards. He He had no fondness for the skirt armor. After taking the measurements and paying the deposit, Reiner took them away. Then he went to see the tavern owner. As an important place for information transmission in the town, the pub owner is good at dealing with people from all walks of life and is often one of the most well-informed people in the local area. With their help, Reiner quickly found a single-story cottage for sale at the corner of the city. The house has wooden floors and looks clean and tidy. It has a total of 4 rooms, 3 of which can be used for living and 1 for storing miscellaneous items. This room also has a relatively complete kitchen. There is also a 9-square-meter vegetable garden in the backyard of the house, where you can grow some vegetables when you have nothing to do. The only thing I am not very satisfied with is that the cubicles for washing and defecation are too small and quite rudimentary. But even so, it's much better than the cabin in the village. Reiner was moved. How much is the rent for this house? The owner of the house was an old man, leaning on a cane with gray hair on his temples. He spoke weakly and haltingly. 1 year, 2 diaster gold coins. How much does it cost to buy this house? The old man didn't speak. He looked around with his cloudy eyes and slowly said, 40 gold coins. This house was given to me by the Lord when I was young. The title deed is still there. Let me think about it. Reiner paid the rent. He plans to live there for a while to check it out, and if it really is good, he will consider earning some money to buy the house. After renting a house, Reiner rented a carriage from the innkeeper and started moving his belongings back and forth. The villagers seemed very reluctant to let Reiner move out, but they still helped move the things in the house. It was not until the evening that Reiner finally finished moving the house. Looking at the messy house, he started to tidy it up. It was almost late at night when we finished. After taking a shower, Reiner knocked on Norah's door. Seeing no movement from inside, he slowly pushed the door open. Seeing that the bed was empty, he turned and went to Martina's room. Norah is indeed here. The two of them crawled into the same bed again, their 2 big eyes staring at Reiner. Norah's cheeks were a little red, as if they had done something wrong. What's wrong with you two? You look sneaky, Reiner asked puzzledly. It's okay. Martina's mouth corners slightly raised, as if she was about to hold back her laughter. Their thoughts kept drilling into Reiner's ears. Martina, I can't answer Norah's question. After all, I've never been with a man. But I can't believe that Norah has already started to think about that kind of thing. But from the current point of view, following Reiner is indeed a good destination. If I have nowhere to go in the future, I might as well just keep working for Reiner. But I don't intend to do that with Reiner. Norah, luckily, I have good hearing and covered my mouth when I heard footsteps. It would be so embarrassing if the master heard it. Reiner could probably guess that the two of them were probably talking about little secrets between women. Are you two planning to sleep together tonight? Norah didn't say anything, still lost in thought. Martina nodded. It's a bit cold in the room, and there's no fireplace, so I plan to keep warm with Norah. I'm going to light some charcoal and put it in the room to keep it warm tomorrow. Reiner narrowed his eyes and said seriously, it could kill people. Don't do this. I'm not a fool. If I accidentally set the house on fire, I will open the window and escape. And you should be able to put out the fire quickly, right? Martina blinked and answered seriously. Reiner said seriously, when charcoal burns in an oxygen-deficient environment, it produces carbon monoxide. This substance is colorless and odorless, but it is poisonous. It reacts with hemoglobin, reducing the blood's oxygen-carrying capacity and leading to poisoning. Not only will it cause nausea, vomiting, and dizziness, but it can also be life-threatening. Martina scratched her cheek, her eyes clear and stupid. What's oxygen? What's hemoglobin? After that, she looked at Norah beside her and asked, what is Reiner saying? Can you understand? Norah also shook her head. It's a pity that there is no 9 years of compulsory education in this world. When I have time in the future, I will definitely teach them some common sense in life. Anyway, remember my words. Don't light charcoal in the room. If you really want to, make sure to open the doors and windows for ventilation. Otherwise, you might die. Do you understand now? The 2 animal-eared girls nodded and repeated Reiner's words. Seeing that Martina was acting as a third wheel, Reiner felt it was not appropriate to attack Norah, so he went back to his room obediently. Late in the night, he heard the sound of the door opening. Then, Norah's inner voice came. Master is asleep? It seems I am late today. I should have come earlier. Reiner looked back and saw Norah approaching stealthily. You haven't slept yet? I'm used to my own bed. If I move to another place, I won't be able to sleep for a while, but I'll be fine after a couple of days. Reiner yawned and lit the candle on the bedside. Mo whispered. When we were outside, I felt that you slept very peacefully. Sleeping outdoors is different from being in a room. Neither of them spoke again. Norah sat obediently on the edge of the bed, waiting to have her ears touched. But Reiner grabbed her waist and hugged her tightly for a while. Let's sleep together. Don't leave tonight. Norah and Melo responded softly, lifted a corner of the quilt, and crawled in. The two of them were looking at each other on the bed. The atmosphere feels a bit weird. Norah suddenly leaned in closer and closed her eyes. In the dim candlelight, her rosy and plump lips were particularly attractive. Reiner couldn't help but kiss her. Unexpectedly, Norah was so scared that she shrank back and fell off the bed. Master, what are you doing? Reiner was also startled, not knowing why she reacted so strongly. Aren't you asking me to kiss you? It's just a matter of course. No, I'm just getting ready for bed. Norah crawled back into bed and whispered, "It was a little too sudden. I didn't expect you to kiss me." Reiner hugged her and said softly, "Then let's kiss once every morning and evening from now on." He could feel Norah getting hot in his arms. Chapter 38 Beauties is the Ruins Guide. At breakfast, Norah stared at the black bread for a long time before taking a bite. She had been in a daze ever since I kissed her this morning. I still haven't recovered from it until now. Her inner thoughts bombarded Reiner's ears. My master doesn't dislike me at all. It's our first time kissing, and it feels weird, a little breathless. Reiner was speechless for a moment. That's because Norah didn't breathe the whole time. She was so nervous that she couldn't move, and her face looked like a tomato. Thinking of this, Norah suddenly stole a glance at him. Reiner asked knowingly, "What's wrong?" "No, it's okay." Norah lowered her head and started chewing the black bread again. Martina looked at the two of them, with a somewhat intriguing smile on her face. It was obvious that she was very curious about what happened after she fell asleep. It seems that Norah has become a real woman. I must ask her how she feels tonight. The morning ended in this strange atmosphere. Reiner walked out of the house with the animal-eared girl, and just as he was about to take a deep breath, he smelled a strong smell of shit. I don't know which animal dumped its excrement on the roadside again. What a terrible bunch of guys. Seeing this, Reiner didn't plan to stay around, but walked towards the Adventurers Guild. Since killing the Goblin Tyrant, his reputation in Mellet has skyrocketed. Strangers often greet him when he walks on the street. Even the old blacksmith in the weapons shop, who had a particularly bad temper, would nod slightly when he saw Reiner. After arriving at the guild, many adventurers greeted him warmly as soon as he entered the door. Reiner felt a little confused. But being respected is never a bad thing, so he sat down in the corner where Beauties usually stayed and began to wait. He planned to continue learning some magic from Beauties, and also tell her about his plan to explore the ruins in the south of the city. At this moment, Norah's inner voice floated over again. The master is waiting for that woman again. Reiner didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that her voice was tinged with jealousy. Alas, since my master is a strong male, there will definitely be many women around him in the future. I hope that by then, he will still like to touch my ears and tail. Reiner thought Norah was overthinking it. He and Beauties are just ordinary friends. But it was normal for her to be anxious. After all, Beauties was really beautiful. Reiner reached out and touched Norah's ear. After waiting for a long time, Beauties finally arrived at the Adventurers Guild. She was dressed simply as usual, and in her hand she held her staff, which was covered with a black cloth. She turned around and saw Reiner, then walked up to him and greeted him. "Good morning, Reiner." "Good morning." Beauties sat down across from Reiner and suddenly lowered her voice. "You're becoming more and more famous now. How does it feel?" "It's okay, but I'm not used to being noticed. It's better to just ignore the air. Once you become famous, you can take on more and more commissions and rewards, which is a good thing." "I hope so." Reiner propped his chin up with his hands and said seriously, "Do you want to take a mission today? Let's go outside the city and learn from each other." Beauties was slightly taken aback, then patted her waist bag. "I didn't bring the book. How about you wait for a while, and I'll go back and get it for you. You are already very proficient in fireball and water therapy. You can continue to learn." Reiner sighed and waved his hand. "Forget it then. One day won't be too late to learn it tomorrow. Then I'll teach you today. May I?" "Of course, this kind of thing doesn't matter. We are friends. There's no need to care so much." Beauties smiled softly. "Thank you, Reiner." On the way out of the city, Reiner told Beauties that he was going to the ruins in the south of the city. "The ruins in the south of the city?" "Yes, I want to go and see it." Beauties blinked and said worriedly, "Reiner, do you know anything about the ruins?" Reiner said without hesitation, "No. That's right, I don't recommend you go, because the ruins are very dangerous for inexperienced people. There once existed an extremely powerful ancient country on this continent. However, for unknown reasons, that ancient country was swallowed by darkness overnight, and nearly 1,000 cities were moved to all parts of the world by a mysterious force. There are two types of ruins, namely the ruined city on the surface and the lost city underground. The former is safer, but has been almost plundered by explorers of all generations. The latter is more dangerous, but there may be many valuable treasures inside, such as ancient magic books or expensive metals. The one you're talking about belongs to the latter, the Lost City. Junice felt her mouth was dry after talking so much, so she took out her kettle and took a sip, then continued. If you're lucky, you might get treasure. If you're unlucky, there are many hidden traps and countless evil spirits in there, and you could lose your life if you're not careful. Reiner scratched his head, puzzled. Who told you all this? It feels like reading a novel. Junice's eyes were full of respect. My magic mentor, she is an extremely experienced ruins adventurer. So I can't go? Junice, who had been very serious, suddenly smiled and said, You can go, but you have to be well prepared and have a guide to lead the way. Reiner scratched his head. When he was about to go back, he went to the tavern to ask the owner if there was any guide in the city who could lead the way in the ruins. Seeing that Junice looked at him with a strange expression, Reiner asked casually, Why? Do you know the ruins guide? Junice suddenly puffed out her chest proudly. Reiner, you are talking to a ruins guide with rich experience. Is it reliable? Reiner narrowed his eyes. For some reason, she suddenly felt a little unreliable. When asked this question, Junice seemed to feel guilty. She lowered her head and said cautiously, I've been to the ruined city twice and the lost city once with my mentor. It shouldn't be a problem. Real? Junice nodded heavily. Well, although it is a bit of an exaggeration to describe myself as experienced, I still know the most basic things. Do you want money for leading the way? You look like you really want to go. Junice put her hands on her hips and said seriously, This is a good opportunity to gain experience, so of course I want to go. But if you find any valuable treasure, remember to give me some as a favor. The two reached a consensus. Reiner said, I ordered custom armor at the armor shop. We'll go there once it's ready. It'll probably take about a week. Just tell me one day in advance if you're ready. Junice smiled. Chapter 39 Norah's Mother. A week has passed in the blink of an eye. Reiner spent most of this week learning magic from Junice. Occasionally, I would take on commissions to earn some extra money. Seeing that the deadline for armor delivery had arrived, he couldn't wait to go to the armor store. The craftsman in the armor shop also moved the finished items out of the warehouse. Everything is here, put it on and try it on. Reiner nodded, asked Norah to spread her arms, and couldn't wait to help her change. I have to say that plate armor is indeed a bit difficult to wear, and the belt must be pulled very tight to install it securely. But as he put on each piece of equipment, Reiner's mood became happier. As the last shin guard was installed, Martina exclaimed, How cool! Reiner took a few steps back and looked at Norah. Her look reminded Reiner of an anime character. Norah is like Saber with black hair and animal ears. Reiner took Martina's two-handed sword and handed it to Norah. Lift it up and let's see. Norah raised her sword obediently. Reiner narrowed his eyes. This was exactly what he wanted. Master, the sword is so heavy. Norah's hands were shaking. Martina's two-handed sword weighs at least 20 kilograms. Reiner returned the sword to its owner and patted Norah's waist. Move around a bit and see if it affects your flexibility. Norah moved her limbs and finally did a very agile backflip. Although the body has become heavier, it's almost silent and fits perfectly. Then there's no problem. Reiner turned around and helped Martina put on her armor. At first he was a little curious as to why Martina's plate armor was a size larger than Norah's, until the two lumps of fat on her chest fit perfectly into it. Then he suddenly understood. Just because of these two pieces of fat, he spent 20 more silver coins. After putting on the armor, Martina looked extraordinary, with a terrifying sense of power in her every move. Her outfit weighs at least 40 kilograms. But the slightest movement would cause a metallic friction sound between the chainmail and the plate armor. He had heard similar voices in Demas. This sound may affect concealment and is completely unavoidable. Reiner, I feel invincible. Martina puffed out her chest and said seriously, I feel like I can single-handedly take on 10,000 green monsters right now. She wielded the great sword like a true warrior, but something seemed to be missing. Looking at Martina's beautiful face, Reiner suddenly understood. She still needs a helmet. Reiner picked up an iron bucket helmet from the shelf and put it on Martina's head. How does it feel? It's a little loose and the view is obstructed, but it's not a big problem. Reiner put the iron bucket helmet on his head and walked around. Unexpectedly, this type of helmet obstructs vision so little. He could clearly see everything outside through the gap. Reiner took off his helmet and looked back at Norah. She immediately understood what Reiner meant and replied softly, Thank you, Master, but I don't need it. That's right. Norah's best qualities are perception and agility. The helmet has a certain impact on hearing and vision, so it is best for her not to wear it. Reiner handed the helmet to the craftsman. Do you have a smaller size? No. Almost no women come to buy things from me. The craftsman took a tape measure and measured Martina's head. I can get you a helmet the day after tomorrow at the latest. Okay. Reiner handed over a gold coin, which was the money for the helmet. The three of them walked out of the armor store and immediately attracted many people's attention. They probably had never seen anyone give demi-humans such fine armor. Reiner, how much is this armor? I'll return it to you when I make money. Including the helmet, that's 20 gold coins in total. Reiner patted her shoulder. Why don't you just forget about redeeming yourself and stay with me forever? Martina smiled, then said seriously, since you said so, I'll follow you from now on. Reiner nodded. He couldn't ask for more. It would be best if I could keep this legendary demi-human like her by my side. It's not very convenient to wear armor. Let's take it off and go to the Adventurers Guild to find Junice. Reiner returned home and sat down on the stool. After taking off his armor, he was too lazy to move. Looking at the table that had not been cleared yet, he fell into deep thought again. At this moment, Norah, who was quick and nimble, came over and cleaned the table. Reiner glanced at the gold coins in his pocket and saw that he still had 15 gold coins. He suddenly had the idea of buying another slave. Although Norah can also be a maid, but she usually comes back tired. If possible, he would like to buy another slave. The quality doesn't need to be very good, as long as she can be a full-time nanny at home. Let's go to the slave market again. Norah and Martina pricked up their ears at the same time. Although they knew Reiner would not sell them out, they were still wary when they heard those four words again. I want to buy another demi-human to do the laundry and cooking for us full-time, so that we can have an easier time. They were both silent, and neither of them spoke. Norah, although I feel disgusted by that, if they are bought by their owners, their future lives will definitely be much better. It will be a good thing for them. Martina, Reiner is a kind person anyway. Even though he eavesdropped on their thoughts, Reiner would still pretend to know nothing and ask, why aren't you talking? Norah said, we all listen to the master. Seeing this, Reiner decisively took them to the slave market. Half an hour later, they arrived at their destination. It is almost winter now, and the temperature is basically around 10 degrees. However, the clothes worn by these slaves in the market are still so thin. He was barely wrapped in a tattered piece of linen, which offered little protection against the cold. Looking at the slave traders shouting hard, Norah and Martina couldn't help but feel disgusted. Seeing this, Reiner also wanted to buy a slave as soon as possible to avoid making them unhappy. Martina suddenly tugged at Reiner's clothes, pointed at the demi-human child beside her, and pleaded, Reiner, if possible, please buy the child back. They are still young and shouldn't be treated like this. Try your best. Children who are too young can't do the work. If you want to buy something, only buy one that's around 14 or 15. Reiner took a closer look, but suddenly realized that Norah had not followed. She moved among the slaves, as if looking for something. Norah, what are you doing? Come here. Reiner walked to her and touched her animal ears. Norah grabbed his clothes and pulled them excitedly, then shed 2 lines of tears. Master, I smell my mother's scent. She is here. Chapter 40 Demas's Help. Reiner was bewildered. Didn't Norah's mother die? He still vaguely remembered that Norah herself said that her mother died because she accidentally fell off a cliff while picking herbs. But he still searched in the slave market with Norah. When Reiner caught the slave traders, he asked, do you have any cat-like demi-humans for sale? Black hair and blue eyes. Of course, it's all here. Reiner didn't know who Norah's mother was, so he tried to identify someone who looked similar, but after searching for a long time, he still found nothing. Just then, Reiner saw Norah in the front stopped. Following her gaze, Reiner saw a cat-like demi-human with lifeless eyes. She has long black hair, and just looking at her profile, she is a replica of Norah and is exceptionally beautiful. Madam, you still have your charm. Apart from her poor mental state, she was fine. At least she did not look malnourished, and there were no obvious external injuries on her body. Appraisal completed. Current slave quality is rare. Name, Daisy Hill. Age, 34. Gender, female. Race, subhuman cat. Current status, healthy. Talent details. Strength, D. Stamina, D. Agility, B. Perception, C. Spirit, E. Intelligence, A. Reiner was sure that this was Norah's mother. Without waiting for her to speak, Norah hugged her directly. Daisy looked down at Norah, stunned for a moment before she said in disbelief, Norah? My daughter. Norah's tears could not stop flowing out. She was about to cry and kept repeating, Mom? Is it really you? Daisy opened her eyes wide, tears rolling down her cheeks, and hugged Norah tightly in her arms. This scene of reunion after a long separation moved Martina, and she quietly wiped away her tears. At this moment, the 2 people who blocked the team's progress attracted the slave traders. He angrily swung the whip in his hand and was about to hit her, but Norah broke free from Daisy's arms, stood in front of her, and bared her teeth fiercely. Reiner quickly reached out to stop him. The slave trader was about to start cursing when he turned around and saw that it was Reiner. He swallowed the words back and said slowly after a few seconds, "Sir, take care of your slaves. We should move on." Reiner nodded, then pointed at Daisy and asked, "How much is this slave?" "I'll buy it." The slave trader looked in the direction he pointed and shook his head. What a coincidence. This cat-like subhuman has already been reserved and is not for sale. Why don't you pick another one? These are all top-quality specimens, all raised in captivity until they're strong and healthy before being sold. Each one only costs 4 gold coins, which is a great bargain. Reiner held up 2 fingers. "I'll pay double." "Sir, this is not about money." 3 times. "Gentlemen." 4 times. Reiner raised his voice, attracting the gazes of the animal-eared girls around him. As the saying goes, there is basically no problem in this world that cannot be solved with money. If there is, it means that the money given is not enough. Unfortunately, Reiner only has 15 gold coins. If even that much money can't pry him open, then we have to find another way. The slave trader shook his head and sighed deeply. "Under normal circumstances, I might have broken my contract and sold her to you for such a high price. But the one who betrothed her is a noble we cannot afford to offend." "Who?" "My lord." Reiner was slightly stunned. "I heard from Junice that Demas seems to be the lord's son. Maybe we can ask him for help." "Leave this demi-human to me. I'll be right back," the slave trader said. "Then you'd better hurry up." Reiner wanted to take Norah away, but she stood there and was reluctant to leave. She held Daisy's hand tightly and refused to let go. "We should go. I'll find a way." Daisy was a little surprised to hear Reiner speaking demi-human language. "Sir, can you speak demi-human language? I'm leaving my daughter in your care. She's a very smart child, so please treat her well." After that, she touched Noila's hair again and said softly, "Don't worry about me. I will survive well." The slave trader urged them on, and the team continued to move forward. Noila Mo rubbed her eyes, lowered her head in despair, and choked with sobs. "Master, that's my mother." "I know, don't be discouraged." Then, Norah's inner voice floated into Reiner's ears. "Norah, you must not make things difficult for the master anymore. He has been very good to you. I can't ask for more. But if Mom is bought by a bad guy, everything will be over." Reiner patted her ears, trying to soothe her. He didn't know whether it would be any use looking for Demas. "After leaving the slave market, I searched for him at the city gate for a long time, but couldn't find him." Normally, Demas would sit on the city wall and gaze into the distance like an NPC, but today was an exception. The section of the city wall where he often sat was now empty. Reiner had no choice but to grab a few patrolling soldiers and ask them. Finally, we learned that Demas was training militia in an open space outside the city. Reiner walked out of the city and headed east. After a while, he saw Demas wearing chainmail and training a team of militia with several other knights. They were holding spears and stabbing dummies made of straw. Reiner came closer and waved at Demas, then began to recall his full name. When Demas approached, he coughed twice and greeted him in a somewhat flattering manner. "Lord Demas Russell Meller, good morning." Although he was very reluctant to say this, he was asking someone to do something after all, so he imitated the other adventurers and said it in a respectful manner. Demas narrowed his eyes, remained silent for a moment, and said expressionlessly, "Reiner, just call me Demas. You don't have to talk to me so stiffly like others. Tell me what you want to ask me. I will help you within my ability." Reiner pointed at Norah behind him and said, "Then I won't be polite. Has your family bought a lot of demi-human slaves recently? One of the slaves is her mother. I hope to buy her back and reunite them." A flash of respect crossed Demas's face, but he quickly regained his composure. "What does that demi-human look like?" "A cat-like subhuman with long black hair and blue eyes. She's a high-quality slave." "Got it." Demas whistled, and his warhorse came galloping over from the side. "I'm leaving first, you come over too." After saying this, he rode towards Mellet. Reiner and Norah followed closely behind. As soon as they returned to the city, they saw Demas riding a horse and leading Daisy towards them. Norah quickened her pace and threw herself into Daisy's arms. Chapter 41, Bringing My Mother-in-Law Home. Norah hugged Daisy tightly. "Thank you," Reiner said seriously. "Fortunately, I didn't have a bad relationship with Demas at that time. Otherwise, Norah's mother would not have come back so easily." He took out 5 gold coins from his waist pouch and handed them to Demas. Demas just glanced at it and refused. "I'm not helping you for money. But let's be clear. I can't ask you for help and then ask you to pay, right?" Reiner held out his hand. "Take it. Even though this money may not mean much to you, I don't want to take advantage of you." Demas thought for a moment and took a few gold coins away. "Then I'll go back first." "Okay, bye." Looking at Demas's departing back, Reiner breathed a sigh of relief. Then he reached out and patted Nora's shoulder. Let's go home first. The mother and daughter hadn't seen each other for so long, and they had a lot to say. After arriving home, Norah kept chirping. I've known her for so long, and this is the first time I've seen her so talkative. Normally, if Reiner didn't talk to her, she would sit alone in the corner sharpening her dagger. If there was nothing to do, she would basically not speak on her own initiative. But her inner world is quite rich, and she is as talkative as she is now. Daisy was obviously not so brave to speak, and kept dealing with Norah in a low voice. She was a little afraid of Reiner, and was always observing his expression. Norah seemed to have seen through Daisy's thoughts, and whispered, Mom, our master is a very kind man. He treats me very well. Not only does he make sure I have enough food to eat every day, he also gives me warm clothes to wear and never beats or scolds me. He is different from other people. Immediately afterwards, Daisy's voice also floated into Reiner's ears. Silly child, you have no sense of propriety. I didn't hit or scold you just because I was in a good mood. If I were in a bad mood one day, it would be over. And if he is really a good person, you should flatter him and please him. There's no place for us subhumans in this world anymore. If we can survive by relying on a good person, we're lucky. Daisy stole a glance at Reiner, then dropped to her knees and lay on the ground. Thank you, master. Norah blinked and was about to reach out to help Daisy up, but after thinking it over, she took her hand back. Reiner was speechless. After thinking for a while, he said, We don't do this kind of thing. Let's not do it again in the future. Yes. Daisy stood quietly by, not moving. Reiner pointed to a stool nearby. You sit here. Yes. Daisy is like an NPC. She will move when you give her instructions. Norah said that you slipped and fell off a cliff while picking herbs. What happened after that? Daisy fell into deep thought, paused for a few seconds, and then replied. I was lucky. The branches cushioned my fall. Even though the mountain was high, I only broke my leg. Just then, a human discovered me, and I was captured. After living in a small house with other companions for a while, I was taken to this city and sold. And then, what just happened. Reiner scratched his head. I slipped and fell off a cliff, and was finally caught by others. If she, a demi-human with a wounded leg, were left in the valley, she would most likely starve to death or be eaten by monsters. This can be considered a blessing in disguise for her. Reiner looked at Martina beside him. She hasn't spoken much since just now, and seems to be in a very low mood. She envied Norah's mother for being alive and being able to be reunited here. Reiner asked tentatively, Your family? Martina interrupted directly. They are all dead. I buried them with my own hands. This topic was killed immediately. At this moment, Daisy spoke up. Master, is there anything I can help you with? Reiner nodded and said seriously, Of course, each of us has our own division of labor in this family. Norah, Martina and I are the three of us who make money and support our family. Starting tomorrow, you will be responsible for taking care of our daily life, mainly including 3 meals a day, daily laundry, and cleaning the house once every 10 days. In addition, we are not far from the well, so you will also be needed to fetch water. As long as you make sure these tasks are completed, you can allocate the remaining time as you wish. Daisy bowed her head slightly. Okay, master. Her inner voice came back again. This is a small price to pay if you can get stable food and shelter. Also, come with me to the slave market tomorrow to get the indenture. Norah gently grabbed the corner of Reiner's clothes, and the words on the tip of her tongue could not come out. My master has done so much for me. If this continues, it will be too much. It's just a deed mark. Reiner reached out and touched her animal ears. Besides being a deterrent, the bond mark actually serves as a form of protection for you. Once you've been imprinted with the bond mark, you can no longer be contracted by others. Otherwise, slave traders might have ill intentions towards you. Norah nodded. I listened to my master. Then let's eat. I see you're all hungry too. Reiner looked at Daisy and asked knowingly, What's your name? She whispered, Daisy Hill. Then Daisy, we will all need to rely on you for care for a long time from now on. Daisy replied softly, It would be my pleasure. Norah took her to the kitchen to familiarize herself with it. Then he took out 4 pieces of black bread and a smoked chicken. Reiner took a look and said, Let's switch to white bread. The new member has arrived, so he can eat something good first. Norah's eyes became moist. She took her mother's hand and whispered, Mom, white bread is very delicious. You will definitely like it. The 2 cat girls walked into the kitchen hand in hand. He and Martina were left staring at each other. After a while, Daisy came out with white bread. Although Daisy remained calm, it was not difficult to tell from her inner voice that she was actually quite greedy. She was lucky. Although she was a little older, she was classified as a high-quality slave because of her outstanding beauty. Naturally, the The food she eats can't compare to Norah's. She could eat black bread from the slave traders, while Norah had to drink slop. Mom, you must try this white bread. Norah helped her cut the bread and scooped a spoonful of jam and spread it on the wooden plate. Daisy took a bite, and although she found it delicious, she didn't gobble it up. She ate very elegantly and kept observing Reiner's expression. Although in terms of attributes, the difference in intelligence between her and Norah is only one level. But she is much smarter than Norah. It was already evening after dinner. After taking a shower, Reiner sat in his room and studied magic. Norah's room is next door, and she sleeps with Daisy. Reiner waited for a long time today, but Norah didn't come over to touch her ears. Chapter 42. Norah takes the initiative. The next morning, when Reiner woke up from bed, he saw Daisy holding a plate and sitting quietly waiting. Norah sat at the head of the bed. She looked in a pretty good mood. Daisy lifted the plate with both hands and said softly, "Master, it's time for breakfast. I'm used to eating after I wash up. Just put it on the dining table. Go and do your own thing." Daisy responded and quickly walked out of the room. Norah closed the door, climbed onto the bed, nudged Reiner's chest with her head, and said in a low voice, "Master, touch your ears. You didn't come last night, and I waited for so long." Reiner couldn't help but complain. Without Norah, he couldn't even sleep well. "I was in my room with my mom yesterday, and I accidentally fell asleep. I'm sorry." Reiner rubbed his ears vigorously with one hand and gently pulled his tail with the other. Norah carefully climbed onto Reiner, cupping his face with her cool little hands. She mustered up the courage to close her eyes, her red lips slightly parted. "I haven't washed up yet. Let's kiss each other after I wash up." Reiner turned his face away. Norah blushed. It was obvious that her actions just now made her very ashamed. After all, usually Reiner is the active one and she is the passive one. But today she took the initiative. Norah straightened Reiner's face and said in a voice smaller than a mosquito, "It's okay." This time, without waiting for Reiner's reaction, she kissed him directly. When they separated, Reiner's tongue felt a slight tingle. "You bite me." Norah's face turned even redder, and she lowered her head and said, "I have some pointy teeth. I didn't mean to do that." After saying that, she suddenly knelt on the bed and said, "Master, thank you for helping me. I will always remember your kindness, and I will definitely repay you." At the same time, Norah's inner voice drifted into Reiner's ears. "In order to save my mother, I even sought help from people I didn't have a good relationship with. Master, this kindness, can I really repay it in this lifetime?" Reiner raised an eyebrow and asked, "Really?" Reiner thought for a few seconds and said seriously, "Then give me a child." The air suddenly froze. Norah's skin color changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, her fair skin turned light pink. In the room, which was not very spacious to begin with, Reiner could even hear her heavy breathing. "My mother had me when she was younger than I am now. And the master is a charming man. Not only is he good to me, he is also very kind. I must catch such a man." Norah was a little incoherent and kept hesitating. "Don't be anxious. Straighten your tongue first." Norah took a deep breath, and after a few seconds, she whispered, "Yes, as long as the master doesn't despise me as a subhuman, you can do whatever you want. After all, I am the master's woman." Reiner doesn't dislike cat girls. After getting Norah's affirmative answer, he suddenly felt a surge of blood. Reiner, who had been single for more than 20 years, could not resist the temptation and instantly became an iron hammer. Noila noticed something and shrank back subconsciously. "Master, you can't do this during the day." After that, she rushed out of the bedroom, leaving Reiner alone in the room to cool down. After breakfast, Reiner took the 3 animal-eared girls to the slave market. Before leaving, he kept telling Norah and Martina that no matter what they saw in the slave market, they must not act impulsively. Norah had nearly lost control when she met Daisy at the slave market yesterday. If Reiner hadn't stopped him, the slave trader with the whip would have been killed on the spot. Norah would most likely be caught and executed on the spot. "I remember," Norah said solemnly. After arriving at the slave market, the 3 beast-eared girls kept silent and followed Reiner obediently. After Daisy was marked, she passed out and was carried on Norah's back. Reiner was about to go back, but he passed by the armor shop and went in to take a look. The craftsman saw Reiner coming and walked towards him quickly. "You came just in time. I'll take care of the helmet for you." After saying that, he took down a bucket helmet that was one size smaller from the shelf. Reiner took it and handed it to Martina beside him. She tried it on and nodded. "This helmet fits now." Reiner paid the money, took the helmet and walked towards home with a few people. Now fully equipped, he was ready to explore the ruins south of the city. After Daisy woke up, Reiner said, "We're going to be away for 2 or 3 days. You have to stay home by yourself during this time. There's food in the kitchen, and you know the location of the well. Daisy was still a little dazed. After a few seconds of silence, she replied softly, yes. Then the three of them put on their armor and prepared to set off. Before leaving, Daisy opened her arms and hugged Norah. After leaving home, Reiner went straight to the Adventurers Guild. Along the way, the three fully armed men attracted a lot of attention and were watched by many civilians. When they arrived at the guild, they immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. The adventurers all cast their eyes towards him. And Beauties, as usual, was still sitting in the corner of the Adventurers Guild petting the cat. Since Reiner was wearing a helmet, she didn't recognize him at first. It wasn't until she saw the staff in Reiner's hand and Norah without a helmet that she cautiously asked, "Are you Reiner?" Reiner raised his mask and asked with a smile, "How is it? This set of equipment is pretty good, right?" Beauties put the cat down and trotted over to Reiner, gently stroking the armor on his body. "Not bad. The workmanship of this plate armor is pretty good. What made you think of buying a set of armor? Be careful about your life. Being an adventurer is dangerous. You can get hurt if you're not careful. So, wear something thicker. If a mage builds meat, he can still fight even if he is caught by Lan Ling Wang." Beauties looked at Norah and Martina behind her and continued, "You should have spent a lot of money, right? That's a total of 44 gold coins. I definitely spent quite a bit." Reiner pointed to the entrance of the Adventurers Guild and continued, "Well, now that I've bought my equipment, can we go conquer the ruins?" Beauties nodded. "Any time is fine, but be sure to bring plenty of water and food. I've done some research over the past few days. The ruins south of the city are small. If you want to go deeper, it will only take 2 days. That's easy. I brought 5 days worth of rations for 4 people. Let's get going without further ado." Just then, a deep and hoarse male voice came from the side. "Sir, are you planning to go to the ruins in the south of the city?" Reiner turned around and saw an old farmer with a beard and dirt on his hands. "You don't have to call me sir. I'm not a noble. My name is Reiner. Mr. Reiner, can you do me a favor? I will pay you." Chapter 43. Take the mission and go to the ruins in the south of the city. My child is an adventurer like you. 5 days ago, he followed a group to the ruins south of the city to earn money to treat my wife's illness. But there has been no news since then. I am very worried about him. The old farmer was sitting across the table, his head down, looking a little uneasy. Reiner looked at Beauties beside him. "What do you mean?" "Although the situation inside the ruins is very complicated, it is a small ruin after all. If they haven't come out in 5 days, it can only be that they have encountered danger." Beauties paused and continued, "How many people are there?" The old farmer thought for a moment and replied, "About 6 people. He rarely told me about these things, so I'm not very clear about them." "Do they have experience exploring ruins?" The old farmer shook his head again. He should know nothing about it. Beauties rested her chin on one hand and thought, if it were 6 experienced adventurers, it's unlikely they would be wiped out, unless... Seeing that she was keeping it a secret at the critical moment, Reiner couldn't help but ask, "Unless what?" "Reiner, the dangers within the ruins are far more than just the countless traps and evil spirits. That place is shrouded in darkness, which constantly erodes one's sanity. Any slightest negative emotion will be infinitely magnified there. If one's mental endurance is insufficient, one's spirit can easily collapse and fall into a frenzy." Reiner was slightly stunned. Both beast-eared girls have the attribute spirit on their attribute panels. He vaguely remembered that Norah's spirit was D and Martina's spirit was C. "I thought it was only related to magical talent, but I didn't expect it to be closely related to sanity value." Reiner inquired softly, "What's your son's name? How old is he? What does he look like? Does he have any distinctive features?" The old farmer said without hesitation, "Pierre Craig. He is already 19 years old, and he has a scar on his nose, which was left by a fight with someone when he was a child." Reiner silently noted it down and then asked, "What will you give me as a reward?" The old farmer took out a tattered and yellowed book from his backpack. Beauties took one look and became very interested. She took it and began to read it. The old farmer continued, "This book was found by my grandmother when she was young. Unfortunately, I can't read, so I don't recognize the words on it." Beauties flipped through the pages of the book, her brows gradually furrowed. "I don't recognize these words either. Reiner, please take a look." Reiner took the book and immediately activated the translation function. In his eyes, the words on the pages began to reorganize rapidly and finally turned into words that he could understand. At the same time, the system also provided an answer. Osaka. The language on it is Osaka. After that, he began to look through the catalog. It turns out that this is a magic book that records rock magic, which is exactly what Reiner needs right now. At this moment, Beauties suddenly said, "Reiner." Osaka is the language of the western part of the old empire. Well, what's wrong? The old empire has been destroyed for thousands of years, and its language has long been lost. Where did you learn Osaka? Reiner looked up at Junice and saw that her eyes were wide. You can't just say he has a golden finger, right? Looking at the magic book in his hand, he had an idea. How could it be lost? There must be someone who could make it. Look, the book is still in good condition. Logically speaking, a book thousands of years old should have been eaten by insects. It must have been made within the last 100 years. Junice narrowed her eyes and said seriously, many ancient books and volumes have received divine blessings, so it's not difficult for them to remain intact for thousands of years. My mentor used to be so busy translating the books of the old empire that he was completely exhausted. He had found many knowledgeable scholars, but to no avail. And you actually can. Reiner's sweat dropped. What the hell is this? It's a sacred blessing. Junice is really hard to fool. Not all of them, just a few words here and there. Really? Junice bent down, put her face close, and asked sincerely. Norah, who had been silent all this time, spoke in her heart. She's so close. Reiner continued to deal with it. Really? I'm not lying to you. I'm the most honest person. Junice observed him carefully for a long time before speaking. You have so many secrets. At this moment, the old farmer across from me spoke again. Mr. Reiner, can you help me? Seeing an opportunity to change the subject, Reiner quickly returned the book and said, no problem. Just send us a request, and we'll go find it now. Okay. The old farmer turned and walked towards the counter. Reiner said to Junice beside him, lead the way, guide. The four of them quickly left the city. On the way to the ruins in the south of the city, Norah scouts ahead, while Reiner, Junice, and Martina stay behind. The journey was smooth, and they successfully arrived at a wilderness in the south of the city. Reiner looked around and saw nothing but weeds and forest nearby. He asked in confusion, where are the ruins? The lost city is underground. Junice stepped on the compacted soil on the ground. Should we start digging now? Junice was amused. She reached out and patted Reiner on the shoulder. You are such a humorous man. There's usually a strange kind of magic stone near ruins. At first glance, it looks like an ordinary stone, but it's covered in all sorts of magical runes. After saying that, she used her staff to push aside the grass and led the way. Soon she found a stone that had been eroded by wind and rain for a long time, and there were indeed many crooked runes engraved on it. This is the entrance to the ruins. Also, after using the magic stone, you can't use it again within a short period of time. You need to wait for a while. Junice talked carefully like a teacher. Reiner, remember the teachings. Why are you so serious all of a sudden? I don't understand you. Junice smiled and bent down to blow away the dirt on it. Let's go in when you're ready. Reiner turned around and looked at the two beast-eared girls. Norah and Martina are ready to go. Anytime. Junice nodded and took Reiner's arm. The two looked at each other. Reiner asked in confusion, why are you looking at me? I wanted to ask you something. Junice looked at Norah and Martina and said in fluent demi-human language, it's best to have physical contact with each other when entering the ruins, otherwise you might be teleported to a different location. When the two animal-eared girls heard this, they ran over happily and followed Junice's example, holding Reiner's hand. It doesn't have to be like this. As long as Norah and Reiner are in contact, it's okay for you to hold Norah's arm, Martina. Oh. Martina decisively let go of Norah's arm. Seeing that everyone was ready, Junice placed her hand on the magic stone. Chapter 44. Exploration in the Ruins. In just a moment, Reiner's vision turned dark. He felt as if he was instantly dragged into endless darkness by a magical force, and all his senses were dulled. It wasn't until Junice's palms started to ignite with flames that she came to her senses. Reiner, are you okay? I'm fine. Reiner nodded. He just felt a little eerie, but other than that he didn't feel any discomfort. Reiner looked around and found himself in a dark ancient building. The air was filled with the smell of damp earth, the rough stone walls were covered with moss, and there was a palm-sized spider on the ceiling. The wooden door leading outside was rotten and fell down with a poke of his staff. There may be traps around here. Reiner, be careful. Let me explore the way ahead, and you follow behind me to provide light, master. Norah reached out and pulled him back and walked in front himself. Several people walked out of the stone house one after another. Reiner looked around, and what came into view was an old and dilapidated street. There were rows of ruins on both sides of the road, and further away was a black fog. There's not even a distinction between day and night in this place. Everywhere I look, there is darkness that penetrates deep into my bones. Just as Reiner was about to amplify the flame in his hand, Junice stopped him in a low voice. Try not to attract too much attention in the ruins. I heard there are many difficult skeleton soldiers in here. It will be troublesome if we attract them. What is the overall structure of this ruin? I'm a little curious. Junice carefully observed her surroundings and slowly began to explain. I heard from my mentor that the lost city is a sphere emitting a magical barrier, so it should be round. As for diameters, they range from a few hundred meters to several kilometers, some large and some small. Then how are we going to get back? Junice smiled and said, You've just come in and you're already thinking about leaving? Reiner said tactfully, No, you are the only one familiar with this place. If we get separated by accident, then we don't know how to get out, so we're doomed, right? In fact, he was worried that Junice might accidentally die. It's simple. There are several magic stones in the ruins that can be used for teleportation. Just find them and use them. How do I use it? Physical contact, then injecting any kind of magic power will allow you to teleport. Junice blinked. Reiner probably understood. When he returns, he must try it himself. This way, next time he can bring Norah and Martina to explore. Reiner looked around and asked again, Where should we go next? Anywhere is fine. I know nothing about this relic. Reiner thought about it and decided that the most urgent task now was to complete the system task and find the adventurer named Pierre Craig. He patted Norah's shoulder and whispered, Can you smell anyone else? I need to find someone. Noila raised her head and sniffed around, then whispered, I can give it a try. She led the way in front, and the other three followed closely. Suddenly, Norah stopped and drew a dagger from her waist. Martina also drew her greatsword. Just then, a creaking sound came from the front. A ragged skeleton stepped out of the darkness. It has no weapons in its hands. Norah subconsciously took a step back, and her inner voice drifted into Reiner's ears. A corpse that moves? In contrast, Martina is much calmer. He was not afraid at all when he saw the skeleton monster. Reiner remembered that Norah's spirit was a little weaker than Martina's. Then the mental resistance to such terrifying things will be relatively weak. Reiner raised his staff and knocked the skeleton down with a water ball technique. The round head rolled into the ditch beside him. Then he reached out and touched Norah's cat ears, comforting her. Don't be afraid, I will be with you. Junice looked at the two of them and said seriously, Teammates who are encouraged will reduce the risk of mental breakdown. If she is very scared, you can comfort her more. Norah argued cunningly. I'm not afraid, I just feel a little surprised. Martina looked at the bones on the ground and said expressionlessly, What's there to be afraid of? It's just a pile of bones. I've seen things 100 times scarier than this. Junice bent down and searched among the bones, then broke off a piece of bone and handed it to Reiner. You can take the skeleton thumb bone to the Adventurers Guild to exchange for money. How much? Reiner already had a rough estimate of this. A monster that was so easy to kill should not be worth much money. Junice whispered, the same price as the slime's magic core. As expected, 20 thumb bones were needed to buy a piece of black bread. But based on the principle that no matter how small a fly is, it is still meat, Reiner will still pick it up honestly. The four continued to move forward. I have to say, there are quite a few monsters in these ruins. In just a short distance, Reiner had killed dozens of skeletons. Although they did not have any equipment, they looked like ordinary civilians in their lifetime. Didn't you say there might be treasure? Reiner asked doubtfully. Yes, it might be hidden somewhere, or perhaps it has been taken away by other adventurers. I heard that a few decades ago, the profession of ruins explorer was quite popular, and many people found treasures and became rich overnight. In recent years, this profession has gradually become desolate. Reiner spread his hands. In fact, it doesn't matter to him whether he has treasure or not. After all, he came here just to complete the system task. Finding Pierre would be a complete bonus. After walking for a while, Norah, who was in the front, stopped again. She looked down at the ground, then picked up a stone from the roadside and threw it hard. With a dull thud, the dirt road ahead collapsed rapidly, turning into a bottomless pit. Reiner asked in confusion, That's amazing. How did you figure that out? The trap was very secretive, basically no different from any other road, but Norah's eyes were so sharp that she could detect the clues at a glance. I just felt like there was something empty underneath, so I took a stone and tried it out. I actually guessed right. Reiner had a clearer understanding of her perception ability. At this moment, Junice raised her staff and pointed it in the direction of the pit. Norah took out the dagger again. Master, there is something in the pit. There's a kind of monster called the crypt spider that hides in these trap caves. They're quite dangerous. As soon as Junice finished speaking, Reiner saw a dark figure rush out of the cave and rush towards them at high speed. It was a black spider about the size of a bison. Martina let out a battle cry, burst out with great force, knocked the demon spider over with her shield, and then split its head with a sword. The demon spider twitched and shed large amounts of green blood, and finally lay on the ground with its 4 legs facing the sky, completely lifeless. Reiner was about to praise Martina when he caught a glimpse of Norah's expression. Chapter 45. Norah is corrupted by darkness. Junice walked over to her and praised softly. Martina, you are amazing. You actually knocked the demon spider away in one go. Martina seemed to enjoy being praised, her tone revealing a hint of joy. Of course, this thing is so light, it will fly away if hit. As they were exchanging business compliments, Reiner walked over to Norah, stroked her cat ears, and said soothingly, Are you feeling unwell? Norah looked back at Reiner and quickly stood up. I'm fine. Her words may deceive people, but her heart cannot. I feel dizzy and breathless, as if something is strangling me. What's wrong with me? Reiner quickly called out. Junice, what's wrong with Norah? She's feeling unwell. She said the ruins would erode one's sanity. Norah has been in a bad state since she came in, probably due to the influence of the ruins. Junice walked over quickly, reached out and touched her forehead, and asked gently, What's wrong? Where do you feel uncomfortable? I don't want to become a burden to my master. No discomfort. Seeing this, Reiner spoke for her. She's dizzy and can't breathe. Norah blinked in confusion and asked in unison with Junice, How did you know? Reiner said nonsense seriously. Norah is my woman. We have a tacit understanding. I guessed it. As soon as these words came out, Noilamo's face turned a little pale and red. Junice touched her chin, her expression somewhat meaningful. She clearly had a different perspective on Reiner. Is that so, Norah? Well, I am the master's woman. I am willing. Junice immediately concluded. It seems her thinking is a bit confused. I asked if the symptoms matched, but she answered with something else. Norah hesitated for a moment and then nodded. It has been eroded by the ruins, but it's only mild. Apart from some physical discomfort, it won't cause any other effects. Reiner breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment of silence, he asked, What does it look like when it's serious? She'll have hallucinations and go crazy. Junice looked at Norah, examined her carefully, and then continued, But the probability of this happening isn't high. She'll only have a mental breakdown if the team is in danger. But this possibility is not very high. With Martina here, basically no monster can harm us. Reiner patted Norah's shoulder and said softly, Rest here for a while and relax. Uh-huh. Reiner looked at Martina beside him. She was squatting beside the corpse of the demon spider and observing it carefully. This guy's mental quality was much stronger than Norah's. At least from now until now, her expression has not changed. Junice walked over to the demon spider and carefully poked it with her staff. After making sure it was dead, she smashed its fangs with her dagger. You can also take this to the Adventurers Guild to exchange for money. 1 fang can be exchanged for 10 copper coins. Rounding it off, 1 demon spider can earn you about 1 silver coin. 18 of them are roughly equivalent to 1 gold coin. If you can keep killing like this, the income will be quite considerable. But the most urgent task is to find the old farmer's son. Junice, how much does a magic book usually cost? Prices vary depending on the attribute. Awakening fire magic is more common, so books with that attribute are more expensive. Awakening lightning magic is rarer, so books with that attribute are slightly cheaper. Junice looked at Reiner and then asked, Why? You want to buy a book? Is the rock magic book expensive? Approximately how much? It's pretty standard. For Diest, it'll cost about 20 gold coins. But Mellet is a small city. If you want to buy books, you have to go to a big, bustling city. Junice poked Reiner with her staff. You haven't answered me yet. Why are you asking this? After thinking for a moment, Reiner answered honestly. Remember the book that the old farmer showed us? Of course I remember. It's a magic book? Junice guessed it immediately. Reiner nodded. Yes, it contains records of ancient rock magic. You actually told me that. Junice blinked, and her serious expression looked a little cute. Should I keep it all for myself then? If I were you, I would keep it all for myself. Junice said with a smile. You don't know the words in this book anyway, so I'll just trick you and give you some money to send you away. Reiner couldn't help but curse. You are such a dog, but I actually thought so at the beginning. After I find the old farmer's son and get the book, I'll give you some money. Junice waved her hand and said, No, I was just joking. Just take the book. I just want to follow you to explore the ruins. I understand. You are a noble lady, and you are not short of money. Reiner reached out and touched Norah's cat ears. Junice smiled and said nothing. Reiner felt that she was actually quite short of money. It is said that it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Junice is a noble. If she really had money, she should eat white bread every meal. And I've known Junice for so long. Whenever they had time, the two of them would learn from each other outside the city. She always has black bread for lunch every day. Reiner sighed. Don't think about it anymore. Junice is not his wife. Why is she guessing all day long? Just then, a gust of cold wind blew from the front of the road. Norah stood up suddenly and sniffed hard. What's wrong? Are you not feeling uncomfortable anymore? Reiner reached out and scratched the fluff in Nora's ear. She was already used to this and said calmly, Master, I smell blood. Follow me. Norah drew her dagger and continued down the street. There was obviously something ahead that attracted the group of skeletons. Martina took the lead, wielding her greatsword to clear out the skeletons in front of her. Junice looked down at the skeletons at her feet and murmured, The sword in Martina's hand seems to be very powerful. The skeletons fell apart as soon as they touched it. I heard from the old blacksmith that it was mixed with mithril, but I don't know if it's true or not. It's probably true. Mithril is the nemesis of evil. Junice turned to look at him and asked, You must have spent a lot of money, right? Reiner shook his head. To round it off, this is completely freeloading from the old blacksmith. But seeing how Martina was messing with the sword, I'm afraid it won't last much longer. After a few minutes, no one took action and Martina cleared all the skeletons on the street. She picked through the pile of bones with her greatsword, then turned back and said, Reiner, you should come and see this. Reiner walked over to her and looked down. What came into view were 3 unrecognizable corpses. 2 of them were completely disfigured, and their bodies exuded a strong stench of decay, making it impossible to identify them. Chapter 46. Willing to sleep peacefully in Reiner's arms. Could it be that Pierre Craig, the man we've been looking for, is dead? Junice came over to take a look and decisively kicked the 2 rotten corpses aside. Reiner, this thing is not a human. It's a ghoul. Ghoul. Martina took off her helmet, her forehead covered in sweat. I forgot to mention this thing just pounced on me, but I didn't think much of it, and just hacked it to death. That's all right. Reiner squatted in front of the body and bravely turned it over. Although the corpse had been gnawed beyond recognition, one could still vaguely tell that it belonged to a middle-aged adventurer in his 30s or 40s. Not the one we're looking for. Junice nudged the corpse with her staff and saw that it was still flexible. He looks like he died not long ago. Perhaps the person we are looking for is nearby. Then, she used Fireball to set the corpse on fire. Try to dispose of the corpses in the ruins, otherwise they will turn into ghouls after a while. Reiner quietly wrote down what she said, and then took Nora's little hand. The piles of corpses around her made her so uneasy that her body couldn't stop shaking. Don't be afraid, I'm with you. I'm not scared. Norah still insisted. She didn't know that the voice of her heart was like a cannon of pearls, drilling into Reiner's ears all the time. Can you still smell the other adventurers? Norah shook her head. I can't smell it, but I can still look around. Reiner looked around. It's pitch black here, and I don't know what time it is outside. She felt that after so much trouble, it was probably evening now. Junice, should we take a break or keep looking? I'll listen to you. She shrugged. Although Reiner really wanted to find the adventurer and go back to claim the reward. But seeing that Norah was not in good condition, he was worried that something might happen if she continued like this, so he decided to take a break. The 4 of them found a relatively sturdy old stone house nearby. After checking to make sure there was no danger, they sat inside to recover their strength. Norah didn't have a good appetite. After taking a few bites of the black bread, she put it in her waist bag. Still feeling bad? Noila Mo still said stubbornly. It's not uncomfortable. Just tell the truth. I don't like others showing off. Reiner said seriously. Norah was slightly stunned and her voice softened. She said pitifully, It's a bit uncomfortable. Reiner asked Junice. Will sleep help with her condition? Yes, she can, but can she sleep in this environment? Junice looked up and around. The ceiling, which had not been cleaned for years, was covered with cobwebs. Occasionally, you can see insects the size of a palm scurrying back and forth in the shadows. If memory serves, Norah isn't actually afraid of bugs. But after her mind was disturbed, she became afraid of insects. Master, I don't really want to sleep. Norah muttered softly, and then her thoughts drifted over. If you sleep here, you will be bitten by these bugs. Reiner narrowed his eyes, took off his arm guards, plate armor, and chain mail one by one, and patted his chest. Take off your plate armor and sleep with me. Norah shook her head. I can't sleep. Martina and Junice are watching. This is so embarrassing. She just loves to be twisted. You have to coax her a little more before she will do what you say. Reiner helped her take off the plate armor and then picked her up. Master, master. Norah shouted in panic, and her skin color began to change. Shoo, it will be troublesome if you attract the skeleton later. You need to rest now. I can't sleep. How will you know if you don't try? Reiner hugged the soft Norah and gently stroked her cat ears. If there weren't other people present, he would definitely take the opportunity to give Norah a good massage. At first, Norah was reluctant to lie in his arms, but later she couldn't help but curl up, her eyes full of sleepiness. Master is so warm, it always makes me feel at ease. I really want to be held like this forever. The two of them cuddled together in the corner, while Martina and Junice sat upright across from them. Suddenly, Junice, who was sitting opposite her, called her Norah. How did you fall in love with Reiner? As soon as these words came out, Norah's body gradually became hot. She was silent for a long time, and finally spoke under the gaze of everyone. I didn't. Junice put down the brown bread she had taken a few bites of, and added some magic to the fireball on her staff. This is not something shameful. What is there to be ashamed of? The first time I saw you was in the Adventurers Guild. You accepted a quest and left. At that time, I was secretly watching you in the corner. At that time, you looked at Reiner with extreme caution, like a frightened hedgehog. And it's only been 2 months, and the way you look at Reiner has changed. You're increasingly willing to rely on him. Norah covered her ears, trying not to hear what Junice was saying. She was cricketing Junice like crazy in her heart. Stop talking, stop talking. Can't I just admit that I like my master? He not only saved my life, but also kept me well fed and clothed, and was very gentle to me. Who wouldn't like a man like that? Reiner felt a little embarrassed as he eavesdropped on Norah's thoughts. Ultimately, the situation of beast-eared girls in this world is too difficult. Even if we just treat them like ordinary people, it would still be considered preferential treatment for them. Martina munched on the black bread and said vaguely, Norah won't admit it. She's a stubborn person. In my opinion, strong men are the most attractive, but Reiner is too weak and has no appeal to me. Reiner was speechless for a moment. This horse racing girl's words are really irritating. In a few months, when Reiner's magic has reached perfection, she must be severely tortured. At this moment, Norah spoke up. Martina is an idiot with muscles in her head. She doesn't understand anything. You're stupid. Why do you need so much? Anyway, all I want is to have enough food and clothes. If there's a chance, it would be best if I could have a child with a man who's better than me. You idiot with muscles all over your head. Norah cursed again under her breath, then twisted in Reiner's arms and closed her eyes. Reiner coaxed her softly a few times, and Norah fell asleep quickly. The 3 awake people fell silent at the same time. After a long time, a scream broke the tranquility in the ruins. It was a man's scream, not very far away. Norah was awakened by the sound and looked at each other in confusion. What the hell is that sound? It's creepy. Martina put on the helmet. Reiner and Norah hurriedly put on their armor. I don't know. Let's go out and take a look. Maybe it's the person we are looking for. Chapter 47, Finding Pierre. The crowd shuttled through the dark alleys, and after running about a few dozen meters, they encountered groups of skeleton soldiers. These skeleton soldiers were different from the ones they had encountered before. They were wearing incomplete rusty iron armor and holding broken swords full of gaps in their hands. Hearing the voice coming from behind them, they all turned around to look at Reiner and his group. Just as Martina was about to rush forward to kill everyone, she was caught by Reiner. Let me do it. I'm a little faster. He raised his staff and released a fireball in front of him. Crack, crack. The slowly approaching skeletons were ignited by the fireballs, and the surroundings instantly became a sea of fire. A strong burnt smell filled the air, and before long they began to fall down in large numbers. Reiner noticed that Junice had been staring at him, so he couldn't help but ask, What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Junice hesitated to speak, then shook her head. I'll ask you again when we get out. After clearing the alley, Norah looked out onto the street. Master, there are monsters outside eating people. Reiner walked forward and took a look, and saw that the street corner ahead was surrounded by zombies, and there were also many skeleton soldiers around. They were gnawing at the corpse. Martina, clear them out. Be as careful as possible. These skeletons are armed. Don't worry. Martina rushed out of the alley and fought with the skeleton soldiers. Half a minute later, only corpses were left on the ground. Reiner walked up to the 2 bodies and took a quick look. Although they had been eaten beyond recognition, one of the bodies had female features, so Reiner decisively ruled it out. And another body. Not a single part of his body was intact. His eyes were gouged out, his entire face was peeled off, and his head was split open. Reiner shook his head. He's completely unrecognizable. I don't know if he's the person we're looking for. Before he traveled through time, he often loved watching suspense videos on his phone. I know that forensic doctors can roughly estimate the age of the deceased by looking at the skin, bones, and teeth. But he doesn't know how to look at it specifically. Junice said softly, We've seen 3 bodies so far. If they were a team of 6, that means 3 more are missing. Just then, Norah's ears perked up again. She closed her eyes and sniffed carefully, then took Reiner's hand. Master, follow me. Martina and Junice chased after them. After running for a while, Norah went into an alley and stopped. We're here. Reiner followed her gaze and stared at the shadows directly in front of him for a few moments. As soon as he stepped forward, he was stopped by Norah. Let me do it. She lowered her voice, then took out the dagger and walked forward. After taking a few steps, a man holding a dagger emerged from the shadows. Norah dodged nimbly, allowing him to stab her in vain. Reiner raised his staff and pointed it at him. Calm down. We are not monsters. The man looked up in the dim light and met Reiner's gaze. His face was covered in blood, his eyes were bloodshot, and he kept mumbling something, looking a little unconscious. Reiner saw that he was not very old, and there was a very conspicuous scar on his high nose bridge. There is no doubt that the person in front of him is the target of this mission. But to be on the safe side, he still asked, Are you Pierre Craig? The man suddenly gasped for breath and glared at Reiner angrily. Junice grabbed Reiner's shoulders and pulled him back. Be careful. His mind has been corroded, and he is now in a frenzy. Don't bother asking. In this state, he won't answer anything you ask. There aren't many adventurers willing to enter the ruins, and since his features almost match, it's probably him. What should we do? Has he gone crazy? Reiner couldn't help but worry about Norah, although she felt much better after a good sleep. Get him out of here. He'll be back to normal in no time. That's fine, but what if you don't take it out? Junice continued. Either the monster kills them, or their spirit breaks and they are assimilated into monsters. As soon as he finished speaking, Pierre rushed towards the others again. Norah dodged and tripped him, causing him to fall flat on his face. After getting up from the ground, he roared angrily. Reiner looked at Martina. Let him sleep for a while. Martina quickly stepped forward, leaned back to avoid the dagger, and then knocked him unconscious with a shield. Reiner stepped forward, kicked the dagger away, and tied him up with a rope. Although 2 people are still missing, the mission has been accomplished. Is there any other scent nearby? Norah shook her head. Reiner looked at Junice and asked, Shall we go back? We have no choice but to go back. It's hard for you to move while carrying him. Let's go back. Junice sighed and continued. It's a pity that we haven't explored the situation here yet, and we haven't found the treasure yet. It's okay, we'll come here often in the future. Junice nodded. The 4 began to search for the magic stone that could help them leave the ruins. Reiner followed them, carrying Pierre on his back. After wandering in the ruins for a long time, Junice found a magic stone on the street. She didn't leave in a hurry, but looked around carefully. What's wrong? Didn't you say you'd come back next time? Take note of your surroundings first. It's best to memorize the location of every magic stone when you come to the ruins. If you run into danger next time, it'll make escaping a little easier. After Junice finished explaining, she walked towards the magic stone. As everyone held hands, Reiner's vision changed drastically. In just a moment, several people left the ruins. It was just daybreak now, and it was obvious that only a day had passed. Reiner emerged from the weeds and walked towards the city of Mello, carrying Pierre on his back. Junice yawned and said sleepily, I want to sleep. You'll be going back later? No, I have something else to talk to you about. Something? What? Junice kept it a secret. I'll tell you later. Just then, Pierre on Reiner's back moved. He struggled for a few seconds and asked in a somewhat irritated tone, Who are you? My head hurts. Back to normal? Reiner put him to the ground. Junice squatted down, pried open his eyelids, and took a look, then helped him untie the ropes that were tied around his body. Reiner looked down at him and whispered, My name is Reiner. I'm the adventurer your father sent to rescue you. What happened to your team in the ruins? Pierre held his forehead and looked at him in confusion. Ruins? Junice explained. After a mental breakdown, there will be a brief period of amnesia. If he takes some time off, he'll remember everything. Pierre was a little confused at first, but he soon remembered something, and his expression gradually became hideous and painful. Chapter 48, No Chanting Magic. Pierre covered his face with his hands and suddenly burst into tears. What's wrong? Reiner asked puzzledly. But this guy just cried and didn't answer when asked, just kept us in suspense. Reiner hadn't rested all night, and his fatigue made him lose his patience. He patted Pierre's shoulder and said, Don't cry. Come back with me. Your father is probably still waiting at the guild. Pierre lowered his head and said, I killed them. Several people looked at each other. Companions? Pierre nodded. I was a coward. I was so scared at the time that I took out a dagger and stabbed Reyna in order to save my life. Eric was killed by the ghouls to protect her. I'm a bastard. Reiner was speechless for a moment. It seems that the dead man and woman were Pierre's masterpieces. Why is this happening? I'm such a scumbag. A waste. I'm useless. Pierre tore his hair hard. Junice, who was standing nearby, asked, How many people were there when you went in? 7. 7 living people. Pierre seemed to remember something. He suddenly raised his head and grabbed Reiner. Necromancer. I saw the Necromancer. He is chasing us. And there are skeleton knights. Swarms of skeleton knights. They're about to emerge from the ruins. We need to tell everyone. Really? Reiner asked back. But Pierre suddenly started singing and looked crazy. What's wrong with him? Reiner asked Junice. I don't know. Logically speaking, he should be back to normal after leaving the ruins. Looking at Pierre running around, Reiner sighed. It must be because he didn't get enough sleep. Let him sleep a little longer. As soon as he finished speaking, Martina knocked him unconscious with a shield. Reiner carried him towards the city. After entering the city, head straight to the Adventurers Guild. The old farmer stood at the door carrying a hoe, and seemed to have been waiting for a while. Seeing Reiner's figure, he ran over without hesitation. After confirming that it was Pierre who had been missing for several days, a smile appeared on his rough, dark face for the first time, but he soon realized something was wrong. Mr. Reiner, you are indeed a reliable adventurer, but Pierre. He was a little confused after coming out of the ruins. I asked him to calm down for a while. He should wake up soon. The old farmer carefully took out the magic book from his backpack and handed it to Reiner with both hands. Thank you. If there is nothing else, I will take him back first. Reiner nodded, opened the magic book and looked at it for a few seconds, then put it away after confirming that it was correct. Then he took out a gold coin from his purse and handed it to the old farmer. The old farmer's eyes flashed, and he asked in disbelief, Mr. Reiner, this is? Your wife is sick, and Pierre isn't doing well. He might not be able to work for a while. Take it. You need the money. This magic book is almost free, so this gold coin can be considered as a help to him. Thank you, Mr. Reiner. I will definitely remember your kindness. After the old farmer left, Reiner took out 5 gold coins and stuffed them into Junice's hand. What's this for? Junice blinked in confusion. I can't let you accompany me on this trip for nothing, can I? Since you've already helped others, you don't need to help me. Of the gold coin you just gave me, half is mine, as a reward for your guidance. Reiner nodded. All right, I'll treat you to dinner another day. He reached out and rubbed Norah's cat ears, then prepared to turn and leave. But after taking a few steps, he was grabbed by the waistband by Junice. I have something else to talk to you about. Don't leave yet. Reiner yawned again, tears welling in his eyes. What's wrong? Go outside the city. Junice took Reiner out of the city and came to the lawn where they often studied together. Martina was obviously exhausted. As soon as she arrived, she took off her armor and lay down on the grass to sleep. We're here now. What's going on? You're being so mysterious. Junice got straight to the point. Reiner, show me the fireball technique again. Reiner raised his staff and a fireball ignited the grass in the distance. Then he added another water ball to extinguish it directly. What's wrong? Junice's eyes widened. Where's your chanting? You used magic without chanting the spell. So that's what you're curious about. I've read it. Junice puffed up her cheeks and squinted at him. You're talking nonsense. I don't think you've even moved your mouth. Reiner explained seriously. I recited it silently in my mind. When he first learned magic, he also chanted the spells honestly. Over time, he felt that chanting during battle was too slow, so he wanted to see if he could reduce the number of magic spells. Start by just cutting down on 1 or 2 insignificant words. After seeing that the magic could still be released intact, he began to gradually reduce it. From the initial 10 words, it was finally reduced to 1 or 2. Seeing that he could still release it, Reiner finally stopped saying it out loud and just recited it quickly in his mind. It takes Junice about 4 seconds to release a fireball, but he can release it in 1 second. Teach me. Junice winked. Reiner sighed and began teaching on the spot. But Junice's situation was completely different. After reducing the vocabulary, even the most basic fireball spell cannot be cast. These spells were all developed by our predecessors. If even 1 word is missing, the magic will fail. Junice shook her head and looked at Reiner with some confusion. You didn't recite it in your mind? Yes. That's probably because you don't believe in this method and think I'm trying to trick you. Reiner yawned and laid down on the grass. If you believe it, it works. If you don't, it doesn't. If you don't believe it, you won't be able to use it. Junice was stunned for a moment and seemed to have an epiphany. Close your eyes and try it devoutly. A few minutes later, she actually succeeded. She shortened a few words and successfully cast a fireball spell. Junice looked at the flames burning in the distance in disbelief and muttered to herself, "It really is." Reiner accompanied her in practice, and the day passed quickly. Seeing that it was getting late, he prepared to go back. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in my ears. Mission: Preliminary exploration of the ruins in the south of Mellet. Current status: completed. Mission reward: already issued. 5 heavy silver coins appeared in Reiner's palm as promised. After putting it into the purse, the system voice sounded again. Quest update. Kill the necromancer in the ruins. Task reward, 10 gold coins. Come back to life. But based on the experience gained from the last battle with the goblin priest, this guy is probably not an easy one to deal with. Reiner looked at Junice, who was still pondering the chantless magic, and waited until she was a little free before asking, Junice, have you ever seen a necromancer? She sighed deeply, seeming to have temporarily given up on learning non-chanting magic. Are you worried that what Pierre said is true? Of course, after all, we only have one life. Junice fell into deep thought and shook her head slightly. I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it. At worst, we can just not go to the ruins for the time being and observe and see what other adventurers who have gone to the ruins say. Okay. Junice stood up and brushed the dirt off her butt. It's getting late. I should go back. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Reiner yawned, patted Norah's butt, and prepared to go home. Chapter 49. A happy ending with Norah. It was already evening when I got home. Although he took a short nap on the lawn with Junice at noon, he still didn't get enough sleep. So much so that when he was teaching Junice the chantless magic in the afternoon, he failed several times in a row because he couldn't concentrate. He fell into deep thought as he looked at the stew Daisy brought him. Although the delicious stew looked and smelled delicious, Reiner just had no appetite. All he wanted now was to take a hot bath, read a book in bed, and then go to sleep. Daisy, is the water ready? I've prepared everything for you. Master, you can take a bath anytime. Then I'll take a bath and then go to bed. You guys take your time eating. After saying that, he got up and walked into the bedroom, found some clothes, and went into the small cubicle used for bathing. After lying in the wooden tub for bathing, the fatigue of the day was instantly relieved. After taking a bath, Reiner went to the kitchen to get a piece of black bread and began to nibble on it while lying on the bed. He planned to study the magic book he got today. But just then, Daisy walked into the room. Those blue eyes were staring straight at Reiner. What's wrong? What do you want to talk to me about? Reiner closed the book and looked at her in confusion. Daisy sat down on the edge of the bed and whispered, Master, do you need me to heat up the stew for you? No, I'll just eat some bread tonight and go to bed right away. Then, her inner voice drifted into Reiner's ears. We're all men, there's no difference. Don't be nervous, it will be over soon. Several big question marks slowly rose in Reiner's mind. What does Daisy want to do? Just as he was confused, Daisy slowly said, Master, let me serve you. After that, she climbed onto the bed and placed her slender fingers on Reiner's shoulders. Master, I have wanted to say this for a long time. I feel that you are very special. You always give me a sense of security. Daisy's eyes were charming, and her slender waist always rubbed Reiner's arm intentionally or unintentionally. Really awesome. No wonder slave traders say that cat-like subhumans are particularly popular among the nobles. Who can withstand such a situation? Just as she was thinking this, Daisy's inner voice came to her again. This is a small sacrifice to give my daughter a safe place to go. Reiner quickly pushed it away. It seems she is planning to sacrifice herself to win people's hearts. But she didn't know that Norah had already made an agreement with him. So Reiner coughed a few times and said righteously, Well, I'm not interested in married women. Go back and rest. Don't disturb me. Compared to a mature woman like her, Reiner prefers Norah, who is about the same age as him. Huh. Daisy was slightly stunned, with some doubts in her eyes. She didn't seem to expect Reiner to say that. But even so, she still had no intention of giving up. I'm going all out. I don't believe you can hold back. Although I'm no longer young, I'm still pretty. She placed her hands on the buttons and slowly unbuttoned the woolen sweater that was draped around her. Daisy's skin is very fair and beautiful, but not as smooth as Norah's. Just then, the door was pushed open violently. Noila stood at the door aggressively, looking like she had just taken a shower, her whole body still steaming. Obviously, she heard the conversation between the two clearly, and Daisy winked at her. Silly daughter, what are you doing? Hurry up and close the door. Mom is helping you. Noila Mo's face was expressionless. She pointed outside the door and said, Mom, go back to your room. I have something to talk to the master about. But, Daisy hesitated. Mom, I didn't dare tell you before because I was afraid you would worry. I have become his woman. Daisy's brain froze for a few seconds. She lowered her voice and asked, Already? Norah blushed. Her choice of words was a bit imprecise. Anyway, it's almost done. I'm grown up now. Don't treat me like a child. Daisy hesitated for a moment, then asked, Voluntary? Seeing this, Daisy didn't say anything more and walked out of the bedroom with mixed feelings. Reiner put the book away, feeling the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Noila Mo walked quickly to the bedside and said expressionlessly, You were shaken just now. Reiner said seriously, Don't slander me. I just refused very firmly. Don't have any bad thoughts about my mother. Don't let your imagination run wild. She's almost 40. I'm not that hungry. Norah puffed out her cheeks and remained silent. I barely believe you. Norah blew out the candle and nimbly got into bed. Reiner subconsciously hugged her tightly. Then, naturally, a strange reaction occurred. Norah's skin became hotter and hotter. What Mom said was right. Men's heads are full of that mess, even the masters. Are you ready to fulfill your promise? Reiner bit her ear. Norah nodded shyly. Instead of letting the owner always worry about me, I might as well just let him have it. He treats me well anyway, and I don't want to wander around anymore. I want a stable home. Reiner's hands kneaded her belly. Norah has been bought for more than 2 months, but she just can't gain weight no matter how much she eats. There is only a thin layer of fat on the belly. Eat more often, you're still so thin. Then, her voice, tinged with resentment, floated into Reiner's ears. As expected, I prefer women with better figures. I'm not Martina, sorry. Reiner didn't think so at all. They both have their own advantages and disadvantages. Although Martina looks better in figure, she is a powerful female warrior and must have a lot of muscles on her body. She is definitely not as soft as Norah. Thinking of this, Reiner used his identification on her again. Appraisal completed. Current slave quality is epic. Epic. Reiner's mouth curled up. As soon as he thought about it, all the information about the cat girl was revealed. Name, Norah Hill. Age, 18. Gender, female. Race, subhuman cat. Current status, healthy, in love. Measurements, 71/47/76. It turns out there are some changes. But she likes to wrap herself with something every day, and you can hardly tell from her appearance. Thinking of this, Reiner couldn't help it. Norah gently refused. Not yet. Martina and my mother haven't gone to bed yet. Let's wait a little longer. After an unknown amount of time, Reiner suddenly heard Martina snoring. They must have fallen asleep. Reiner finally couldn't help himself and took the initiative to invite someone to play the game. Is it okay now? Okay. Reiner hugged her, and then the two of them entangled together. It suddenly started to rain lightly outside the window. The cold wind poured into the room little by little through the window. Norah gasped, clutching Reiner's arm tightly, her sharp nails slowly piercing his skin. Chapter 50. Cherish the morning with Norah. Early morning. Reiner suddenly felt as if something was missing in his arms. He felt around on the bed and found nothing, then reluctantly opened his eyes. It was early in the morning, and no one knew where Norah had gone. Now he was the only one lying on the bed. The side of the bed where Norah slept had been cleaned thoroughly. She was so quiet that she couldn't even wake anyone up. Reiner yawned, covered his head, and planned to sleep for a while. Squeak. He poked his head out after hearing the door open. It's Norah. She was wearing a thick woolen sweater. Her cheeks were a little red from the cold, and she looked no different from usual. Finally woke up. It's okay, just pretend nothing happened. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Norah walked to the bedside and gently pushed Reiner's shoulder. Master, breakfast is ready. Do you want me to bring it to you? No, just sleep with me for a while. But, no buts. Reiner pulled her into bed and began to unbutton her clothes. I still have to help my mother wash clothes later. Norah gently patted Reiner's shoulder, and a lot of messy things popped up in her head again. It doesn't matter if I wait a little longer. Reiner hugged her and began to coax her. Okay, just for a moment. Norah compromised. She lay on her side and let Reiner play with her. Luckily, I didn't put a bandage on it, otherwise it would be troublesome later. Master, what a jerk. He's so energetic so early in the morning. It's not that Reiner is tired. It's just that young people are a little more energetic when they get up in the morning. Norah's skin just turned slightly red at first, but soon she covered her mouth with her hands, and finally the two fell down hugging each other. She was breathing heavily, her mind going blank. After a long moment, Reiner poked her belly and whispered, So weak? Are you still going to play in the second half? Noila Imo shook her head and said weakly, Let me go, Master. If you really like it, we can come again in the evening. Then it's a deal. Reiner hugged her gently. Norah's petite body felt good in his hands. There is clearly not much flesh on his body, but he doesn't feel uncomfortable at all and is incredibly soft. What the slave traders said before was that cat-like subhumans were natural beauties. At first he didn't believe it and thought it was false advertising. But now he believes it. Reiner rubbed her cat ears and whispered, Don't get up before me from now on. Ouch. It's so itchy. I know, Master. Please stop blowing into my ears. Norah scratched her ears, then bit Reiner in a complaining manner. At this moment, the system's voice appeared in my ears. Activate achievement, Beast Ear Conqueror. Bonus effect, none. Activate achievement, Iron Kidney. Bonus effect, your kidney function is exceptionally strong, so you will never have to worry about kidney deficiency. As soon as the system finished speaking, Reiner felt a mysterious power injected into both sides of his lower back. The fatigue value that had just accumulated was swept away in an instant. He is also a good man. How about playing some more? Noila Imo shook her head in resistance, then hid in the corner. No, let's talk about it tonight. How long has the master been holding it in? Not much, just the rage of being single for 20 years. Suddenly, her ears moved, and then she nimbly got into bed. Squeak. The door opened a crack. Reiner turned his head and met Martina's eyes. She squatted at the door like a pervert, revealing half of her face to peek. What? Breakfast is getting cold. Isn't Reiner coming to eat yet? Coming right up. Martina nodded, but didn't seem to want to leave. Where is Norah? Daisy said she came to serve Reiner, but why is she nowhere to be seen? Reiner asked knowingly. Why aren't you leaving yet? Is Norah in your room? Certainly. Just as he finished speaking, Reiner's but was bitten by a kitten with sharp teeth. He quickly changed his words. Of course, she's not here. She went out with Junice early in the morning. Hasn't she come back yet? No. When did she become so close to Junice? Martina asked doubtfully. I don't know. Maybe it will be fine suddenly. Reiner shrugged. Oh, that's okay. Martina closed the door. After making sure she had left, Norah crawled out of the bed and quickly put on her clothes. She still had several marks left by Reiner on her body, especially the clearly visible strawberry mark on her neck. Why are you hiding it from her? It's like it's something you shouldn't be exposed to the public. Reiner poked her cheek. Maybe she already knew it. I guess Martina will definitely ask Norah about what happened last night. I just don't want to tell her, otherwise she'll laugh at me again. I got up earlier than her, and she didn't see me just now, so it's easy to fool her. I'll climb out the window and pretend to knock on the door. Reiner said seriously. Is there a possibility that your mother has already told her? After all, she usually loves to play with you. If you disappear so early in the morning, she will definitely ask. It felt like Nora's IQ suddenly dropped, and her hand stopped putting on her clothes. Then I won't act. She sighed, put on her clothes, and opened the bedroom door. Martina, who was sitting at the dining table, pricked up her ears in surprise when she saw Norah. You're in Reiner's room? Why didn't I see you just now? Because you're an idiot. Norah picked up the water glass and took a sip, then sat at the dining table and ate black bread. Daisy touched her animal ears lovingly, with a complicated expression on her face. My good daughter has also become a woman. I hope she made the right choice and doesn't suffer the same fate as me in the future. Reiner got up and went to wash up. While eating breakfast, Martina, who was sitting opposite me, kept staring at me. After their eyes met, she smiled knowingly. Why is Reiner still so energetic? He doesn't seem to be depressed at all. He still has a very masculine demeanor. After hearing her thoughts, Reiner couldn't help but chuckle. Just a few times, not enough to keep him out of bed. After Reiner finished breakfast, he took the two of them out. He planned to study rock magic carefully today. But when I arrived at the Adventurers Guild, I didn't see Junice. Just as he was about to sit and wait, a middle-aged adventurer came over and said, Junie said she'll wait for you at the old place. Thanks for the reminder. Reiner was a little surprised. I didn't expect Junice to go out so early today. Usually around 10 o'clock, the two of them would leave the city. He got up and headed out of the city. Just after walking a few steps out of the city, he saw Junice sitting on a tree stump nearby, holding her cheek, seemingly in deep thought. Didn't you say you would wait for me at the usual place? Why are you sitting here? Junice looked up at Reiner, a smile spreading across her face. Because this is the only way for you to go, I have several questions to ask you. Chapter 51. Martina can also see two colors. Junice asked questions about chantless magic as they walked. He bombarded Reiner with questions. After knowing each other for so long, this was the first time Reiner saw her take such a strong interest in something. Reiner, you must be a genius. I'm so jealous of your talent. Junice said with some admiration. You are the first mage who can cast magic without chanting. Even my mentor can't cast spells without chanting. You're exaggerating. My original intention was just to be lazy. If I can figure out such a simple thing, there must be someone who can figure it out. Junice shook her head and said firmly, Anyway, I've never heard of anyone casting spells without chanting. Even this term is something I made up. Although I had similar ideas as you when I first learned magic, I gave up on it very quickly. Reiner, you will definitely become a magician who will go down in history. Hearing Junice say this, Reiner couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Is this going down in history? I don't know if Junice is exaggerating, or if the magicians in this world are just that bad. No one has figured out such a simple thing. I feel like everyone should be able to think of this kind of thing. I can certainly think of it, but I don't necessarily think I can use it. Junice shrugged, closed her eyes and sighed. Reiner, you are a genius, So you don't have any idea about the magical talents of ordinary people. Some people might spend years studying to perform the simplest fireball spell, but you only need to take a look, memorize the spell, and perform it effortlessly. I said before that your talent is 1 in a million, which was a bit of an understatement. What you said. If you don't believe me, you can try teaching Norah and Martina. They should represent the level of most ordinary people. Reiner recalled. Their spiritual talents, one is D and the other is C, do seem mediocre. If that's the case, you must be quite talented, right? After all, I only gave it a brief explanation yesterday, and you were already using it. Junais held her forehead, seeming a little sad. My mentor said I was a rare genius, but I'm like a fool in front of you. I only shortened one word yesterday, but compared to you, the difficulty is not even on the same level. Reiner was speechless. It seems that magicians in this world can only serve as assistants. Junais, a once-in-a-century genius, seems to be slightly stronger than ordinary adventurers based on her actual combat performance. While they were talking, they had already arrived at the grassy field where they usually practiced. I'll practice first. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Junais raised her staff and continued to practice casting spells without chanting. Reiner turned and looked at the two animal-eared girls. He suddenly wanted them to learn magic. After all, it is always good to have many skills. Fireball can be used for lighting as well as making fire, which is extremely convenient. Just as he was grinning foolishly, the voices of the two animal-eared girls floated into his ears. Norah, what are you planning to do? I wouldn't do that kind of thing out here in the middle of nowhere. Martina, you're thinking about me after sleeping with Norah? Don't even think about it. I'm the woman you can't have. Nerve. Reiner turned around and asked Junais, how do I test their attributes and magic crystal capacity? Junais took the time to reply. It's very simple. Just let them concentrate and close their eyes, and then you can inject them with natural elements of any attribute. Do you need my help? Let me try it myself. You keep practicing. Reiner patted the grass and motioned for the two to sit down. Norah obediently followed her instructions, while Martina asked curiously, what are you doing? Aren't we allowed to move freely today? Yes, starting today, you two will also study with me. Martina complained loudly. I want to play. You are already 19 years old. It's time for you to learn some skills. Be obedient and I won't harm you. Reiner sighed. Unexpectedly, after traveling through time, he actually had the opportunity to act as a preacher. But they really knew almost nothing. If you want to integrate into human society, learning language is definitely the first thing to do. In addition to teaching language, he also plans to teach them the most basic arithmetic. But before that, we need to test their magical properties. Norah, you go first. Close your eyes, concentrate, and then tell me what you see. Can I still see things with my eyes closed? Do I have to open one eye and close the other? Reiner added, closing both eyes doesn't really mean you can see things, but it means you can feel with your heart. Oh. Norah took a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes. Reiner grabbed her hand and imitated what Junais had done before, supplying her with magic power bit by bit to stimulate her. How was it? What did you see? It's pitch black. I can't see anything. Norah said, then suddenly twisted her body and laughed out loud. The bastard Martina was poking her in the delicate spots with a wooden stick. If you keep making trouble, you won't get lunch. Humph, you're so shameful to threaten me with food, Reiner. Martina turned her head away, seeming angry. And Norah's attribute test continued. She suddenly exclaimed, wow. What? Did you see something? Master, I saw a white crystal. This should be Norah's magic crystal. Reiner asked expectantly, how big is this crystal? It doesn't feel very big, just like a watermelon. Reiner was disappointed for a moment, but then he thought, Norah is responsible for reconnaissance. Even if she learned magic, she would probably only use it for auxiliary purposes, which is not important. Hey, the crystal changed color, and it seems like red mist is pouring in. Fire element. It is indeed the most common attribute. Are there any other colors? Norah shook her head. You can learn fire magic. Martina, it's your turn. Oh. Martina also stretched out her hand. She closed her eyes like Norah did, but her mind was very active and did not calm down at all. Reiner's hands are surprisingly bigger than mine, but there are no calluses at all, so he definitely hasn't done much heavy work. Don't let your mind wander. Calm down. I'm not imagining things. Her rebuttal personality broke out. But soon her heart calmed down. After a while she cried out, I saw it. You scared me. Don't be so jumpy. Reiner sighed and then asked, how big is the crystal? As tall as a tree. Am I better than Norah? Martina laughed proudly. What color fog do you see? Martina shook her head. Purple. I don't like it. This is the element of thunder. You can use thunder magic. Junais said it's very rare. Just as Reiner was about to let go of his hand, Martina spoke again. Hey, there's still green mist. Chapter 52. Using the tough Martina as a target. Junice overheard their conversation and quickly walked over, praising them. A dual attribute magician. Reiner, that's incredible. If she has good talent, she might be able to become a mage, too. Reiner shook his head decisively. Judging from Martina's attribute panel, she is more suitable to be a warrior who charges into battle. Her spiritual talent is only C, which is only average and just above the passing line. Even if I learn magic in the future, I can only use it as an auxiliary. After all, I have the talent. She still needs to rely on hand-to-hand combat with the enemy using a greatsword. Being a warrior is the best path for her. She can just learn magic to be a support. That's right, otherwise it would be a waste of energy. Junice nodded. Reiner sighed. Although Martina had awakened 2 magical attributes, he did not have a corresponding magic book. Let Norah learn magic and get Junice's fire magic book. As for thunder magic and wind magic, I can only buy them for her in a big city when I have enough money. Martina, you can play by yourself first. Reiner turned to look at Norah. This guy was sitting next to him, hugging his knees and staring at Reiner's cheek in a daze. The master looks different from most people, and his skin color is different, but he is quite handsome. Meeting Reiner's eyes, she shook her head vigorously and pricked up her cat ears. What's wrong? Don't be in a daze. I'll teach you magic. Study hard. Reiner looked at Norah, who looked serious, and recited the fireball spell. Do you understand? Norah shook her head in confusion. Reiner came up with another idea. Can you read? The writing of your demi-human language. He could write the spell in a homophonic way so that Norah could practice it continuously. Anyway, you don't need to understand the working principles of magic to cast it. You just need to recite the spell correctly. But Norah shook her head. Master, I can't read. This is a difficult situation. Then I will teach you bit by bit, and you will remember it bit by bit. This spell is not long and can be recited within 5 seconds. Reiner began to teach in a clear voice. After Norah roughly memorized the sentence, he handed over the breath of the red dragon. As a result, as soon as Norah touched the staff, it flew to the side, wandered around for a few seconds, and then gently hit Reiner's head. Forget it, just practice with your bare hands. This staff doesn't like being touched. Oh. Norah sat on the ground, repeating the spell. Seeing that she had already started practicing, Reiner slowly opened the rock magic book in his hand and began to study eagerly. The catalog lists a total of 10 types of rock magic. Reiner started learning from the simplest earthquake technique. After silently memorizing the spell, he raised his staff and performed the move on the lawn in the distance. Bang! There was a sound from the ground in the distance, and the grass shook violently. Reiner held his breath and continued to inject magic power. The casting range instantly expanded from 10 meters in diameter to 100 meters. So much so that the 4 people who were far away could feel the obvious tremors. Reiner put down his staff and silently classified the magic. Auxiliary magic does not cause damage, but can interfere with the enemy, and the magic consumption is extremely low and can be released continuously. Martina, don't sleep. Go over there and be my target. If you can't stand it, tell me. Okay. She strode over. Reiner used Earthquake on her without hesitation. Bang! Martina was running when she suddenly lost her balance and fell to the ground. She tried to stand up again, but fell down again within seconds. Reiner had never experienced an earthquake, but he felt that the interference effect of this spell was too exaggerated. After he stopped casting the spell, Martina ran back covered in dust. How is it? Can you move? She shook her head and complained. Don't even mention it. It's hard to even stand steadily. Reiner, I want to learn this too. You can't learn it. Reiner shook his head. You can only learn magic with wind and thunder attributes. This is rock magic. What about you? I can only learn 5. That's not much better than me. Junice smiled and couldn't help but interject. There are only 5 types of natural magic that humans can learn. Martina's smile shifted to Reiner's face. She put her hands on her hips and said with some disdain, So what? You can't beat me anyway. Junice walked forward, patted Martina on the shoulder, and said with a smile, The biggest problem for magicians in actual combat is that they release attacks slowly and need protection. Reiner himself figured out the method of casting spells without chanting, which allowed him to release magic within 2 seconds, almost making up for this shortcoming. He's only been learning magic for a little over a month and has already achieved this level of accomplishment. In a few more months, his strength will probably surpass yours. Martina blushed. She sat down next to Norah angrily, still muttering softly. Anyway, I'm still the best now. Okay, you're the best. Martina is incredibly strong and can easily take down monsters several times her size. You're my most trusted partner. Although Martina had a blank expression on her face, she was actually very happy in her heart. Of course, I'm awesome. Although she looks mature, she is really like a child at heart. Just a compliment will make her happy. Reiner continued to study magic. Junice suddenly came over and smiled maliciously. What's wrong? Reiner, I always feel like you know everything. Have you lived for thousands of years? You can learn this ancient rock magic after just a few glances. Reiner was speechless for a moment. Maybe it's because he was a veteran ACG fan before, and he played a lot of games. I didn't know magic at first. Wasn't it you who taught me? Junice nodded. So, I feel more and more that you are a mysterious man. You are obviously gifted, but there are many things that cannot be explained. Stop thinking about it, and continue practicing your chantless magic. Reiner moved to the side. Then, Norah's inner voice floated into his ears. They were so close just now. Maybe she'll move in soon. But Junice was very friendly to us, and I quite enjoyed being with her. But she is so beautiful. If she also becomes the master's woman, will the master no longer want me? Reiner glanced at Norah. The guy was looking down and picking at his fingers, looking worried. She was just worrying too much. Reiner's XP is a girl with animal ears. It is really difficult for an ordinary person without animal ears and tail to stand up. He grabbed Norah's chin and gave her a quick kiss. This action attracted the attention of Martina and Junice. Master, Master, Norah yelled and punched Reiner. Chapter 53, I love you the most. Reiner returned home in the evening. When I pushed the door open, I saw Daisy cleaning the house with a rag. Since buying her, the house has been cleaned spotlessly and many newly sprouted vegetables have been planted in the backyard. Seeing Reiner coming back, she trotted over and bowed deeply. Master, you are back. Thank you for your hard work today. The bath water is ready. Don't call me Master anymore, just call me Reiner. Daisy hesitated for a moment and nodded heavily. You've worked hard. Go do your own thing. I'm going to take a shower. Reiner put his staff aside and went into the cubicle to take a bath. This is truly the most relaxing and enjoyable time of the day. At this moment, Reiner heard Martina's somewhat devilish laughter, but he didn't think much about it. He covered his face with a hot towel and continued to soak. After coming out of the bath, he found Martina sitting at the dining table with a suppressed smile on her face. What's wrong with you? Martina shook her head and said softly, It's okay. As soon as she finished speaking, her inner voice floated over. Norah is so weak. If I were to take on her, Reiner would definitely beg for mercy. Reiner turned to look at Norah. She seemed to have done something wrong, lowering her head and occasionally glancing at Reiner. Her face is as red as an apple. I should have known not to tell Martina. What's so funny about this? Daisy stood by and stroked Norah's animal ears with a smile. Silly child, you are still young now. In a few years you will know how to enjoy life. But as for children, we won't be able to have them anytime soon. After all, we are demi-humans, and Reiner is a human. After eavesdropping on their thoughts, Reiner roughly knew what was going on. Most likely, Norah has no experience and wants to speak out so that everyone can answer their doubts. As a result, he was severely ridiculed by Martina. A world without Baidu would be really troublesome. At night, just as Reiner lay down, the door opened a crack. Reiner thought it was Norah. The result was the breath of the red dragon. It poked out the huge fire magic stone from behind the door. What? Reiner asked in confusion. The breath of the red dragon floated onto the bed and suddenly crawled into the quilt. His staff, made of pure gold, was like ice under the blessing of winter. Reiner jumped up in surprise. He kicked the red dragon's breath out of the bed. Ice is dead. What do you want to do? You want to get into my bed with a staff? The breath of the red dragon suddenly became timid. XP can be unpopular, but not weird. He had no interest in the staff at all. After all, it was not even a human being. Reiner picked up the breath of the red dragon, placed it on the shelf in the living room, and then returned to the room. After a while, the door was pushed open again. This time I came to the right person. Norah stood timidly at the door, her cheeks flushed. She was wearing only thin linen. Before Reiner could speak, she explained herself. Martina has taken over my room. One bed can only accommodate 2 people at most. Now that the weather is cold, it's easy to catch a cold sleeping alone, so I came to find the owner. It's not because I wanted to come here. He didn't even use his normal attack. Just move around and trick him into using a big move? What kind of awful advice did Martina come up with? I actually listened to it. Yeah. Norah was very crazy. Reiner teased. Look at what you said. Have you forgotten what you promised me this morning? You have to come even if you don't want to. Knowing that Norah is a stubborn person, give her a way out. Yeah. Norah blushed and got under the quilt. Then she gently touched Reiner's shoulder with her cold little hand and whispered, It's so warm. Give me your hand. I'll warm it for you. No, no need. He struggled slightly. You're being polite? Reiner grabbed her and pulled her into his arms. Norah struggled for a while, but finally gave in and started to have wild thoughts. She was becoming increasingly restless. Finally, a sentence came out of his mouth. Master, you are so good to me. Warming your hands is good for you. It's more than that. Norah bit Reiner lightly, and after a moment's thought, she whispered, Anyway, I love you the most. Although I have heard Norah say this in her heart many times. But when I heard her say it so openly for the first time, I couldn't help but feel touched. Norah gently blew out the candle. The next morning, Reiner went to the Adventurers Guild to find Junice as usual. But as soon as I walked in, I saw a group of adventurers talking in front of the counter. They had serious expressions, as if something big had happened. Seeing Reiner come in, they greeted each other and continued talking. Reiner wanted to eavesdrop, but when he saw Junice in the corner, he forgot everything. She didn't go anywhere today, just sat in the corner eating a piece of black bread. Seeing Reiner coming, she waved enthusiastically. I thought you would run out of town by yourself today. I was planning to go over there, but after overhearing the conversations of other adventurers, I decided to wait for you here. She said mysteriously. What's wrong? This morning, while the militia was training outside the city, they stumbled upon a number of undead being teleported out of the ruins south of the city. They are currently active in the area south of the city. While they haven't attacked civilians yet, they have caused panic in the nearby villages. Reiner asked doubtfully, Necromancer? Junice nodded heavily. Yes, I think the same thing. I heard that the Lord plans to sweep the area and then send his army into the ruins to clean up the infestation of skeletons. Reiner held his forehead. It will be a miserable death. There are traps everywhere. The burrow spider was so happy, doing nothing in the cave, and so many tin cans fell from the sky for no apparent reason. Places like ruins are only suitable for small-scale exploration. When there are too many people, there are more places that cannot be taken care of, and if you are not careful, you will suffer casualties. There is also an debuff called mental erosion in the ruins. Wait a minute. The first one to go crazy will drive the others to go crazy, and the team will collapse in a chain reaction. Junice blinked and looked at Reiner with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Reiner, our ideas are always surprisingly similar. Although skeletons aren't difficult to deal with, and are even less so than goblins, they are numerous, and there are also monsters like ghouls and crypt spiders in the ruins. The difficulty of this operation is definitely no less than that of the Dawn Forest. Reiner yawned. So you want to join? I was going to ask you, aren't you our leader? What boss? How did I become the boss? Reiner looked confused. Junice said seriously, don't you make all the decisions? I'll just follow you. Reiner shook his head. I don't really want to participate. Although he had a mission, he didn't want to do a mission with such a high risk factor. Anyway, I'm not short of money right now. Just then, the sound of horse hooves came from outside the guild. Chapter 54 Demas's Employment. Demas, in his plate armor, stood beside the table. Although he didn't say a word. But Reiner could sense he was hinting wildly. After a while, he finally couldn't hold it in any longer and took the initiative to ask Demas, what's wrong? The undead have appeared in the south of Merode. We need to enter the ruins to clean up. We now have a mage in the team, but we are still short of one more. He cut to the chase, and his meaning was clear. He was just short of mentioning Reiner by name. The ruins are dangerous. It's just killing some skeletons. The risk factor isn't very high. Most of the members participating in this raid are militiamen with rich combat experience. There are about 100 of them in total. The combat effectiveness of 100 militiamen is still very impressive. After all, as far as he knew, the total population of Mello was only about 4,000, and currently there were only about 600 people who were capable of fighting. Although the scale is not as large as the last time we went to the Dawn Forest to fight against goblins. But militiamen who receive regular training are definitely more powerful than most adventurers. So when Demas said this, he looked quite confident. Reiner said bluntly, there is a necromancer in the ruins. Demas blinked, and after a long silence, he asked doubtfully, really? Of course, although I am a person who likes to joke, I will not joke about matters involving human lives. Reiner said seriously, how do you know? 3 days ago, I rescued a man named Pierre Craig from the ruins. He went berserk and told me this himself after he briefly regained his composure. Reiner pointed to Junice, who was standing beside him. She was there too, and she heard it, too. If that wasn't enough to convince Dumas, then that was all he could do. After all, it was impossible for him to tell everyone about his system tasks. Where does Craig live? I don't know. I only know that his father is an honest farmer, and his mother fell seriously ill not long ago. I don't know anything else. Reiner spread his hands. Wait a minute. Demas turned and walked out of the Adventurers Guild. Reiner poked his head out and took a look. He was talking to the knight named Adney. Reiner, are we really not going? Let's see. If the price is good, I can give it a try. Okay. A moment later Demas came back. I will report this matter to the Lord. Good. The two fell silent again. Seeing that he was indeed a quiet person, Reiner had no choice but to ask again. If I go to the ruins, how much will I be paid? Demas said without hesitation. 15 gold coins. He answered so quickly, I guess he had already simulated it in his head before he went out. The price is good. I guess if we kill the necromancer, the reward will be even higher. What about Junice? Demas took a quick look at her and said seriously, 1 gold coin. Reiner asked awkwardly, do you agree with this price? Junice looked a little distressed, but nodded, I agree. I'm free anyway. If she didn't agree, Reiner could have helped her to argue for it, but he didn't expect that she would agree so readily. That's the price then. Where should we meet? The city gate will be tomorrow morning. Demas turned and left. I have other things to do. You should prepare well. Reiner looked at his back, speechless. Since there were other things to do, I would rather just stand there and not say anything. I am invincible. Junai sighed and lay on the table sadly. Reiner, I really envy your talent. Demas hired you for 15 gold coins and hired me for 1. Reiner didn't know how to comfort her, so he pointed to the 2 animal-eared girls behind him. Maybe, because I have 2 more people, he'll pay me a little more. After all, Martina is very powerful, and he's not stupid. He saw it all. Junice pouted. Okay. She sat for a while, and then left, saying she wanted to go home and prepare. Seeing Junice leave, Martina sat opposite her, and Norah sat next to her. Reiner thought back to his last experience in the ruins and touched Norah's cat ears. What does it feel like to have your spirit eroded by the ruins? Norah thought for a long time before slowly speaking. My head hurts. I feel dizzy, and I can't breathe. I can also hear the dead whispering in my ears. And I always associate it with some bad things for no reason. For example, Martina died suddenly, or you were all eaten by spiders, or the master abandoned us and ran away. Reiner could probably guess what this felt like. In such a horrific environment, with evil spirits constantly eroding his already shaky beliefs, it was no wonder that Pierre acted excessively and spoke madly. Reiner gently touched Norah's ear and whispered, when you enter the ruins again, I hope you will remember whatever the evil spirit says in your ear. No matter what happens, I will not abandon you, because in addition to being a companion, you are now my family, and I will do my best to protect you. Norah's face quickly turned red. She lowered her head and pressed her hands on Reiner's legs. I will also do my best to protect the master. I will remember the master's kindness for the rest of my life. Martina, who was sitting opposite, saw this and complained. Hey, so early in the morning, you two are so cheesy. Reiner continued. If a fool like Martina got hurt, I would just turn around and leave without hesitation. Norah laughed out loud, then added, me too. Martina rolled her eyes and said, Tisk, there's no way I can be hurt. The armor on my body is so strong, I will be fine. But I am a generous person. Even if Reiner treats me like this, I will risk my life to save him if he is in danger. Nonsense. You have a bond mark on your body. If you don't save me, I'll be dead. Martina couldn't argue and started cursing. Dog. The 3 of them chatted here for a while, and then walked towards home. On the way, Norah suddenly held Reiner's hand. The 2 smiled at each other, and no one said anything. But her inner voice drifted over. I'm so glad I met Reiner at that time. He is a man I can entrust my life to. Reiner turned and headed towards the tavern. Let's go to the tavern and buy 2 smoked chickens. We're leaving tomorrow, so we need to eat a full meal. Martina poked Reiner's shoulder and began to make wild insinuations. White bread, you know. What's wrong? Reiner asked knowingly. He wanted to tease the horse racing girl. Martina curled her lips and said in a low voice, Reiner, I want to eat white bread. Chapter 55, Magician Anna goes to the ruins again. The next morning, Reiner arrived at the city gate early with the armored beast-eared girls. He saw a large group of half-armored militiamen from a distance. They were lined up in an orderly manner at the city gate. Junice was also in the group, and she was talking to another woman dressed as an adventurer. She caught a glimpse of Reiner out of the corner of her eye and immediately waved to him enthusiastically. You came really early. The team hasn't even assembled yet. Reiner nodded. He considered himself a man with a very good sense of time. During his final exams in middle school, he would always arrive outside the examination room half an hour early to sleep in order to prevent himself from oversleeping. This way, even if he oversleeps, there will be a teacher to wake him up. I see this team has about 100 people already. They haven't assembled yet. I heard from Demas that he asked the Lord for 50 more people. Junai said softly, holding the staff. At this moment, the female mage who had just been talking to Junai spoke up. Is it reliable? The necromancer is a lord-level monster and is very difficult to deal with. Reiner glanced at her and said nothing. This female mage has a pair of seductive fox eyes. Her thick black hair was a little messy and looked unkempt. Her face was thin and her lips were purple. Even though the temperature was close to 0, she was still wearing a somewhat revealing animal skin coat. At first glance, she looks like a witch living in seclusion in the mountains. Also, it's huge. At this moment, Norah's inner voice floated over. Master really cares about the size of that place, but it's a pity that I only have that much. Reiner decisively looked away. He swore he had only glanced at it instinctively. There is absolutely no such messy intention. Junai said, By the way, I forgot to introduce you to each other. She pointed at the witch and said cheerfully, Her name is Annalyn. She's one of the 4 mages living near Mellet. She's very good at wind magic. Reiner nodded. Then we must build good relationships. Maybe I can buy a wind magic book from her. Junai began to introduce Reiner again. This is Mr. Reiner. He is also one of the only 4 magicians in this city, and he is very good at fire magic. He is also the Goblin Kingslayer, who slew the Goblin Tyrant of the Morning Forest. Goblin Kingslayer? What a title full of middle school second-year vibe. Although people who know this like to add some strange titles to themselves once they have done something big, it is still a little embarrassing when it is said by others in person. Anna took the initiative to extend her hand and said softly, Just call me Anna. I have heard about your deeds. After chatting with Junai, I am looking forward to meeting you. Reiner replied like a humanoid. Yeah, me too. He didn't mean it. He is a socially anxious person and not talkative at all. As a result, he became a topic terminator. Anna went off to chat with Junai again. At this moment, Norah gently grabbed Reiner's hand. Master, my hand guard is so cold. Can you help me warm it up? Certainly. Reiner started a fire and squatted on the side of the road to keep Norah warm while waiting for the team to gather. Soon Junai and Anna joined in. Anna squatted on the ground and blew on her hands. This damn weather is getting colder and colder. Reiner thought, how could she not be cold wearing so little? The chest was covered with 2 pieces of animal skin, and it flew away when the wind blew. After waiting for a while, the team suddenly moved forward. Reiner hurriedly took the animal-eared girls into the team. Demas even rode his horse to the end of the team to take a look at Reiner. Neither of them spoke, but reached a strange tacit understanding and nodded to each other. After walking for a while, the team finally arrived at the entrance to the ruins in the south of the city. Demas shouted from the front of the group, Everyone, put your hands on the shoulders of the person in front of you. The team formed a long line, and everyone followed Demas' method and put their hands on the shoulders of the former like zombies. Where will our long team be teleported to? Will someone be unlucky and get stuck in the wall? Junai shook her head. The magic stone will automatically teleport us to the appropriate location. We will most likely appear directly on an empty street. Reiner understood. Automatic typesetting, right? As the countdown for Demas in front of the team ended, they were teleported into darkness. Reiner and Junai almost simultaneously cast fireballs to illuminate the team. Seeing this, the militiamen took out torches to borrow light, and then passed the fire to the next person like a torch. In less than 10 seconds, the surroundings became brighter. Junais' guess was absolutely correct. They were indeed teleported to the broad street. There happened to be a few skeletons in the alley next to me. Demas gave the order. Everyone, follow the team to clear the surrounding skeletons. Remember not to stray too far from the team. Yes. As the sonorous and powerful responses rang out, the militiamen outside the team dispersed and cleared out the skeleton soldiers around them. Is that what they are doing? Aren't they afraid of stepping into a trap? I have to go talk to Demas about this. Junai said seriously. Reiner grabbed her decisively and pointed at the scattered teams. Look, these teams are made up of about 5 people. Among them, there's a very agile-looking militiaman who's responsible for detecting traps, while the remaining 4 are responsible for clearing out the monsters. Demas is not stupid. He's learned his lesson. But having said that, Reiner disagrees with their investigative methods. Because it was just a test with a wooden stick. If you are not careful, something will be missed. Norah suddenly pointed at one of the militiamen and said, His leg is about to be broken. There's a trap underneath, and he hasn't found it yet. Reiner winked at her. Norah understood and threw the knife. Clang. The trap hidden in the mud was triggered and jumped out. The militiaman looked back with lingering fear, then thanked Reiner. Norah stepped forward and retrieved the flying knife. Let's just make do with it. People with particularly strong perception abilities like Norah are quite rare, and it is impossible to take care of everyone. After a while, Reiner heard someone screaming in the distance. It's likely that you've fallen into a trap. Junai left the team. Reiner, I'm going to help. You stay safe. The same to you. At this moment, Anna came over. She laughed dryly a few times, then asked, Is Junice your woman? She's very beautiful. We are just ordinary friends. Really? Anna smiled meaningfully, then turned back to her seat and stopped talking. The team moved forward again. Junice also returned to Reiner's side. The scout said they found something unusual up ahead. We need to go take a look. Chapter 56: The Defeated Team. The team advanced through the ruins. Reiner could not see what was happening in front of him, so he could only follow the team obediently. In his spare time, Reiner showed concern for Norah. He rubbed Norah's cat ears and asked, How are you? Are you still dizzy after entering the ruins this time? No, I'm in great shape now. Norah replied softly, her blue eyes shining. Humans are social animals after all, and so are subhumans. As long as there are many teammates, she will feel a sense of security. To some extent, this should protect the ruins from erosion. Reiner glanced at Martina and asked her just to be on the safe side. How are you? Are you feeling unwell? No. Martina scratched her head and said seriously, I don't feel anything. Reiner breathed a sigh of relief and was about to tease her when he suddenly felt a chill. The team was also in turmoil because of this. Martina and Norah shuddered. Junice frowned slightly and stood on tiptoe to look at the darkness ahead. Reiner, something seems to be coming. Reiner saw from the corner of his eye that Norah actually took a few steps back timidly, then took out a dagger from her waist. Her ears were lowered into airplane ears, and her blue eyes showed deep fear. There's a monster ahead. Reiner glanced ahead. There was deep darkness ahead of the team. Norah, don't be afraid, Reiner said soothingly, gently grabbing her arm. At this moment, a shrill cry came from the darkness. A flock of bats flew out and quickly passed through the crowd. Many people in the team were frightened and scattered in all directions. Norah threw herself into Reiner's arms in fear. Demas, at the front of the team, raised his sword high and shouted, Keep calm. Pay attention to your formation. Then, a hair-raising creaking sound came from the darkness. Reiner knew that this was the sound made by the skeleton soldiers moving. But this time, the sound was obviously duller than before. One of the knights shouted, Reiner, light up the street ahead. Reiner began to accumulate a fireball at the top of the staff and continuously injected magic power into it. The dazzling fireball passed through the street and hit the stone house at the end of the road, and the surrounding darkness was instantly dispelled. Reiner saw several skeleton knights made up of many scattered bones. They were wearing rusty iron armor and were slowly walking towards the team. They held heavy hammers in their hands and drew neat lines on the mud. Behind the skeleton knight, there is a short skeleton wearing a black robe. It held up its staff, and the green gem on the top looked particularly dazzling. This should be the necromancer that Pierre mentioned. Reiner's eyes lit up, and he began to chant a spell. He planned to use earthquake magic to slow down the skeleton knight's advance, then wait for an opportunity to kill the necromancer. Junice suddenly reached out to stop him. Reiner, don't. This is underground. The ruins are not as solid as we imagined. If they collapse accidentally, we will all be buried inside. Reiner thought that small-scale use should not cause any impact. But looking at the animal-eared girl beside him and the hundreds of militiamen in front of him, he finally gave up the idea. The skeleton knights quickened their pace and finally rushed towards the team. Demas formed a defensive line with several knights at the front of the team and took the initiative to kill the enemies in the front. He cut off the skeleton's arm with just one blow of his sword. Judging from the strange light flashing on the sword, this sword is probably mixed with mithril, which is the nemesis of evil. The combat effectiveness of the well-trained militiamen was evident. The line they formed was impenetrable, and almost no skeleton knights could get through. If someone is injured, the militia behind will take over and rotate. Martina was eager to try. Reiner, I want to go up too. Go ahead and be safe. As soon as she finished speaking, Martina ran out like a wild horse and fought with the militiamen. She is a fierce warrior and has been seen tearing apart skeleton knights with her bare hands on several occasions. Just when the situation is going well, the necromancer in the distance raised his staff high again. Immediately afterwards, countless green souls gathered from all directions and finally surrounded the staff. Reiner felt vaguely uneasy, and seeing that it was defenseless, he seized the opportunity to use the fireball technique. At the same time, the necromancer let out a terrifying howl. A green shock swept towards the team. Master, be careful. Norah stepped forward and hugged Reiner from the front. The fireballs quickly dissipated, the torches held high by the militiamen went out in an instant, and the ruins fell into darkness again. Reiner felt his heart ache. There were howls of fear all around. Reiner quickly lit the flames, allowing the light to cover the team once again. He looked around, trying to find Norah, but saw Junice curled up on the ground with her hands. Many militiamen reacted in exactly the same way, collapsing to the ground in fear. Don't be afraid, Junice. Get up. She was stunned for a moment, then lit the fire as well. Reiner then began to look for Norah. I don't know where this guy went. Norah, where are you? Come back, Reiner shouted anxiously. When passing by an alley, I finally saw Norah hiding in the shadows. Her body was trembling slightly. Reiner breathed a sigh of relief and was about to reach out and pull her away. So you're here. Hurry up. This necromancer is not easy to deal with. Demas might ask us to retreat. Before she could finish her words, Norah stabbed Reiner with a dagger flashing with cold light. Reiner was unable to dodge, and the dagger sparked on the plate armor. Norah's eyes were bloodshot and lifeless, and she was muttering something to herself from time to time. Reiner took a few steps back and tentatively called out, Norah? Her consciousness has been eroded by evil. She is in danger now. Stay away from her. Anna came over at some point and grabbed Reiner's plate armor and pulled it back. Norah, it's me. Don't you recognize me? Reiner tried to wake her up. Master. Norah's eyes trembled, and she threw the dagger aside. Just as he was about to walk towards Reiner, he hugged his head in pain, then fell to the ground and howled in agony. At the same time, Junice ran over with Martina. Reiner. Demas ordered the team to retreat. We should leave. As soon as he finished speaking, groups of militiamen passed through the alley and ran in the direction they came from. Where is the magic stone used to escape? Demas has had his scouts find it, and it's not far from here. Suddenly, a half-armored knight was smashed against the wall, and blood splattered all over Reiner's face. The skeleton knights are hunting the fleeing militiamen, while a group of knights led by Demas are covering their evacuation. Reiner pulled Martina along. Junice, carry Norah, and run quickly. Martina and I will go help Demas and the others. Well, be safe. Chapter 57. Trapped by human-robot teammates. Several people retreated while chopping. The scattered teams soon arrived at the magic stone used to leave the ruins. The militiamen who had fled first had already gathered at the magic stone, and Reiner was only 100 meters away from them. He could still vaguely see Junice sitting at the evacuation site, holding Norah. She seemed to be injured, and there was a lot of blood on her thigh. Several more knights left the front line, leaving only Demas and 2 other knights. Line up. Prepare to evacuate. Demas shouted back. Several more skeleton knights attacked. It seemed like they couldn't be killed completely. After killing one, another would appear soon and chase them closely. However, the quality of these monsters is declining at a speed visible to the naked eye. Now these skeleton knights have no armor on them, and are only covered with white bones. The remaining 2 knights also left, leaving only Demas and Reiner to fight alongside them. Reiner, you go first. I'll be there soon, Demas said. The plate armor on his body was bumpy and bloodstains could be vaguely seen. He had suffered serious injuries in the battle with the skeleton knight. Plate armor has average protection against blunt weapons, and his movements will be slightly restricted after wearing full body armor, so he can't escape. Letting him cover the retreat is almost the same as letting him die directly. Moreover, the skeleton knight is like a dogskin plaster. It is impossible to fight and retreat at the same time, and you will be stuck again soon. If you want to run, you must at least create a buffer zone and then sprint with all your strength to have a chance. Demas, you retreat first. I need to hold them off for a while before I can leave. After saying that, Reiner used fire magic to burn an approaching skeleton knight into charcoal. Martina was trapped in the enemy camp and was besieged by skeletons. She used her invincibility. With each roar of war, the skeleton's limbs were scattered everywhere. She is practically invincible in close combat. For now, the 2 of them can hold on for another hour without any problem. Seeing this, Demas thought for a moment and then ran towards the teleportation team as advised. Half a minute later, he shouted, Reiner, come here. Reiner looked back and saw the militiamen lined up in a long line, holding each other's hands, and Demas was at the end of the line, reaching out to him. Martina, we should retreat. Okay. Martina grabbed the skeleton knight's cervical vertebrae with one hand, quickly lifted it up, and knocked down a large number of enemies. Then the 2 of them ran towards the magic stone. Many militiamen were shouting, My God, you are such warriors. Brother, come here quickly. Watch out for the necromancer. He's chasing us. Reiner looked back just in time to see an incoming fireball. Ever since he learned the chantless magic, his spellcasting speed increased significantly, and he could use the water ball spell to extinguish the monster in just a moment. Demas excitedly shouted, Come on, Reiner. Seeing his hand so close. The next second, the team of hundreds of people disappeared instantly, and the ruins fell into dead silence. The magic stone emits a faint red light. Reiner was confused. The militia at the front of the team used the magic stone without authorization and teleported them out directly. TMD human machine, right? Just leave like that? Reiner took Martina's hand and wanted to restart the magic stone. As a result, as soon as the magic power was injected, a burning sensation came from the fingertips. Junai said that the magic stone used for teleportation in the ruins cannot be used continuously, and you need to wait for a while. With hordes of skeleton knights right in front of him, Reiner couldn't just stand there and wait for the magic stone to cool down. Reiner! Martina screamed, raising her shield to block the incoming hammer. Clang! She threw away the shattered shield and slashed at the attacking skeleton knight with her sword. I saw light green, resentful souls gathering at the top of the necromancer's staff again. Reiner raised his staff to interrupt, but 2 skeleton knights had already rushed to him, so he had to give priority to dealing with the skeleton knights. A sharp and piercing roar rang in his ears, causing Reiner's eardrums to sting unbearably. He looked up in a trance and saw the flames burning towards him. In desperation, Reiner released a large amount of water to protect himself and Martina. But even so, half of Martina's body was burned by the flames. Then the skeleton knight broke through the water barrier and hit Martina's knee pad with a hammer. Reiner heard a crisp sound and stumbled back a few steps. Martina was injured. The situation took a turn for the worse. Reiner used the water stream to wash away the skeleton knight beside him, then quickly stepped forward to pull Martina out of the water ball, holding her hand and running towards the alley on the side of the street. Seeing that the skeleton knight was still chasing him, he didn't care whether the ruins would collapse or not. After finishing the chant, he directly used the earthquake spell. In an instant, the surrounding stone houses collapsed one after another. Unexpectedly, the soil submerged by the water turned into a swamp under the high frequency and strong vibration, trapping the skeleton knight. But Reiner didn't have time to think about it. He just ran wildly, holding Martina's arm. Maybe the goddess of luck favored him. I ran for a long time, but didn't step into the trap. Reiner found a hidden stone house, broke open the rotten wooden door, roughly checked the surrounding environment, and hid inside when he saw there was no danger. Martina was badly injured, and sweat was beaded under her helmet. Reiner released a stream of water to wrap her up and first performed the simplest treatment to temporarily separate the skin and clothes. Taking off clothes directly after being burned would tear off the skin and flesh. Don't move, I'll help you undress. Martina shook her head in a struggle and whispered softly, No. Now is not the time to be shy. I've already touched you, and you're still afraid of me seeing you? Don't move. Reiner took off her armor one by one and threw it aside. Then tear off the clothes that are stuck to your skin little by little. The 2 rabbits were now burned, one red and one white. Reiner uses hydrotherapy. Seeing that she hadn't untied the loincloth underneath, Reiner planned to help again. Martina nervously pushed Reiner's hand away and untied the straps herself. I can do it myself. Reiner took a quick glance and saw that only the outer thigh was burned, so he gave it a simple treatment. The burned skin gradually turned into a strange white color. I guess there might be scars left in the future. At the same time, a voice reached Reiner's ears. I was seen naked by Reiner again. Reiner laughed in anger. It's already late, and there's still time to care about this. The earlier a burn is treated with hydrotherapy, the more effective it is. You humans are not reliable at all. You abandoned your teammates so easily. We were about to grab that knight's hand. Martina muttered to herself. Reiner nodded as well. Because of the beast's actions, they almost died there. Fortunately, he escaped temporarily. Damn it, he never stopped. The most urgent thing now is to think about how to escape. They didn't have any food with them, so it was impossible for them to stay in this stone house forever. Seeing that the burn was almost healed, Martina slowly stood up, picked up the burnt, tattered pieces of cloth, and then wrapped them around herself little by little. Don't use this thing anymore. It's dirty and unhygienic. If I can get back alive, I'll buy you something more convenient. Martina remained silent. It will be easier for you to take it off. Reiner ignored him. He looked down at Martina's injured knee. How's the leg? Look at the leg. Chapter 58, I will take you out. Martina stood up and tried to take a few steps, but she almost fell to the ground as soon as she took a step. Her leg injury was very serious. Although it did not appear to be broken, he was not a doctor and did not know the specific situation. Hydrotherapy is excellent for repairing skin tissue. If you break a bone, you can only leave it to fate. My ears hurt and my mind went blank. The skeleton knight was very fast, and I should have dodged it. Reiner and Martina looked at each other. Neither of them spoke. She has always been very proud, but this time she lowered her head. I'm dragging Reiner down. She almost lost her ability to move and could only rely on Reiner's back for the rest of the journey. Martina used her sword as a crutch, limped to the corner, and sat down, staring at Reiner for a long time. Her mind was full of random thoughts. Reiner can't escape with me. If he dies in the ruins, then Norah and her mother will be finished too. After thinking for a while, she suddenly said, Reiner, please go. I want to stay here by myself. So what do you eat? What do you drink? Martina shook her head. I won't starve to death without eating for a while. I will find a way to escape. You're lame, and you still want to escape? Ghouls, crypt spiders, which one can you defeat right now? Even if you were lucky enough to find the magic stone, do you know how to use it? Martina was silent. She knew she couldn't leave, but deep down she didn't want Reiner to leave him behind. But reason told her that if they didn't do this, they would both die in the ruins, and letting Reiner go alone might give him a glimmer of hope. After hesitating for a moment, she said, I can't leave, but you can, and didn't you say that if I got hurt, I would turn around and leave? You are my slave, and you have to work for me. If you die, I won't make that much money. Reiner patted her shoulder and said solemnly, I won't give up on you. I will try my best to find a way to get you out. Martina remained silent. After a while, she smiled with relief. Reiner, no wonder Norah likes you. You must have had many women, right? Reiner was speechless for a moment. It's all about playing with butter. Martina was injured while protecting him, and he must not abandon her. Anyone who is a flesh and blood person would develop feelings for Martina, even if they just keep her as a pet for 2 months. If I carry her on my back and act cautiously, there might be a chance to leave the ruins. After we get out, I want to touch your tail. Martina refused without a second thought. No, didn't Norah tell you? Only the husband of a female Asian can touch her tail. Can't I make an exception to save you? You bastard. Martina's face flushed. No, if you want to touch my tail, you have to beat me in a duel and prove that you are a stronger man than me. Otherwise, at best you can only touch my ears. Reiner looked at the pair of flexible horse ears on her head and suddenly became interested. It's okay to touch your ears temporarily. Martina suddenly lowered her head and whispered, Forget it. You can touch my ears if you want. I guess I can't get out. Thank you for taking care of me during this time. I should have died in that forest. I live one day at a time and earn one day at a time. I've eaten white bread, and I'm satisfied. Hearing her say that, Reiner felt a little distressed. Martina is a little goofy, but she's actually pretty likable most of the time. What nonsense are you talking about? I will definitely find a way to get you out. Reiner rubbed Martina's horse ears casually. Her ears were different from Norah's. Except for the outermost layer of hair, the feel is almost the same as that of a human ear, but horse ears are more flexible. As for the rest, he would have to figure it out after rescuing Martina. After resting for a while, Reiner squatted in front of Martina. I'll carry you. Martina was slightly stunned, then cooperated and got on. For a moment, Reiner felt like he was carrying a mountain on his back. This thing is so heavy. I feel like she weighs at least 150 pounds. Reiner is 1.78 meters tall, and Martina is 1 or 2 centimeters shorter than her. In addition, there is a lot of tendon meat on the body, and the skeletal muscle density of subhumans and humans is different, so it is normal to have a slight emphasis. When they first met Martina, it was Norah who carried her back. And Norah's power is weaker than Reiner's. You're so heavy, like a pig. Reiner put her down. Martina nodded without objection. Reiner took off his armor piece by piece and threw it into the corner. Carrying Martina on his back again was obviously much easier. Reiner tied an X knot with the rope, first tied it around Martina's legs, and then fixed it around Reiner's shoulders. In this way, even if Martina didn't hold Reiner's waist tightly, he would not continue to fall. Reiner then used a rope to tie their waists together completely. After a simple fix, he was ready to go. The 2 lumps of flesh on Martina's body provide a very good shock-absorbing effect. Apart from being a little heavy, it is quite comfortable to carry on the back. What to do with these armors? Throw this away. What else can I do? Wearing everything is too heavy. Throw away your greatsword as well. Come back for it if you have the chance. This sword, you said it was very expensive. How can your life be more valuable than anything else? Stupid. Reiner couldn't help but curse. You can earn more money if you lose it, but if you lose your life, you lose everything. Martina hesitated for a moment, then gently placed the sword near the wall. I'll listen to you. Of course, I'm not here to do charity. These expenses will be taken from your redemption fee. Reiner said seriously. Martina hesitated for a moment and said softly, Reiner, let me keep working for you. I don't want to leave. Are you in love with me? Martina punched Reiner and almost gave him a myocardial infarction. Reiner turned around and cursed. You ungrateful dog. Even if I'm beaten to death, you won't live. Martina didn't answer Reiner, but just murmured to herself, there is no place in this world for us demi-humans anymore. At least I can live a little easier with you. Thank you, Reiner. At this moment, Martina's inner voice floated over. Besides Mom and Dad, You're the first man who treats me so well. No wonder Norah likes you. Reiner felt that Martina seemed to hold him tighter. No, what am I thinking? This is ridiculous. Although her voice is wonderful. But the nervous Reiner had no time to listen. Now that Norah is not around, he cannot sense the trap and can only let the red dragon's breath jump in front of him to explore the way. At this moment, a pair of hands stretched out from the shadows. Reiner punched out in shock, and then felt a dull pain in his wrist. It's me. Reiner was familiar with this voice. Demas emerged from the darkness, without a helmet. Following him were the magician Anna and 2 other attendants. Chapter 59, I'm not heavy at all. Demas? Didn't you guys go out? Reiner didn't expect that he would come back. I'm a knight, and I won't abandon any of my companions, Demas replied firmly. He paused for a few seconds before continuing. I was inconsiderate. I apologize for what happened just now. I'll make it up to you when we get out of here. After saying that, he put on his helmet. Anna held a torch in her hand, and the light shone on her profile, making her look a little eerie. We've been looking for you for a long time. There's a magic stone nearby, only a few hundred meters away. The necromancer isn't far from us, so let's get there as soon as possible. Reiner followed the others into the alley. On the way, he asked Anna, how are Junice and Norah? Junice accidentally stepped on a trap while retreating, and her leg was trapped. As for your slave's condition, I don't know, but he's still unconscious. Reiner's heart sank, and he couldn't help but start to worry about Norah. After wandering through the alley for a while, they encountered skeletons again, but there were only a few scattered around. Let me do it. Anna condensed a green wind blade in her hand, and with a light wave, the skull's head rolled to the ground. After walking through the alley for a while, Reiner saw a magic stone with many wandering skeletons gathered around it. But there was no skeleton knight among them. Demas brandished his knight's sword and prepared to fight his way out with his 2 followers. I'll do it this time. I'll blow them away and then run to the magic stone. Reiner raised the breath of the red dragon and began to accumulate fireballs. Boom! He failed to control the power, and the fireball exploded around the magic stone, sending a vortex of flames rising up. The skeleton in the center of the vortex was instantly burned to charcoal, while the skeletons a little further away were blown away by the heat. This noise will definitely attract the necromancer. Seeing this, everyone took the opportunity to run quickly towards the magic stone. This time, Reiner was the first to put his hands on it. Seeing that everyone was ready, he injected magic power and teleported out. The scenery in his sight changed instantly, and Reiner saw many militiamen. It's coming out. God bless. It's a miracle. Seeing that he was safe, Reiner breathed a sigh of relief. It was still early. The team had been in and out of the ruins for less than 8 hours, and it wasn't even evening yet. Reiner looked around, trying to find the culprit. Finally, the militiaman was found in a bush. He didn't know who had beaten him up, and now his face was bruised. Seeing Reiner approaching, he lowered his head. Lord Reiner, please forgive me. When I thought you had already grabbed Lord Demas's hand and saw the necromancer chanting, I was so frightened that I subconsciously injected magic power. I'm sorry. Before he could finish his words, a passing militiaman kicked him and knocked him over. Reiner was furious. Because of his mistake, he and Martina almost died in the ruins. Reiner caught a glimpse of Norah from the corner of his eye and pointed his staff at the militiaman's head. You're lucky. I'll settle the score with you when I have the chance. He walked quickly over to Junice. Norah was lying on her lap, her hair messy, and she looked asleep. Thank you for carrying her out. You're welcome. Norah is my friend too, Junice said softly. How is she now? She's still unconscious. She's been like this since we came out of the ruins. I don't know what's wrong with her. I've never seen anything like this before. At this moment, Anna came over from not far away, squatted down, opened Nora's eyelids and took a look, then said after a little thought, if the spirit is slightly injured, it will become crazy, and if it is seriously injured, it will fall into a deep sleep. About 10 years ago, I fought against the necromancer in these ruins and have experience with it. Reiner gently stroked her cat ears and asked softly, how can we heal her? Just kill the necromancer who cast the spell. Anna looked around and saw that the militiamen were injured and disabled, so she continued, they will definitely not enter the ruins again for a while. I don't think you can kill the necromancer alone. Reiner looked around. Because of the mental erosion of the necromancer, many militiamen have become crazy and are shouting. Some even lay on the lawn without moving. He sighed deeply and gently held Norah, who was lying on the ground, in his arms. Besides this, is there no other way? People with strong willpower can recover on their own, but I don't think she can do it, because such examples are really too rare. Anna shook her head and continued, if all else fails, just buy another slave. It doesn't matter. Reiner shook his head and whispered back, She's not ordinary. He turned to look at Junice and asked, I heard you stepped on a trap. Is your leg okay? Do you want me to help you take a look? Junice scratched her head. I've had hydrotherapy treatment. Although I can't run, I can walk fine. Just then, Demas came over from the side. He handed a bag of money to Reiner. This is your reward. Thank you for your hard work. Looking at the purse in his hand, Reiner sighed. Not only did you lose the wife, but you also lost your army. Martina's leg was injured, Norah fell into a coma, and the necromancer was not killed, so the mission could not be advanced for the time being. If possible, he would rather Norah wake up now. Demas nodded, then took out a gold coin and handed it to Junice. Reiner also reached into his purse, which was filled with heavy gold coins, definitely more than 15. This might be the compensation for mental damages that Demas gave him, but it's probably not as valuable as the equipment he left in the ruins. Reiner was fully armed when he went in, but when he came out, she and Martina only had one staff on them. All the plate and mail were thrown in there. Reiner took out 2 gold coins and put them in Junice's hand. Take it. You deserve it. I don't need. Reiner interrupted. Just take it. Then he forced the gold coins into her hands. Demas looked at Martina, who was still carried on Reiner's back, and asked, Where are your armors? It was too heavy. I lost it trying to escape with her. Demas sighed. This is my fault. I will make it up to you. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the militia. Although not many people died this time, many militiamen suffered mental breakdowns. In the short term, Demas will not enter the ruins again. After resting for a while outside the ruins, Reiner picked up Norah, who was still sleeping. It was okay to carry Martina alone, but he really couldn't walk anymore with Norah in his arms. He unloaded Martina and used the water ball technique to knock down a thick branch. Use this as a crutch and walk on your own. You are too heavy. I can't carry you. Martina puffed out her cheeks. I'm not heavy at all. Chapter 60. Norah wakes up. How is she? Martina stood by the bed with a cane, looking at Norah, who was still sleeping, and asked. As a fellow demi-human, she would also be a little worried. Poor Norah. Luckily nothing happened. I don't know. She's just unconscious right now and her life is not in danger. She can drink a little bit of water and eat food. Reiner reached out and touched Norah's cat ears. Daisy's eyes were wet. She dipped a towel in the water in the wooden basin and gently wiped the mud off Norah's face, calling her softly from time to time. It was now night, and Reiner took them back home. At first, when Daisy saw Norah being held by Reiner, she thought she was asleep. It wasn't until Reiner told Daisy the situation that she finally couldn't help crying. How so? Although Reiner was also worried, he still spoke to comfort Daisy. She is just unconscious. She can still be saved. Don't worry too much. Reiner sighed. He felt a slight headache and now just wanted to have a good rest. You all should go back to your rooms. I'll take care of her tonight. Then I'll come back tomorrow morning, Daisy said softly. Reiner nodded. Daisy and Martina went out one after another. Reiner undressed and prepared to go to bed, but just as he was about to lie down, the door opened again. Thinking it was the red dragon's breath coming to cause trouble again, Reiner drove it away. Go away. I'm very tired today. Don't bother me. Reiner, it's Martina. She limped into the room, her eyes darting around, looking quite uncomfortable. Well, thank you for saving me today. Recover well. Maybe Demas will ask us to go to the ruins again in a few days. Oh, Martina stood at the door, neither speaking nor moving, just staring at Reiner. Soon her inner voice came over. Not going to touch your ears anymore. To be honest, ever since he learned that Norah was unconscious, he had no desire to touch her ears. But looking at Martina with red cheeks, he still stretched out his hand and gave him a way out. Since I rescued you, shouldn't I be able to touch your ears too? Martina hummed softly, then sat down on the edge of the bed and lowered her head. I really can't do anything with you. Touch me, touch me. Reiner reached out and pinched her springy and warm horse ears. To be honest, Norah's ears are not as fun. You're done. Go back and rest. Martina looked up and bit her lower lip lightly. She looked a little unwilling. She was so happy when she touched Norah's ears, but not when she touched mine. There's a huge difference. Maybe Reiner is unhappy because Norah is injured. I hope Norah can recover soon. But she did not stay in the room and left after her ears were touched. Reiner blew out the candle, covered her with the quilt, and hugged Norah tightly. He slept restlessly that night. He would wake up every once in a while, and seeing Norah still sleeping beside him, he would continue to sleep. It was not until he heard the rooster crow that he fell into a deep sleep after tossing and turning. He had a strange dream. In the dream, Reiner became the lord of a certain place. In his territory, in addition to humans, there were also many demi-humans of various species. In the prosperous city, everyone lives in harmony and has enough food and clothing. When he walks on the street, many civilians will greet him with a smile. Norah's personality also changed, and she always liked to snuggle up to him and act coquettishly. However, her left pupil turned golden, making her look exactly like a Persian cat with heterochromia, giving people an illusion of allure. Reiner asked in confusion, "Are you Norah?" She replied seriously, "I'm Martina." Gab. Norah held Reiner's face with a smile on her face. "You were the one who asked first. If I'm not Norah, then who am I?" In the dream, he had 3 wives in his life. One of them was Norah, and Reiner couldn't see the other 2 shadows clearly no matter what. He leaned in closer to take a closer look at who they were, but the dream suddenly dissipated. Reiner felt empty in his arms, and when he opened his eyes he found that he was the only one on the bed. Norah stood in front of the window, staring out blankly. "Norah," Reiner called out tentatively. Her petite body showed no reaction, as if she hadn't heard the sound at all. Reiner quickly climbed up and walked over to her, gently patting her shoulder. Seeing that Norah still didn't respond, Reiner forcibly turned her over. Forehead. Norah's eyes were dull, and she looked a little stupid. Reiner called her name softly, then rubbed her animal ears. "Speak. How are you?" Seeing that she was still indifferent, Reiner scratched the fur in Norah's ears, trying to stimulate her. Finally, she reacted, and her cat ears trembled vigorously. Reiner realized that this was working, so he carried her to the bed and started playing with her tail. Norah's cat tail was particularly sensitive, and she twisted it left and right in Reiner's arms. Seeing that she was indeed in pain, Reiner let go of the hand that was touching her tail and hugged her to help her calm down. At this moment, a familiar voice came into Reiner's ears. "Owner." Norah raised her head, stretched out her slender little hand, and tentatively touched Reiner's cheek. "Master?" Reiner breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes were a little moist. "Luckily you're okay. Why are we at home? Aren't we gathering at the city gate?" Norah blinked frequently, as if her eyes were a little uncomfortable. It seems that she has lost her memory afterwards. Reiner hugged her tightly and whispered, "We went to the ruins and encountered a necromancer. That guy knew a terrible magic. The expedition was defeated, and some other things happened afterwards. Then we came back. You were unconscious for a night, and a wizard named Anna said you would probably remain asleep until the necromancer was killed, but you miraculously woke up." Mo rubbed her eyes vigorously. "I remember everything." Then, she said excitedly, "Master, I seem to have seen a god. She is very beautiful, even more beautiful than June Ice. I was in a dark place at the time. She asked me if I wanted to come back to you. I said yes, and then she came back soon. Before she left, she said she had a gift for me." Norah continued to rub her eyes. Reiner gently grabbed her hand and said, "Don't rub your eyes all the time. It will make you sick." Norah looked away, experimenting with one eye open and one eye closed. "What's wrong?" Norah said anxiously. "Master, I can't see with my left eye. I can't see anything." Reiner pried open her eyelids, took a closer look, and found nothing unusual. He decisively used the identification method. Name, Norah Hill. Age, 18. Gender, female. Race, subhuman cat. Current status, healthy, left eye blind. Reiner was speechless for a moment. Everyone knew that she was blind in her left eye, and the system's identification did not explain the reason. Just then the door was pushed open, and the conversation between the two woke Daisy up. Chapter 61 Norah's Apology. Daisy hugged Norah tightly and didn't let go for a long time. Thank God. Martina pushed the door open and limped in. Her hair is messy. Seeing Mo return to normal, she said happily, "I knew it would be fine." After letting them exchange pleasantries for a while, Reiner asked, "How are your eyes? Are you still unable to see?" Norah is blind." Martina frowned slightly. Reiner nodded. "One eye is blind. The left eye." In the dream, Reiner saw that her pupils turned golden, and he wondered if there was any connection between the two. It's a pity that this is in a different world and the medical level is so poor. When someone is sick, they either do bloodletting or enema, which has no therapeutic effect at all and will only make the person suffer a torture that is worse than death. Otherwise, Reiner would have to take Norah to the hospital right now. A crystal clear water ball appeared in Reiner's hand. "I'll try to help you heal your eyes." Norah put her face close to the water ball and let her blind left eye be treated by it. After a while, she raised her head, looked around, and then said, "I still can't see anything." She waved her hand and said nonchalantly, "Forget it. It's just a blind eye. Anyway, I can still see things." Reiner was speechless for a moment. Having said that, she was too calm. Daisy sighed, and her inner voice drifted over. What a silly child, but he finally woke up. She touched Noila's ear, then walked out of the bedroom, leaving the 3 of them together. Norah looked at Martina's injured knee and asked, "What's wrong with your knee?" "I was injured by the skeleton knight, but I can walk now. I might be fine tomorrow." Reiner marvels at Martina's healing abilities. They say a broken bone can heal in 3 days, even if it takes 100 days to heal. Is she Wolverine? My great sword and armor were lost in the ruins, and I haven't even had enough use of them yet. I'll have to work for Leonardo for another 10 years. Martina suddenly remembered something, and her ears perked up. "Oh, Norah, I've made up my mind." "Decide what?" "I want to follow Reiner too, and I won't leave from now on." Norah scratched the fuzz in her ears, suspecting she had misheard. Martina had no choice but to patiently repeat it again. "Why?" Martina shrugged. "Anyway, there's nowhere else to go, so I'll just stick with Reiner. He treats me well anyway. At least he won't let me go hungry or cold." Norah rubbed her eyes, glanced at Reiner, and said nothing. "What happened during the time I was unconscious?" "Just a while ago, I said I had to leave." She suddenly asked, "Do you want to be Reiner's woman too?" Reiner choked on his saliva and started coughing. Martina blushed and said angrily, "Norah, what nonsense are you talking about? Although Reiner saved my life, he is not as good as me, so I will not be his woman." "You actually asked directly? Do you really have to ask this kind of thing in front of Reiner? You're even dumber than me. I haven't even asked you if you're feeling well. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't tell you." Reiner sat aside and watched the show. Emo said again, "Then you won't look for a man?" Martina replied firmly, "No, I don't need a man. As long as I have food to eat and monsters to kill, that's enough. Reiner does give me a different feeling, but forget about that. Only men who are stronger than me can be considered men." Reiner teased, "You're bragging to Norah again. You might not even be as good as me now." Martina said stubbornly, "My leg is just injured." "You're not as good as me even if you're not injured." Martina narrowed her eyes, thought for a moment, and then said, "When my leg injury heals, I'll go out and challenge you. If you lose, you'll be my slave for a few days. Do you dare?" "What if you lose?" Martina said confidently, "I can't lose, Reiner. I can throw you out with one hand. There's always a chance of something happening. I've said it before, as long as you can win, I'll do whatever you want with me." "Really? Then you can wash up and wait for me." Martina's face flushed instantly, and she gnashed her teeth and cursed, "Filthy, vulgar. I'll beat you up." Reiner gave her the middle finger. Just as the two were arguing, there was a knock on the door. Daisy walked quickly into the bedroom and whispered, "Reiner, there are 2 people outside the door that I haven't seen before. Do you want to open the door?" Reiner stood up and went to open the door. It turned out to be a craftsman from the armor shop, holding a tape measure in his hand. "Why is it you?" "I'm here on Lord Demas' orders to take your and that centaur's measurements. I plan to make you a set of finer, body-hugging plate armor. I heard Lord Demas has even invited nuns from the church to enchant the armor. Do you want money?" "Master Demas has come out." Reiner quickly welcomed him in. "Come in quickly. So this is the compensation Demas mentioned yesterday. That's awesome." The craftsman scratched his cheek, then measured Reiner, and then Martina. "I heard that you took the initiative to stay in the ruins and kill the undead in order to protect the team's retreat. You are so brave, sir. I swear that I will forge the best plate armor for you," the craftsman said with admiration. Reiner was speechless for a moment. How did the rumor get spread like this? It's as if he did it voluntarily. If it weren't for the human-machine trap, who would be willing to stay in that dark and hellish place in the ruins? A few minutes later, the craftsman got the size and left the hut without looking back. Martina asked with some joy, "Can we get new armor again?" "Probably." "Yeah." Martina jumped up on one leg. Reiner stretched and walked towards the bedroom. He didn't sleep well last night and planned to catch up on some sleep. "As soon as I walked in, I saw Emo sitting on the edge of the bed, looking a little uneasy. I actually attacked my master yesterday. Although I didn't hurt him, this was too much." "How are your eyes?" Reiner asked. Norah had a mental breakdown at the time, and it wasn't her fault. "I still can't see anything, but I feel okay." Norah slowly got up, closed the small window, and pulled the curtains. Then he walked to the door and locked it. Then she plopped down on the bed. "What's going on here?" "I'm sorry I almost stabbed you with a dagger yesterday. I didn't mean to." "Of course I do." Norah clutched the bed sheet tightly, suppressing her shame and saying, "I cannot forgive myself. Master, please punish me. I will accept it willingly no matter what." Reiner narrowed his eyes and asked, "Really?" Emo understood his hint and said hurriedly, "I'll go take a shower first. I didn't take a shower when I came back yesterday. I just changed my clothes. It's not too late to wash it later." Reiner pushed her along. Chapter 62, Anna's Request. 3 days later, the craftsman delivered a pile of boxes to Reiner's door in a carriage, and then dragged them into the room with some difficulty. Martina couldn't wait any longer, and rushed out as soon as she saw the carriage stop. He picked up the box and walked away as if he was robbing someone. I have to admire her ability to recover. Reiner thought she would have to stay in bed for at least half a month, but he didn't expect that she could jump around now, and there was no difference from before. The craftsman whose wooden box was stolen was distraught, but for Reiner's sake, he couldn't say anything. After all, the rumor in the city right now is that there is a very powerful magician who is honest and kind, and his only flaw is that he has a special liking for demi-humans. Mr. Reiner, I've delivered the goods. If you have any questions, you can go to my shop and ask my apprentice. I'm going to continue delivering goods. After saying goodbye to the armor craftsman, Reiner looked back and found that the wooden box had been opened by Martina. She put on her mail, then began to put on her plate mail. You got the wrong one. This one is mine. Reiner picked up another set of plate armor and handed it to her. How do you know? Isn't this obvious? Why is there a bulge on the chest of this plate armor? It must be the place where your 2 pieces of fat are stored. Reiner was speechless. Intelligence D is like this. Martina compared them and dressed as Reiner said. After 10 minutes of struggle, the fully armed Martina stood in front of Reiner again. Except for the helmet, it is almost exactly the same armor that Martina originally wore. However, the defense of the shin guards and knee pads has been strengthened. Now there is a whole piece of plate armor covering Martina's knees, so the situation of having her knees smashed by a hammer may not happen. The crude and simple iron bucket helmet that Martina had originally chosen was replaced with a more sophisticated Gothic plate helmet with stronger defensive performance and aesthetics. In addition, he also noticed that there were many runes of unknown meaning on this armor. The function of this rune should be far more than just decoration. It may be used to resist the invasion of evil spirits. Demas was quite thoughtful and even helped them upgrade their equipment. He took a few steps back and looked him up and down. Martina looks so handsome in full armor. Especially after getting rid of that ugly bucket helmet, he looks even more handsome. Martina lifted her mask, her silly grin making her look like a fool who was drooling even after being cured. Reiner, look what this is. She bent down and picked up a knight's sword that was shining with a strange light from the box. After a few swings, her face darkened. Why are you dissatisfied? Martina nodded and said seriously, Tisk, this sword is for women. It's so light and fluttery. Reiner took the knight's sword and found it was indeed a little light, only about 2 or 3 pounds. When he first came here, when he was choosing weapons in the blacksmith shop, he weighed a real knight's sword, which weighed at least 4 or 5 pounds. It must be mixed with a lot of mithril, so it's relatively light. But it's too light. It's so short and light that it doesn't have any power when you swing it. Reiner was speechless for a moment. After all, Martina is a woman who uses a 2-handed sword as a 1-handed sword. The old blacksmith's 2-handed sword was estimated to be around 20 kilograms. It would be inappropriate to ask her to use a weapon weighing only 2 or 3 kilograms. Just make do with it for now. Next time I go to the ruins, I'll get your great sword back for you. Reiner looked her up and down, then continued. Besides, aren't you a woman? Martina said proudly. I am a female. Females are females, and women are women. They all mean the same thing. Don't take it too seriously. Reiner was too tired to complain. He also began to wear armor. The comfort is okay, at least better than last time, and not so uncomfortable, and it is quite useful. At this moment, Norah poked her head out of the bedroom and observed the two of them furtively. They bought new things again, and I lost my daggers and throwing knives. Seeing Reiner looking back, she quickly hid again. Are you playing hide and seek with me? Norah stuck half of her face out, peeked at Reiner, then retracted it. Master, are you heading to the ruins again? No, just trying it out. I don't have a weapon. Next time we'll go to the ruins. I won't take you with me. Norah's ears pricked up, and she whispered, Why? Your mental resistance is too low, making you easy to be targeted by the necromancer. Reiner answered seriously, but it is worth mentioning. In recent days, Reiner discovered that her talent attributes had undergone subtle changes. Norah's spirit was directly upgraded from D level to B level. Logically speaking, things like talent shouldn't be easily changed. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Reiner's ears. A very small number of random events may change a unit's talent level. Norah said she saw some goddess. Maybe it has something to do with this. Master, take me with you. Norah ran to Reiner and gently shook his shoulders. Her cute look was hard to resist. Norah's spirits are now higher than Martina's, so it shouldn't be a problem to take her along. Don't leave me home, please. Reiner compromised. Your eyes. It's okay, it's just one that's blind. I still have another one. Norah shrugged. Reiner took off his gauntlets and touched her soft animal ears. Okay, I'll take you to the blacksmith shop to buy weapons later. Yeah. At this moment, there was a gentle sound of horse hooves outside the door. There are basically no one coming to Reiner's corner, so I knew it was Demas as soon as I heard the name. I opened the door and found that he was indeed standing outside. The magician Anna rode another horse and followed Demas. She was still wearing that revealing animal skin dress. Demas dismounted and stood before Reiner again without saying a word. He seemed to enjoy waiting for Reiner to speak. Are you going to the ruins again? Well, I found Junice at the guild. She said she'd go if you went, Demas asked with some sincerity. Are you going? I respect your choice. Reiner looked down at his brand new plate armor. Actually, it's not Demas' fault last time. The militiaman activated the magic stone out of fear. Go ahead, I'll take the money. Reiner rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. Demas, whose expression was expressionless, actually raised his lips slightly. See you at the city gate tomorrow morning. I have other things to do. Anna dismounted and tied the horse at Reiner's door. She came closer and said in a somewhat flattering tone, Lord Reiner. Reiner subconsciously took a step back, not knowing what she was up to. Just tell me what you want to say. Anna said with a smile. When we were adventuring in the ruins a few days ago, I was paying attention to your actions. I found that when you cast spells, it seemed that you didn't chant any spells, and your speed was much faster than that of ordinary mages. If it's convenient, could you teach me? I will do anything for you. After saying that, she lowered her collar a little. If Reiner hadn't just graduated from Norah a while ago, he might have really been hooked by this burning woman. Chapter 63 Restoring Light. The next morning, Reiner left early. Anna was standing across the street and raised her hand to greet him. Why are you here again? Yesterday, this woman did something to Reiner, but in the end, Reiner still rejected her. Although she has a good figure, her face is very different from Norah's. Most importantly, she is not a girl with animal ears, so there is no feeling at all. If Martina had treated him like this, Reiner would have turned into a hammer long ago. Norah's cat ears perked up. The voice of my heart floated over. It's this wild woman again. Why is she always pestering my master? I don't like her. I don't live in the city, so it's not easy for me to come here. I slept in a hotel last night, and I came to see you after I woke up. Anna walked towards him quickly, hooked her arms around Reiner's shoulders, and stared at him with her charming fox eyes. I begged you so much yesterday, but you didn't let me stay overnight? You are exactly like the rumors say. Anna smiled gently. What rumor? Reiner pulled her hand away, puzzled. Everyone says you like demi-humans. Not only do you like tall ones, but you also like old widows. If it weren't for these rumors, your suitors would definitely be lined up from here to the city gate. Reiner was speechless for a moment. The tall and mighty one is Martina. The old widow should be boarding Daisy now, but to be honest, Daisy is not old. At least she looks no different from a girl in her 20s. Damn it, who spread the dirty rumor about him? I didn't believe it at first, but when I tried it yesterday, it seemed to be true. My family died early, and I was living in bars since I was a teenager. I know all the ways to please men. If a man can't handle me, there must be something wrong with him. Reiner shrugged it off, saying only Norah knew how fierce he was. Girls with animal ears are the cutest creatures in the world, and they will never understand the charm of girls with animal ears. Tell me, how can I pry open your mouth? What do you want from me? Reiner looked Anna up and down, and these words hit the mark. He couldn't wait to put forward his request. Teach me wind magic. Reiner learned wind magic and could also teach it to Martina, killing two birds with one stone. Anna asked doubtfully, Aren't you a water and fire magician like Junice? Why are you learning wind magic? Don't ask me that. Just teach me. Do you have a magic book? Yes, but can you read? Anna asked doubtfully. Of course. Reiner nodded. At this moment, Norah's inner voice floated again. Why are we chatting? Master, don't. There can't be too many women. She was obviously overthinking it and just wanted to get the wind magic book for free. He doesn't have a lot of money right now, so he'll try to borrow this thing if he can. By the way, you said you knew something about the necromancer. Ever since she was attacked, she inexplicably lost one eye. What happened? Reiner turned around and grabbed Norah, pointing at her left eye and asked. On the surface, her eyes were almost the same as before, but for some reason I couldn't see anything. During these 3 days, Reiner also tried to find a reliable doctor for Norah, but it didn't help at all. Anna narrowed her eyes and asked in surprise, Do you really think she is a human being? Isn't she a human? I think slaves are just tools. There are all kinds of tools, just with different uses. They can be used for farm work, or to fight in battle, or to vent anger. They are just tools. Reiner shrugged. This thing has no reproductive isolation at all. It is essentially the same thing. It's just that most people subconsciously believe that demi-humans are bad things. During this time, Reiner and Junice learned a lot about the history of this world. It's actually quite miserable. The miserable species of demi-humans have done absolutely nothing bad, yet they have been bullied for hundreds of years. Along the way, many capable demi-humans tried to establish their own countries to save themselves, but they were all destroyed by the humans of this world for various reasons. Eventually, most of the subhumans were scattered around the world in the form of small tribes. Reiner put his arm around Nora's waist and said, "I don't care what others think. Anyway, I think she is my woman. She is not spoiled, has a good temper, is hardworking, and is beautiful. You can't find such a woman in my hometown." Although Norah didn't understand the conversation between the two, her face still turned slightly red when she saw Reiner hugging her waist. "Where is your hometown?" Reiner said in his native language with a slightly proud tone. "China. I haven't heard of it, but aren't there any subhumans in your hometown?" Anna was even more confused. Reiner's brain froze, and he didn't know how to explain it for a moment. After thinking for a moment, he said, "No, but there are humans who pretend to be demi-humans. For example, cosplay." It was Anna's turn to be silent. After a long while, she spoke. "I can't understand it, but I respect your idea. Let's get back to the topic." Her eyes. Anna shook her head. "I only fought with the necromancer, and I don't know what happened, but I was quite surprised to see her standing next to you safe and sound yesterday. Most of the people who were mentally eroded last time were still bedridden. She is truly a miracle." Reiner was speechless for a moment. It's all in vain after talking for so long. After walking for a while, the two finally arrived at the city gate. This time, fewer militiamen went to the ruins. In their place were 15 knights and 30 half-armored attendants. The armor they wore was more or less engraved with strange runes, most of which were probably blessed by the nuns. Including Reiner and his group, the total number of people is only about 50, which is a lot smaller. Reiner saw Junice looking around from a distance, and their eyes met. She was wearing a white cloak that also had various runes on it. "Reiner, how's your leg injury?" Her leg was caught in the trap, but the bones were not injured. After using hydrotherapy, as long as her recovery ability is strong, it will take 3 days to heal. It still hurts a little, but it doesn't affect my walking. Junice waved her hand, and suddenly noticed Anna following behind her. Her smile disappeared for a moment. "You guys," Reiner said seriously, "ordinary friends." Oh. Anna spread her hands indifferently. "I've tried, but I'm not pretty enough to seduce Reiner." After saying that, she walked aside and started chatting with another female adventurer, occasionally peeking at them like a thief. Reiner repeated to Junice what happened to Norah. She washed her hands, then pried open Nora's eyelids. After taking a quick look, she shook her head and said, "Have you used hydrotherapy?" "I used it, but it didn't work." "I don't know about that. I've never even seen a necromancer before." Junice sighed and shook her head slightly. As soon as she was hit, she fell to the ground out of fear. At this moment, Norah reached out and poked the corner of Reiner's clothes and whispered, "Master, my eyes seem to. I can see things again." Chapter 64 Obtaining a Magic Eye. On the way to the ruins, Norah kept looking around. The little hand was still rubbing its left eye hard. "Okay, stop rubbing your eyes with your hands all the time. Just bear with it, or I'll rinse them for you with water." Reiner grabbed her left hand. Junice, holding her staff, echoed, "That's right. Don't rub your eyes all the time. It will get dirt in." Norah decisively scratched it with her right hand, still muttering, "But it's so itchy." "Since you said your eyesight is slowly recovering, then stop rubbing it with your hands. Be careful not to affect your eyesight." "Martina, hold her right hand." "Good." They each grabbed one side and controlled Norah's hands. Then Reiner used identification on her. Name, Norah Hill. Age, 18. Gender, female. Race, subhuman cat. Current status, healthy awakened mystic eye? What the hell is the magic eye? Reiner quickly walked over to Norah, pried open her eyelids, and looked closely. Her left eye was blue just now, but now it gradually turned golden from the inside out. Just like in the dream. Persian cat. Reiner lowered his voice and asked, "Junice, what is the evil eye?" Mystical eye? This is a special eye that is awakened later in life. It has many special abilities, such as being able to briefly see the future, or to see the flow of magic power, or to enhance the power of the bearer. She suddenly switched to demi-human language. Mystic eyes are extremely rare in this world. Has Norah awakened hers? Reiner nodded slightly. She said in a very serious tone in the demi-human language, "This matter must be kept secret. Try not to let anyone know, otherwise it may cause unnecessary trouble. The demon eye may contain extremely terrifying abilities. Many powerful lords will covet it. I will keep it a secret for you." Grateful. She walked quickly to Norah and looked carefully at her changed eyes. "This is the first time I've seen the demon eye in person. It's so beautiful." Junice's eyes were shining and her face was almost touching it. Reiner suddenly noticed. Norah's panel changed. Name, Norah Hill. Talent details. Strength, D. Stamina, D. Agility, S. Perception, S. Mental, DB. Intelligence, B. Current slave quality, Epic Legendary. Reiner narrowed his eyes. What kind of power could this magic I have that could allow Norah to instantly reach the same level as Martina? Do you feel any changes in your body? Norah blinked and said seriously, my eyes don't itch anymore. What else? No more. Norah nodded, then took out a mithril dagger from her waist. Reiner bought this dagger for her yesterday. She was going to the ruins, and wearing mithril equipment could help her resist the invasion of evil spirits to a certain extent. This small dagger cost him 20 gold coins. There are only 13 gold coins left in Reiner's pocket. She used the smooth blade as a mirror. My eye color has changed. It feels weird. It's very beautiful, just like a gem. Reiner praised. Oh, Norah's face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head to put the dagger away. As long as the owner likes it. Reiner rubbed her ears vigorously and whispered, no matter what ability your magic eyes have, try not to use them in front of other people, otherwise you may bring about fatal disasters, understand? It can only be used secretly. Norah nodded vigorously, taking Reiner's words to heart. Reiner patted Martina beside him and said, and you? What? Can we have dinner now? Martina raised her mask. It seems that she was distracted just now and probably didn't hear anything. It's okay, let's have a one-on-one fight when we get back this time. I'll let you win with one hand. Reiner rolled his eyes. Soon the team arrived at the ruins in the south of the city. Demas looked at Reiner and saw that he was ready, then activated the magic stone. In an instant, everyone entered the dark ruins. Reiner and Junice lit the fire in tacit understanding. After thinking for a moment, Reiner put his helmet on Norah's head. Where this helmet, it should protect your spirit from being eroded. She was small, and the helmet didn't fit her head very well. It was a lot wider than hers. Norah raised her mask and asked softly, what about you, Master? My mental resistance is much stronger than yours. Anyway, I was hit once later, but I was only dazed for 2 or 3 seconds. It's okay. Although Reiner cannot see his own attributes, it stands to reason that the higher the spirit, the stronger the resistance. And spirit is related to magical talent. Reiner can use 5 kinds of magic, and the magic crystal is so huge, so his spiritual talent must be very high. At least it should be an S. Master, you are my family. Norah took off her helmet and stood on tiptoe to put it on Reiner. I must protect my master. I have to say, this guy always says something that makes people's heart beat fast without realizing it. Let's take a bath together after we get back. Norah's face flushed again. She glanced at Martina and Junice with a sly look and finally nodded. Okay. The team advanced slowly through the ruins. Reiner saw many militiamen who died last time, all turned into zombies. Their flesh and blood were eaten away, but their bodies were extremely agile, and they were always able to attack the team from all angles. Norah has excellent perception and can always predict their positions in advance. And Reiner kept reminding the knights around him. A strange knight raised his shield and asked Reiner, you must be Reiner, right? Yes, my lord, Reiner replied, imitating Junice's tone. During this period, he realized that if he wanted to make a name for himself in the other world, he had to establish good relationships with these knights. Lord Demas thinks highly of you. He says you are an excellent magician, and the 2 demi-humans accompanying you are also excellent. Your Excellency, you flatter me. Don't be too modest. I've seen your magic before, and I still remember its astonishing power vividly. I'm very optimistic about you. At this moment, Norah patted Reiner's shoulder. Master, he is here. A swarm of bats swarmed down the street. At the same time, the runes on everyone's armor slowly lit up, and the armor emitted a holy light. The bats illuminated by the holy light were killed instantly and turned into ashes. Reiner, Demas yelled. As soon as he finished speaking, the fireball used for lighting passed through the entire street, temporarily dispelling the darkness. 30 skeleton knights were slowly advancing towards the team. The moment the darkness was dispelled, they took a step and sprinted forward. The leading skeleton knight was huge, over 3 meters tall, and held a very familiar-looking broadsword in his hand. Martina yelled, Reiner, that sword is mine. It stole my things. I'm going to kill it. After saying that, she drew the long sword from her waist, as if she couldn't wait to rush forward. Then it's up to you. Just be careful. Chapter 65, Killing the Deadly Mage. Martina ran up angrily. Several skeleton knights also noticed her and turned their targets to rush towards her. Martina seemed unused to the knight's sword, and after several exchanges, she didn't gain any advantage. Give it back to me, you filthy thief. Quack. Seeing that she was about to be surrounded, She quickly retreated a few steps and retreated to the side of the shield wall formed by the knights. The necromancer held his staff high behind him, with green souls surrounding the top of the staff. Demas yelled, "Look out! It's coming again!" Before he finished speaking, the necromancer tapped the ground with his staff, and the green soul created waves that spread out in all directions, constantly disturbing everyone's mind. The fireball on the top of the staff went out instantly. The light emitted by the armor gradually dimmed. The ruins are about to fall into darkness again. Junice, who was standing by, covered her ears in pain even though she was protected by the cloak. Although Reiner didn't feel anything because he was wearing a helmet, looking at the reactions of the crowd, he could probably guess that this mental intrusion was even more terrifying. He subconsciously looked at Norah beside him in the faint light. The kitten squatted on the ground, covering its ears with its hands, looking extremely painful. Reiner pondered for a moment, then decisively took off his helmet and put it on Norah's head. In just a moment, he felt something flooding into his mind, constantly invading his thoughts, making it difficult for him to even concentrate. The magic stops after 10 seconds. Reiner raised his staff to dispel the darkness. Seeing that groups of skeleton knights had arrived in front of the team, the knights roared, raised their swords, and rushed out. Seeing the necromancer use fireball magic, Reiner and Junice quickly suppressed him with waterball magic, and the two easily gained the upper hand. But there is an invisible barrier around the necromancer. He can always deflect the water balls from both of them. Reiner had seen this trick once before on the Goblin High Priest. It seems that only more powerful magic or melee weapons can kill it. At this moment, Martina's voice came again. "Give me back my sword." She was still fighting with the skeleton knight with a long sword. Although her weapon was much shorter than his, she was strong and still had the upper hand. Each of her heavy blows created dazzling sparks, forcing the skeleton knights to retreat. At this moment, Anna touched over without knowing when. From the side, a wind blade directly cut off one of the skeleton knight's arms at close range, and the two-handed sword fell with it. Martina took the opportunity to knock him to the ground with her shield and picked up the fallen sword. After changing her weapon, she seemed like a different person. She rushed into the pile of skeletons alone and started to fight invincible. At this moment, the necromancer raised his staff again. Demas yelled, "The impact is coming again, back off." Reiner subconsciously looked around. "Where is Norah?" He looked around but couldn't find the kitten. "Reiner, help us contain the necromancer." Although Reiner was anxious, he put the overall situation first and decisively accumulated a fireball on the top of the staff. Just when the fireball was about to be shot, he saw the necromancer in black robes, his chest pierced by a dagger that was shining with a strange light. "It's Norah." She slowly materialized from behind the necromancer. The necromancer let out a terrifying roar, his eyes flashing. The surrounding skeleton knights collapsed instantly and turned into piles of white bones. The souls absorbed by the staff fled in all directions, and eventually the dark green light gradually disappeared. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in my ears. "Mission: kill the necromancer in the ruins. Current status: completed. Mission reward: already issued." There was no doubt that Norah had killed her. The ability of her magic eyes is probably stealth or invisibility. The knights heard the strange noise and raised their heads in confusion. Just then, I saw Norah, wearing a helmet, chopping off the necromancer's head cleanly and neatly. Demas breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally over. After saying that, he slumped to the ground and took off his helmet. The knights all looked up and looked at Norah, who was walking towards them carrying the skull, and then burst into cheers. "This demi-human is amazing. Oh my god, how did she get there? We won." Under everyone's gaze, Norah walked towards Reiner carrying the necromancer's skull. Reiner reached out and touched her cat ears, praising her. "Norah, well done. You are an excellent warrior." Norah took off her helmet and set it aside. In full view of everyone, she suddenly knelt on the ground, holding the necromancer's skull high in her hands, and presented it to Reiner in an extremely pious gesture. On the way back, many knights came to talk to Reiner, praise his bravery. But he didn't actually do anything. It was just that they naturally attributed all of Norah's achievements to him. Junice said softly, "Reiner, you've become quite famous now. Maybe in a while you'll be rewarded with a territory by the Lord. I'm not a noble, and mercenaries don't participate in rewards. You are very prestigious in Mellet. As long as you swear allegiance to the Lord, you can become an ordinary noble. In the future, if there is a war and the Lord is granted a new territory by the king, part of it may be granted to you. Real. Of course, as long as you've made an effort and achieved military merit." Junice thought for a moment and continued, "If you don't make progress and just slack off every day, then just ignore what I said. But this is a big deal, so I suggest you think it over carefully. After all, you're working for someone else, and being a noble isn't easy, Junai said solemnly. Okay, Teacher Junai, I will definitely keep it in mind, Reiner said seriously. Junai laughed. Martina suddenly came over, elbowed Reiner twice, and said excitedly, how about it? Wasn't I awesome just now? It's not like you killed the necromancer. Don't give me that. You must have seen it when I was fighting the skeleton knight just now. Martina raised her mask, her expression serious. Reiner was speechless for a moment. Her attention was entirely on Norah. Martina just glanced at it for a few seconds. After all, I've seen her use her strength to defeat many other people, so I'm not that surprised anymore. I see, Martina is so cool. It would be great if I could be as good as you. At first, Martina felt very comfortable being praised, but she immediately narrowed her eyes. Reiner, you are mocking me. If I don't praise you, you'll be unhappy. If I praise you, you'll be unhappy too. Go away. Reiner pushed her aside. He planned to study Norah's invisibility ability carefully after returning home. This cat girl's head is full of messy things. I want to take a bath with my master at night, and then fall asleep comfortably in his arms. If possible, I want more. Reiner smiled, but said nothing. Follow this procedure at night. At this moment, an angry Martina grabbed Reiner's arm and pointed at the woods nearby, saying, let's go out and fight. Reiner waved his hand. Some other time, you know, I have some important things to do when I get back. Chapter 66 Testing the Power of the Magic Eye. Before going home, Demas took off his helmet, called Reiner, and handed him another bag of money. You already gave more than 20 gold coins last time. Demas continued, last time it was a reward and compensation, but this is a bounty from the necromancer. Also, thank you for your trust. Reiner thought for a moment and took the gold coin. The necromancer's staff could probably be sold for quite a bit of money, plus with the bounty, he had quite a bit of spare cash. Demas nodded and rode off on his horse. I'm leaving now. See you next time. Reiner looked at the gold coins in his hand and decisively went to the bakery to buy a lot of white bread, and then went to the market to buy some vegetables, fruits, and meat, preparing to reward the two animal-eared girls tonight. It was already evening when I got home. Daisy looked at the people holding all kinds of food and took them enthusiastically. But soon, she noticed that Norah's eyes had changed. Your eyes? Norah was stunned for a moment. She remembered Reiner's words, chuckled a few times, and chose to hide it. I don't know what happened. Anyway, my eyes suddenly changed color. The most important thing is that I can see now. She closed her right eye, pointed to her sparkling left eye, and continued. Look, Mom, not only is it not affected, but it has become even more beautiful. As long as it doesn't affect your health, you are my child, I like it no matter what. Daisy reached out and touched her ear and answered very gently. Then she didn't ask any more questions and turned around to continue moving the food into the kitchen. Reiner took Norah's hand, led her into the room, and closed the doors and windows tightly. Norah sat quietly on the edge of the bed, covering her chest with her left hand, and looked at Reiner eagerly. I haven't showered yet. I sweated so much fighting monsters, and I stink. Noila refused cautiously. Master, not during the day. Reiner narrowed his eyes and said seriously, what are you thinking about? I just want to see the power of your magic eyes. Nora's face couldn't help but turn red. Her inner voice drifted over, seeming a little annoyed by this. Oh, how did I become like this? My mind is full of that kind of mess. Norah sighed. Then, Reiner saw her golden left eye flash, and in just a moment, she completely disappeared from the room. However, there were still traces of her sitting on the edge of the bed. Norah, I am here. Reiner reached out and touched it. Although she couldn't see it, Norah was definitely there. That's awesome. S agility plus S perception and the ability to be invisible. Isn't this definitely a top assassin? When Reiner was a child, he always fantasized about having the ability to become invisible, but he didn't expect that Norah would get this thing. That's amazing. Is that how you got behind the necromancer? Norah revealed herself and nodded heavily. Well, after I become invisible, those skeletons can't see me. At that time, I saw that your situation was becoming increasingly dangerous, and I couldn't help you. So I became inexplicably invisible in my panic. Reiner looked at the dagger at her waist and had a sudden idea. Since the equipment on my body can make me invisible, does that also mean that I can make other people invisible too? Can you take me with you? Norah blinked and took Reiner's hand. I'll try. In an instant, Reiner's body became transparent. While invisible, his hearing seemed to be enhanced, and he could even hear his own heartbeat. It can indeed make others invisible. But in this state, there will be a roughly blurred outline around them. If you look carefully, you can find it. Reiner released his hand, and Norah immediately became completely invisible. How long can you remain invisible? Norah reappeared. This skill of hers seems to have no cooldown, so she can use it whenever she wants. I don't know. I just tried it for a short while. Then, from now until tonight, try remaining invisible. If you feel any discomfort, stop immediately. Norah nodded. Then I'll go take a shower first, and then I'll stay invisible. Okay, I'll bring you dinner later. Just as Norah was taking a shower, there was a knock on the door. Reiner opened the door and saw that it was Anna. She stood at the door holding a very thin magic book. I brought you the wind magic book. Teach me that kind of magic. Let me take a look. Reiner took the book and glanced through it. There are very few wind magics recorded in this book. Only a few, which is not comparable to Junus' 2 magic books and Reiner's own rock magic book. So little. Anna leaned forward and said coquettishly, "Oh, there are only a few of them, but if you learn them well, they will be amazing. Teach me, Reiner. If it really doesn't work, I'll use other methods to compensate you. It's a waste not to eat the meat that's right in front of your mouth." Before she could finish her words, Reiner heard a voice. Martina, what a shameless woman. Looking back, he saw Martina poking her head out of the bedroom, peeking at the two of them. The moment her eyes met Reiner's, she slowly retracted her head. Looking at Anna's eager eyes, based on the principle of making friends, he slowly said, "Okay, let me teach you well." Reiner roughly explained the principle, and Anna suddenly understood. She ran to the door happily. "Then I'll go back first and come see you later." "Do you need a deposit? This is a valuable item after all," Reiner asked casually. Anna looked back and shrugged indifferently. "No, it doesn't matter." "Okay, goodbye." Reiner said goodbye to her happily. He must study it carefully tomorrow. Put rock magic aside for now and learn wind magic first. In the blink of an eye, it was late at night. Norah still lay motionless on the bed. Reiner sat on the edge of the bed and poked Norah on the bed with his finger. "How's it going?" Norah replied softly. "It seems like there's nothing special about it. It's just like usual." Reiner crawled into the warm bed and gently hugged the invisible Norah. "Then your magic eye is too powerful. Martina might not be as powerful as you now." Norah climbed on top of Reiner and gently nuzzled his cheek. It felt weird for her to do this after she became invisible. But Norah is surprisingly soft. Reiner suddenly felt a little hot, and after hesitating for a while, he said, "How about testing whether the body will be exposed if it is hit?" Norah asked in confusion, "How to test it?" Reiner fumbled for a moment, then gently held her face. Norah quickly understood what Reiner meant and responded softly, Chapter 67 Duel with Martina. Norah's stamina is not good. She was fine when she was invisible at first yesterday, but she became visible soon after. On the way to the Adventurers Guild, Reiner clearly felt that more people were greeting him. The address also gradually changed from Mr. Reiner to Lord Reiner. Reiner was a little flattered. When we arrived at the Adventurers Guild, more people came to greet us. Junice was still sitting leisurely in the corner petting the cat. Seeing Reiner coming over, she put the cat down and lay directly on the table, then said with a smile, "Reiner, your fame is really getting bigger and bigger. I really envy your talent. Don't come on, let's go out and study together." After the few of them met, they went out of the city to study again. As soon as they arrived, Martina couldn't wait to push Reiner. "What?" Martina pointed to the woods nearby and said seriously, "One-on-one, have you forgotten our agreement? I can't wait to let you experience what it's like to be a slave." "Are you serious?" Reiner asked, raising an eyebrow. "If you lose, I'll force you to become some kind of dessert." "Small dessert? What is that?" Martina frowned slightly and began to think carefully. After a while, she raised her head and said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter. I accept the loss and no one is allowed to regret it." Junice sat aside and watched the two of them with interest. "Are you serious? Be careful not to get hurt." Martina shrugged disapprovingly, then took off her helmet, followed by her plate armor. "Reiner, no staffs allowed, no armor allowed. Let's fight with bare hands." Martina bent down and took off the greaves. In terms of pure strength, Reiner is definitely not as good as her. He probably can't match Martina's skills. "Can I use magic?" Martina nodded. "Of course. Otherwise, with your skinny arms and legs, how could you possibly beat me?" Reiner's mouth curled up slightly. Then he has basically won. Although Martina is indeed fierce. But after all, it is a carbon-based creature, and it is still far inferior to magic. Reiner also began to take off his armor. Norah and I are watching the game from the side. Junice laughed twice, then moved to sit next to Norah and tentatively touched her ear. After they were ready, the two of them went into the woods nearby. Martina raised her fist and said, "I will not show mercy. Reiner, you must fight with all your strength." Looking at the fist as big as a sandbag, Reiner couldn't help but think of Martina's usual fighting performance, and he breathed a sigh of relief. If Martina really didn't hold back, he would probably give in after getting hit by one punch. Thinking of this, he took a few steps back. The farther the distance, the better it is for Reiner. The situation in the woods was complicated. Without the assistance of a staff and without charging power, the power of his fireballs and water balls was very small. She has a strong body, so I guess a hit won't cause much harm to her. Martina saw this move and smiled triumphantly. What? Are you scared? Don't worry, I'll just let you be my slave for a few days. I won't bully you. Reiner was speechless for a moment, and after a few seconds of silence, he said, I think you are a little bit rebellious. I'm ready, come. Martina's expression changed instantly, her eyes fixed on Reiner. She's serious about it. Reiner raised an eyebrow. Come on, can you kill me with just your stare? Seeing that she remained unmoved, Reiner took the initiative and shot a water ball at her. Martina dodged to the side suddenly, but she was not fast enough and was still hit on the right shoulder by the water ball. But she just shook a little and was not seriously injured. Reiner, you are insulting me by showing mercy. If that's the case, I won't fight you one-on-one. It's pointless. Got it. I won't hold back. Reiner raised his hands and launched several water balls at Martina. Each blow can easily break the tree trunk. Martina used the trees as cover, moving around in the forest and gradually approaching Reiner. She was knocked down twice by the water ball, but quickly rolled back behind the tree and rushed out in the opposite direction. Seeing that the distance between the two was getting closer, Reiner collected a large water ball and shot it directly at Martina, but it was still blocked by the pine tree and water splashed everywhere. Your aim is not good. Reiner smiled without saying anything and continued to release water ball magic to suppress Martina, who was hiding behind the tree. Soon the surrounding soil was soaked with water. Martina suddenly rushed out from behind the tree and rushed towards him roaring. Reiner decisively began to chant the spell, and the next second a lump of wet mud was stuck on his face. But he still relied on the chantless casting method to predict the earthquake in front of him. The next second, Martina stepped into the mud and sank into it. The more she struggled, the deeper she sank. Reiner spat out the mud in his mouth and couldn't help cursing. You are such a dog. Who taught you to throw mud on other people's faces? You're a dog. Seeing that Martina was trapped, Reiner was about to go up and tease her, but she quickly raised her hand. A stone grazed Reiner's forehead, but was dodged and hit the tree trunk directly. You bastard, you're so ruthless. If I hadn't reacted, I'd be lying on the ground. Reiner picked up a long branch and poked her forehead. Do you admit defeat? Martina broke down and struggled and screamed in the mud. She grabbed a piece of mud and threw it directly at Reiner's face. Reiner was not to be outdone. He took 2 steps back and sprayed her face with his little water seedling. Martina yelled, You've gone too far. You beat me and still want to humiliate me. I'll show you what I can do when I get up there. Reiner said seriously, It was you who threw mud at me first in the swamp. Martina bit her lower lip tightly, and her eyes, which had been extremely ferocious just now, gradually turned into one of aggrievedness, and finally, she burst into tears. Are you crying? Reiner squatted in front of her and leaned over to look. Are you really crying? Junice had walked up to Reiner without him noticing. She whispered in a low voice, Are you guys trying to kill each other in this sparring match? That's really scary. If you hadn't dodged that rock just now, you might have gotten your head smashed. Seeing Martina getting deeper and deeper into trouble, Reiner decisively extended the breath of the red dragon towards her. It took 3 people working together to pull her out of the mud. Don't cry, I won't bother you anymore. She wiped her tears and started to feel wronged again. You still said. Stop crying, it's really that serious. Reiner helped her wash off the mud. Hearing this, Martina's tears welled up again. Her inner thoughts sank into Reiner's ears word by word. You bully me. This incident ruined Reiner's study plan. To prevent her from catching a cold, Reiner took her home. Chapter 68 Martina begins to think. Thank you. Junice took the warm water from Daisy, took a sip, and then began to observe her surroundings. Reiner, your house is so tidy. It's different from what I imagined. It has been like this ever since we bought Norah's mother. She is a hard-working woman. Reiner said seriously. Daisy bowed slightly. This is what I should do. Just as the two were chatting happily, Martina finally came out of the cubicle. She had finished her bath with Norah's help and was now dressed in clean, neat clothes. Martina, he didn't even come to see me. I'll go over and apologize to him later. Reiner subconsciously looked up at her, and their eyes met. Martina went straight into the room. She looked tall and strong, her body having grown to that of a 19-year-old, but her mind was still as innocent as a child. During this period, after Reiner's observation, in Martina's world, there are only 3 things: sleep, eat, and fight monsters. She means what she says most of the time, except when she's shy. Reiner said hello to Junice, then ran to Martina's room, knocked twice, and pushed the door open. Martina lay quietly on the bed and glanced at Reiner. What are you doing? The two looked at each other. No one spoke. After thinking for a few seconds, Reiner started with a compliment. I came here to play with you. Martina was really amazing just now. If I hadn't been lucky, I might have lost. She raised her head slightly when she was praised. Of course, I knew you weren't proficient in earthquake magic yet, and needed to chant before using it. So I grabbed the mud and looked for an opportunity to seal your mouth. Who knew you could actually do it without chanting? What a miscalculation. Reiner was slightly stunned. What little intelligence she had was all used in fighting. Martina continued. You are also very powerful, indeed more powerful than me. If we were to fight, I would definitely not be able to beat you. After a wave of mutual praise, Reiner said decisively, Then let's make peace. Martina was stunned for a moment. Then she spoke. I'm sorry, Reiner. I was the one who threw mud at you first. Besides, you can do whatever you want of me, and I will keep my promise. Martina shrank to the corner of the bed and looked at him quietly. The way she admitted her mistake honestly was like a little child. Reiner still had some bad thoughts in his mind, and he felt a little sorry to see her like this. So he thought about it and began to command, Then touch my tail. Martina's face flushed instantly. She bit her lower lip tightly, struggling internally. Never mind, it's my fault for losing. I'll just take it as punishment for not being as skilled as the other person. Martina stood up and closed the door and the window, then sat on the edge of the bed and raised her tail. Go ahead and touch it, but my tail isn't very interesting. It's definitely not as fun as Norah's. Reiner reached out and carefully scratched her tail, then gently tugged. It feels completely different from Norah's cat tail. A horse's tail is hard and strong, and the hair on it is almost the same as human hair, with almost no difference. It's definitely not as fun as Norah's. But when he saw her tail swinging left and right behind her, Reiner always had the urge to grab a handful of it. But after touching it, he felt that it was nothing special. Just touching the tail isn't enough. Martina asked very embarrassedly, What else do you want? Reiner looked at her red cheeks, and at that moment his liking for her reached its peak. After thinking for a moment, Reiner made a bold decision. Martina, be my woman. I want to give you a home. The room fell silent. Martina looked at Reiner, and her brain went into shutdown mode. What's wrong? She said nothing, but her cheeks grew even redder. After thinking for a long time, she stood up suddenly. It would be too abominable if you took this opportunity to force me to do that kind of thing. Although I respect Reiner very much, this kind of thing cannot be forced. Reiner looked her up and down. To be honest, with Martina's physique, if she really didn't want to, even 7 or 8 people wouldn't be able to hold her down. If you want to get her, you have to make her willing. Reiner complained. How can I force you? If you really don't want to, you'll break my bones. You'll break my bones if you get a little excited. Martina's face turned even redder. She had talked to Norah about this kind of thing and knew what it meant. Reiner tentatively took her hand and asked solemnly, So are you willing? Martina was slightly stunned and quickly pulled her hand away. Because of her nervousness, she soon became incoherent. Should I be willing? Finally, my brain crashed. Martina, who is nearly 1.8 meters tall, finally crawled into the bed and hid. Unexpectedly, she, who is usually carefree, would have the first reaction to escape when encountering such a thing. I had been eavesdropping on her thoughts for so long, and I thought she would decisively refuse or agree, but the result was unexpectedly like this. The contrast is really too great. She had clearly mocked Norah's indecision before, but now her performance is even worse than Norah's. What's the point of you hiding? Agreeing or refusing is just a matter of a word, isn't it? She hid under the quilt and shouted, I don't know either. Reiner, please go out quickly and let me think about it. As soon as she said it, she regretted it. The inner voice also drifted into Reiner's ears. What am I talking about? I must be crazy. Isn't this what I have always dreamed of? Food that can fill my stomach, a warm and soft bed, and a man who understands me. Why can't I be more honest? Listening to Martina's inner thoughts, Reiner felt like she was about to explode. So he quietly left the room, wanting to let her calm down for a while alone. He then brought Norah, who was chatting with Junice, into the room. Master, are you really going to do this? Norah has a good sense of perception, and every move in the house must not escape her ears. Do you agree? Norah nodded heavily. Of course, Martina is a very good woman. I hope the master can treat her well, just like he treats me, because she has no other family. For us subhumans, it's quite common for a male to have multiple females as long as we have the ability, and I don't reject it. Besides, the master is still too exciting for me, and I am happy to have Martina help me share the burden. Endurance D, Perception S. It is indeed a huge weakness. It will be out after 2 hits. Reiner held her gently in his arms. Master, do you want me to help you? No need. Just let her decide for herself. Reiner touched her head. Okay, I'll listen to you. Chapter 69. Martina agreed. A few days have passed since then. Martina is struggling with herself every day. She was no longer lively. When she went to study outside the city with Reiner, she would just sit on the grass and think. Norah gently poked Reiner's shoulder. Master, Martina hasn't been talking much lately. Are you two having a fight? Reiner shook his head. He knew that Martina had been thinking a lot during this period, but unfortunately her brain was too small, and she was always thinking about all sorts of messy things. At this moment, her inner voice came again. How on earth should I tell Reiner? I might as well just go find him after I shower tonight. When the time comes, I will just follow Norah's example and say that I am cold and want to sleep together, and then leave the rest to him. No, this method won't work. I need to think of another way. Thinking of this, she turned her head secretly to glance at Reiner. After their eyes met, she pretended that she was looking at Norah and only saw Reiner by accident. He caught me again, but I'll be fine if I pretend to be looking at something else. Reiner sighed and closed the wind magic book in his hand. In the end, he still needs to take the initiative. Martina, come here. I've learned 2 new wind magic spells, and I'm going to teach you now. Okay. She stood up and walked to Reiner, then sat down again. From now on, stop thinking about random things, concentrate, and then follow me in chanting the spell. Reiner chanted a spell, and a nearly transparent wind blade appeared at the top of the staff. A small piece of the pine tree not far away was cut off. Junice and Norah clapped. Martina was still a little absent-minded, with random thoughts running through her head. This spell is called Windblade. It can unexpectedly attack enemies at close range. It's the most powerful spell I've learned so far, but it consumes a lot of mana. Repeat the spell now. Martina was stunned for a moment, then repeated it vaguely, and then just said the spell she couldn't remember. Not bad, you learn really fast. Reiner directly used child psychology. This is his educational method for Martina. Martina is the type of person who doesn't like to study, but as long as you praise her more, she will be full of motivation and become confident. Under this psychological suggestion, she learns things quite quickly. As expected, Martina raised her head and replied proudly, Of course. I'm so smart. Next, repeat after me and try again. With your talent, I feel you will be able to learn it quickly. Martina nodded and continued to recite with Reiner. After a while, she memorized the spell. She raised her hand, aimed at the pine tree in front of her, and kept chanting the Windblade spell. Reiner sat beside her, occasionally giving her guidance and correcting her spells. In the afternoon, Reiner became Junice's language teacher, teaching her languages from other countries. Junice has an outstanding learning ability. In just 2 months, she has basically mastered a new language. You are learning Barnet from me. Do you plan to live in that country in the future? Junice smiled and nodded slightly. Reiner didn't know why, but he felt that she seemed unhappy, but he didn't think too much about it. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of the nearby pine tree shaking and a few branches falling down. Martina suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! I finally used it. Magic is just like this. Reiner, did you see it? To be honest, Reiner only saw the branch shake and nothing else, but he still praised loudly. Martina is awesome. To be honest, Reiner had never expected that she would learn Wind Blade so quickly. After all, Norah has been learning Fireball for a long time, but has never been able to use it successfully. Norah said with some admiration, Martina, you are amazing. Hee. Of course. Martina raised her head. Try using it again. Martina nodded and chanted the spell again. It's a pity that she was silent this time and didn't release anything. Hey, I just used it. Reiner encouraged him. Calm down, don't be anxious. This is what happens when you're not very skilled at it at first. The more you practice, the higher your success rate will be. Don't be anxious. Martina nodded heavily. After trying a few more times, she successfully released the wind blade again, cutting off several branches. See, I did it again. Reiner patted her calf and said, I always knew you could do it. When you see the wind element later, absorb more to replenish it. Martina sat down and breathed a sigh of relief. Their eyes met unconsciously. Martina seemed to have thought of something, and her face turned red again. Then, her inner voice came over. Just like my mother. Reiner thinks he is a big and strong man, and his appearance has nothing to do with a woman. It is nonsense to say that he looks like a woman. Just then, Martina spoke up. Reiner, you look like my mother. Tell me about it. When I was a kid, I would go out picking berries, and I would always have trouble finding the berry bushes. My mom would patiently teach me how to find them and then encourage me. My father always likes to beat me and says I'm useless. At this point, her ears drooped. After my parents passed away, I lived with my friends, but they thought I ate too much and found too little food, so they eventually abandoned me. In fact, I have always known that I am stupid and annoying, but you never despise me at all and always encourage me. Thank you. Seeing her expression, Reiner felt inexplicably distressed. You're not stupid, at least not when it comes to learning magic. I was just a little faster than you in learning Fireball. Reiner reached out and touched her head. You're a very likable person. At least I like you very much. Martina's face turned completely red, and she stared at Reiner like a red-hot kettle. Thank you for comforting me. I'm just telling the truth. You always rush to the front in every battle. You are not only powerful, but also smart. You are a very useful person. Reiner continued to stroke her horse ears. Oh. Martina stopped talking. She moved her body gently and leaned towards Reiner cautiously. Reiner is so good. Life during this period is like a dream. I really hope time can stop at this moment. Mom and Dad, please lend me some strength. Reiner took the opportunity to ask, it's been several days since I asked you that question, and you haven't answered me yet. After thinking for a few seconds, Martina mustered up the courage to answer. Reiner, I am willing to be your woman. Chapter 70, Becoming a Real Woman. On the way back, Martina was filled with anxiety. She held Reiner's hand and looked very nervous. I have a place to go now, and I hope my parents can see how happy I am. My battle plan tonight must succeed, and I hope to give birth to a strong child for him. Eavesdropping on her thoughts, Reiner couldn't help but laugh. He was very curious about what kind of cute reaction this Tsundere horse girl would have. As soon as they got home, Martina went into the small cubicle to take a shower. Reiner found that Norah was making the bed and took away his pillow. What's wrong? Where are you going? I'm going to sleep with my mom tonight. It's getting colder lately, so it's warmer to sleep with my mom. I can also chat with her. We haven't talked much in a while. Reiner nodded. Okay, remember to touch my ears before you go to bed. Let's do it another day. Norah smiled without saying anything and walked away holding the pillow. Tomorrow, I can laugh at Martina too. How wonderful. Reiner looked at her back and fell into deep thought. This little cat has such a strong sense of revenge that he still remembers these things after so long. Martina finished her bath quickly. She was wearing a white cotton coat and glanced at Reiner as she passed by, then quickly ran to Norah's room. She closed the door directly. Reiner quietly put his ear to the door, trying to eavesdrop on what they were talking about. The door opened the next second. Norah pouted. Master, you are bad. I'm just passing by, you guys are busy. Reiner turned and went back to his bedroom. After a long time, they came out. The faces of the two animal-eared girls turned red to varying degrees. Cat girl is light red, and horse girl is dark red. Norah, this is a powerful skill I've learned recently. It will definitely come in handy. Martina, oh my god, this is outrageous. How could they do this? So scary. Reiner sat alone in the room, confused. He became even more curious about the content of their conversation. But the two animal-eared girls had no intention of looking for him. Instead, they go about their own business. Reiner sighed. Just wait, you'll know everything by evening. At night, Reiner lay in bed reading the wind magic book. He planned to learn all these magics and then return the book to Anna. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Come in. I thought it would be Norah, but it turned out to be Martina. What a surprise, she never knocked on the door before. Martina stood at the door holding a pillow, her face flushed. Then the voice of the heart came. I'm so nervous. If only I could have a baby right away. I have to be bolder later. Norah said he likes passionate women. Reiner asked knowingly, what for? Martina forced herself to remain calm and pointed out the window. The weather is cold. Norah drove me away, and it was too cold to sleep alone, so I came to find you. Of course, I'm not sleeping with you because I like you, and we're just sleeping together. Nothing will happen. Reiner, don't expect anything. Okay. Both of them used the same excuse. What a good best friend. At this moment, Martina's frustrated voice came into Reiner's ears again. I'm such a fool. Why can't I be honest? Didn't I come here just to become his woman? All those mental preparations were in vain. Reiner waved his hand dismissively. Then don't just stand there. Come over here. Martina closed the door and the window, then walked to the head of the bed. She put the pillow on the bed, then lifted the quilt and crawled in. The two of them slept on each side, and there seemed to be a 38th parallel drawn in the middle of the bed. How can we keep warm together when you're so far away from me? Come here. Reiner touched her arm, closed the book, and pulled her over. So hot. She is completely different from Norah. She produces a lot of heat, and is not the type to be afraid of cold at all. Martina was slightly startled, looked up at him, then quickly looked away. Then she said anxiously, I snore and move around when I sleep. Reiner, don't. Reiner said seriously. Then you should sleep inside so you don't fall out of bed. The next words Martina was about to say were choked back. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she hugged Reiner tightly. Be gentle, don't strangle me to death. Martina was slightly stunned and quickly let go of her hand. I'm sorry, I get excited and that happens. It's okay, just lie down. Reiner pushed her inside and gently comforted Martina. I'm all muscle, not feminine at all, not pretty, and not fair-skinned. Reiner looked her up and down. Demi-humans are born with strong physiques and full of energy, but this does not mean that they are like King Kong Barbie. Martina is just a little taller and has more muscular lines on her body, but she is still soft where she should be soft. She was as pretty as a senior from the college track club. So Reiner said firmly, don't give me that. You are perfect. Look at this beautiful waistline and this almost perfect curve. You're talking nonsense. I'm not that beautiful. Men are really good at sweet talk to please others. Reiner smiled and blew out the candle. Martina suddenly panicked. Why did you blow out the candles? Do you want to light a candle? At the beginning, Norah was shy and always insisted on blowing out the candles. Over time he got used to it. The only difference is that you can't see in the dark. Martina thought for a moment and replied, let's blow out the candles quickly. The two of them lay down facing each other. Martina thought for a while, then mustered up the courage to say, Reiner, thank you for being so kind to me. I love you the most. Please become my family. Then, she pinched her thigh hard and forced herself to speak. Reiner, from now on, treat me as a real woman. I want to have a child with you. Sure. Reiner hugged her with his backhand and then pressed her under him. You slow down. Martina stuttered. Her cute look is really adorable. Reiner held her chin and said, don't be nervous. Relax a little. I'm going to kiss you. Martina clasped her hands to her chest nervously. The two of them quickly hugged each other. After a long while, Martina suddenly said, Reiner, take it. Such long legs. Woman, you are playing with fire. The two fought for a while, and in the end Reiner got the upper hand. Wait. I'm not ready yet. Martina pushed Reiner gently, while her other hand tightly grasped the sheets. That night, heavy snow fell outside the window. Chapter 71 Junus' Departure. In the morning, Reiner was almost out of breath because of Martina's hug. Reiner struggled to break free from her arms. As soon as he left, Martina started humming nonstop. Wow, hold me. It was unbelievable that such a soft sound could come out of Martina's mouth. Reiner quickly hugged her and kissed her on the cheek. There was heavy snow outside the window, and the temperature had probably dropped to -10 degrees Celsius. The cold front arrived overnight. After holding Martina for a while, she slowly opened her eyes. She stared at Reiner and whispered, Dear. Reiner shuddered. Is this correct? Never mind. He really enjoyed listening to it anyway, so let it be. A kiss. Martina kissed him obediently. She hugged Reiner's arm tightly, and her eyes were so eager that they were almost thread-like. Reiner is such a handsome guy. I was such a fool before. If I had known this, I should have taken action against him earlier. I missed so much time in vain. Humph, from now on, I also have a man. She squirmed in Reiner's arms. My dear, you are so amazing. She gently rubbed Reiner's calf, hinting wildly. Reiner became more and more suspicious that she was controlled by some horned demon, as her mind was always filled with such thoughts. Totally different from Norah. Isn't the contrast too big for her? He was unwilling to do it before and always laughed at Norah. Now I just want to stick together all the time. I thought you were serious, but you suddenly seem like a different person. Martina blushed again and immediately covered herself with the quilt. Norah said you like this. If Reiner couldn't hear his inner voice, he would have believed it. This is clearly what she wants. But Martina has such a good figure. What else can you do with your wife? Pamper her. Reiner couldn't help it anymore, so he got under the covers and started killing everyone. The house began to shake again. After a long time, the two got dressed and got out of bed. Martina pushed open the door and shouted energetically, I'm starving. Norah and Daisy were sitting at the dining table, having obviously finished their meal. Their gazes were somewhat evasive. Daisy got up and left. I'll go heat up breakfast for you. Thanks for your hard work. At this moment, Norah's inner voice drifted over. Oh my God, Martina actually looks so good. I thought she was butchering a pig last night. She doesn't know how to control her voice at all. It's so embarrassing. Norah blushed bright red. Reiner walked past the dining table and reached out to rub her cat ears. When Martina saw this, she leaned over and said, Honey, touch my ears. Reiner found it difficult to adapt for a moment when he heard her shout these 3 words. In just one night, she has changed so much, right? Norah's inner voice drifted back. You're still talking about me? I've become like this. Okay. Reiner touched one side with one hand, and then took Martina to the bathroom to wash up. Martina insisted on coming closer and leaning against Reiner. It wasn't until breakfast that she had to separate from Reiner. As soon as she sat down, Norah started teasing her. Martina, you didn't say that to me before, but now you're even more attached to your master than I am. Martina blinked and put down the white bread. I didn't understand anything before, but now I understand. I blame you for not telling me such a pleasant thing. Now it was Norah's turn to blush. How could you possibly say something so shameless? Martina, you're so bold, you can say anything. Just then, Daisy brought over the hot soup, and she seemed a little sad. Alas, all the vegetables in the backyard were frozen to death. Not a single one survived. Reiner munched on some white bread while thinking. In that case, let's turn the backyard into a stable. Now that I have enough money, it's time to think about my means of transportation. He didn't want to have to walk every time he went on a long trip. Norah, Martina, can you ride a horse? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Reiner paused on the subject and went to open the door. Standing outside the door was Beauties. She was wrapped tightly in a white cloak, with white snow falling on her shoulders, and a horse was leading behind her. Seeing Reiner open the door, she greeted him. Good morning, Reiner. The weather is terrible today. You still want to come and study with me even though it's snowing? Beauties shook her head vigorously. No, I'm not here to study with you today, Reiner. I'm here to say goodbye. Huh. Reiner's brain froze. Only then did I realize that Beauties was carrying a suitcase. Are you leaving Mello? Well, I'll leave soon. Reiner looked at the snow on the street and asked in confusion, where are you going in such heavy snow? Can't you wait until the snow stops? Beauties shook her head. No, I have to leave now. Is there anyone leaving with you? No, I'm alone. Are you alone? What if you encounter robbers? Don't worry, Reiner. I'm capable of handling it. Don't underestimate me. I've traveled to many places on my own. Then I wish you a safe journey. Beauties stepped forward and hugged Reiner gently. Well, after thinking about it, I think I should say goodbye to you. It's time for me to go. I'm very happy to have known you during this time. I hope that when I meet you again, you will have become the most famous magician in this continent. The same to you. Beauties took out a light red fire magic book from her arms and handed it to Reiner. This is a parting gift for you. Although Reiner wanted to accept it, he subconsciously said, this is too expensive. Take it. You're good at fire magic, so this is what you need. Beauties put her hands on her hips, a smile on her face. I've basically learned all the practical fire magic. I've decided to specialize in water magic from now on, so you can take the book. Reiner took the book carefully. He also wanted to give Beauties something as a souvenir, but he didn't know what to give her. Wait for me. Reiner ran into the room and took out a bag of money, which contained about 20 gold coins. Since you are going on a trip, the most important thing you need is probably money. For you. Beauties put her hands on her hips and smiled again. I have money. Then keep this money for emergencies. It will come in handy when you travel. Beauties looked at the bag in deep thought. After struggling for a long time, she finally reached out and took the money. Thank you, Reiner. See you later. See you later. Watching her leaving, Reiner fell into deep thought. After knowing each other for nearly 3 months, he was reluctant to part with Beauties, his enlightenment teacher. The most important thing is that once she leaves, I won't be able to borrow her water magic book anymore. Chapter 72. Someone is looking for Beauties. A few more days passed. Reiner picked a good day and took Norah and Martina to the market to choose horses. Because it was winter, there were almost no pedestrians in the market. The horse racing market, which is usually bustling, also seems unusually deserted. Reiner took a look inside and saw that there were only a dozen or so horses left. The horse dealer hurried forward when he saw his customer. When he saw it was Reiner, he greeted him flatteringly. Master Reiner, are you here to buy a horse? Well, do you have any recommendations? Try to get something cheaper. The horse dealer rubbed his hands together, his eyes narrowed into slits. That depends on what you're going to use it for. Pack horses are cheaper, travel horses are moderately priced, and war horses are the most expensive, and they won't be available until spring. How much would 3 traveling horses cost? The cheapest is about 20 gold coins. The horse dealer picked up the brush and brushed the back of the black horse beside him. The most important thing is to look at the breed. For example, this Rosno grassland horse has a strong and sturdy body and thick hair. It can not only be used to pull goods, but also for traveling and even on the battlefield. However, its price is not cheap, and one costs 15 gold coins. And that reddish-brown horse, he's our diest warmblood. He's fast, has great endurance, a good personality, and has balanced attributes in all aspects. He only costs 12 gold coins. The cheapest is the gray Osiaka stallion in the corner. It's small, with strong limbs, suitable for off-roading, and has a tough and durable physique, making it perfect for beginners. One only costs 7 gold coins. Reiner narrowed his eyes and looked him over carefully. Why is it so cheap? This horse is widely distributed and can be found almost everywhere in the western part of the continent, so the price is naturally much cheaper. Many people who come to me to buy horses prefer to buy Osaka ancient stallions. Even some knights who are short of money will choose this horse as a mount. Reiner touched his chin and then asked, "You won't sell me a sick horse, will you?" The horse dealer was sweating profusely. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Sir, as merchants, reputation is what matters most to us. If we were to tell lies, our horse business wouldn't last long." Reiner thought about it and agreed. Observe the horse for a few days after buying it, and return it if it doesn't work. After all, his horse has been here since Reiner traveled through time. The monk can run away, but the temple cannot. I want 3 Osaka stallions. Take them all aside and let us choose. After the horse dealer took the horses away, Reiner asked Norah and Martina to choose. Come on, you two can pick yourselves. Be careful not to pick a sick horse. Martina nodded heavily and started choosing first. She stroked the horse's mane and whispered in demi-human language, "Good horse, good horse. Let me pick one." Norah followed closely behind and began to choose carefully. They were both exactly like Reiner, with no experience in horseback riding. During this period, the 3 of them could only explore on their own. Reiner walked past the horses, and one of them gently nudged his cheek. "Do you want to come home with me?" Huff, huff. The horse blew hot air at Reiner, then opened its mouth and started chewing his hair. Suddenly it jumped up again and circled around in the stable like a lunatic. Kind of interesting. The horse dealer came over and said seriously, "Master Reiner, this horse is rather naughty. I suggest you get another one." Reiner stroked its head and continued, "It looks quite clever. Let's take it." The horse dealer scratched his head, handed the reins to Reiner with a silly smile, and then began to install the stirrups. The beast-eared girls have also chosen their horses. Martina's horse was as tall and strong as she was, with its tendons clearly visible. The one Norah picked was a little shorter, but looked quite agile. "Honey, look at me." Martina jumped directly onto the horse. The sudden weight put a lot of pressure on the horse, and the horse struggled with small steps. Her entire outfit weighed at least 40 kilograms, and her weight was close to 200 kilograms. Seeing that she was not behaving well, Martina raised her sandbag-sized fist and shook it in front of the horse. "If you move again, I will teach you a lesson." After being frightened by her, the horse instantly became obedient. "We are of the same origin. Why are we so anxious to fight each other? Don't hurt it." Martina shook her head. "No, it can't be killed." On the other hand, Norah was much gentler. She climbed onto the horse's back nimbly, patted the horse's head, and praised, "So good. Since Reiner can't ride a horse, he won't consider riding this thing for the time being. I plan to take them home first and raise them for a while, and then consider learning to ride horses after winter comes." He was neither as agile as Norah nor as tough as Martina. If he was thrown off, he would probably be badly hurt. After handing the bag full of gold coins to the horse dealer, he had little money left. The weather seemed to be good these 2 days, so he planned to go to the Adventurers Guild in the afternoon to take on some work and see if he could make some more money. As they were thinking, the 3 of them were almost at the door of their home. Reiner saw a familiar figure from a distance. Anna was squatting at the door, gently rubbing her red shoulders. It's so cold now, but she is still wearing the fur coat that was passed down from her ancestors. Seeing Reiner coming back, she immediately ran over. "Reiner, you are finally back. I was freezing to death. Why don't you go inside and wait?" "I went in. I just came out and saw you back." Reiner led the horse into the stable in the backyard. When it was completed yesterday, he felt that the stable was quite spacious. Now that 3 horses moved in, he felt that it was too crowded. But it's winter now, so we have to squeeze in a little and make do with it. After this season, we will try to expand them. "So you came to me because you learned the chantless magic I taught you?" Anna shrugged. "No, I've been thinking about it for almost half a month. Although it has achieved some results, it is still far from being proficient in use. What I wanted to ask you is, have you seen Junice lately?" "Why are you asking this?" Reiner asked in confusion. Junice had just said goodbye to him a few days ago, and now he didn't know where Junice was. He might have already left Diest. She had been learning Barnet, and perhaps Barnet was her destination. To be honest, Junice is one of Reiner's few friends, and he actually missed her a lot after this separation. "Someone has been looking for Junice lately. They've come looking for me, and I guess they'll come looking for you soon too." As soon as Anna finished speaking, Reiner heard the sound of horse hooves in the distance. He walked to the front of the house and found that the visitors were a group of fully armed knights. Judging from the style of their plate armor, they shouldn't be from the kingdom of Diest. Chapter 73 Junis' Brother. The foreign knight took off his helmet. Like Junis, he had fair skin, blonde hair, and blue eyes. He was an extremely handsome man. He dismounted sideways and walked to Reiner with his head held high. He first glanced at Anna beside him, then looked at Reiner and said slowly, "You should be Reiner, right?" "Yes, may I ask who you are?" Before Reiner could finish his words, he replied arrogantly, "I am Yul Poitalurdida, a knight from the kingdom of Rosino." He had a blank expression and no emotion could be read from his face. Reiner was already used to it. Judging from his last name, he was most likely a noble. Since crossing over, all the nobles he met, including Demas, had acted cocky when they first met. "Come in and talk." Reiner retreated to the living room and sat at the dining table. Yul followed in and sat down across from Reiner. Reiner said softly, "From now on I will call you Yul." Yul remained silent, neither agreeing nor refusing. Reiner then asked, "So, you're here to see Junis?" "Yes, I heard from the local adventurers guild that she stayed with you for most of her time here." Just then, Daisy brought him a cup of hot water. Yul glanced down but didn't drink. He replied in fluent demi-human language, "Thank you, but I don't need it." The three beast-eared girls were stunned for a moment. They didn't expect that the knight in front of them could speak the demi-human language. Reiner had a vague feeling that the person in front of him must have some relationship with Junis. "Who are you to Junis?" Yul continued, "I am her elder brother." Reiner was slightly stunned. Junis' full name is Junis Baker, and her last name is different. But it is also possible that she used a fake surname in order not to attract too much attention. Her real name is likely Junis Poitu Lilietida. "So, why did you come to see me?" Yuer said coldly. "I came to find her on my father's orders. She has been away on her own for 2 years. She has had enough of her temper, and it's time for her to go back. So, you should know where she went. Rumor has it that you are her closest friend. Since Junis is avoiding them, she must have her own reasons." Reiner probably knew where to find her, but he certainly wouldn't betray Junis. "I don't know either, but she is indeed my magic mentor. It's just that I haven't seen her since the snow." Reiner scratched his head, then pretended to be harmless and said, "I think she should still be here." Yul narrowed his eyes, looked at Reiner carefully, then took out a bag full of gold coins and said, "Tell me her whereabouts. Once you catch her, all the money will be yours." Reiner was filled with disdain. After all, Junis was her magic teacher. How could he do such a thing as selling out his friends for money? He was possessed by the actor and was slightly stunned at first, then pretended to be very interested. "All mine? Really?" Yul nodded, a hint of disgust in his eyes. "Yes, that's the effect. A few days ago, Junis came to say goodbye to me. She said she was a traveler and planned to go to the kingdom of South Asia. She also told me that someone might come looking for me soon. I didn't expect them to come. If you rush over now, you should be able to catch her soon. Nenasia's is 18,000 miles away from the kingdom of Barnet, and the two kingdoms are in completely opposite directions. If Junis really went towards Barnet, there was no way you could catch her." Thinking of this, Reiner smiled greedily and rubbed his hands like a fly. Sir, can you give me this money?" Yuer slowly stood up, no longer hiding his disgust, and said coldly, "For money, she actually betrayed her teacher so easily. Junis is still as innocent as before, and has no guard against others at all." This made Reiner feel very happy. This is exactly the effect he wants. After thinking for a moment, he replied in a frivolous manner, "You'd be a bastard if you didn't make money. You're a noble lord, so of course you don't understand us commoners who can barely get enough to eat." Yul turned and left. "You are just greedy. After I catch the man, I will have someone send the money to him." Looking at his back as he left, Reiner smiled without saying a word. Anna suddenly slammed the table, startling Reiner. 2 animal-eared girls came over and stood on Reiner's left and right. "What?" Anna said angrily. "Give me back my book. Junis has told me more than once that you are her best friend here, but you betrayed her for money. I used to admire you so much. Give me back my book." It seems that Anna is also a person of temperament. Reiner stood up and looked outside. Seeing that they had all gone far away, he closed the door. "Calm down and listen to my explanation." Reiner poured her a glass of water. Anna folded her arms, stared, and stopped talking. "Junis is my friend. How could I possibly reveal her whereabouts to others? I only said that to trick her brother away." Anna was slightly stunned, put her hand down, and softened her tone. "So that's how it is. I was really mad at you just now. I saw your expression just now. It didn't look like you were acting. If you don't pretend to be more convincing, he won't believe it." Reiner nodded heavily. That was all he could do to help Junis for now. Every bit of time we can gain is a good thing. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Reiner's ears. "Mission update. Find Junis. Task reward, 1 gold coin. After half a month of peaceful days, I didn't expect the mission to come so soon. I just bought 3 horses and can start my long journey. Reiner took out the wind magic book, raised his eyebrows and said, "Take the book back." Anna was slightly stunned, then took a few steps back and shook her head vigorously. "No, I just didn't understand the situation, so I got angry. You can use this book." "No, I'm planning a long trip. It's not safe to leave valuables like this at home, but it's a bit troublesome to carry them with me." Anna was slightly startled, then reached out to take the book. "Are you going to find Junice?" "What else?" Reiner glanced at her, then began to ask the animal-eared girl to pack up and prepare to go on a long journey tomorrow to find Junice. Anna smiled. "Your relationship is indeed unusual." Reiner waved his hand. "Just ordinary friends. There are many people pursuing Junice. Are you willing to just be her ordinary friend, without elevating the friendship?" "There is no such plan at the moment, so don't make blind guesses." Reiner shrugged. Anna's mouth curled up slightly, and she said nothing more. Chapter 74. Catching the Roadblocker. The 4 men rode along the path to Barnet. "Because I am going on a long trip." Reiner brought Daisy along, and she sat behind Martina. "She definitely can't be left home alone. Little thing, don't move around. Be good and listen to me. I fed you a lot of grass yesterday. Don't embarrass me." Reiner gently smoothed the horse's back with a brush. The horse is really hard to ride. To be precise, the horse he chose was difficult to ride. Once on the road, it acted like a madman, jumping and leaping with Reiner, and would only walk properly when it was tired. Martina rode over on her horse and shook her fist, which was as big as a sandbag. "Honey, do you want me to teach it a lesson for you?" She and Norah rode horses very steadily, as if they had learned it naturally. Of course, this may also have something to do with the horses they chose. "Forget it. With that punch from you, I'm afraid it won't see the sun tomorrow." Martina put her hand down, suddenly stretched her neck and kissed Reiner on the cheek, then looked at Reiner with an extremely cute look. "Give me a kiss. You haven't kissed me since this morning." Reiner was slightly stunned. He was in the same room with Norah yesterday, so it was true. He looked Martina up and down and wanted to give her a good squeeze, but unfortunately the position of his rod was blocked by the plate armor. I can only wait until tonight to compensate him. At this moment, Norah suddenly slowed down and walked to Reiner's side, looking back from time to time. "Master, someone is following us." Reiner looked back and saw nothing. "Did you see who it was?" "It must be the spy of the man from yesterday. It's also on horseback and very fast. He might catch up with us in a while." "Your ears are so sharp? You can hear from so far away." Norah nodded heavily. Reiner looked behind him again, decisively released a large amount of water to soak the mud, and then used earthquake magic. Then a thin layer of soil was covered on top to hide the swamp. In less than half a minute, a simple trap was completed. This won't drown him, but it will definitely torment him for a while. "Let's go, let's get rid of him." Reiner patted the horse under him and said softly, "Run faster, and I'll reward you with something delicious when we rest." Whoosh! Hot air came out of its nose, and it started running. After running for a long time, Reiner asked, "Did he catch up?" Norah shook her head. "No, I guess he's already fallen into the trap. We can slow down a bit." Reiner nodded. Suddenly Nora's ears pricked up, and her hand quickly reached for her waist bag. "Master, there are bandits on the road. They are ambushing us just ahead. Wait here for a moment. I'll go and take care of them." Reiner fell into deep thought. There are bandits everywhere, and Junice is definitely not safe alone. I hope she is safe. I'll go with you too. Let's capture as many as we can alive. We'll have them around in case they're needed. Reiner dismounted and handed the reins to Martina. "You two stay here and don't wander off. Daisy will make the decisions while I'm gone. Be smart." The 2 animal-eared girls nodded. Reiner followed Norah into the bushes. The 2 people holding hands directly entered the invisible state, but they still made a whooshing noise when they moved around. After walking for a while, Reiner saw several people squatting stealthily in the grass, and there was a rope buried in the ground for tripping horses' legs. "Just keep 2 and kill the rest at will." "Okay. There are 2 people ambushing on the left side of this road, and 3 people ambushing on the right side." The 2 men sneaked up behind the 5 robbers and started to act tacitly. Norah took the lead, throwing knives with both hands and killing the robbers on the left side of the road, while Reiner raised his staff and smashed the head of one of the robbers. In just a moment, only 2 bandits were left breathing. With Norah's help, controlling the situation was easy. "Look, you guys are squatting here. You must have done a lot of bad things, right?" Reiner asked with a raised eyebrow, tapping their heads lightly with his bloody staff. The 2 bandits knelt down, almost stunned by the shock. "Sir, spare our lives. We just want to make a living, and we had no choice but to." One of the robbers was so scared that he peed his pants, and he was shaking constantly as he looked at the corpse beside him. Reiner didn't bother to listen to their explanation. If everyone chose to kill and rob because of their difficult lives, the world would have been in chaos long ago. They are saying this now just to gain sympathy, not because they realize they are wrong. Enough of the nonsense. Did you see a woman in a white cloak riding a horse in here 4 days ago? The two robbers looked at each other. Neither of them spoke, but instead began to stammer. Reiner winked at Norah. In an instant, the robber with better psychological quality was hit in the head. The cut on the skull was quite smooth, and the grayish-white brain tissue was clearly visible. Sir, please spare me. No, I'll tell you everything. Reiner squatted down in front of him and smiled friendly. This is your last chance. If I were you, I would definitely seize it. Once again, have you seen that woman? Yes, I have. It was about 4 days ago. We met her and tripped her horse. Just as we were about to rob her of her money, she set fire to us and forced us to retreat. In the end, he shot the woman with an arrow and let her run away. The panicked thief pointed at the chopped-off body next to him and put all the blame on him. After reading it, I found that my inference was correct. In order to avoid Yule and the others, Junice chose to go to Barnet. I guess she had already planned the route when she and Reiner were learning foreign languages. But the robbers on the road are all rushing to achieve good results at the end of the year, which is particularly dangerous. Even if she really planned to leave at this time, she should find someone to go with her. We're at our wits' end. The heavy snow has blocked the road, and few people are using it. If we don't grab some stuff to sell. Where's her horse? The bandit pointed deep into the bushes and said, It's tied up at the camp. Take me there, and don't try to escape, or you know what will happen. The robber crawled into the bushes. After walking for a while, Reiner saw the simple camp. A white horse was tied next to the campfire. It was completely confirmed that the person they stopped was Junice. Did you take anything from her? The robber hurried into the tent and pulled out a wooden box covered in mud. It looked like it had been opened by them, and the clothes inside were in a mess. There are also some daily necessities. Just then, Norah frowned and whispered something in Reiner's ear. Reiner suppressed his anger and asked calmly, That's all. It's gone. Everything is gone. It's all here. Okay, I understand. This time, Norah stabbed Reiner's head with a dagger without even waiting for Reiner to wink. Chapter 75. Musum wants to change her surname. Reiner searched the camp for a while and only found about 20 copper coins. He lit a fire and went back with Junice's horse. Seeing Daisy standing by the roadside, he handed her the reins and said, You can ride this horse for now. Reiner looked back at Norah and asked, Can you trace Junice's scent now? The snow covers up the smell. I'm afraid not. Norah shook her head. Mellet was originally on the border of Diest, and they were now more than 60 kilometers away from Mellet. It was still nearly 200 miles away before we reached a small border town in Barnet. On the way, she also needs to pass through a forest that is even larger than the Dawn Forest. Logically speaking, since Junice was injured and the destination was so far away, she should have gone back, but we didn't meet her on the way here. You can't drag your injured body into the woods and be eaten by wild beasts, right? Without the horse, the 200-kilometer journey would take at least 10 days, not to mention her mobility issues. Although Junice was an experienced adventurer, Reiner still had some concerns. Master, the forest is ahead. Should we continue going deeper? Norah asked. Let's go a little further and then set up camp here. We can rest for a night first. It's not suitable to travel after dark. Reiner breathed a sigh of relief. Norah found a flat, sheltered place up ahead, suitable for resting. Several people sat together, built a fire, and huddled together for warmth. Reiner shivered as a cold wind blew. I really don't know how Junice will make it through the forest filled with monsters and bandits in this harsh winter. Martina suddenly took off her armor piece by piece and said to Reiner, My dear, you must be very cold. Take off your armor and let's hug each other tightly. I will keep you warm. She is so cute when she looks serious. There is no point in being anxious now, so cherish the people around you. Martina must be feeling really bored after all the travel today. Reiner took off his plate armor and hugged Martina tightly. She was so soft and warm, and it felt so good to have a wife. Martina closed her eyes and took the initiative to ask for a kiss. Reiner could never have imagined it. Martina, who used to be carefree and had nothing on her mind but eating and killing monsters, has become so delicate now. Sure enough, the fastest way to change a person is to let her fall in love. Noila smiled and teased. You were talking about me before, but now you are more attached to the master than me. Martina blushed and curled up in Reiner's arms, whispering softly, Reiner is my only family. Reiner touched her elastic and warm horse ears. Norah is your family too. Martina said without hesitation, Norah is only half. Reiner is my man. You're saying this as if you're trying to monopolize me. Norah moved forward and pushed Martina out. My master hasn't kissed me yet today. Don't be so selfish. You haven't even taken off your armor yet. You're freezing. Besides, the master was with you yesterday, so it should be my turn today. Listening to the two of them arguing, Reiner felt more and more that he had made the right decision. Too many women will indeed lead to fights. There are only 2 of them, and they are already arguing fiercely. If there are 3 or 4 of them, it will be all over. At this moment, Reiner, who was lost in thought, was poked in the chest. The 2 animal-eared girls looked at her seriously. Martina asked, "Who is prettier, me or Norah?" She even bent down to show off her impressive fat. Although Norah didn't say anything, she was looking forward to Reiner's answer in her heart. Okay, you're all the same in my heart. You're all the most important people, so stop arguing. Daisy, who was sitting across from the campfire, covered her mouth and laughed after hearing this answer. Seeing that it was getting late, Reiner touched the ears of the 2 beast-eared girls and said softly, "Norah, you rest first. Martina and I will keep watch for the first half of the night, and you and Daisy will take over in the second half." "Okay, then I'll go to sleep." Norah took off the hard breastplate, walked to Daisy, hugged her, and acted like a child. Reiner patted Martina's back and whispered to her to sleep. But this guy was obviously not honest and kept biting Reiner's ear gently. After a while, she finally started to move. "Norah and Daisy are both asleep. Let's get started, Reiner. It's not good for your health if you keep holding it in. Stop talking nonsense. I'm not interested in this remote place." Martina didn't care what Reiner said. She kept whispering "Master" in Reiner's ear to harass him crazily. Seeing this, Reiner decisively brought up the past. "You never called me like this before. You always call me by my name." Martina's cheeks were slightly red, and she looked very attractive under the flickering firelight. "It's different now. You are my man. As long as you like it, I am willing to do it. Be obedient, don't mess around, and keep watch carefully. This place is full of dangers. Wait until we get to a safe place to play." "Okay, I'll listen to you, Master." Martina kissed Reiner. Not long after, she asked again, "Master, what is your last name?" "Why are you asking this?" Reiner asked in confusion. "As for us demi-humans, once we have a male, we change our surnames, and females take the male's surname. Didn't Norah tell you that?" Reiner shook his head, having never heard her mention it before. "Then tell me now." Reiner recalled his name. After a long while, he said, "My last name is Lee." "Lee?" Martina asked in confusion. "Yeah." Reiner picked up the branch and wrote the word Lee on the mud beside it. Martina's eyes widened. "So, your name is Rainer Lee?" "No, Reiner is not my real name. It's just my pseudonym. I come from a very far-away place." Martina snuggled into his arms again. "I'm stupid and don't understand, but you must have your own reasons." Of course, the original name was too awkward and eye-catching for this, so I just came up with a random name. Then from now on, I'll be called Martina Lee. Whatever makes you happy. There's no such custom in my hometown to change surnames. Reiner rubbed her horse ears and said softly, "Okay, you should get some sleep too. Just let me keep watch. I'll wake Norah up when the time comes. Let me chat with you. I want to get to know you better." Reiner laughed. "Your contrast is quite big." Martina pouted and said, "I was ignorant before, so please don't make fun of me with those things." She hugged Reiner tightly, paused for a moment, and then continued, "I will definitely give birth to many children for you in the future." Chapter 76, The Elves Blocking the Road. Morning. Martina put on her armor and mounted her horse with full energy. She looked at Norah with a slight smile. "You're becoming more and more disgusting." Norah stuffed the half-eaten white bread into her pocket and said bluntly, "Needless to say, I must have eaten it again last night. Otherwise I wouldn't be smiling so happily." Martina didn't argue. She put on her helmet. But the voice in my heart still drifted over. "I have surpassed you and even know the master's last name." Reiner looked at the backs of the 2 people and sighed helplessly. The team took a short break and then continued on their way. In front of me was a pine forest covered with snow. Barnet is a country wrapped in forest. After crossing this vast forest, we should reach the border city. Reiner yawned, unfolded the map, took a look, found a few reference points, and after confirming that they were going in the right direction, he led a few people straight into the forest. "Norah, if anything seems wrong, tell me first." "Understood, Master." Reiner lifted his mask and exhaled some hot air to warm his almost frozen hands. After walking for a while, he suddenly felt something strange around him. Logically speaking, this dense forest should be the home of many monsters. What about tree monsters, snow wolves, or goblins? But we have been in the forest for almost half an hour and haven't seen even a jumping slime. "Norah, do you feel anything is wrong? It's surprisingly quiet here." She raised her head and looked into the depths of the forest. Suddenly, her ears perked up. Master, there seems to be something on the tree. As soon as he finished speaking, an arrow came from the darkness. Norah threw the flying knife quickly, and the two knives collided and deviated from their paths. This arrow was aimed directly at Reiner's life. If it weren't for Norah's excellent perception, he might have been lying on the ground. Reiner quickly put on his mask. Who? Seeing no response, Reiner raised his staff and condensed a huge fireball. Just then, the attacker appeared. Two women wearing gray robes, with slender bodies, different hair colors, delicate features, and long pointed ears, appeared in front of everyone in an instant. One of them held a bow and arrow, and the other held a metal staff, with cold eyes, always staring at Reiner viciously. To be precise, they are not humans, but some kind of elves. Don't be fooled by their beautiful and young looks. Their actual age may be over 4 digits. Martina held the sword in one hand, blocking Reiner and speaking in a low voice. My dear, these long-eared people are not to be trifled with. They are extremely powerful. Whether they are demi-humans or monsters, they will avoid them when they see them. Let's be a little careful. If even she admits that this guy is not easy to mess with, then he might really be not easy to mess with. Have you dealt with them before? No, this is what my father told me. He said try not to harm the flowers, plants, and trees, otherwise the long-eared people will come and cause trouble. Reiner narrowed his eyes and looked at the two elves in front of him. He is a person who cares deeply for flowers, plants, and trees. Logically speaking, he should not be troubled by elves. After thinking for a moment, he asked in fluent Elvish, I have no grudge against you. Why are you attacking me? The green-haired elf on the left was surprised for a moment, but soon regained her composure. She said expressionlessly, Reiner, this is just a lesson. If you dare to disrespect the forest again, it will be more than just a lesson. Do you know my name? The elf did not answer, but just watched Reiner's every move silently. Seeing her reticence, Reiner pondered for a moment before continuing. I've always respected the forest. I don't know how I've offended you. I'm not familiar with your beliefs and traditions. Please explain so I can be more careful in the future. The elf replied coldly. Dawn Forest, you set fire to a large area of the forest. We have been keeping an eye on you ever since. She must be referring to the battles with the goblin priests and the tyrant. The situation was urgent, and he did accidentally set fire to a small area of woods. But after the battle, he and June Ice put out the fire with water magic. These elves are too serious. They didn't care about the many goblins cutting down trees to build houses in the Dawn Forest, but they had to intervene because they accidentally set a few trees on fire while eliminating the goblins. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied, according to Martina's description, they were powerful people after all, so it would be a good idea to make friends with them. As a man, you should have a bigger picture. Reiner replied softly, I'll be careful next time. But in order to attack us, those goblins not only tried to set the forest on fire and burn us to death, they also cut down a lot of trees to build their tribe. By destroying them, I'm indirectly protecting the forest, right? Killing the goblins that destroy the forest will do more good than harm, right? The two elves looked at each other, then chose to remain silent for a long time before speaking. Yes. Reiner spread his hands and asked innocently, if that's the case, why are you teaching me a lesson? The blue-haired elf who had been standing by finally spoke. She said slowly, let's be clear, although you have protected the forest to some extent, it is undeniable that you have also harmed it. We will remember your help and thank you in secret. Isn't this just stubborn? Although he really wanted to ask, he swallowed his words in accordance with the principle of not offending others casually. Seeing that the two elves wanted to leave, he hurriedly asked, I want to ask you something. Have you seen a slightly injured human girl with golden hair and a white robe passing by this area these days? She is an important friend of mine. The green-haired elf glanced back at Reiner and said slowly, Junis is still wandering through this forest. She's heading towards the human town. Do you know her? The elf didn't reply and instantly disappeared into the dense forest with his companions. This means that Junis' life is not in danger at the moment. Reiner breathed a sigh of relief. Martina took Reiner's hand and asked in confusion, what were you guys talking about just now? I didn't understand a word you said. This is Elvish. I'll teach you if I have the chance. I won't learn this kind of stuff. I don't like dealing with them. Don't be fooled by the good looks of these long-eared chiefs. In fact, each one of them is more cruel than the other. Martina shook her head in disgust. It can be seen that she is very prejudiced against elves. Norah nodded in agreement. Daisy, who was standing nearby, spoke up. When I was a child, I fled with my father and met some long-eared people. Most of them were inflexible, but they seemed very kind, because I was rescued by them more than once. Reiner shrugged and continued to lead the others deeper into the forest. Chapter 77. The girl is not far from you. The four of them rode their horses along the forest path. The road here is rugged, and all you can see are snow-capped pine trees. The horses' movements are somewhat restricted, but it is still much faster than walking. After riding all the way until the afternoon, Reiner saw that everyone was a little tired, so he asked them to rest there for a night and prepare to continue their journey tomorrow. This forest feels very safe. We've been walking for a whole day and haven't seen a single monster, not even a bandit. Martina leaned against a tree and stretched lightly. Maybe it's because there are elves maintaining order. This is a good thing. Reiner placed the breath of the red dragon on the ground, and the fire demon stone on top of the staff immediately ignited a raging flame. Daisy picked up a few branches, washed them with water, and put them in front of the fire to toast the frozen white bread. The four of them prepared to rest after dinner. Suddenly, Martina looked back at the pine tree behind her, and then punched it. There are bugs. Reiner asked doubtfully. No, dear, come and see what this is. Reiner stood up and glanced at her. I discovered that this pine tree actually had a human face. Martina had hit its nose crooked. At first, Reiner thought it was a face carved into a tree by some bored person, until the corner of its mouth twitched. Martina drew the great sword behind her and raised her hand to strike. Monster, give me your life. Wait. Reiner pulled her back. The tree groaned, then muttered in Elvish. Who is it? Not only did you wake me up, but you even hit me. Ouch. Reiner patted Martina's butt and continued. This should be a tree demon, not a monster. Martina took a closer look and muttered. Really? I feel like she's a monster. Reiner walked over and straightened the old dryad's wooden nose. Sorry, this is the first time we've met a dryad, and she was a little agitated. Let me fix your nose. After that, Reiner used hydrotherapy to heal its nose, although he didn't know if it would be of any use. Wow, the last time I saw a human who could speak Elvish was about 200 years ago. It's really rare. The old tree demon laughed and continued. No need to treat me. This nose will heal in a while. Oh, Reiner took a few steps back and looked at the dryad carefully. Apart from the big face on the trunk, this thing is no different from an ordinary pine tree. Just plant it in the soil and it won't move. Just as Reiner was lost in thought, the tree demon spoke again. I have slept for too long. It's time to get up and move around. Then, the surrounding ground began to shake slightly. The tree demon pulled its two legs out of the soil with great effort. The crooked legs were covered with dense tree roots. He was so huge that the ground trembled slightly every time he moved, and Reiner just watched him silently from the side. This was probably Norah's first time seeing a tree demon. When I saw this walking pine tree, my eyes widened. After waiting for a while, the tree demon returned to the pit, dug its legs into the soil again, and sighed. The snow is so heavy this year. Reiner replied smoothly. Yes, there was only a thin layer of snow last year, so it wasn't as cold as this year. The old tree demon kept squinting his eyes and looked very kind. He slowly asked, Out there, can humans and demi-humans coexist peacefully? Reiner shook his head. No, he's still hunting down demi-humans all over the world. It's still the same as it was 200 years ago. The old tree demon said softly. Reiner doesn't know how to chat, and after hearing what he said, he didn't know how to respond. The old tree demon spoke again. It seems that you are not a talkative person. Well, I'm not very good at talking. Reiner sat down on the spot, and the two animal-eared girls scrambled to get into his arms, and then they started arguing with each other. Seeing this, the tree demon also asked, What are they doing? You're fighting to sit in my arms and rest. Reiner patted Martina's shoulder and said softly, Okay, it was you yesterday, so today it's Norah's turn. One day each. We'll be fair and impartial, and no one will be partial. Martina's pony ears drooped. She puffed out her cheeks and sat down next to Daisy. The tree demon laughed dryly a few times and continued. They should be your slaves too, right? They are actually vying for your favor. How rare. Reiner said seriously. Of course, I am a rare good man in the world. The tree demon laughed again, paused for a few seconds, and then asked, So, why did you come to this forest? Are you passing through? Or are you here to explore? I was looking for a friend and happened to be passing through this forest. Woman. Yes, a very beautiful woman, with blonde hair and blue eyes, very gentle and patient. She is not only my friend, but also my magic mentor. Reiner nodded heavily. The tree demon laughed again, and this time it opened its golden eyes. 2 women are not enough? You plan to find a third? Reiner scratched his face, his eyes unconsciously looking away. I haven't thought about it yet. I'm looking for her mainly because of something urgent. Where are you from? Diaster, a small town called Mellet. I wonder if you've heard of it. Of course, I had a human friend who lived there before, but it's been over 200 years now, so he's probably dead now. The tree demon's tone was somewhat sad. You humans are too fragile, with a lifespan of only 100 years. Reiner caressed Norah in his arms and asked casually, "Is there any magic that can make people immortal?" The tree demon shook his head slightly, and piles of snow slid down from the branches and leaves. "As far as I know, there shouldn't be any. But don't despair. Living too long isn't a good thing. I've been asleep longer than I've been awake, so I'll probably be dead in a few hundred years. My only hope now is to find something to talk about when I wake up." "Excuse me, how long have you lived?" The tree demon whispered. "I have been in this forest for thousands of years." "So, you even lived through the old empire?" "Of course, I participated in human wars back then." At this moment, the old tree demon stretched out his dry arm. "To be honest, I miss the days I spent with you humans, but I'm old now." It turns out it has hands. It's just hidden among the dense pine needles. The old tree demon aroused Reiner's desire to chat. He had wanted to ask how demi-humans were born in this world, but it said, "I found the girl you were talking about. She's not far from here." Chapter 78, Found Junice. "You mean Junice?" The old tree demon scratched his nose that was crooked by Martina. "Of course, she's blonde and beautiful, so it must be her. Haven't you been here all the time? How did you find her?" Reiner was a little confused, but he still patted Norah on his lap and asked her to stand up. The dryad chuckled softly. "You humans can't see the elves, but I can not only see them, but I can also talk to them and learn what's happening thousands of miles away." "Where is she now?" The old tree demon pointed deep into the woods and said, "Keep going. You'll see her in about 2 miles. "Thank you. I'll come to see you again if I have the chance. I'm leaving first." Reiner packed up his things and left. The old tree demon waved goodbye to him. Martina asked doubtfully, "Are we going to travel at night too, dear?" Norah reached out and tapped her on the head, urging her, "There must be some news. Hurry up and put on your armor, idiot." "Well, the tree demon said that Junice is camped 2 miles away. Let's go straight there." Reiner got on his horse. This guy seemed reluctant to travel at night and jumped up directly. Reiner took out a carrot and stuffed it into its mouth, which calmed it down. Martina murmured quietly beside him, "Master, do you like Junice that much?" "No, I can't explain it to you right away. Just find her as soon as possible." Reiner rubbed Martina's ear. "Okay, but as long as you don't neglect me, I will agree if you want to have another woman." Martina folded her arms and said seriously until Norah hit her on the head again. Reiner lit the staff and led the animal-eared girls in the direction the tree demon pointed. He rode forward until he saw a small fire ahead. Norah sniffed hard. "Junice is there. I can smell her." "Understood." Reiner continued to move towards Junice's camp. Perhaps the sound of horse hooves startled her, and she suddenly poked her head out from behind the tree to take a look. After seeing who it was, she rubbed her eyes vigorously. You don't recognize me after not seeing me for a few days?" There was a hint of joy in Junice's tone, and she stood up hurriedly. "Reiner? Is it really you? I thought I was seeing things." She looked dirty and her cotton coat was tattered. It was obvious that she had not had a good life these past few days. Reiner smiled and continued, "I also found your horse for you." "Thank you." Junice walked forward quickly and reached out to touch the white horse under Daisy beside her. "I was robbed by bandits at the time and was injured. I really couldn't take care of it. I didn't expect you to help me find it again." Daisy dismounted and walked over to Martina. Reiner continued, "It was just luck. If it had been 2 days later, he would have been sold by those bandits." At this moment, Junice's stomach protested. "Goo." She hugged the staff tightly in her arms, feeling a little embarrassed. "Is there anything left to eat? All my food was taken away by those bandits. I've been eating wild grass these past few days." "Of course." Reiner invited everyone to sit by the campfire, then took out 2 pieces of white bread from his bag and handed them to Junice. Her eyes lit up and she took it and started to eat it without even washing her hands. It was obvious that she was really hungry. Reiner watched her quietly from the side. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again. "Mission, find Junice. Current status, completed. Rewards have been issued." Reiner felt that his wallet had become a little heavier. He rummaged through the bag and soon found the gold coin that felt very different. The newly acquired gold coin is printed with an ancient tree with lush branches and leaves, which is completely different from the pattern on the diced gold coin. Identification completed. Item name, Barnet Gold Coin. Introduction, one of the most basic currency units in the Kingdom of Barnet. Reiner stroked the pattern on the gold coin and then put it into his purse. "It's so inconvenient. This continent needs someone to unify it." The system voice sounded again. "Mission update. Escort Junice to City Canon. Mission reward, 1 Barnet Gold Coin." Reiner was impressed by the name. Canon is located on the Barnet border and can be reached through this forest. It is most likely the destination of Junice's trip. Junice huddled by the campfire and rubbed her stomach. I'm full now thanks to you. Otherwise, I would have been exhausted just looking for food. Reiner sighed and continued. We also brought a lot of black bread. If you're still hungry, you can eat some more. After Junice cleaned her hands with water, she held out her hand to Reiner. Give me some more, thank you. Reiner walked over to the horse and took out a large piece of brown bread and handed it to Junice. She continued to chew it with big mouthfuls. But soon, as if she suddenly remembered something, she looked up at Reiner and asked, By the way, Reiner, how did you get here? Reiner thought for a moment, then smiled and replied, Isn't this because I'm worried about you? The weather is so bad, and there are bandits along the way. It would be very dangerous to let you go alone. Junice was stunned for a moment. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Reiner, as if she was thinking about the truth of his words. Reiner replied seriously, Well, Ms. Junice Puerto-Lirideta, I actually came to you for another reason. Hearing the name again, a hint of surprise flashed across Junice's face. Has anyone come to see you? Yes, your brother Yul found me and asked me about your whereabouts. He wants to find you. And then? Junice asked impatiently. Reiner recounted to her everything that happened that day without reservation. Junice burst out laughing. Reiner, you are a genius. Ha ha ha. Forget it. Actually, I don't think I succeeded. Your brother had people keeping an eye on me a long time ago. When I left the city, there were spies following me. Although I shook them off, this is the shortest way to Barnet after all. It wouldn't be difficult for him to guess my route. Junice sighed softly and shook her head again. Just as the two fell into silence, she suddenly asked, Reiner, can you understand me? What do you mean by understanding me? I don't even know why you ran away from home. Junice lowered her head and said slowly, My father is an earl of the kingdom of Rosino. He plans to marry me to the eldest son of a marquis to improve their relationship. Reiner quickly waved his hand. In short, it was a political marriage. You disagreed, wanted to take control of your own life, and then you ran away, right? Junice stared at Reiner in silence for a long time, then nodded heavily. Chapter 79, The Elf Girl Longing for Adventure. In this world, women have a very low status and have almost no right to make their own choices in marriage, especially aristocratic women like Junice. The purpose of their existence seems to be to improve relations between nobles through political marriages and thus safeguard the interests of the family. So their marriages are usually decided by their parents. Who they marry does not depend on who they like, but on who can bring more benefits to the family. Even though she was a renowned magician, she could not escape such a fate. I don't want to marry a man I've never met because of these things, get pregnant early, and live my life in confusion. Reiner, can you understand me? That's amazing. I've received a different education than most people here, so I can totally understand your thoughts. Reiner felt a little sympathetic towards her situation, because Junice was indeed a woman worthy of respect. A woman who is kind, just, independent, and tenacious is hard to find, not only in this world, but even in his original world. Anyone who has received 9 years of compulsory education can more or less agree with her ideas. However, due to the limitations of this era, it is not easy to live so rationally. Because of this, Reiner admired her bravery even more. Junice smiled. She grabbed Reiner's shoulders and shook them gently. Thank you, Reiner. But what would you do if your brother really showed up? A trace of confusion flashed across Junice's eyes, but she quickly became resolute. I don't know, but I will definitely not go back with them. She turned her head and suddenly smiled. My dream is to become the most famous and powerful water magician in this continent. What about you, Reiner? Me? Reiner glanced back at Norah and Martina and said seriously, Whatever my ideal as a woman is, that's my ideal. He reached out and poked Noila's kidney. What is your ideal? Norah licked the corner of her mouth and answered without hesitation. Eat white bread and jam. Reiner hugged her gently, rubbing his hands on her cheeks. Can you go a little further? Norah blinked, thought for a moment, and replied, White bread and jam every meal, and smoked chicken once in a while. Reiner poked Martina. What about you? Having a child with you. Her eyes were drawn, as if she was about to pounce on him. Reiner poked her belly gently. That's it? Can you go a little further? Why are you almost as tall as Norah? You and Martina raised her head, as if thinking, and said excitedly, Then I want to have many, many children with you, and I hope that each of them will become the strongest warrior. Junice hugged her knees, her eyes wide. That's all. After thinking for a moment, Reiner continued. Based on this, I want to practice magic of all 4 attributes to the strongest level. Junice was slightly stunned and asked in confusion, Can't you use 5 kinds of magic? Why do you only practice 4 to the strongest level? Reiner said seriously, Don't you want to be the most powerful water magician? I'll give you the strongest water attribute. I only want the other 4. Junai smiled, then reached out and patted Reiner's shoulder firmly. Seeing that it was getting late, everyone gathered around the fire and began to rest. Junai woke up early the next morning. She mounted her horse and looked at Reiner and the others. You guys are going to Barnet with me? Yes, I'll stay with you for a while. Reiner had a hunch that in the next period of time, the system tasks would revolve around Junai. In the short term, he might not return to Melot. During this time, I will treat it as an opportunity to see the customs and cultures of other countries and regions. Junai smiled, narrowed her eyes and said, Thank you, Reiner. The 5 people continued walking in the forest, talking and laughing along the way, feeling very relaxed. At noon, Reiner wanted to have a good rest, but Norah, who was walking in front of the team, suddenly pricked up her ears and stopped in the middle of the team. Master, there is something ahead. Reiner put the mask back on and said, What is that? A monster? Norah narrowed her eyes and shook her head slightly after a few seconds. No, it seems to be an elf. Reiner recalled everything he had done today, and he didn't know what he had done wrong, which attracted the elves to come and cause trouble again. Just as he was thinking hard, the elf appeared. In an instant, an elf with blue hair and a petite figure stopped the team of 5. In her arms, she held a staff made of twisted branches, with a blue gem on top. This elf was different from the 2 lifeless ones I met yesterday. The corners of her eyes were slightly raised, and there was a hint of pride on her face. She is a lively little girl. I don't know whose child was not watched carefully, but he ran out by himself. Without waiting for Reiner to ask, she spoke first. Reiner, take me with you on the adventure. Reiner glanced at the people around him and shrugged innocently. Junai looked her over carefully, then asked, Do you know this elf? I don't know him. Reiner shook his head, and then asked the elf in front of him, Who are you? The blue-haired elf put her hands on her hips and began to introduce herself. My name is Aliana, and I'm a stargazer. Take me with you on your adventure. I can definitely help you. Reiner didn't want to cause trouble. If 2 elves come out and accuse him of kidnapping children, then everything will be over. Reiner shook his head. Sorry, I don't have time to take care of children. Aliana's eyes widened and she stamped her feet vigorously. I'm not a child. I don't need your care. Reiner dismounted and walked in front of her, gesturing slightly with his hands. Aliana's height did not even reach his neck. Probably about 1.4 or 1.5 meters tall. It was wrapped tightly, like a potato. Reiner looked up at the surrounding pine trees and shouted in Elvish, Whose child is missing? As soon as he finished speaking, Reiner's knee was hit hard by Aliana's staff. She said angrily, I told you that I am not a child. I am 18 years old and an adult. When no one responded, Reiner looked her up and down again. Can this be 18? Legal lowly, right? But considering that the lifespan of elves is different from that of humans, often reaching several thousand years, her words may be true. Reiner looked her up and down, and their eyes met. Can't you find another adventurer? Aliana shook her head vigorously. The other adventurers don't speak Elvish, so they can't understand me, which is inconvenient. Take me with you on your adventure. I can be of great help and you won't regret it. Chapter 80 The elf girl shows her strength. Seeing that Aliana was following him from a distance and refused to leave, Reiner sighed, stopped his horse, and waited for the little elf Loli to approach. When she came to his side, Reiner reached out his hand and pulled her onto the horse. This scene was seen by the 2 animal-eared girls, and their thoughts quickly reached Reiner's ears. Norah, it seems the master is going to have a new woman. If possible, I still hope it can be a little less. Martina, she's like a child. Reiner wouldn't be interested in such an ordinary woman. She has to be at least Norah's age. Reiner turned around and looked at the 2 animal-eared girls. I have to say that although Martina is not particularly smart, her vision is quite unique. Reiner has always liked women with a more mature appearance. He usually has no feelings for little Lolas like Aliana. Seeing that Reiner was distracted, Aliana's pointed ears moved, and she asked in a very lively and cute way, Will you take me with you? He had little contact with the elves in this world, so he might as well start with Aliana as a starting point. First, I need to know if you've told your parents, relatives, or friends about your idea of going on an adventure. Aliana nodded heavily. Of course, I went out to gain experience only after getting permission. Reiner stared into her eyes. Sure enough, after just a few seconds, her eyes began to avoid guiltily. Go down, I don't want to mess with you elves. Aliana suddenly attacked Reiner and hugged his waist tightly with both hands. No, take me out for adventure. Reiner quickly pulled her hand away. No, are we that familiar with each other? Why did you hug each other? Nora's inner voice drifted over. Alas, if possible, I wish the master wouldn't be so charming. He always attracts women no matter where he goes. Aliana hugged her tighter. If you don't agree to me, I won't let go. Trying this. Reiner called for support. Martina. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong hand pulled Aliana away from Reiner. Martina picked up Aliana like a chicken and put her behind her. Aliana looked at the two of them with grievance, pouting her rosy cherry lips. Reiner then asked, "Why do you insist on following me?" "My sister said that the world outside is vast and interesting. I want to go out and broaden my horizons. I don't want to stay in this broken forest all the time." Aliana muttered softly. It turns out that she was a good girl who ran away from home. Reiner saw a bit of Junice in her. But Junice was purely helpless, and she preferred to play. "If I take you with me, what can you do for me?" Speaking of this, Aliana became excited. She sat behind Martina, gently waving her staff. "I can enchant your weapons and armor. It's very powerful and useful." Reiner's eyes lit up, and he immediately became interested. "Can you give me a brief demonstration?" "Sure." Aliana reached out to touch the great sword on Martina's back, but she turned around and glared at her. Aliana immediately retracted her hand like a child who had done something wrong. Martina had said before that she didn't like elves. Reiner said to the others, "Let's rest here for a while and continue our journey in the afternoon." Then he dismounted and placed Aliana on the ground. As they sat together eating, Reiner handed Martina the great sword and said, "Let me see what you can do." Seeing Martina looking towards them, Reiner added, "Be careful later. This sword is her lifeblood. If you accidentally break it, she'll be absolutely furious." Aliana nodded. She dragged Martina's sword with great effort and placed it on the snow. Then she suddenly clasped her hands together and slowly closed her eyes. Soon, a melodious song came out of her mouth, but the great sword in the snow did not change. Junice came over and asked in a low voice, "Is she singing?" Reiner nodded. "I don't know either. This should be some kind of ritual to enchant equipment." Dozens of seconds later, under the refraction of sunlight, the smooth sword body actually emitted a holy light. When fighting against the necromancer in the ruins, Reiner had also seen a similar light on the knight's armor. But the light emitted by the weapons enchanted by Aliana was obviously more dazzling. Aliana's eyes sparkled, and she said confidently, "Okay, go ahead and try it." Reiner picked up the sword and swung it hard at the air around him. Seeing that the weight didn't seem to change, he looked closely at the blade and finally made a discovery. Because Martina always used this two-handed sword intensively, there were several noticeable notches on the sharp blade. However, after being enchanted by Aliana, the notches actually became slightly smoother. "You can only help us repair our equipment?" Reiner asked with a raised eyebrow. This enchantment was not what he had imagined. Aliana put her hands on her hips and said seriously, "You can try to use magic on it and see what happens." Reiner turned around and shouted, "Martina, be the target." Martina immediately ran over, took her sword, and began to swing it. "Just hold it still while I try to hit the sword with water ball." "No." Reiner raised his staff and shot a water ball. The water ball that should have hit the center of the target was deflected by an invisible force and hit a pine tree nearby. Reiner had seen this effect on goblin priests and necromancers. Every time an attack was deflected, a domino on the goblin priest's body would shatter, but the necromancer was too far away to see if there were any triggering conditions. "If you enchant armor, will the wearer be immune to damage caused by magic?" Reiner's eyes lit up. He saw the value of Aliana. A warrior like Martina, although protected by armor and not easily vulnerable to physical damage, can easily be threatened by the magical attacks of monsters. When she was escaping, the necromancer burned half of Martina's body. Reiner changed his mind. "How long can this effect last? How many times I can withstand magic attacks depends on the duration of my enchantment. If there are no magic attacks, the enchantment will gradually dissipate within 15 days. Aliana's pointed ears twitched, and she said with some pride, "With me, you can enjoy free equipment enchantment service. How about it? Are you moved?" Chapter 81 Elf Loli's Mother. Reiner looked at Martina holding the great sword lovingly, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "Ms. Aliana, you are hired." "Hire?" A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. Reiner translated, "It means I'm willing to travel with you, but in exchange, you have to enchant our equipment in your free time." Aliana smiled broadly while hugging her staff. "I know." Reiner looked up at the surrounding pine trees. "But you have to let your parents know about this. I don't want to cause any unnecessary trouble." Aliana pouted again. "I'm not a child. I don't want to be mistaken for a child trafficker." Although Aliana was reluctant, seeing Reiner's firm attitude, she clasped her hands together and closed her eyes. After a while, Norah's cat ears stood up and she said, "Master, something is coming." Just as he finished speaking, a cold wind blew and a white figure appeared in the middle of the snow. Another elf. She was wearing a thick white robe, and her hair was the same light blue as Aliana's. Her deep eyes seemed to have the power to see through people's hearts. She looks like a young girl, and her exact age is hard to guess. Aliana ran towards her, threw herself into her arms, and started to act coquettishly. Mom, I want to go on an adventure with them. She turned around and introduced Reiner proudly. Reiner, this is my mother Serena, the best stargazer here. Reiner didn't understand what she meant, but seeing that Selena was also holding a staff in her hand, he guessed that the stargazer might be a magician or something like that among the elves. As soon as Aliana finished speaking, Serena spoke up and reintroduced herself. Hello, my name is Serena. Hello too, my name is Reiner. Serena doesn't seem like the two elves we met yesterday. She seems quite polite. Selena remained silent and looked down at Aliana in her arms. It's a good thing to see the outside world and gain more knowledge, but I hope you will wait a little longer. No, there are not many humans in this world who can speak Elvish. If you miss this opportunity, who knows how long you will have to wait. Aliana raised her head and said seriously. She looked so happy, like a primary school student going on a spring outing. After a long silence, Serena slowly said, You can learn the human language before going on an adventure. Aliana shook her head vigorously. I can't wait. I want to go out for a walk now. Selena fell into deep thought again and looked at Reiner again. Mr. Reiner, would it be convenient for you to take her with you on the trip? I can pay you the corresponding compensation. Reiner folded his arms, grinning from ear to ear. That's very convenient. As for the reward, I can ask her to help enchant my equipment in lieu. Selena nodded slightly. Then I'll leave Aliana to you during this time. After saying that, she turned and walked into the forest, and her figure disappeared as the wind blew. Honestly, Reiner really wants to learn this high-class way of entering and exiting the stage. Aliana looked up at Reiner and said with a smile, That's all. Take me away. Reiner nodded. Now that the obstacles have been cleared, there is no reason to reject her. More people just mean more mouths to feed. By the way, you just said your mother is the best stargazer. What is a stargazer? After a moment's thought, Aliana replied, They are warriors who are very skilled in using various kinds of magic. Not only can they enchant equipment like me, but they can also cast terrifying long-range attack spells. Are there any other professions? Yes, my father is a blade walker. He is a nimble and strong warrior. Before I was born, he single-handedly slew a dragon that threatened the forest. Anything else? And the Whisperers. They are very patient. Their weapons are bows and daggers. They are very good at reconnaissance and surprise attacks. Some races can even become invisible during the day or at night. Reiner thought about it and thought that among the two elves he saw yesterday, the one with green hair and a bow should be the Whisperer. Only 3. Aliana nodded. Roughly these 3. If you saw me accidentally stepping on flowers and grass to death, would you cause trouble for me? Aliana scratched her face awkwardly. I've heard about your story. Some of the more conservative tribesmen are like that, and they'll find strange reasons to cause trouble for you. But young people under 500 years old are usually more open-minded and won't force humans to protect plants. Then I'm relieved. Reiner took her to sit by the campfire, then took out a piece of black bread and handed it to her. We usually eat this. Aliana stared down at the black bread in her hand, then squeezed it hard. Seeing that it was as hard as a rock, she looked up at Reiner and asked, Can this be eaten? Her eyes were fixed on Martina, who was eating voraciously, and she followed her example, taking a bite from the edge of the black bread. However, her bite force was too weak, and after struggling for a long time, only a row of neat teeth marks were left. Aliana held up the black bread and waved it back and forth in front of Reiner. Is this really edible? If you can't bite it, cut it thinner. Reiner used a dagger to help her cut the black bread into thin slices before handing it to her. Aliana only took a bite and frowned. It's sour and salty. It's not tasty. As soon as she finished speaking, the black bread in her hand suddenly disappeared and appeared in Martina's mouth. Although they did not speak the same language, Martina seemed to notice that Aliana did not like eating black bread, so she did her a small favor. Reiner asked in confusion, What do you elves usually eat? Aliana answered without hesitation, wild fruits, mushrooms, nuts, and grilled fish. Compared to most people in this world, the food I eat is quite refined. After all, poor peasants only ate wheat paste or stewed beans to fill their stomachs, and they might not even be able to eat black bread. Reiner took out a piece of white bread, sliced it, and handed it to Aliana. Try this. She took a bite and nodded. This is delicious. It's also hard, but it tastes better than the black one. This guy has a pretty good mouth. Reiner continued slicing and feeding it to Aliana. Of course, the price difference between the two kinds of bread is 10 times. This small piece can buy 20 pieces of brown bread. Aliana shrugged and continued to eat small bites of white bread. While she ate, Reiner began to collect the equipment from Martina and Norah. When she finished eating, a small hill of equipment appeared in front of her. Reiner raised an eyebrow at Ariana and hinted wildly. No need to say more. You know. Chapter 82 Arrival in a New City. The group had been walking in the forest for 5 days and would soon be able to leave the forest and arrive at Canon, a border town in Barnet. Reiner turned around and asked Junice, "What if your brother comes looking for you?" "If he really comes looking for me, I won't be able to do anything. I can't hide from him forever. Let's see if we can talk. I might need you to do me a small favor then." "I help. How can I help?" Reiner asked doubtfully. At the critical moment, Junice kept it a secret. "You'll know when the time comes." Just then, an extremely cute purring sound came from behind her. Aliana was hugging Junice's waist tightly, and a hint of anxiety flashed across her face. According to her, this was her first time leaving the forest. Reiner couldn't help but teased. "You might as well go home now, so you don't have to cry later." Aliana stretched out her staff and hit Reiner's butt hard, puffing her cheeks and saying, I'm not a child anymore. I won't cry." As they continued on their journey, the trees around them gradually became sparser. Occasionally, they would meet hunters hunting nearby, and they didn't seem surprised by the arrival of outsiders. The view suddenly became clear, and the few of them completely left the forest. The next thing that came into view was a low city wall built of rubble. The road leading into the city was covered with snow on both sides, and the road surface was not paved with gravel. Most of the residents here seemed to be wearing rough and thick animal skins, simple shoes woven from straw ropes, and many jewelry made of animal bones hanging on their bodies. As a city on the border of the kingdom, this place seems to be even more backward than Merode. In comparison, it looks like a primitive tribe. It seemed that Junice hadn't expected this place to be so backward. She squinted her eyes while holding her staff. Barnet is the third most powerful kingdom on this continent. Did we come to the wrong place? Reiner unfolded the map, found a few reference points for comparison, and smiled with relief. I guess I found the right place. Perhaps the prosperity of the cities in this kingdom is quite different. The rich areas are very rich, and the poor areas are very poor. Junice scratched her cheek. I hope so. Aliana, who was sitting behind her, was very excited. She opened her eyes wide and exclaimed, "Is this the outside world? How interesting." She struggled to get off the horse, then trotted to the front of the team holding her staff, her eyes full of desire for new things. Reiner turned to look at Norah and Martina. "We might have to live here for a while. Do you like it?" Norah shrugged. "Wherever the master is, I like it." Martina was about to speak when she was choked back by her words. In the end, she could only curse angrily. "Sly Norah, you have won all my favor." When the two looked at each other, Reiner could faintly smell the smell of gunpowder. Just as the two were about to continue arguing, Reiner decisively rode his horse and stuck himself between them. "Okay, stop arguing. We've come such a long way. Let's find a place to rest." The two beast-eared girls said in unison, "Okay." But soon the voice in my heart came back. "Martina, today it's Norah's turn. She's so lucky. All the good things happened to her. Norah, I really hope I can find a place to live soon. I haven't taken a shower in several days. I need to clean myself up." Listening to their thoughts, Reiner's mouth curled up slightly. "It seems that I have to find a place to live as soon as possible." He grabbed Aliana with both hands and put her behind him. "Let's go into the city and take a look." Reiner brought a few people into Canon. Since it was winter, there were almost no people on the streets. Reiner wandered around the city for a while before he found a place that looked like a tavern. There were many bearded diners sitting around the table eating stew, and there was a faint smell of alcohol around. After the group walked into the tavern, their eyes naturally fell on the women behind Reiner. Aliana felt uncomfortable being stared at, so she put on her hood, lowered her head, and followed Reiner closely. "Reiner, what is this place?" "I hate this place," she muttered under her breath. Taverns are places for gathering intelligence. If you arrive in an unfamiliar town, the first thing you should do is go to a tavern to inquire about information about the area. Tavern owners are well-informed and have many connections. I want to rent a spacious house to rest for a while, and I may live here temporarily for a while. Aliana nodded. It feels quite interesting. Reiner caught a glimpse of some unusual travelers gathered in the corner of the tavern. Seeing the middle-aged man sitting at the counter and the densely packed notice boards, Reiner roughly understood. He turned back to Junice and said, "That looks like the local adventurers guild." After observing for a while, Junice nodded and said, "Indeed. Reiner, you go ahead and ask. I'll go over and take a look." Reiner struck up a conversation with the tavern owner and found out about a 2-story cottage on the edge of town with 5 small bedrooms, which was exactly what they needed. Reiner's family of 4 only needs 2 bedrooms, while Junice and Ariana can each have one, leaving a small room next to the backyard that can be converted into a bathroom. The purchasing power of Barnet gold coins seems to be pretty good. It only costs 1 gold coin to rent such a big house for a year. Can I rent it for half a year first? Reiner wasn't sure how long he would stay here. All right, half a gold coin then. Reiner pulled out his purse and handed over a gold coin. Can I use another country's currency? The tavern owner picked up the gold coin and looked at it. Dias gold coin. The purity of the gold inside is shockingly low. We don't accept it. You can go to the guild next door and exchange it with the old bald man. He is a currency merchant. Oh, I also have Barnet gold coins. You can just change the rest of the money into silver coins for me. Reiner handed over the gold coin with the ancient tree printed on it. No need to go through so much trouble. The tavern owner took the gold coin away, then used a small guillotine beside him to cut it in half, and handed the other half of the gold coin to Reiner. No, buddy. You're from outside the country, right? Don't be surprised. It's the same here. Gold and silver coins can be cut up at random, but only copper coins are intact. Reiner breathed a sigh of relief and just followed the local customs. The tavern owner turned around and searched among the junk, then handed over a bunch of rusty iron keys. I'll have the handyman take you there later. Just then Junice came over. She was holding a purse in her hand and looked in a good mood. Chapter 83. Settling down here. The group arrived at the house rented by the tavern owner. It was a mess in here, filled with all sorts of junk, and it looked like no one had lived there for quite some time. The beast-eared girls were cleaning up the clutter in the house. Reiner helped while listening to Junice's explanation. I've heard of this method of dividing money before. Some small vendors don't know how to convert the exchange rates of various currencies, so they just do it this way. Gradually, this method became popular in Barnet. However, each gold coin can only be cut into 8 pieces at most. If it is any thinner, it cannot be circulated on the market and must be recast into a single piece by a blacksmith before it can be used again. Junice shook her purse, which was filled with broken gold and silver coins that had been cut many times. Reiner sighed. He still prefers intact gold and silver coins. Would you like to room with us? What do you mean by roommate? This house is very spacious. Even after it's fully furnished, there's still a room available. So why don't you stay with us? You only have to pay a small amount. Junice put her hands on her hips, a cute smirk on her face. How much? I've rented it for half a year, and they only charge me half a gold coin. So how about you pay a quarter? Deal. Junice agreed readily, taking out a small gold coin from her purse and handing it to Reiner. But I have a request. I want to choose my own room. Okay. Junice looked around, her eyes landing on Reiner again. Where's your room? Go up to the 2nd floor, the first room on the left. Junice said without hesitation. Then I'll live in the room on the 1st floor on the right-hand side of the door. Reiner was curious if there was any particular reason for the room's location, so he couldn't help but ask, is there any reason? Of course, think about it. You and Norah live together. If I were next to your room, wouldn't I hear everything? It wouldn't be very convenient. Junice suddenly raised her eyebrows, as if she was trying to hold back her laughter. She rarely showed such a nonsensical expression, which made Reiner feel a little embarrassed. Norah is fine. Martina, that's like killing a pig. I must find a way to shut her up from now on. That's settled then. I'm going to clean up the room. There's not even a bed. At this moment, Aliana reached out her little hand and gently tugged at Reiner's clothes. She whispered, then where do I live? It's all right, you choose. Aliana blinked and walked straight into the kitchen. Maybe it's because of different customs. Anyway, in my hometown, people usually don't live in the kitchen. Reiner let her out. Let's choose another room. This time, Aliana went into the kitchen and said, then I'll live here. Okay, then you clean up yourself. If it's still early later, I'll get a bed. Reiner dusted off his hands. Watching her struggling to push the debris out, Reiner suddenly felt a little sorry for her for some reason. It makes it seem like he is the stepfather who abuses his daughter. Forget it, let me help you. Reiner quickly pushed the clutter in her room to the living room on the 1st floor, and then helped her sweep the dust in the room. Aliana stood aside obediently, holding her staff. After cleaning, she timidly said thank you. Reiner looked Aliana up and down and asked curiously, how old are you this year? You are so small. 18. Reiner narrowed his eyes slightly and tried to identify her. Appraisal completed. Current companion quality is unknown. Name, unknown. Age, unknown. Gender, unknown. Race. Looking at the series of unknowns, Reiner sighed. As expected, the system's attribute identification is completely useless for species other than subhumans. He had previously tried to identify Junice and had obtained similar results. It seems that in this life, his ability to identify attributes can only be used on subhumans. Is the world outside different from what you imagined? It's a little different. Aliana nodded heavily, and her voice changed slightly. Reiner immediately leaned forward and asked, "Crying? Really crying?" "I didn't." Aliana opened her eyes wide and tried to prove it to Reiner. "It's okay, cry if you want to. I'll just laugh at you. I used to cry a lot when I was a kid too." Reiner patted her shoulder and then walked out of the room. He planned to go upstairs to see how Norah had tidied the room. As soon as I entered the room, I saw her fiddling with a pile of broken wood boards, as if she was trying to make a bed with the garbage. "Don't bother. Let's go to the market and see if there's a wooden bed to buy. If that doesn't work, I'll use rock magic to make a stone bed." Now it was not difficult for Reiner to make something square out of rocks. Norah thought for a moment and said, "Then let's use the stone bed. It's better not to waste money. The owner seems to be a bit strapped for cash lately. It's better to be frugal and just make do with a sleeping area." She is absolutely right. After giving Junai some money and buying 3 more horses, he really didn't have much money left. Now the person has been delivered, but this damn system is still not giving out rewards. Reiner reached out and rubbed her cat ears, squinting his eyes and said, "You might get rheumatism if you sleep on a stone bed for too long." Mo blinked, her eyes becoming more puzzled. What? "It's okay, master. Just put 2 more quilts on. Then just make do with this for now. You can change the bed when you have money." "Well, I'll go pack my luggage first. Master, you can take a rest." Norah ran out of the room. Okay. At this moment, the system that had been pretending to be dead finally moved. Mission: escort Junai to City Canon. Current status: completed. Rewards have been issued. A gold coin suddenly appeared in Reiner's hand. He casually put it into his purse. Mission update: assist local residents and repel an attack by an orc tribe. Mission reward: 20 Barnet gold coins. I got the job so soon, and it turns out that the next tasks are all centered around this area. I guess I won't be returning to Mello for a while. Just then, the door was opened a little. Martina stuck half of her head out to peek at Reiner. "Is the room ready?" Martina shook her head. She slowly walked to Reiner's side and called out delicately, "Dear." This sound made Reiner's bones go soft. "I know what you're going to say, but you should take a shower first no matter what." Reiner moved to the side. He couldn't be tempted so easily in broad daylight. "Norah is washing. I won't have a chance until she's done." Reiner waved his hand. "Then tomorrow." Martina's face fell. She pouted and then threatened. "Then you're done for tomorrow night." Chapter 84. Let Norah hunt wolves alone. "Master, it's so cold." Early in the morning, Norah acted coquettishly in Reiner's arms and was reluctant to get out of bed for a long time. Looking at the heavy snow outside the window, Reiner hugged her tighter. "Then sleep a little longer and get up when the snow stops." It is clear that Canon is less than 300 kilometers away from Melot, but the temperature seems to be much lower than that of Melot. Mo shook her head and muttered, "I'd better get up. Don't I have to go out and make money today? I can't let you hold me back." "Why are you the same as Martina? Our goal is to make money while enjoying life. If we put the cart before the horse, life will be tiring." Reiner kissed her. Norah opened her demonic eyes and stared at Reiner. "Master, why are you so kind to me? I really don't understand. You've got something valuable from me, so you shouldn't be so kind to me anymore. It's simple. I like cute cat girls." Norah muttered softly. "Cunning master." Seeing her cheeks gradually turn red, Reiner couldn't help but kiss her. "Do you want to warm yourself up?" Norah lowered her voice and asked, "How is it warm?" An hour later, Norah came downstairs with a red face. Junai, who had finished breakfast and was studying the water magic book, looked up at Reiner and asked, "Are you up so late?" "It was a bit urgent just now." Junai narrowed her eyes and smiled meaningfully. "Hey." Reiner walked to the dining table and found Aliana eating a bowl of black paste with her head down, her face still red. This is the finished product after the black bread is boiled. Daisy had made a breakfast like this once before, but the taste was really bad, and Reiner finally stopped her. Daisy said seriously, "Reiner, this elf just spoke to me, but I couldn't understand what she was saying. Seeing that she couldn't bite the black bread, I made it into a paste for her. Take this bowl away, and give her white bread from now on." "Yes." Daisy took the bowl away and brought over the white bread on the wooden plate. Aliana looked up at Reiner and pouted in grievance. "It's my fault for not informing them in advance. I won't do it again. It's so troublesome not being able to communicate with others. They don't understand Elvish." Aliana held the white bread in her hands and chewed it with some difficulty. "How about you teach me the demi-human language? I suggest you learn some human languages. After all, don't you like to go on adventures? Rosno, Diest, and Barnet are the 3 languages you should prioritize. These 3 human countries are all quite close to your forest. Which one do you use?" "Junai and I usually communicate in Diest, but I recommend you learn Barnet now that I'm away from Diest for the time being. Then I'll listen to you. I'll come to your room to study every night from now on. Night. Reiner quickly shook his head. I'm usually busy at night. I'll teach you when I have some free time. At night? Aren't you in your room? I'm just studying before you go to bed. Reiner's sweat dropped. He really couldn't explain it in detail to such an innocent little girl, so he could only casually answer. You'll understand when you grow up. I'll teach you when I have time. Although Aliana was confused, she nodded honestly. After breakfast, Reiner took everyone to the local adventurers guild. Junai stood in front of the sign and looked at it for a while, then turned back to Reiner and said, It seems like there aren't many adventurers in this city accepting commissions. I saw these quests yesterday, and they're still here today. In winter, no one wants to go out. There are few people on the streets, so it's normal that no one accepts commissions. He looked back at Norah and found that she was rubbing her hands and breathing out, so he took the initiative to use Fireball to warm her hands. Martina came over and said, I want one too. She was tall and wrapped tightly in a cotton coat, looking unafraid of the cold, but it was obvious that she was deliberately trying to show her weakness. But she is your wife after all, so you should spoil her. Then you guys bake together, I'll continue to look at the tasks. After searching for a long time, I finally accepted a commission to go to the village north of the city to clear out a wolf pack. The commission reward was 5 Barnet silver coins. Although the money was not much, Reiner still accepted the commission based on the principle that even the smallest fly is still meat. After arriving at the commission location, they tied their horses in the village first, and then entered the grove next to the forest to look for traces of wolves. Can you smell it? Reiner touched Norah's cat ears. The snow will cover the smell, but I can try. Norah sniffed hard, and then led the way. Soon, several people entered the grove. Aliana gently tugged at Reiner's arm. Reiner, where are we going? There have been a lot of wild wolves that have killed many people recently. We need to come here to clean up the wolf pack. Do you want to kill them? What else? Reiner was slightly stunned, then narrowed his eyes. I can chase them away. I heard that Samels like small animals very much. Maybe she likes small animals too. You don't like wolves, do you? Aliana shook her head decisively. I don't like it. Wolves are very cunning and greedy creatures. In comparison, I prefer deer or horses. I just wanted to say I might be able to help. What do you mean? I can ask the elves to help me find the wolf pack. After saying that, she closed her eyes, as if praying to something. Noila urged. Master, if you don't go over now, the scent you finally tracked down will be gone. Reiner patted Ariana's shoulder and said, Next time, let Norah perform first this time. All right. Several people continued to move deeper into the woods. In front of a bush, Noila suddenly stopped, turned around, and said to the others, Wait, just let me go by myself. How many? It smells like there are more than a dozen of them. Don't worry, I can handle them alone. Norah took out the mithril dagger from her waist. Then go ahead. Be careful and call us if you get into danger. Norah has the magic eye, and with the help of her invisibility ability, it is easy for her to kill several people silently. The wolves were no match for her. Norah nodded and then disappeared into the bushes. Martina asked doubtfully, Let Norah go alone? What if she gets into danger? Then Daisy's inner voice came over. Does he no longer love Norah? Reiner hurriedly comforted him. Don't worry, Norah is more powerful than you think. I promise she will be back soon. Chapter 85 Orcs Will Never Be Slaves. The group was on a path in the forest. Norah is so amazing. No matter how agile she is, she can't kill so many wolves at once, right? They should run away. Martina exclaimed as she looked at the wolf corpses on the ground. Norah wiped the blood off the blade and smiled without saying anything. Daisy checked her body carefully, and after making sure she was not injured, she hugged Norah tightly. Reiner squatted on the ground and skinned the wolf skillfully. As the temperature began to drop, people's demand for fur increased. A dozen complete wolf skins plus the mission reward would probably be worth about 10 silver coins in total. While he was skinning the wolf, Aliana hid nearby, holding her staff. She seemed afraid to look at this somewhat cruel scene. It doesn't really matter, as long as she can enchant the weapon obediently. At this moment, along with a gust of cold wind, Norah's inner voice also floated over. Something seems to be coming. Reiner looked back at her. Norah closed her eyes and sniffed the surroundings carefully. She suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Reiner, then jogged over and took Reiner's hand. Master, follow me. You guys stay here, I'll be back soon. The two of them crawled into the bushes and became invisible. After squatting there for a while, the grass not far away soon began to shake slightly. 2 tall men covered in fur emerged from it. At first Reiner thought they were hunters, but when he looked closely he found that their skin color was green and they had boar-like fangs on both sides of their mouths. There's no doubt about it. This is definitely an orc. The system just assigned the task, and I was worrying about where to find them, but they ended up coming here on their own. Reiner held Norah's arm tightly, signaling her to wait a little longer. Because Norah was leading people in hiding, it was difficult for both of them to see each other clearly, and sometimes they were too close to talk. To facilitate the exchange of ideas, Reiner came up with a few instructions. When her condition is unclear, but she can relax, pat her arm. When danger strikes, hold her arm. When he was about to strike, he poked her arm 3 times in a row. 2 orcs passed by them, completely unaware of the danger lurking around them. They were still talking in Orcish. Buck, are you sure there are wolves here? This is human territory. It's not time to attack yet. We should stay away. Idiot. By the time we arrived, the wolves would have been scared away. You are such a coward. I'm afraid of exposing our whereabouts. If humans discover us early and set a trap, we'll be in trouble. Stop. There's someone ahead. The 2 orcs squatted in front of Reiner and observed. They looked furtively towards the forest path. There are 4 humans. No, 1 human, 2 demi-humans, and 1 elf. The orc buck looked extremely excited. He opened his eyes wide, trying to observe more carefully. Another slightly thinner orc asked in confusion, Where are the elves? Did you see that little girl? She is the elf. I remember the smell of elves. Orc buck narrowed his eyes. Then let's go back. Elves are not easy to deal with. Another orc began to back down. Buck glared at him and cursed him viciously. Useless coward, go back and drink your mother's milk. The priest said that even elves have places they can't see. How can you be scared like this by just an elf? Look at those delicate and tender women. They make me drool. Buck licked his lips, looking particularly greedy. Another orc advised, Don't say that. I'm just worried. What are you going to do next? I'll listen to you. Once we get close, throw the rope out and catch 2 first, then we can kill 1 each. Let me deal with the tall woman in armor, and you deal with the other dwarfs. If you dare to let humans escape and cause the war to be delayed, I will let my father kill you. Okay, I'm ready. Seeing that there were no other orcs following behind, Reiner gently poked Norah 3 times, and then suddenly appeared behind them. Norah stabbed one of the orcs in the throat, and it fell to the ground, struggling. Buck! Before it could come to its senses, Reiner smashed the last orc's knee with his staff. He staggered to the ground and looked at Reiner in horror. Despicable and cunning human. I must. Tell me the truth. When are you going to attack the town? I'll spare your life. Reiner condensed a wind blade at the top of his staff. The orc was stunned. He stared at Reiner blankly. Humans can actually speak our language? Then, the cowardice in his eyes disappeared in an instant, and he reached for the hatchet at his waist. Call out. Reiner instantly cut off his right arm with a wind blade. The orc fell to the ground, wailing in pain, and reached for his waist with his only remaining left arm. Reiner was not ambiguous and removed another of his hands. Kill me, I won't say a word. Reiner looked at him coldly. You are such a tough guy. I admire you. If you were a bandit, you would have spoken up long ago. I just overheard their conversation and thought this guy would be a coward, but I didn't expect him to be so stubborn. Reiner noticed that the orc seemed to be secretly glancing at the stones on the ground, and realized that he might want to commit suicide, so he removed his 2 legs without hesitation. They planned to hand him over to the local soldiers for interrogation. Come here quickly. Martina took the lead and ran over carrying a dozen bloody wolf skins. Seeing the orc who had turned into a human stick and was still cursing, she was startled at first, then kicked him twice. Big green monster. This isn't a green monster, it's an orc. They're smarter and stronger than goblins, so they should be pretty tough to deal with. Junice also squeezed through the bushes and came in. Her eyes widened. Orc, have you seen it? No. I heard they live in the extremely cold land at the northernmost part of the continent. How come they are here now? I don't know. Let's stop the bleeding first, then take it back and let the soldiers here interrogate it. I just heard them say that they seem to be planning to attack Canon soon. Junice's eyes widened in surprise. Reiner, you can understand orc language. Didn't I tell you before? Reiner poked the breath of the red dragon into the snow pile, trying to remove the blood stains on it. I thought you were bragging. Junice suddenly shook her head vigorously. Forget it. Since you can speak Elvish, it's normal for you to know Orcish. Let's send him back to the city first. I will definitely study you carefully when I have time. Chapter 86 Repelling the Orc Attack. Orcs. They actually caught orcs. A living orc. Kill that beast. Reiner dragged the orc's body with a rope and brought him back to the city. His actions attracted a lot of attention on the road. Reiner dragged the orc in front of a soldier. Leave it to you. They're planning to attack this city. Interrogate them quickly, lest we miss the opportunity and cause immeasurable damage. The soldier carrying the long-handled axe took the rope and nodded gently. Thank you very much. May I ask your name? Reiner. Adventurers traveling to this city. I usually go to the tavern when I have nothing to do. If there are any rewards, you can pass them on to me through the tavern owner. The soldier nodded woodenly. Having made some money today, Reiner planned to go to the Adventurers Guild to exchange it, and then stop by the tavern to see if there was anything delicious to eat. I'm going to buy some to reward Norah. She really did a great job today. Reiner couldn't help but kiss Norah on the cheek. At this moment, Aliana reached out and tugged at Reiner's sleeve, saying seriously, Reiner, did they just say they were planning to attack the town? Yes, what's wrong? Then we must be on high alert. If the orcs discover that their companions are missing, they may launch an attack in advance. Real. In the past few years, the orcs have been constantly invading us and attacked us several times. In the end, they suffered heavy losses and dared not provoke us again, so I know. As soon as Aliana finished speaking, Norah pricked up her ears. When several people heard the exciting trumpet sound, they all raised their heads at the same time. All I saw were flaming rocks falling from the sky towards the town. Aliana raised her staff high, and a deep blue defensive barrier quickly unfolded along with a complex magic circle. Huge rocks fell into the town again and again, and the ground was shaking continuously. The city wall made of rubble was completely vulnerable, and a large gap was created in just a few hits. Suddenly there were screams all around. Aliana's defensive barrier was hit by a huge rock. The burning stone turned into dust the moment it passed through the magic circle and hit several people in the face. Her barrier flickered a few times, but did not disappear. Aliana gritted her teeth and persisted. Fortunately, the rain of stones has stopped. Aliana gasped and said, Reiner, the orcs are starting to charge. Let's run. Reiner looked at the gap in the city wall. Several orcs had already rushed in. They roared savagely and then rushed towards the crowded area. The next moment, a thick earth wall quickly rose from the ground and quickly blocked the gap. Reiner took action. But some short dwarf orcs riding black wolves still jumped onto the city wall. They were armed with spears, moving in groups and quickly knocking over the soldiers on the rubble wall. Daisy, you and Aliana, find a safe place to hide and try not to get involved in the battle. Yes. Wait. I can help. Before Aliana could finish her words, she was dragged away by Daisy. Martina, you can chop as much as you want, but be careful not to get too far away from us. Okay. She put on the helmet and ran out. Soon she set her sights on a tall and strong orc. I thought there would be a fair fight between them, but Martina just fainted and killed the orc warrior who exposed his flaw. Soon, soldiers wearing chainmail and holding long-handled axes rushed to the city wall from all directions to provide support. The situation was quickly brought under control. Junice asked Reiner, what should we do? They don't look disorganized. If that's the case, there should be a commander giving orders for this battle. Let's see if we can find and kill him. Reiner built a stone staircase and climbed up the city wall and saw several low siege vehicles coming out of the woods. Junice chanted a spell and shot a fireball at it. Although the orcs pushing the cart were set on fire by the flames, the siege vehicle remained unharmed. Looking at the water droplets in the middle of the wheel marks, Junice suddenly realized they have soaked this siege vehicle in water. It's so cold, it would be terrible if the wooden wheel got frozen. It's okay. Just keep an eye on the orcs and don't let them push their carts close. Norah suddenly tugged at Reiner's shoulder and pointed to several tall flags standing deep in the forest. The horn sounded, and the orc flag swayed gently. If things go as expected, that should be where their leader is. Just as he was about to use the fireball technique to satisfy his desire, Junice beside him screamed. Her right arm was pierced by an arrow. Reiner quickly forced her to squat down, then hid behind the city wall and quietly built up the fireball technique. Bang! The city gate was being rammed by siege vehicles, and the rubble wall under their feet was shaking, with stones constantly rolling down. Reiner didn't care about the elves from the Plant Protection Association. He suddenly raised his head and shot a fireball bigger than half his body towards where the flag was flying. As the fireball in sight became smaller and smaller, a violent explosion occurred in the forest a few seconds later. His shot was a little off target, but the vortex of flames that shot up high burned the pile of flags to pieces in just 5 seconds. Reiner squatted behind the city wall and stuck half of his head out to peek. It was the first time that he intuitively felt the power of his current full-strength attack. It was really powerful. The range was at least 200 meters, and almost the entire forest turned into a sea of fire. If those two elves knew about this, he would definitely be in trouble again. Just then, the dull horn sounded again. Unlike the previous excitement, this time it seems a little sluggish. Reiner noticed that the orc soldiers began to flee, so he threw away the axe in his hand and went back into the forest in shame. And the flames of the forest were extinguished at this moment. It was as if a layer of dew fell from the sky, which put out the fire completely. Reiner noticed that the surrounded orc soldiers cut their throats with axes without hesitation. That decisive look seemed as if there was no fear. The soldiers erupted in a roar of excitement and began hugging each other in celebration. Martina returned to the group. There was a lot of orc blood on her armor. These orcs are quite clever. Reiner couldn't help but praise them. Martina raised her head, a hint of pride in her tone. They are so weak, it's effortless to chop them with a big sword. Reiner looked around and found many bodies of soldiers defending the city lying on the ground. She's simply too strong. It took several human soldiers to surround and kill one orc warrior, but Martina went over and chopped them to death without blinking an eye. At this moment, Junie fell towards Reiner without any warning. Her face was frighteningly pale. Chapter 87 The Lord of Canon. She should be okay, right? Reiner sat on the ground holding Junie and looked at her pale face with a little worry. The local female doctor from Canon smeared emerald green herbs on Junie's injured arm and continued. The orcs will poison the arrows. If you don't take care of it, it will soon take effect. But if you apply the herbs and rest for a few days, it will heal quickly. Orcs have been attacking our town for the past few years, and I have plenty of experience treating these kinds of injuries. The doctor picked up the wooden box and walked aside to start bandaging the wounds of other soldiers. Seeing this, Reiner also joined the healing team. His hydrotherapy was more efficient than the female doctor's, prompting the female doctor to praise him repeatedly. You are so fast. You can heal the soldier so quickly, without even needing to suture him. Is there no magician in this city? The doctor shook his head and continued to bandage the soldier's wound. A magician? We don't have many magicians in this small place. Daisy and Aliana were also found. No one knew where they had hidden themselves, and they were covered in dust. Aliana sat down next to Junie and then leaned over her. Are you okay? Reiner asked as he walked over to her. It's okay. I just used up a lot of my magic power. If I don't wake up at night, don't forget to ask Aunt Daisy to feed me. Aliana curled up into a ball and slowly closed her eyes. Martina, you and Daisy should take them back. It's too cold outside. Okay. Martina carried one in each hand and walked towards home, while Daisy followed from a distance behind. Just as Reiner was about to continue treating the soldiers' injuries, a group of half-armored cavalrymen carrying huge axes walked towards the city gate from the street in the center of the city. There was blood on their bodies, and it was obvious that they had been in battle. Leading the group was a large man wearing a bearskin coat and a red beard. On his head was an iron helmet that looked different from the other soldiers. He and Reiner's eyes met. Reiner took the initiative to lower his head and called out, Sir. This was probably some Bandit noble. The rough man asked, Wizard, were you responsible for the explosion over there just now? Although Reiner wanted to correct him, he held back his words. Yes, I saw a flag flying over there, so I shot a fireball at it. That's truly astonishingly powerful. I think you must have killed the orc chieftain or priest, otherwise they wouldn't be in such a hurry to retreat. Reiner felt that was unlikely. These two units are at least small bosses. How could they be killed so easily? Maybe. The rough man looked him up and down, then asked, You must be a foreigner, right? Well, I'm an adventurer who's traveling around. May I have your name? Reiner, how about you, sir? Aiden McCampbell is the owner of this city. You just helped a lot. Without you, our losses would be even greater than they are now. Aiden raised his head, and a horse-riding servant immediately handed Reiner a bag of coins. Then several people turned and left. Reiner handed the purse to Norah beside him, and then continued to treat the soldier lying on the ground. Reiner didn't finish his work until the afternoon. He finally had time to open the purse and take a look inside. Inside were Barnet gold coins, about 30 of them. Reiner's fatigue disappeared in an instant. The Lord is really rich and powerful. He put his arms around the waists of the two beast-eared girls and said, Come on, let's go to the tavern and see if there's anything delicious to eat. Let's improve our food today. Martina said boldly, Dear, I want to eat white bread and you in the evening. Although the white bread sold here in Canon is not as delicious as the white bread sold in Mellet, it is larger in size and made with more substantial ingredients. Martina likes it very much. Reiner poked Norah's kidney. What about you? What do you want to eat? She has always been like this. Even if she wants something, she won't ask unless Reiner asks her in person. Noila Mo whispered, I like anything as long as it's meat. The three of them finished buying food and returned home carrying a bunch of bags. Daisy, who was cleaning, quickly turned around to greet them. Thank you for your hard work. Reiner handed over the item in his hand. Just then, the door to Junie's room opened. Her face was pale, and she still looked exhausted. Woke up. Junie held onto the wall and walked unsteadily. Well, but my head is still dizzy and uncomfortable. Reiner helped her up and said, I'm glad you're okay. Rest for a while. The doctor here said the arrow was poisonous. You should stay in bed for a while. Martina caught this scene, and her eyes showed some concern. Then my inner voice floated over. You still have the energy to be so fickle. Norah is really useless. Look at me today. She took off her armor, found her clothes, and went into the small compartment. Junice waved her hand. Forget it. I'll go back to my room and lie down for a while. Go ahead. After Reiner sent her away, he went upstairs. As soon as I closed the door, the system sound appeared again. Mission: assist local residents to repel an attack by an orc tribe. Mission reward: 20 Barnet gold coins. Current status: completed. Rewards have been issued. 20 gold coins appeared out of thin air on the bed, and Reiner collected them all. He felt particularly satisfied as he shook the purse gently and listened to the crisp sound coming from it. With this money, they can have a wonderful winter. Then, the system voice sounded again. Mission update: kill a Minotaur chieftain. Mission reward: a Thunder Magic book from an unknown era. Bull Hunter. Start. The Thunder Magic book has finally arrived. If he gets this book, he can be considered a magician who knows a little about every attribute. However, he felt that he was still too weak. Tomorrow, after Aliana wakes up, he will definitely find this elf to learn magic. Night falls. The door was quietly pushed open. Martina hid behind the door stealthily and peeked at Reiner. Come in and sleep. It's so cold outside. Martina chuckled and quickly went into the room. She was wearing a linen coat, and her face was red from the cold. It's so cold, and you're wearing so little. What if you get sick? It's more convenient this way. After a few awkward moments, she began to act coquettishly with Reiner. Honey, I'm really tired today. Can you rub my shoulders for me? I told you yesterday that I will not let you off easily today. It's still unclear who will let whom go. Reiner smiled slightly. No matter how strong this guy is, he will be defeated by Reiner. Martina's face fell, and she said arrogantly, You are my man, so you should be better than me. Besides, you are not much better than me. Stop talking nonsense and start the duel. Reiner blew out the candle beside the bed. Chapter 88: Pretending to be Junice's husband. Early in the morning, a room full of people sat at the dining table and had breakfast. Aliana looked at the white bread on the plate that was as big as her face. She took a few bites and then stopped. She didn't seem to have much appetite. After thinking for a moment, she said, Reiner, I want to eat that small white bread. This one doesn't taste very good. The kid has a pretty good mouth. This kind of white bread is just a little rougher and less milky, but the difference is actually not that big. After hearing this, Reiner decisively took out the jam he bought yesterday from the kitchen, scooped a spoonful with a knife, and spread it on the bread. Aliana's eyes lit up, and her mouth seemed to be watering. You have such a good thing, and you didn't take it out earlier? It smells so good. Reiner passed the jam to the others. Try it again. Aliana took a light bite, and the light in her eyes disappeared instantly. Then she said with a frown, It's different from what it smells like. It's so sour. Reiner looked at Norah and Martina, who were eating with gusto. Junice and Daisy seemed to enjoy it quite a bit too. I think I saw some honey next to the bakery yesterday. I'll buy some then, or go to the local doctor to get some sugar. Aliana nodded slightly. Thank you so much for your help. Just when they were enjoying their meal, there was a sound of horse hooves outside the door, followed by a knock on the door. Nora's ears perked up, and she raised her head and sniffed hard, then said, It's the knights from last time. They're chasing us. Junice was slightly stunned, but she quickly understood who Norah was talking about. Reiner asked, Do you want to hide? Forget it. There's no way to avoid it. You repelled the orcs' attack yesterday, and now there must be rumors about you here. If he asks around, he'll know I'm here too. Junice shook her head and ate the last bite of white bread. Okay. Reiner stood up and opened the door. It was Yul standing outside the door. The plate armor on his body was dirty and covered with mud. It was obvious that the long journey had taken its toll on him. The two attendants behind him were in stark contrast to his calmness, with a hint of anger on their faces. One of the attendants was covered in mud and his hair was clumped together. Norah said before that someone was following her, and that person must be him. Yul said slowly, Reiner, you really played us around. If I hadn't suddenly felt something was wrong, I might have really run away to South Asia. He was too slow to react. Most of the people in Melot's town had very positive opinions about him. How could there be such a big difference when Yul came in person? If you think about it carefully, you will find that something is wrong. Reiner took a half step back and said, It's cold outside. Do you want to come in and sit down? Yul walked into the house without any hesitation and went straight to Junice, who was sitting at the dining table. Their eyes met. The brother and sister who had been separated for a long time met again, but they did not show concern for each other as Reiner had imagined. Instead, they were eerily calm. Yul spoke, and he said in a very normal tone, "Come back with me." Junais shook her head without even thinking. "No, if I go back now, I'll never be able to get out again. The family needs you now. Then you can't go back." Reiner sat back at the dining table and observed the two men's expressions while eating. Junais was the same as always, but her face was expressionless. Suddenly, she glanced at Reiner. A bad premonition arose spontaneously. Junais suddenly took his arm and said to Yul, "This is my husband, Reiner. He is knowledgeable and talented. He will definitely become the most famous magician on this continent in the future." As expected. But in order to cooperate with Junais, he still went through with the trick, pretending to be very affectionate with Junais and laughing. Two voices came to Reiner almost at the same time. Norah. As expected, she is the master's woman, but she is different from other humans, so it is still acceptable. Martina. What? You've got one so soon? I don't want another one. I don't want to wait 3 days for my turn. Reiner planned to explain to them later. This was just a play Junais improvised. The corner of Yuer's mouth twitched slightly, and he said coldly, "You are starting to learn to lie." Junais said seriously, "You know, I never tell lies or deceive people." Just then, Junais suddenly kissed him. In just a moment, she shrank her body back. Click. Martina lost her grip, and the white bread in her hand fell onto the plate. Kiss. Kiss. This woman is no good. She suddenly kissed me in front of so many people. This time Yul's eyes widened. This kind of thing is not something you can joke about. Junais had almost finished the show, and Reiner couldn't help but want to cooperate. So he said, "We don't talk about things like this casually. We love each other very much." Junais nodded. Yul closed his eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. After a while, he said, "Let's talk somewhere else." Junais shook her head. "It doesn't matter where we go. Unless I die, I won't go back with you." Yul's face darkened. He looked out the window and continued, "You'd rather stay here among the barbarians than come back with me?" Junais nodded slightly. "Of course, this is much more interesting than the Dark Castle." The two of them looked at each other, no one spoke, and they just stared at each other for a while. Finally, Yul suddenly stood up and walked straight towards the door. 2 years, at most. If you still can't make a name for yourself here, come back with me." Junais smiled and said, "We had our kids in 2 years." Yul ignored her and left without looking back. "Your brother was so easily persuaded to leave? I shouldn't have helped you stop him." Reiner continued to stuff the white bread into his mouth. Junais smiled and said, "What else? Could he possibly catch me back? I could easily escape halfway." Then the table fell into silence. Norah and Martina ate white bread with big mouthfuls, pretending to be busy. Reiner narrowed his eyes at Junais and asked seriously, "So, from now on, you are also my wife?" Junais smiled and said in demi-human language, "Martina won't agree." Martina pouted and answered her, "I didn't say anything. As long as Reiner likes me, it doesn't matter. As long as you like each other, that's all. I can't beat you." Junais shook her head. Martina gritted her teeth and said, "Even if I can't beat you, I'll admit it." Chapter 89. Reiner is not a human. After Yul left, everyone finished their breakfast. Everyone returned to their respective rooms to rest. Reiner originally wanted to lie in bed for a while and get up at noon. But Eliana came to Reiner's room happily with her staff in her arms. She seemed to have no guard against the opposite sex. Seeing Martina lying on the bed, she sat directly on Reiner's bed. "What? Teach me, Barnett. I also want to be a great adventurer," Eliana said seriously, her eyes full of longing. It was obvious that she was really eager to go out for adventure. Seeing that she was up to no good, Martina reached out and pulled Eliana away, then pinned her under her and bullied her severely. "Damn elf, you're here to ruin my plans again. If you hadn't come, I could at least have eaten again at noon today." Eliana twitched her pointed ears and said with a grin, "It's so itchy. What are you looking for on me? I don't have any white bread." The two people don't speak the same language and have been communicating across channels. After Martina had bullied her enough, she huddled in the corner of the bed, looking at the two of them angrily. Reiner helped her tidy up her messy blue hair and said softly to her, "You teach me in the morning, and I will teach you in the afternoon." Eliana blinked, looking confused. "I teach you something? What can I teach you?" Reiner thought for a moment, recalling the defensive magic that Eliana had cast yesterday. He saw with his own eyes the huge rock crashing down on it, and then turning into pieces of fine sand. "It's the magic you used yesterday. Teacher Eliana taught me." Reiner raised the corners of his mouth. "That defensive magic is so powerful. If he can learn it, he may not need Norah's personal protection in the future." Eliana's face turned slightly red, and she shrank into the corner. She muttered softly, "I can't teach you that. Only we elves can learn that." "Nonsense. How would you know if you haven't even tried?" Reiner put his hands on his hips and continued. What kind of magic is that? I think I should be able to learn it. Aliana gently nudged Reiner's chest with her staff and moved back, leaning against Martina. That's light magic. You humans can't absorb light elements, so even if you learn the spell, you can't use it. Light magic. Aliana nodded heavily. That's right. Junie's told me. Isn't there only 5 attributes of magic? Aliana held her staff in her arms and raised her head proudly. Wrong. To be precise, there are only 5 types of natural magic that humans can learn. In addition to fire, water, rock, wind, and thunder, there is also light magic and dark magic that we elves are good at, as well as black magic and blood magic that the orcs and demons are good at. In addition to these 9 types, there is also space magic that is unique to the ancient dragon clan. Humans can only learn 5 basic elemental magics. Other magics are unique to other races. Do you understand? So, as a human being, I'm a wimp? That's not the case. Humans are the most populous people on this continent, and there's strength in numbers. Aliana felt like she was pressing on something soft, and when she turned around, she saw that it was 2 lumps of jelly. Reiner stroked his chin, narrowed his eyes, and replied, Teacher Junis' teaching is not comprehensive. Aliana gently touched Reiner's head. It's okay. Reiner, you are already very impressive. This is the first time I have seen a human who can speak so many languages. Reiner sighed. After thinking for a moment, he raised his eyebrows and asked, How about you let me try? Aliana narrowed her eyes and teased. You still haven't given up? Of course. I don't want to give up something so powerful. Can you let me awaken it? Aliana seemed a little speechless. Awakening? That term only applies to you humans when you know nothing about natural magic. Light magic is our elves' racial innate talent, so there's really no way for you to awaken it. Just give it a try? It won't take long anyway. Reiner grabbed her arm and coaxed her. Aliana sighed deeply and said helplessly, I really can't do anything to you, so I'll just give it a try. She slowly took Reiner's hand, held it tightly, and chanted a spell softly. Martina's thoughts also came at the same time. Why are you holding hands? No. Reiner turned around and looked at her, and the moment their eyes met, she pretended to be busy again. Aliana hit Reiner on the head with her staff. Focus. Oh. Reiner closed his eyes and carefully felt the subtle changes in his hands. The magic crystal located in the center of the darkness, which is as far as the eye can see, has been dyed with various colors after absorbing various elements over this period of time. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in my ears. Other elements detected, awakening new elemental power for the host. After only a few seconds, the magic crystal in the darkness was suddenly illuminated by a strong light. Then the light gathered into a ball and penetrated into the colorful magic crystal. Here it comes. Okay, you can open your eyes now, Aliana said slowly. She looked at Reiner with a cute face and patted his head as if to comfort him. How is it? You probably didn't see anything, right? It's okay, you're already good enough. Reiner's mouth curled up slightly. I think I only need to chant the spell, nothing else is needed, and I can use it, right? Aliana said softly. That being said, but just tell me and let me try. Aliana sighed deeply and said helplessly, Well, if you just won't give up, I'll tell you the spell and you can try it yourself. She chanted the spell softly. Reiner took note of it carefully and began to think about it on his own. With his extraordinary talent, he quickly got the hang of it. A faint burning sensation came from the center of my palm. Aliana lay in Martina's arms, looking at Reiner with interest, muttering, Martina's body is so warm and comfortable. I'll sleep in her arms for a while. You can wake me up in the afternoon. Don't sleep yet. Take a look at this. Reiner chanted a spell, and a magic circle quickly appeared in his hand. Then the azure defense gathered in an instant, completely wrapping him up. Aliana's eyes were wide open, and she rubbed them several times. When she found that she was not dazzled, she let out an exclamation. Reiner could hardly suppress the corners of his mouth. Speak. Is that right? Aliana remained silent for a long time, just staring blankly. Reiner suddenly shuddered. He felt like he was being watched by something. After a while, Aliana finally spoke. Reiner, you are not a human, right? Chapter 90, The Lord's Brother. Reiner came to an open space outside the city and practiced the magic he had just learned with Junis. The defensive effect of this magic is simply too good. As soon as Junis' fireball hits the barrier, it will explode instantly, but Reiner hiding behind the barrier will be intact. However, this move is not completely without disadvantages. That is, it consumes mana too quickly. After only 2 uses, the light element in Reiner's body was exhausted. But according to Aliana's description, this thing is everywhere during the day. As long as he absorbs it honestly for a while, He will be able to use it again soon. Martina, it's my brother who's here to chop me. Are you sure? Martina narrowed her eyes and looked at Reiner. She seemed a little reluctant. Alas, even though he's always a philanderer, I wouldn't kill him. That's all. Reiner glanced at Aliana beside him and confirmed with her. This can block whatever the user wants to block based on their will, but the specific strength depends on the amount of magic power. But if you get hurt, don't blame me. She's so strong, I can't guarantee it. Reiner hesitated for a moment, but then suddenly felt an inexplicable confidence, so he patted his chest and said, "Go ahead, I can block it." Martina no longer hesitated and directly drew the great sword behind her. She quickly got into a stance, her 5 fingers tightly gripping the hilt of the sword, and the muscles in her arms bulged rapidly. With a battle cry, the sharp sword slashed down fiercely. Reiner seemed to see Tainai and took a step back in a hurry. He clearly saw Martina's sword cut through the barrier. If she hadn't taken a step back, she would have murdered her husband. "Martina, you idiot. You don't even know how to hold back." Norah ran over angrily and hit her on the head twice. Martina held her head in her hands, looking somewhat innocent. "Reiner told me to chop him off. When we spar with others, we don't hold back." "Fool." Reiner breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, Martina was too strong, and her greatsword was enchanted by Aliana, so she couldn't be treated as a regular target. Junice also came over and said, "Just be more careful next time." Reiner put his hands on his hips and looked at Norah again. "Then you try it." "Yes." Norah took out a dagger and stabbed the barrier lightly at first. Seeing that her current strength was not enough to pierce it, she increased her strength little by little. After stabbing several times in a row, Norah began to accumulate strength and then suddenly stabbed out with the dagger. Seeing that the shield remained unmoved, she said, "I can't penetrate it with my current strength." The mithril dagger was exceptionally sharp, and Norah's strength was no different from that of a normal person. Even her full-strength attack couldn't penetrate it, so it could indeed block most physical attacks. The delighted Reiner hugged Norah and kissed her, then hugged Martina and kissed her, and then subconsciously prepared to attack Junice, who was beside him. Fortunately, he stopped in time. Junice narrowed her eyes, a meaningful smile on her face, and deliberately said in demi-human language, "Reiner, are you still not satisfied?" As soon as these words were spoken, Martina on the side immediately widened her eyes. The voices of the 2 animal-eared girls were heard at the same time. "Norah, I expected that. After all, he's so talented, there's nothing I can do about it." Martina, seduced by a wild woman. Reiner muttered quietly, "Just something I said casually." Junice chuckled a few times, then reached out and patted Reiner's shoulder. "I already kissed you this morning, even though it was just on the cheek, but is that enough for now?" Reiner nodded, then looked at Aliana beside him. Frightened, she immediately took a few steps back. "I don't want it. Kiss me. I don't want it." "Who said I was going to kiss you? I'm just curious. What have you been concentrating on since just now?" Reiner asked seriously. "I just feel like you're not human. Although I know she means no harm. Why does this sound so much like an insult?" Reiner couldn't help but retort, "You are not a human being." Aliana nodded and answered seriously, "I am not a human. I am an elf. I've never heard of a human being able to use our elves' light magic, so it's not rare anymore. If I told my mom or sister, they would be shocked too. Then please keep it a secret for me. I don't want too many people to know this secret." "Okay, Reiner. So, elf, can you tell me what this light magic is called?" After thinking for a moment, Aliana replied, "The Radiant Ward is the most commonly used defensive magic among us elves. I've been able to use it since I was a child." Reiner silently memorized the name. Although this magic consumes mana, it has good defensive power. After becoming proficient in the later stage, you can cast the spell instantly without chanting. The problem of mana consumption is not a problem at all for Reiner. Just absorb more light elements during the day. Just then, Reiner caught a glimpse of a group of warriors coming out of Canon and walking towards them. The leader was a red-haired man wearing a horned helmet. He was holding a heavy double-edged axe in his hand and looked a bit menacing. After walking up to Reiner, he shouted, "You are Reiner, right?" As he spoke, the air was filled with a strong smell of onions. "I'm Reiner, who are you?" "Connor MacCampbell. You just met my eldest brother yesterday. I witnessed your bravery firsthand." It turned out to be the Lord's younger brother. Reiner looked at the dozen or so soldiers following behind him and asked again, "Sir, what do you want from me?" "We've found the location of the Orc tribe. They'll have to pay for what they did yesterday. Dozens of my brothers have died." Connor pointed to the dozen or so warriors behind him holding giant axes and shouted, "These are Canon's most powerful warriors. But even with their support, I still need your help." There were at least 300 orcs responsible for attacking the town yesterday. There are only about a dozen of them in total, Aren't they just going to deliver it? Reiner shook his head. Sir, there are too few of us. It's easy to end up losing more than we gain. That's why I need your help. You cast a powerful spell on their tribe, and then we'll run away. Ha ha. Reiner fell into deep thought. To be honest, he is not short of money now. Nearly 60 gold coins are enough for his family to use for 1 or 2 years at the current consumption level without buying any equipment. But if you want to develop here for a long time, you will definitely need the help of these nobles. Just think of it as a favor to expand your network. Chapter 91: Attacking the Orc Tribe. Why bring women and children? We don't need women and children to fight. They should stay in a safe place. Connor looked back at Junice and Aliana, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Don't worry, sir. They are all very powerful warriors. Reiner replied seriously. He looked back at Ariana. This guy was like a potato, taking small steps and following closely behind me. His short stature and childish face made him look like a real kid. Because it was her first time out for an adventure, she was happily humming a little tune and jumping up and down for no apparent reason while walking. I really can't tell that she is 18 years old. She is obviously a child. Aliana looked up and met Reiner's eyes. She asked puzzledly, "Why are you staring at me?" Reiner replied, "He said you were as short as a potato." Aliana puffed out her cheeks and poked Reiner's waist with her staff angrily. "You are the potato. You must have said that yourself." In the end, she found out. If she was as stupid as Martina, she might just believe it. Reiner instructed, "I suggest you drink more milk." "No. Drinking it will make you taller and more feminine. Then people won't call you a child anymore." Aliana was indeed interested. "Really? Nonsense. When have I ever lied to you? Starting from the day after tomorrow, I will buy you a glass of milk every morning. But in exchange, you need to teach me the magic of the elves." This glorious barrier is so useful. Maybe Aliana has some even more powerful magic hidden in her body. I must get more stuff from her while she is still interested in the outside world. Just as Reiner was lost in thought, Aliana suddenly stretched out her staff and gently hit his kidneys twice. Her cheeks were slightly red, and her face was full of innocence. Am I not feminine? Don't doubt it, not at all. Reiner touched her head. You're just a child. Why do you need femininity? Reiner, furious, Aliana raised her staff to hit him. Reiner quickened his pace slightly and followed Connor. Sir, what are your plans? Connor looked confused. Plan? Of course, to harass the Orc tribe and make them pay for what they did yesterday. What about more detailed steps? For example, where should we infiltrate? Where should we retreat after achieving our objective? And how should we handle any other situations we encounter along the way? Connor spread his hands and said, There's no further details. If we're discovered, we'll fight. If we can't win, we'll retreat. Reiner looked back at Junice behind him, and they both fell silent. After a while, he asked again, Does Lord Aiden know about this? Of course, I told him about it yesterday, and he agreed to it. Connor nodded affirmatively. Reiner fell into deep thought. Sir, can you let me take a look at the map? I want to see where the Orc tribe is, or I can provide some better suggestions. Reiner said softly. Certainly. Connor handed over a cowhide map. Reiner unfolded it and examined it carefully. This map takes Canon as the center and marks out the surrounding environment one by one. The forest south of Canon, which is Aliana's home, is marked as the territory of the elves. The large forest in the north was marked as the territory of the orcs. At the same time, the specific coordinates of the tribe were also marked with small black dots. Why are there so many orc tribes in this forest? Connor shook his head. The weather has been getting colder in recent years, and the orcs have started migrating south from the north. At first, there were only 1 or 2 orc tribes in this forest, but now there are at least a dozen. Every wrong has its perpetrator, so which tribe are we taking revenge on? Connor pointed to a black spot near the outside of the forest and said, This is the Black Wolf clan. They attacked our town. They are the largest orc tribe in this forest. Reiner scratched his cheek. If they can send out about 300 orc warriors in an attack, then the actual population of this orc tribe may be around 3,000. And there were only 20 of them in total. How's it going? Any suggestions? Although Reiner was a little speechless, he still answered bravely. No, the number difference is too big. If we encounter orcs, we will probably have to retreat. If the situation was not right, he would run away with his wives. Connor nodded in agreement. Their current location is only about 10 kilometers away from the orc tribe, not far. He returned the map and said, I'll go ahead and scout. As soon as Reiner opened his mouth, Connor refused. No, we have scouts ahead to explore the way. Okay then. Reiner shrugged. Anyway, reconnaissance is not a safe job, so if you can avoid going, then don't go. It's best to have someone do it for you. Several people followed silently behind. Reiner said to them one by one. Be careful later. If the situation is not right, leave decisively. He poked Aliana's face. Especially you, got it? Of course. I'm not stupid. Keep walking forward for a while. Reiner saw the body of a male orc lying in the bushes. The wound on its shoulder was horrifying, almost split in half, and the blood was still steaming slightly. There's no doubt that it was done by the scouts in front. Scouts from other countries prefer to use lighter weapons such as daggers. However, Barnet scouts did the opposite and seemed to prefer using these heavy and powerful weapons. He ran wildly through the woods carrying a double-edged axe. Reiner exclaimed, That's really fierce. Martina behind him said with disdain, What's the big deal? I feel like I'm not as good as you. I can also achieve such an effect. Reiner was slightly stunned. He had just spoken in Diaster. Can you understand me? I can understand a little bit. After all, we've lived together for so long. Every time I hear you and Junai's chattering, I can understand the general meaning after a while. This horse racing girl is not completely stupid. Good, keep it up. Learning a new language is a good thing. Reiner gently pinched her ear and played with it vigorously. Put on the helmet. You might encounter danger next. As soon as he finished speaking, the scout who had been exploring the way ahead came back. He was covered in orc blood and was whispering something in Connor's ear. After a brief conversation, he immediately called for the others to hide in the bushes on the left side of the path. Chapter 92, A Successful Attack. The group sneaked in the bushes for a long time. The scouts killed many patrolling orc warriors along the way, and they simply threw the bodies into the bushes. Reiner also discovered that this group of Barnet warriors seemed to be somewhat different from normal people. Their movements were swift and powerful, and it seemed that each of them was a warrior capable of standing on their own. When they saw the patrolling orcs, they were not afraid of fighting at all. Without thinking twice, they jumped up and attacked. Usually, the orc warriors would be beheaded before they could even react. Reiner admitted that he had slightly underestimated their fighting ability. The soldiers we saw in the city before took several people to surround and kill one beast man. This group of barbarian warriors wearing animal skin coats can easily kill a strong orc by a sneak attack. They're amazing, Connor said proudly. Of course, they are the 15 strongest warriors in Canon. Killing these orcs is naturally easy. After walking forward for a while, Reiner felt that there were more and more orc warriors patrolling around, and there were fewer and fewer bushes nearby where he could hide. Everywhere you look are logs left behind after felling trees. We're here. Connor straightened the horned hat on his head, and his gaze gradually became sharp as he looked into the depths of the woods. Reiner followed his gaze and saw groups of orcs patrolling. Occasionally, you can see burly female orcs carrying wooden barrels and transporting ice to the tribe bit by bit. They live in a group of houses that are similar to bunkers and are surrounded by wooden thorns. This orc tribe was quite large, and the wood needed to build the bunker required them to cut down almost all the surrounding trees. In the distance, there was a group of strong male orcs, holding axes and chopping down trees. I guess the elves who love plants would go crazy to some extent after seeing this scene. Reiner glanced back at Ariana, and sure enough, her cheeks were puffed up. Building houses and catapults. What do they think of the forest? Don't be angry. I'll help Shu get revenge later. Reiner comforted softly. Connor lowered his body, took a look outside, and said, There are too many orcs patrolling. It won't be long before we're exposed. If you use witchcraft once inside, we'll run away. Before Connor finished speaking, a roar of orcs came from behind him. Obviously, the bodies they casually threw on the ground had been discovered by patrolling orc warriors. The orcs responded immediately, and soon the tribe became restless. The soldiers patrolling nearby ran towards the source of the sound. When one of the orcs passed by the bushes, he caught a glimpse of Reiner and his group hiding in them. Although Norah was quick enough to throw a flying knife and pierce its throat, the sound of it falling to the ground was still noticed by other orcs. Here. All the humans are here. Everyone come here. Kill them. Don't let them escape. Connor gripped the double-headed axe tightly, and the orcs around him swarmed over. Damn it. It's faster than I expected. Reiner, hurry up. We'll help you hold off the orcs. The barbarian warriors formed a circle and protected Reiner in the middle. Although their combat effectiveness is much stronger than that of ordinary soldiers, they would probably find it difficult to last more than 2 rounds in the face of a large number of orc warriors. Reiner raised his staff high, and a golden fireball gradually condensed at the top. Junai and Martina also joined the battle. While Reiner was still compressing his magic power into the fireball, Aliana suddenly started chanting while holding her staff. In an instant, the surrounding pine trees seemed to be given life and began to sway. The bark on their bodies gradually cracked, and finally 2 slender arms grew out of it. Then the roots transformed into thighs and were pulled out of the ground. The tall tree demons caused the ground to tremble slightly with every step they took. They paused for a moment, then attacked the surrounding orcs. The rough and hard arms can easily penetrate the bodies of orc warriors, then lift them up and throw them out. For a moment, the pressure on the barbarian warriors was relieved a lot. Connor looked up at the dryad and muttered to himself, "What is this?" Reiner didn't have time to explain in detail. He looked at the fireball on the top of the staff, which had turned purple-blue, and shouted, "Sir, we should retreat." He then extended his staff and shot a fireball at the orc horde. There was a loud bang, and a heat wave swept in from afar. Everyone looked at the vortex of flames raging in the tribe and couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The orcs were the same. Although winter was cold, they only felt warm in their hearts at this moment. About a quarter of the bunkers were fully ignited. They succeeded. Retreat. Connor waved his battle axe and, with the help of Martina and the dryad, cleared a bloody path for everyone. Reiner looked around and saw that his wives were still there, so he quickly grabbed them and started running. Aliana commanded the tree spirit to help cover the retreat, and then she also ran away behind Reiner with her staff in her arms. And she was like a naughty child who had done something bad, laughing excitedly all the time. They didn't know how long they had been running madly, but they finally rushed out of the forest full of orcs. Reiner was terrified all the way, afraid that he would accidentally leave any of his wives behind. Junice clutched her staff and panted, "I thought I was doomed. Everywhere I looked, there were orcs. I was so scared." Norah and Martina, who were used to the storm, didn't even breathe. "Norah, if I had been the one conducting the reconnaissance, I would have definitely hidden myself after killing the orcs. I would not have been discovered so quickly. Martina, even if I'm alone, I can lead Reiner through." Reiner wiped the sweat from his forehead. He doesn't want to take such a risk next time. Aliana stood aside, her back straight, looking cheerful. "Well, was I particularly helpful just now? Aren't these tree spirits formidable?" Reiner nodded vigorously. "It's very impressive. Teach me when you get back." "Oomph, you should first learn the radiant barrier thoroughly. I just saw that you tried to chant several times, but failed to release it." Aliana narrowed her eyes. "I was simply unskilled at the time, and was in a hurry to escape, so I couldn't use it for a while." Fortunately, Martina knocked the approaching orc away with one shield. Connor counted the number of people, and his frown gradually relaxed. He excitedly hugged Reiner and shouted, "Not a single brother was left behind. This victory is truly unprecedented." The situation was so dire. "Let's go to the bar and have a good drink. It's my treat today." Chapter 93, Going Drinking with Connor. "Roy, there's no more wine. Bring me 2 more barrels." Connor stood on a chair, holding a wooden cup, and yelled at the tavern owner. The soldiers were shouting and cheering in the tavern, sometimes singing together, sometimes wrestling together. Laughter and joy continued. Their faces were filled with joy. The reserved Reiner seemed a little out of place among them. But in order not to spoil the fun, I would occasionally shout a few words with them and then raise my glass to drink. This beer has a strong smell, a bit bitter, sour and sweet at first, and occasionally you can taste impurities like sawdust. For a college student like Reiner who rarely drinks, this beer doesn't taste very good. Moreover, the alcohol content of this beer was extremely high. After drinking a few glasses, he felt dizzy and his body was a little hot. This group of people are all drunkards. Drinking is just drinking, there is no snack to go with it. He raised his glass and forced the drink down his throat. Junice shakily hooked her arm around Reiner's shoulders, picked up the glass and shoved it into his face. "Reiner, drink. Why did you stop? The beer here is really delicious." "Hurrah, she is drunk." It was obvious that she couldn't drink much either. "Drink less. You're already so drunk." Reiner took her glass and put it on the table. "This town is not safe, so you should remain vigilant at all times." One of him and Junice had to stay awake at all times. "It's okay, don't I still have you? I'll just let Martina carry me back later." Burp. Junice picked up the glass and drank from it again. Reiner sighed and ordered a few servings of bean stew for Martina and Norah to eat. Martina seemed very interested in the wine. "Reiner, what is that yellow liquid? It smells so good. A faint scent of wheat ears, so nice." "Beer. Have you ever had it before?" Martina shook her head vigorously. "No. Can I have a taste?" "Not now, but I can buy a bucket and keep it at home someday, so I can drink it when I'm free." He was afraid that Martina would get drunk and go crazy. With her physique and strength, if she goes crazy, 7 or 8 people may not be able to hold her down. Let's forget it to be on the safe side. Reiner looked at Norah, who was behaving well, and said, "If you're interested, you can have a taste." Norah took Reiner's wine glass and took a sip, then smacked her lips and savored the taste. Before Reiner could speak, Martina couldn't wait to ask, How is it? It has a very strange smell. I don't like it very much, but it is indeed very fragrant. Norah's answer was very pertinent. Martina became even more anxious when she heard her say that. Honey, I want a drink too. Just one sip. Martina took Reiner's arm and started to act coquettishly. Her expression was like a child who wanted to eat candy. Unable to persuade her, Reiner could only hand her the glass. Martina took a look inside and suddenly smiled wickedly. Hey, I want to drink it all. Seeing her cute appearance, although Reiner heard her inner thoughts, he couldn't bear to stop her. Just watching her and smiling silently. As expected, as soon as Martina touched the wine glass, she poured it directly into her mouth without any intention of stopping. After drinking it all in one gulp, she burped contentedly, still mumbling, "It tastes good." Reiner couldn't help but reach out and pinch her cheek. If there weren't so many people here, he would definitely have hugged Martina and bullied her for a while. This horse girl is so cute. But soon, Martina's face changed color and her eyes became a little vague. Needless to say, he was definitely drunk. It is true that it is easy to get drunk the first time you drink, but her alcohol tolerance is really terrible. Noila, help me watch her. Don't let her drink anymore. Yes. Just then, the tavern maid brought over a few more wooden barrels filled with beer. After prying open the lid, the aroma of wine hits your nose. Connor and the others picked up their cups and scooped wine from the barrel to drink. Martina licked her lips and was about to go up when Norah grabbed her tail and said, "Don't drink anymore, you idiot." Reiner also patted her shoulder and said, "If you like, I'll buy you a barrel of wine tomorrow, but the premise is that you have to be patient now. You know the saying that after suffering comes happiness, right? Be patient." Martina pouted and lay down on the table obediently. Just then, Connor came over and handed the glass to Reiner. "Keep drinking. Don't stop. Our Canon beer is delicious. People in big cities can't even get it. Okay, let's have another drink." Reiner and Connor raised their glasses to each other, and then they walked around arm in arm. It lasted until night, and then people left one after another. Junice was completely drunk. She was sleeping soundly on the table, mumbling something under her breath from time to time. The drunk Connor grabbed Reiner and refused to let him go. "Don't go. I'll take you to a nice place to spend the night. I promise you'll like it." Connor shouted. Okay, I'll go wherever you go." Reiner followed him out of the tavern and onto the cold street. Martina carried Junice and Norah out. Connor led everyone into the narrow alley and soon arrived at a dimly lit back street. Although this street is narrow, it is very lively. There were many men and women along the way. At first, Reiner didn't understand where this place was until he saw the girls on both sides of the road, wearing thick animal skins and heavy makeup. He really has everything. All the girls in Canon are very charming. Pick a few that you like and let's go in and have some fun together. Burp. I don't particularly like this. Looking at these ants, Reiner had no appetite at all. You're still young. When you reach my age, you'll understand. Hiccup. Women are like wine. The older they get, the mellower they become. After saying that, Connor went into one of the small shops, and a big, strong, and rugged-looking woman came to greet him. I thought the master had forgotten me. He hadn't come for so long. Although this woman is as strong as a tank, her eyes are indeed somewhat charming. Her eyes quickly fell on Reiner again, giving people a fright. Connor waved his hand and said vaguely, "Take good care of him. I'll definitely give you money in the morning." Martina and Norah behind him spoke at the same time. "Martina, you can't touch women like that. Am I any worse than them?" "Norah, I don't want the master to go in." Reiner turned around and looked at them. Norah said in a slightly lost tone, "Then Martina and I will go back first, master. Have fun." Reiner quickly waved his hand. "I didn't say I wanted to go in. They can't compare to my sweet and soft wife. These chubby women don't suit his aesthetic taste. Master Connor, I'm going back now. I'll come here with you next time." "Next time? That's fine." Ugh. Seeing him vomiting all over the floor, Reiner quickly stepped back, said a simple goodbye, and left the back street with a few others. Chapter 94 Gentle Trap. Why are you walking so unsteadily? Seeing Martina staggering in front, Reiner held her shoulders. This guy really can't drink much. He became like this after just one glass. Reiner drank much more than her, but his head was only slightly dizzy and he could still walk in a straight line. When the wind blows, I feel like my body is floating. Seeing that she was about to fall, Reiner quickly reached out to hold her up. Forget it. I'll carry Junice, don't fall." "For you." Reiner took Junice and carried her behind him. Although this guy looks slim, he is actually quite heavy. Although he had never asked her weight, Reiner felt that she was about 120 pounds when he carried her on his back. At this moment, Junice suddenly moved, and then slowly opened her eyes. "Reiner?" "It's me." The corners of Janice's mouth curled up slightly, and then she let out a very cute and silly laugh. What are you laughing at? When Connor asked us if we wanted to go to the pub for a drink, you agreed so readily. I thought you could drink a lot, but you passed out after just 2 drinks. Reiner couldn't help but complain. What if someone picks you up after you get drunk? Junice murmured softly. Aren't you here? Reiner could feel the breath on the back of his neck. Junice quickly fell asleep again, whispering in her sleep on Reiner's shoulder. At this moment, Nora's inner voice floated into Reiner's ears. So close. They're both so close together. Reiner turned his head and met Nora's eyes. You carry Junice. I'm a little tired. Norah helped Martina move aside, keeping a distance from Reiner. No, Master will carry you on his back. It's only a matter of time. Nonsense, we're just friends. I don't believe it. Martina treated you as a friend before, but didn't it end up like that? Norah sighed, seeming to understand. After all, the Master is a capable male. I understand. Reiner wanted to cry but had no tears. You are talking nonsense. I don't. Norah inched closer to Reiner, suddenly elbowed him, and whispered, It shouldn't be long before there are more than 2, right? You're talking nonsense again, without even starting to make a move. Reiner retorted. Norah stopped talking, but all her worries reached Reiner's ears. She seemed a little worried that she would be abandoned. Don't think too much. You are my woman. I will never abandon you no matter what. I also want to have children with you and spend the rest of our lives together. Reiner stretched his neck and kissed Norah. She dodged shyly, then nodded slightly. As soon as we got home, Aliana ran over. She hit Reiner with her soft fists again and again. You actually left me at home? I hate you. I won't play with you anymore. The adults are drinking. Why are you, a little kid, interfering? I'm not a child. Aliana was almost swollen with anger. She picked up the staff on the shelf and was about to hit Reiner. If you call me a child again, I will fight you to the death. Ah. Seeing that she seemed really angry, Reiner quickly closed his mouth. Then he carried Junice into the room, put her on the bed, helped her take off her shoes and outermost cloak, and finally carefully covered her with a quilt. After doing all this, Reiner was about to leave, but he heard Junice mumbling something in a daze. He decisively squatted down beside the bed and listened attentively. Reiner, what are you mumbling about? I'm here. Junice dazedly stretched out her arms and gently hugged Reiner's neck. Don't go. Stay with me. Her brows were slightly furrowed, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly, and she looked a little uncomfortable. Reiner used the fireball technique in one hand and the water ball technique in the other. He heated the water and poured it into a wooden cup. He fed it to Junice little by little. If you feel uncomfortable, drink some hot water to calm down. Junice curled up in Reiner's arms, holding the wooden cup like a little animal, humming from time to time. After a while, she seemed to feel much more comfortable and fell asleep as soon as she lay down on the bed. But just as Reiner turned around, his clothes were grabbed by her again. What? Accompany me. Reiner teased. We're a single man and a single woman. If you're drunk, I'm drunk too. Aren't you afraid that I might do something bad to you? Junice said vaguely. You are my husband. You're not drunk, are you? Reiner pried open her eyelids. The girl kept rolling her eyes and was obviously unconscious. But Junice still murmured quietly. Do you want to stop here? I didn't lie this morning. I actually fell in love with you. You don't know how helpless I was when I was alone in the forest, and you just happened to appear at that time. Reiner, you are such a slow-witted man. Is there such a thing? Are you confessing your feelings under the influence of alcohol? Reiner poked her cheek. I didn't intend to tell you. Junice's voice became quieter and quieter, so much so that Reiner couldn't hear what she said in the end. She suddenly struggled to sit up and grabbed Reiner's shoulders tightly. Then he launched a surprise attack and kissed her clumsily. Woo-woo. Smells strongly of alcohol. Just as Reiner was enjoying her sweetness, he suddenly heard a strange sound. Then, a disgusting taste appeared in my mouth. Woo-woo. Wow. She was like a fountain, constantly spraying out 8 treasure porridge. Norah and Martina rushed over and screamed at the same time when they saw the scene. Junice, I hate you. After finishing breakfast, Reiner said to Junice, who was sitting at the dining table reading a book. She held the staff and asked in confusion, What's wrong? Do you remember what happened last night? I don't remember. My head still hurts. I shouldn't have drunk so much. Junice held her forehead and took a sip from the water glass. I only remember that I was still drinking, and then I don't know anything else. Reiner said with some resentment. You vomited. Junice smiled and said, No wonder the quilt on the bed has been changed. There is still a faint sour smell in the room. I am really sorry to bother you. She narrowed her eyes and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. I didn't vomit on you, did I? Reiner said aggrievedly. I will never forgive you. The mere recollection of this scene is enough to make one feel painful. This. I'm sorry, where are your dirty clothes? Let me wash them for you. Junice said apologetically. You didn't vomit on my clothes. Junice was even more confused. Where did you vomit? In the mouth. Chapter 95 Female Orc. I have a question. How did I spit into your mouth? Did I get drunk and pry your mouth open and spit in it? Junice blinked. Apparently, this question had been bothering her all morning. It seems that she really doesn't remember anything. What do you think? Reiner answered casually as he looked at the commission tasks on the notice board. He no longer wanted to recall what happened yesterday. When he didn't answer, Junice started to attack Martina and Norah again. Do you know how I spit in his mouth? Noila shook her head and said seriously, I don't know. I didn't see it with my own eyes. When we came over, we saw you vomiting all over the bed. My mother took you to take a shower, and Martina and I helped you clean up, and then we went to sleep. I'm so sorry to bother you guys. I overestimated my alcohol tolerance. I've never had this kind of wine before. It tasted pretty good at first, so I drank a few more. I didn't expect the after effect to be so strong. Martina, who had been silent on the side, suddenly expressed her opinion. It's so simple. Why do you need to guess? It must be that lecherous Reiner kissed you on the mouth, and then suddenly vomited. As soon as she finished speaking, she was elbowed by Norah. But Junice's reaction was quite calm, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Are they telling the truth? You wanted to take advantage of me while I was unconscious, so you spit on me. Reiner shook his head. I think you are a little bit rebellious. Then tell me, what's going on? Junice poked Reiner's kidney with her staff. Reiner whispered in her ear, telling her the whole story without missing a word. Junice had a smile on her face at first, but her expression became moody in the end. Finally, my face turned completely red. How is it? Do you understand? Reiner asked with narrowed eyes. Junice lowered her head in embarrassment, and finally hit Reiner with her staff. You are talking nonsense. You must have made up those words. It's a pity that you can say such shameful words. Look, it's urgent again. This reaction is just right. It seems that those are really what she really thinks. Although he was spit on, Reiner was very relieved by Junice's reaction. Anyway, I don't admit it. I never said such a thing. Junice shrugged, pretending to be indifferent. Although Reiner couldn't hear her thoughts. But her slightly red cheeks still revealed her true thoughts. Reiner patted her shoulder and said, All right, I was just bragging. Let's go to the small village outside the city. There are some slimes nearby that need us to clean up. The reward is 1 silver coin. Let's go. Junice puffed out her cheeks slightly and gave Reiner a light kick. When everyone arrived outside the city, Junice poured all her negative emotions onto the slime. Fireballs blew them into pieces, and even the magic core could not be found. Be gentle. You can't exchange it for money without the slime magic core. Junice put her hands on her hips, looking a little angry. I know, damn Reiner. Reiner turned around and looked at the others, finally fixing his gaze on Aliana. This guy is sitting on a wooden stake, holding a staff and fishing. As Reiner approached, she immediately became alert. What? She buried half of her face in the scarf, her big eyes staring straight at Reiner. I want to take a break too. Come over here. Eliana moved aside and looked at Reiner with a wary look. She looked particularly funny. What? I owe you money? Why are you staring at me like that? Aliana said fiercely. If you dare to laugh at my short stature, I will fight you to the death. Reiner narrowed his eyes. Fight hard. Potato bite incident? What are you laughing at? You're so annoying. I won't play with you anymore. Aliana lowered her head aggrievedly. No, I braved the cold this morning to go to the market to buy you fresh milk. I heated it up and added honey to it just to give you some nutrition. Isn't it time you fulfilled your promise? Aliana snorted softly and punched Reiner with her soft little fist. Tell me, what do you want to learn? It's the magic you used yesterday, the magic that turned the surrounding pine trees into dryads. Aliana's eyes changed, looking very clear and lovely. That, you can't learn. Ordinary tree demons won't obey human orders. Real. I knew you didn't believe it. Come here, I'll demonstrate it to you. Aliana walked to the pine tree and began to chant the spell. Soon, the pine tree in front of me changed. With a shake, the dark bark began to crack and slender arms grew out. The form tree demon just stood there motionless. Aliana communicated with him in Elvish. Put your hand over here, I want to stand on it. The dryad knelt on one knee and placed his arms on the ground. As soon as Aliana stepped on it, she was easily lifted up. Reiner imitated her and said in Elvish, I want to stand on it too. Suddenly, the air became quiet. The dryad remained indifferent and didn't even acknowledge Reiner. Hateful. So, even if you learn it, it's useless. You might as well learn something else. Aliana touched the dryad and said softly, Thank you for your hard work. Go back to sleep. Then what else can you teach me? Reiner yawned. Aliana took small steps towards Reiner and said, would you like to learn light therapy? It's much more powerful than your water therapy. Even if your hand is broken, it can be reattached if you heal it long enough. Of course, according to the law of conservation, some seemingly powerful magic will definitely have corresponding weaknesses. Either it takes a long time to charge, or it consumes a lot of magic power. But hydrotherapy has limited effect on healing injuries, and Reiner is in urgent need of a more powerful healing spell. I'm very interested. Teacher Aliana, please teach me. Okay, let's start with. Before Aliana finished her words, Norah's inner thoughts reached Reiner's ears. Something seems to be hiding in the bushes. Wait a minute, something's up. Reiner ran to Norah's side. What's wrong? Did you find something again? There are 7 orcs hiding in the bushes. They seem to be observing us. In which direction? Norah was about to speak. The bushes in the distance began to shake. A female orc with delicate features and a human-like appearance walked out. Martina pointed the sword at her forehead and lowered her body, ready to rush forward and chop. She raised her hands high and begged for mercy in broken Barnet. I have no ill intentions. Please don't attack me. Chapter 96. The greater the mass, the greater the gravity. Seeing that she could actually use Barnet, it was Reiner and Junis' turn to be surprised. If you think about it carefully, orcs don't seem to be a simple-minded species, and it is not impossible for them to learn the language of other races. Reiner decided to give her a chance. He patted Martina's hand, motioning her to put down the sword. Tell me, what do you want from us? Reiner looked at the female orc carefully. She seemed different from other orcs. Her limbs were long and slender, making her look particularly beautiful. The 2 lumps of fat on her chest were so large that it was suffocating, even wider than Martina's. He's really hungry. He's not only looking at Junis, but why is he even not letting go of the orcs? Although this guy is indeed kind of pretty. Reiner glanced at Martina, and their eyes met. It's really not what she thought. As we all know, the larger the mass of a sphere, the greater its gravitational force, so it is quite normal for the eye to be attracted. What's more, Reiner just took a few more glances and didn't have any messy thoughts. Because although the orc woman in front of him had a great figure, if she only compared her appearance, she was slightly inferior to Norah and Martina. Out of a full score of 100, Norah could get 90, Martina could get 85, and she could only get 80. If her skin is changed to white and the 2 small fangs protruding slightly from her lower jaw are removed, her score should be able to improve to 85 points. Just as Reiner was lost in thought, she slowly spoke. I am the priestess of the Rock clan. We are hostile to the Black Wolf clan. I witnessed your heroic battle with them yesterday. I hope to cooperate with you to defeat the Black Wolf clan and drive them out of this forest. She was not at all proficient in Barnet. It took Reiner a moment to understand what she said. And Junis was in even greater pain. It took her longer to understand what she meant. The orcs want to kill each other? I don't know, let's see. Reiner shrugged. Seeing their lack of reaction, the orc woman in front of them fell into self-doubt. She muttered to herself, could it be? They don't understand what I'm saying? That shouldn't be the case. Reiner said, just speak in Orcish. I can understand. The orc woman in front of him was startled at first, then her eyes widened. You actually can speak Orcish. Yes, what's your name? Fiona Sandfox. I am a half-orc. My father is an orc, and my mother is a human. That's why I look different from most orcs, and I understand human language. It turns out she is a mixed race. No wonder she looks different from those female orcs. She is obviously more beautiful. My name is Reiner. Reiner also introduced himself, then raised his head towards her and said, don't hide. Let your companions come out. Fiona was slightly startled, then said to the back, come out. As soon as he finished speaking, the orc warriors emerged from the bushes one after another. They were carrying hatchets and looked quite frightened. An older orc said, Fiona, let's go. Humans are treacherous and cannot be trusted. Let me handle it. The tribe is at a critical moment. If we don't seek help, we will be doomed. The orcs fell silent. According to Aliana, orcs, humans and elves are hostile to each other most of the time, and they will never ask humans for help unless they are in desperate situations. Fiona raised her hands high and walked slowly towards Reiner. She stopped slowly when they were 3 meters apart. You just said you wanted to cooperate with us. How exactly do you want to cooperate? The Black Wolf clan is the largest clan in this forest. They are brutal and bloodthirsty, and they are a huge threat to both you humans and us orcs. I hope we can work together to drive them out of this forest. Besides that, are there any other benefits? If you agree, we, the Rock clan, are willing to live peacefully in this forest for the next 20 years and will no longer invade your human territory. Reiner looked at her, not knowing how to start. There are only 5 of them in total, so they definitely can't be of much help. We have to go find Connor. It might be lying in some woman's arms right now. Where is the chief of your tribe? Maybe we need to meet him. Reiner glanced at the orcs in front of him and spoke slowly. Fiona sighed, seeming a little sad. I was killed in the battle with the Black Wolf clan a week ago. Now I am the only one with the most prestige in the tribe. The chiefs are gone. Then this orc tribe will most likely be extinct. Perhaps they will soon disband on their own and be absorbed by other orc tribes. Reiner waved to Fiona. Come with me. I'll take you to find the person in charge. Fiona just nodded when an orc pulled her back. Don't believe him. If you really go to their city, you'll be courting death. Without our protection, these humans might change their minds. They're the most insidious and cunning. Reiner smiled slightly and said coldly, there are 7 orcs in total, 6 of whom are guards. If I wanted to, I could kill you in less than half a minute. Even if you run away, it will be useless. Fiona quickly waved her hands. We are not here to fight. I am willing to go with you. Reiner took off his black cloak and handed it to her. Cover your face. Most humans are not very friendly to orcs. Good. Fiona put on her black cloak obediently, then turned around and said to the 6 orc guards, you guys go back, I'll be fine. Master Priest, you must come back. You are all we have left. Fiona nodded and followed Reiner away. Along the way, Martina and Norah sandwiched Fiona on the left and right. It seemed that as soon as she made any small move, he would immediately take action to kill her. And Fiona didn't seem scared. You're very brave. Not only did you dare to try to talk to us, you even dared to follow us into the city. I admire you a little. Fiona lowered her head, a hint of helplessness flashing in her eyes. This is my only option. The future of the Rock clan is on my shoulders. I must do this. Reiner looked back at her and said soothingly, don't worry, I will do my best to keep you safe. Junice elbowed Reiner and asked in a low voice, is she reliable? I don't know. Let Lord Connor discuss it. I'll just be the translator. With the cover of the black cloak and the protection of Reiner and others, Fiona easily sneaked into the city. Reiner relied on his memory to find the back street from last night. Connor is pretty drunk and will probably spend the night there, so just go find him. Reiner asked the plump woman standing on the street. Lord Connor should still be here, right? Take me to him. I have something important to report. Chapter 97 Cooperation Achieved. Reiner took Fiona and followed the girl to a spacious and luxurious room. She pushed the door open and winked inside. When I walked in, I saw Connor lying in the middle of the bed with his arms spread out, sleeping soundly. He held 2 naked girls on each side. It can be seen that he must also have 2 steel waists. It's almost noon now and he hasn't gotten up yet. It's obvious that he has been working hard all night under the influence of alcohol. Norah and Martina looked at this scene with disdain on their faces. Perhaps he heard someone walk into the room. He pulled his hand out and rubbed his sleepy eyes vigorously. Then he raised his body slightly and took a look. He asked vaguely, why are you here? Didn't you say you don't like the women here? I really don't know why you like skinny women so much. Women who can give birth to children are the happiest people. Connor used his rough, big hands to knead the girl next to him. Reiner was speechless for a moment. The 2 people's aesthetic tastes are so different that he really has no feelings for this middle-aged fat ant. Besides, Norah wasn't skinny. After a few months of care, she already had some fat on her body. Being thin where it should be thin and fat where it should be fat, this is the best. Reiner shook his head and said, rather than looking for a woman, I have something more important to tell my lord. Important? Connor became serious. He pushed the girls on both sides awake and signaled them to go out. After they left, he sat up on the bed and said, go ahead. Reiner reached out and lowered Fiona's hood, revealing her green skin. Fiona lowered her head slightly and said politely, hello, sir. I am Fiona, the priestess of the Rock clan. I have come here to ask for something. Connor, who was dazed, suddenly woke up. He didn't even put on his clothes and went for a walk. He picked up the battle axe beside the bed, looked at Fiona closely, and then asked Reiner, you caught another orc? She can actually speak our language. Fiona took a few steps back in fear and subconsciously hid behind Reiner. She wasn't captured. She came to me on her own initiative, saying she wanted to form an alliance with me. Alliance? Tell me more about it. Reiner roughly repeated Fiona's words to Connor. He seemed particularly interested in this, and as he put on his clothes, he said, the Rock clan. I remember that they were the most powerful orc tribe in the north 20 years ago. I didn't expect them to be wiped out so quickly. How many people are left in your tribe now? 1,000? 500? A hint of sadness flashed in Fiona's eyes. She whispered, it's getting less and less, so we're looking for cooperation. Connor put on his clothes, carried his axe, and walked over to the 2 men. I need to discuss this matter with my eldest brother. The Black Wolf clan is indeed a serious threat, but it is not up to me to decide whether to cooperate or not. I will give you an answer in 3 days. You try to contact Reiner, and I'll go find him if I get any results." Fiona nodded. Connor reached out and patted Reiner's shoulder again. "Come to the tavern for a drink tonight. It's my treat." "Still going?" Reiner quickly waved his hand. No, I really can't drink. You guys just drink it. That's all you can drink? That's a shame." Reiner asked Fiona to put on her hood and left with Connor. The last few people parted ways at the street corner. Reiner sends Fiona out of the city. As soon as they arrived at the woods north of the city, 6 orc guards emerged from the bushes one after another, and they still looked at Reiner with vigilance. "You guys go back. Whether there is news or not, I will come back in 3 days." Reiner carried the staff on his shoulder and yawned sleepily. Fiona nodded, said a simple goodbye, and turned to leave with the orcs. Watching her departing figure, Martina murmured to herself, "So orcs can fight among themselves? How unexpected." Reiner touched her soft face and said, "This should be normal. The traditions and concepts of more than a dozen clans are different. We humans are the same. Wars will occasionally break out between countries, not to mention this group of orcs." Judging from Connor's reaction, the orcs of the Rock clan have probably never attacked humans. If we can work together to eliminate the warlike Black Wolf clan, that would be a good thing. Junice nodded in agreement. Reiner poked Aliana beside him. She raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "What? Have the orcs of this clan ever attacked you elves?" Aliana fell into deep thought. After a brief reflection, she shook her head and said, "No, it's basically just the Black Wolf clan. Apart from them, no one else dares to mess with us elves." Reiner shrugged. "Continue to kill slimes around here." After completing the commission, he took a few people back to the city. 3 days later in the morning, there was a knock on Reiner's door. Aiden and Connor stood at the door on horseback, followed by a group of Barnet warriors. Without waiting for Reiner to say hello, Aiden spoke first with an expressionless face. "Take me to find that orc. I want to talk to her." They were clearly brothers, but he gave off a completely different vibe from Connor. His words were brief and powerful, always emitting a hint of majesty. Connor, on the other hand, is much more approachable, and it seems that anyone can become friends with him just by having a drink with him. "Please wait a moment, sir." Reiner asked everyone in the room to put on their equipment, and then he led the way, and soon they arrived at the meeting place agreed with Fiona. As they approached, several orcs led by Fiona emerged from the bushes. The Barnet warriors subconsciously raised their axes. Seeing this, the orc guards also raised their weapons. He didn't put it down until Fiona stopped him. Aiden said coldly, "Put down your weapons and don't move without my order." He and Connor dismounted, then turned to look at Reiner. "Come with me. Let's go talk somewhere where there's no one." "Yes." Reiner followed them alone. He acted as a translator for Fiona, who was not very fluent in Barnet. The conversation lasted about half an hour. In the end, Fiona promised that after dealing with the Black Wolf clan, she would not have any ideas about human territory, and that a certain amount of food would be required every month. Only then did Aiden agree to form an alliance. From the conversation, we learned that they would launch a surprise attack on the tribe where the Black Wolf clan lived in 2 days, preparing to completely wipe them out. Aiden led the team to attack head-on, and all Fiona needed to do was to lead the team to sneak around and cut off the retreat routes of the fleeing orcs. Aiden turned around and suddenly said, "Reiner, we need your help." Chapter 98, I can do it. Is it really possible with just a few of us? Junice squatted beside Reiner and muttered softly. It was now late at night, and they were hiding in the bushes somewhere on the outskirts of the orc tribe under the cover of moonlight. From time to time, patrolling orc warriors would pass by them, but the surrounding environment was too dark and they never noticed that there were people hiding in the bushes. "We can try." When Aiden launches a surprise attack, the orc chieftain and priests will definitely come out to command the battle. We can just hide here and wait for an opportunity to launch a surprise attack. If it's a close combat, Martina might really have a chance to kill them. The task assigned by Aiden to them was to behead the orc commander when the two armies were fighting. The quest to kill the Minotaur chieftain has been stuck for a long time. I don't know if the chief of the Black Wolf clan is this Minotaur. It will definitely work with me here. They're just orcs. I can kill one with one blow. Martina was full of confidence in herself. She held the sword in her arms, looking eager to try. Reiner turned around and looked at Aliana, saying with great concern, "When the fight starts, just keep summoning the tree demons to cause trouble. And then take care of yourself. They may not be able to take care of you during the fight." Aliana gives people the impression of being a child who knows nothing. To be honest, if she hadn't cried and insisted on coming with him, Reiner would have preferred to leave her at home. "I'm not a child, don't underestimate me," Aliana said angrily. Reiner couldn't help but look down. It's as flat as a tabletop. Isn't this just a child? In any case, protect yourself. While waiting, Reiner's hand unconsciously touched Norah's cattail and played with it nonstop. He didn't withdraw his hand until Norah's complaining voice came to his mind. I can't concentrate when my tail is being touched. Please stop it, master. Go back and play again. After lying in ambush in the bushes for a long time, a noisy sound was heard in the distance, and the orc sentinels were roaring loudly. The cunning humans are here again. Don't sleep. After a while, fires gradually lit up in the orc tribe. The disheveled orcs ran out with axes in their hands, and the darkness around them was dispelled by torches. Reiner lowered his body even lower, while Martina simply dropped to the ground. A lot of orcs are heading towards Aiden, at least 400 of them. They really are a united army. Junice's eyes suddenly widened, and she suddenly lay down. There are predators coming. The plunderers she was talking about were dwarf orcs riding black wolves. These guys are incredibly fast and can always launch unexpected attacks. Reiner squinted his eyes and looked outside through the gaps between the leaves. A looter happened to pass by him. The wolf seemed to have discovered Reiner and suddenly stopped in front of the bushes and began sniffing around. The dwarf orc riding on him kept urging him, "What are you doing? Now is not the time to dawdle. Hurry up." The black wolf under his crotch suddenly bared its teeth. Before they could react, a cold light flashed in the bushes, and a dagger suddenly pierced the dwarf orc's throat. The blade flipped and stabbed at the black wolf's head again. It just let out a wail and died before it could resist. Norah dragged the bodies into the bushes, and Reiner skillfully released water to cover their bodies. Several people continued to ambush in the bushes. After a while, a strong green light flashed in the orc tribe. Reiner had a clear memory of it. It was the light of evil energy. After a while, more than a dozen extremely excited orc warriors with green glow rushed out of the tribe and ran towards the south of the forest. They should be going to cause trouble for Aiden. However, for this night raid, Aiden assembled 400 warriors who could participate in the battle. Reiner had also seen the superhuman physiques of these guys. He didn't think that a dozen elite monsters would cause them any damage. Noila suddenly said, "It seems like something is coming." As soon as he finished speaking, Reiner saw a skinny, masked orc in a black robe staggering out of the tribe. In his hand he held a stone staff, and his exposed limbs were wrapped in milky white bandages. As expected, this should be an orc priest. "Should I go?" Martina asked in a low voice. She was lying on the ground, also peeking out through the gaps between the leaves. "Wait a little longer, it's not time yet." At this moment, the orc tribe blew an exciting horn, followed by the heart-shaking drumbeats. The orc warriors seemed to be energized and rushed out like a tide. For burly Tauren walked out of the tribal gate, holding their horns high and blowing them hard. After more than 10 seconds, a giant minotaur appeared in front of everyone. His bright eyes seemed to be burning with anger. His upper body was bulging with muscles, and around his waist hung a heavy-looking bronze drum. Needless to say, this is definitely the target of his mission, the Minotaur Chieftain. Kill it, and you'll get a thunder magic book. Just as Reiner was daydreaming, his eardrum suddenly felt a slight pain. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. The Minotaur chief kept beating the drum, and every time the heavy drumstick fell, Reiner's heart would tremble violently. The voices of the two beast-eared girls were heard at the same time. "Norah, what the hell is that sound? It makes my ears hurt." "Martina, should we fight that guy?" They both seemed frightened. It seems that the drumming has a mind-altering effect. Since Norah obtained the magic eye, her mental attribute has been improved from D to B. In the past, she probably wouldn't be able to endure such torture. "Juni's Aliana, are you two okay?" They are all mages, so logically their magic resistance should be higher than that of the beast-eared girls. After hearing the drumbeats, they seemed to have no reaction. Junice replied, "The drumbeats make me a little nervous, but it doesn't affect me much." Aliana also spoke up. "Same, other than feeling flustered, there's no other impact." Seeing them getting closer, Reiner said, "Most of the orcs are at the front now. Martina and I will deal with the Minotaur chieftain later. Norah, you find a way to kill the orc priests. Junice and Aliana, just wait for the opportunity to help. If possible, help me contain those 4 minotaurs blowing the horn. If Martina, Norah, and I complete the task at hand, we will come to help you as soon as possible." "Okay." Reiner looked down at Martina. This guy had cold sweat on his head, and she seemed a little afraid of this bull-headed chief. Reiner began to cheer her up as if he were coaxing a child. "Martina, you are the best warrior among us. The Minotaur chieftain is nothing but an ant in your hands. You can definitely kill it. It doesn't matter if you can't win, I'll always be there for you." The encouragement worked, and Martina's wavering heart became more resolute. She gritted her teeth and said, I can do it. Chapter 99. Eliminate the Minotaur Chieftain. Martina rushed out with her shield raised, knocking down 2 Minotaurs in her path. She let out a battle cry and swung her sword towards the Minotaur Chieftain, but the chieftain dodged it nimbly. At the same time, the heavy hammer turned into a powerful weapon at this moment. With a casual swing, he knocked Martina back several meters. Although this guy is huge in size, he is very flexible. Reiner realized that he had underestimated its strength. Be careful, don't let it catch your weakness. Reiner released a fireball to suppress it. But the power of the fireball without charging is not worth mentioning to it at all. When it hit it, it just smoked a little. The chief slapped out the flames on his shoulders and sneered in Orcish. Is that all you can do? Martina roared and rushed over. Although her attacks were swift and powerful, they were always a little slow and could always be easily blocked by the Minotaur chieftain. You're quite strong, but still a little weaker than me. The bull-headed chief raised his hammer high. After a slight feint, Martina revealed her weakness due to nervousness. He was kicked and flew out, rolling several times on the ground until he hit a pine tree and came to a steady stop. The Minotaur chieftain wanted to attack again, but was temporarily suppressed by the water spear shot by Junice. Annoying flies. He bent down, grabbed a lump of mud, and threw it accurately at Junice's face, interrupting her spell. The surrounding pine trees came alive, moving their heavy bodies and attacking the other 4 bull-headed guards holding horns. Although the strength of the Dryad can crush ordinary orc warriors, it is still a little inferior to this strong and powerful Minotaur warrior. He was knocked to the ground in 2 rounds. Fortunately, they were in the forest, and Aliana could awaken the tree's spirits continuously. I'm here to help you. The orc priest began to chant a spell, and a dazzling fireball formed on the top of the staff. As soon as he pointed the staff at Aliana, a mithril dagger pierced her chest, and the fireball dissipated in an instant. When the priest's eyes turned green, and he seemed to have a backup plan. Norah didn't give him any chance, stabbing him twice in the heart and once in the head. But even so, the priest did not die. His fallen body stood up again in an extremely strange posture, but was stabbed several times by Norah and died completely. Seeing that they still had the upper hand for the time being, Reiner focused his attention entirely on the Minotaur chief. Martina ran back again. She had been on passive defense and her movements were much slower. Maybe she was hurt by that blow just now. While Martina was fighting with him, Reiner gathered up the wind blades and shot them at the chief. The wind blade that could normally completely cut through branches only left a wound on his leg where the bone was visible. The Minotaur chief staggered back a few steps, and the wound on his leg began to heal gradually. Good opportunity. Martina took advantage of the victory and rushed forward, never thinking that this was a flaw deliberately exposed by the chief. Just as she raised her sword, her right hand holding the sword was hit by another hammer. Martina retreated to Reiner's side, gently shook her injured right hand, and changed to holding the sword with her left hand. I can't beat him. The Minotaur chief's strength and speed are obviously far superior to hers. Help me delay some time. Reiner changed his strategy and began to attack the chief with water ball technique. The water ball hitting his thick skin felt like a tickle. Junice also understood Reiner's intention. She temporarily gave up restraining the Minotaur and used water ball magic to focus her fire on the Minotaur chief. Be careful, Aliana shouted. Reiner looked back and saw a Minotaur charging towards him. It raised the horn high and suddenly exerted force with the muscles in its arms. But this heavy blow was blocked by Reiner's barrier of light. Reiner has been very busy these days. Whenever he had free time, he would practice the radiant barrier taught by Aliana to speed up his release. The result came in handy so quickly. While the Minotaur was retreating, Reiner briefly gathered his strength and used a wind blade to cut off its head. When I looked back at Martina, I found that she was grabbed by the arm by the Minotaur chief, spun around a few times, and thrown deep into the woods. After a loud noise, a pine tree in the distance fell down. Martina! The bull-headed chief locked his gaze on Reiner. Take care of yourself first, human. The system's voice also rang in my ears. Warning! You are being watched by the Minotaur chieftain. The veins in the bull-headed chief's legs bulged as he rushed towards Reiner like a flying arrow. At the critical moment, Reiner used Earthquake in its path. The waterlogged mud instantly turned into a quagmire. The aggressive Minotaur chief was instantly trapped in it, and the more he struggled, the deeper he sank. Realizing the situation had reversed, the bull-headed chief roared hysterically. Despicable and shameless humans. They only resort to despicable means. You're nagging. Reiner breathed a sigh of relief, his heart still pounding. Seeing Norah coming, Reiner looked back. The orc priests were dead, their heads chopped off. The remaining 3 Minotaurs, covered in wounds, also fell to the ground. The battle should be over. The Minotaur chief, who was stuck in the mud, was still struggling and seemed to have found a way to get out of the mud. Seeing this, Reiner added water into the swamp and used earthquake magic, and the Minotaur chief was finally completely swallowed by the mud. It's over. What a difficult guy. Martina limped over, holding her sword and looking around. Not finding the bull-headed chief, she asked angrily, "Where's the bull?" Reiner pointed to the quagmire in front of him, buried alive. Martina curled her lips, sat down on the ground, and began to rest. "Junice Aliana, how are you two doing?" "Not bad." Junice was washing the mud off her face. "Me too." Aliana came over holding a staff. Reiner turned and looked at the orc tribe in front of him. A group of orcs with khaki strips of cloth tied around their arms have rushed in. They are orcs of the Rock clan. This area will soon become their territory. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. "Reiner, have you killed their chief?" It was Connor, followed by several warriors, all covered in orc blood, obviously having experienced a fierce battle. "Yeah, it took a lot of effort. It's pretty powerful," Reiner gasped. It was the first time he saw Martina at a disadvantage in close combat. "You finally managed to handle it. I've always believed in your ability." Connor nodded and laughed out loud. "Is everything okay over there?" "The casualties weren't heavy, thanks to you holding their chieftain hostage." Without a leader, the orcs fought without any plan, relying solely on brute force to charge forward. They soon began to flee. The Black Wolf clan must be ruined now. All the men died on the battlefield, leaving only a group of women and cubs in the tribe. He reached out and patted Reiner's shoulder. "Leave the rest to my eldest brother. Let's go drink." At this moment, Martina's voice reached Reiner's ears. "I'm so weak. I can't even beat this guy. I must find a way to become stronger." Reiner turned and looked at Martina. She was looking down in deep thought. Chapter 100 Magic tailor-made for Martina. Reiner just opened his eyes and found that the person lying next to him was someone else. He clearly remembered that it was already late at night when he came back from drinking last night, and the person he was sleeping with was clearly Martina. But now the woman sleeping next to him has become Norah. Never mind, it's all the same anyway. The kitten opened its eyes wide, observing Reiner's face carefully, and its inner voice slowly came to it. "The master is so handsome. The more I look at him, the more I like him. I want to bite him." Seeing Reiner open his eyes, she closed her eyes and kissed him. After a long time, the two slowly separated. "Good morning, master. I feel a little dizzy. Why are you in the room too?" Norah lowered her head and explained carefully. "I was going to wake you up, but you suddenly hugged me, so I also slept in the quilt for a while." Reiner reached out and rubbed her belly. "It was 4 months ago that I brought Norah home. Now she has a thin layer of fat on her belly and is no longer just skin and bones. I've gained weight." Norah was slightly stunned, then said shyly, "Because I eat too well. Since I followed the master, I have never been hungry, so I naturally gained weight. If the master doesn't like it, I will eat less from now on and lose weight again. No, just stay healthy. A little bit of fat will make it more comfortable to hug you. You can decide for yourself about this. I like you no matter what." Norah responded softly, her face flushing again. Even though they have been together for so long, she would still blush with shyness if Reiner said something a little cheesy. "So cute. Where's Martina?" Norah reached out to help Reiner fix her hair, her tone very gentle. "She got up earlier than me and seemed a little unhappy." "Master, do you want to go see her?" "Unhappy? I guess it's because they didn't win the battle with the Minotaur chief last night, so they had a quarrel. She was in a bad mood last night when she went to the bar to celebrate with Connor. Even if her favorite beer was placed in front of her, she would not be moved at all. Then I'll get up and take a look." Reiner got dressed and went outside to find Martina lying on the ground doing push-ups, while the petite Aliana was sitting on her to add weight to her. Her right hand was still wrapped in bandages. "What are you doing?" Reiner quickly ran over and helped her up. "Isn't your hand injured? Not only did you not take a good rest, but you also messed around." Martina looked directly at Reiner and said seriously, "It doesn't hurt that much anymore. Don't worry about me." "That won't do. You're my woman. If I don't worry about you, who will?" Reiner wiped the sweat off her forehead and took her hand, leading her to the dining table. "What's wronged you? Tell me, and I'll make you happy." Martina glanced at him and said angrily, "I haven't been wronged." Although she said this, Reiner heard what she was thinking. "I'm still too weak. Reiner is much stronger than me. I don't want to hold him back." Sure enough, it's still the same thing. The Minotaur chieftain's attributes exceed the standard. If you can see its panel, this guy's strength and endurance are probably S, and his agility is probably A. Martina can't compare to it. "Take good care of yourself for the next 2 days, and then I'll teach you something powerful." Reiner raised his eyebrows. "Something powerful?" A glimmer of hope flashed in Martina's eyes. Reiner nodded. He figured that now that the bullhead chief had been killed, it was time to pay out the reward. When the time comes, I will learn some powerful things from the Thunder Magic book and then teach them to Martina. After all, as long as she can improve her strength, she will be happy. After Reiner finished his breakfast, he returned to his room alone. He sat on the bed and coughed twice, frantically hinting to the system. Ahem. You know, the mission is complete. Isn't it time to arrange the reward? Soon, the system's voice sounded in my ears. Here we come. Mission: kill a Minotaur chieftain. Current status: completed. Mission rewards have been issued. A brand new dark purple book appeared on the bedside. Reiner picked it up and began to read it impatiently. The book was written in the diastral script and did not appear to be particularly old. Note: this magic book was written 5,000 years ago by an elven stargazer skilled in thunder magic. The original text is in Elvish. For ease of reading, this system has specially translated it into Diastrian for you. Reiner shrugged and continued. Can I translate it? It doesn't matter to me whether it's Elvish or not. You can speak Elvish, but Martina doesn't. Reiner suddenly realized. I see. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration. But Martina doesn't speak Diast. The system fell silent. The thunder magic book in his hand disappeared in an instant, and when it reappeared, the words on it turned into demi-human language. Reiner's lips curled up slightly, and he shook his head again. Is it possible that although she can speak the demi-human language, she can't read? The system fell silent again. It's just demi-human language, thank you. He opened the first page and began to read the catalog. After taking a general look at the magic spells, he chose a few that sounded awesome and read them in detail. Soon he found the thunder magic he liked. Lightning Armor Casting Technique. It can draw lightning to the caster, causing it to strengthen the caster's body, thereby gaining extraordinary strength, endurance, and speed. This magic not only greatly increases physical strength, but also enhances the caster's resistance to physical and magical attacks. Moreover, this magic spell can last until the magic power is exhausted, and there is no need to cast additional spells in the middle. For Martina, this magic was tailor-made for her. Because when she fights, she only knows how to chop people and forgets about any magic. She learned the wind blade, but she'd never used it in combat. Reiner continued to read carefully, and he saw some very conspicuous big words on the last line. Although the lightning armor forging technique can strengthen the body, excessive use can cause damage to the caster's body. The duration of its use must be strictly controlled. There are actually side effects. Reiner closed the book silently. He suddenly felt that this spell was not so suitable for Martina. This guy gets angry easily. If he gets angry, she will definitely not control the timing of the spell. But if you use this trick as your ultimate killer move, you might want to give it a try. Before teaching it to Martina, he had to learn the magic himself first and then try it for her. He would only teach it to Martina if the side effects were within his acceptable range. Reiner opened the book again and read it carefully with wide eyes. Chapter 101, Studious Martina. Reiner, my hand is healed. You said you would teach me something powerful. Now teach me. Martina came over excitedly. Reiner has been studying magic in his room these past 2 days. He has already mastered the art of lightning armor casting, and also completed the most basic experiments. He used it continuously for 3 hours, and felt that every inch of his skin was stinging as if it were being pricked by needles. The longer the use time, the more serious the damage to the body will be. He couldn't teach Martina the magic completely. After pondering for several hours, he figured out a castrated version of the lightning armor forging technique. Although its effect on improving the body is not even half of the original version, it is safer. At least after using the castrated version of the lightning armor, he did not feel any physical pain. Of course, I keep my promise. Hurry up and put on your equipment. I'll show you a little bit after we leave the city. Great. Martina was as happy as a child and ran out of the room cheering. Half an hour later, Reiner and a few others arrived at a snowy area outside the city. Martina carried the great sword and looked at him expectantly. Reiner chanted a spell briefly, then gently twirled his fingers before a rumble of thunder rang in his ears and his body was enveloped in purple lightning. He could clearly feel the electric current running between his body and armor. The 2 beast-eared girls subconsciously stepped back, exclaiming in surprise and clapping for Reiner with their hands. Martina's eyes lit up. It looks pretty impressive. This is just a castrated version. It only strengthens the body and has no defensive effect. The original version will completely wrap the body with lightning, forming a lightning armor that can block attacks. It's not over yet. Reiner slightly arched his body, rushed forward at an extremely terrifying speed, and then hit the pine tree with his staff, directly breaking part of the trunk. If Reiner hadn't used the lightning armor, he could only knock off a piece of bark at most. Junice narrowed her eyes and exclaimed, "What an incredible magic! It can actually increase speed so significantly. This magic not only increases speed, but also strength and endurance. Furthermore, it can be cast once until the lightning element is depleted. I think it's especially suitable for Martina. Before he could finish, Martina ran over ecstatically and shook Reiner's shoulders vigorously. Honey, I love this. I want to learn. Teach me. Seeing her impatient look, Reiner felt secretly happy. He deliberately kept it a secret. Give me a kiss. Martina kissed him without thinking and finally licked Reiner. Spit all over my face. Can you teach me now? Reiner nodded. But this magic is a bit difficult to learn. Before learning it, you must master the other two magics. The first is the simplest lightning strike technique, and the slightly more complicated lightning storage technique. After learning these two spells, first, use the lightning storage technique, then use the lightning strike technique on yourself. The lightning will be stored in a special form within the caster's body, continuously stimulating the muscles to achieve a strengthening effect. In fact, if you add a thunder release spell, you can release a complete thunder armor. But it is this final step of discharge that can cause harm to the user's body. In short, the principle of this spell is to first use the thunder storage technique to turn the caster into a power bank. Then use lightning strike to quickly charge, and at this point, the body can be slightly strengthened by the leaked current. The thunder release technique, on the other hand, is to release all the lightning in the body in a short period of time, thereby obtaining a more powerful boost, but such discharge will shorten the life of the power bank. Martina opened her mouth slightly, her eyes showing wisdom, and then nodded as if she understood. Understood. Martina shook her head. No, but it feels very powerful. Reiner remained silent. Anyway, just teach her the spell. Come here and memorize the spells. First learn the lightning strike spell, and then the thunder storage spell. When you use it, just reverse the order of the two spells. Okay. Martina blinked hard. Reiner told Martina the spell and let her start exploring it herself. After a while, she asked again, what is the name of this magic? Reiner's lips curled up slightly. Lightning armor forging technique, complete version. What? Is there an incomplete version? Martina blinked her big eyes vigorously. Her innocent look is really endearing. Reiner kissed her and continued to fool her. Of course, if it's not complete and not powerful, I won't teach you. Okay, then I'll continue exploring. Martina raised her head and kept chanting spells to the pine tree in front of her. Reiner sat aside with Aliana to rest. He had been thinking about this magic for the past 2 days and had hardly any rest. Now that he had relaxed, he felt sleepy. Aliana complained. Reiner, stop leaning on me all the time. You're so heavy. Don't be so stingy. I've been so busy lately, but I still insist on buying you milk every day. You haven't taught me phototherapy yet. Now that there's nothing else to do, I can teach you. No, I'm so sleepy now. I want to rest for a while. Let me lean on you. No way. Reiner suddenly felt a chill. He subconsciously looked at Norah. The kitten was playing with herself. She was squatting in front of the snow and drawing with a branch. Reiner looked around and was finally startled by Junice behind him. When did you come to me? Junice smiled without saying anything and sat down next to the two of them. The tree stump, which was not big to begin with, was suddenly filled with people. What are you doing? Your smile is so creepy. Junice patted Reiner's shoulder and teased. You're such a playboy. Are you planning to make a move on the elf? Reiner shook his head decisively. No, I would never lay hands on a child no matter what. That's hard to say, and isn't the elf an adult already? You are questioning my aesthetics. As soon as Reiner finished speaking, the bushes in front of him began to tremble. A green-skinned orc emerged from it. Several people raised their weapons at the same time. The orc was so frightened that he hid back. He shouted in broken Barnet. A good orc. I come to pay tribute. Just then, a familiar figure emerged from the bushes. It's Fiona, she said softly. Lord Reiner, we are not here to fight. After the alliance, we need to pay tribute to Lord Aiden with food every once in a while. So, please let us pass. Several orcs carrying wooden boxes squeezed out from the bushes, waiting for Martina to make way. Reiner stepped forward and pulled the horse girl aside, watching the beastmen carrying food back and forth. Chapter 102 Conversation with Fiona. Lord Reiner, I happen to have something to discuss with you. Could you please come with me? Fiona said respectfully. Reiner nodded, said hello to Norah and the others, and followed. After walking a little further, Fiona suddenly stopped and bowed to Reiner. Lord Reiner, please allow me to thank you. Why thank me? I'm just a translator. You're being modest. The chief of the Black Wolf clan is very powerful. He has killed many of his fellow Rock clan members. If you hadn't eliminated him, we would have faced an even more formidable enemy. Reiner remained silent, carefully observing Fiona's expression. I don't know what she is up to. He usually relied too much on eavesdropping when communicating with Norah Martina, so when he saw Fiona, he always wanted to eavesdrop on her thoughts. You're definitely looking for more than just thanks, right? Fiona nodded heavily, and after hesitating for a while, she continued, I'd like to ask for your help. Help? Yes, you are the most powerful human being I have ever met, and I hope to get your help. I want to unify the orc tribes in this forest. Now that we've absorbed the members of the Black Wolf clan, our clan has become stronger than ever. I want to strike while the iron is hot and absorb the other clans one by one. Reiner raised his head and motioned for her to continue. Several clan chiefs are obstacles to our development. I need to eliminate them so that the tribe can develop further. It turns out they were hired to do the dirty work. With Norah's stealth ability, it is not difficult to assassinate an unsuspecting orc chieftain. Although Fiona's clan and Aiden are currently allied. But there's no telling when the alliance might be broken. Helping her might end up causing more trouble. Although Reiner didn't say a word, Fiona seemed to see through his thoughts, so she said softly, Don't worry, at least in the next 40 years, we will not invade human territory. Lord Reiner does not need to worry about becoming an accomplice. I believe that peaceful development and mutual trade among all races is the general trend, which is more in line with the common interests of us orcs and humans. If unfortunately a conflict occurs with a foreign race, even if I have the upper hand in terms of strength, I would prefer to resolve the issue through peace, cooperation, and negotiation. War is always the least effective means to achieve a goal, and no one wants to shed blood and sacrifice. Reiner narrowed his eyes. Words are not enough. I can't just take your one-sided words for granted. Fiona lowered her stance. What do you need to do to trust me? We humans have a kind of master-servant contract magic. You should have heard of it, right? Fiona nodded, understanding Reiner's meaning. I've briefly learned that if a contract is signed, not only will one's life be controlled, but one will also be unable to disobey the caster's will. We've only met a few times. If you want me to trust you, you'll have to use at least this level of magic. Reiner hesitated for a moment and then said, Of course, I won't restrict your freedom, but your behavior will need to be supervised by me. Although there is a risk of being manipulated by me, you will also get my help from now on. Do you want to take a gamble? Fiona lowered her head, and after a long inner struggle, she slowly said, For the future of the tribe, I am willing to believe you. But to make sure you don't deceive me, you need to do me a few favors first. Reiner smiled and leaned against the pine tree. Of course, not a problem. So you really plan to hire me to assassinate them? If negotiations break down and no consensus can be reached, then this is the only option. The reason our orcs' living environment has become increasingly harsh in recent years is closely related to those stubborn, conservative, warlike, and bloodthirsty chieftains. Of course, if you help me, Master Reiner, I will not only sign a contract with you, but also give you corresponding compensation. As for the reward, I heard that you orcs are good at black magic and blood magic. Can you teach me those things? Ever since he witnessed Aliana's magic, he has developed a strong interest in the magic of other races. Fiona smiled. Lord Reiner, you are a human. Even if you know the spell, you can't use dark magic. Reiner waved his hand. Don't worry about that. I will naturally find a way. When the time comes, I'll just follow her instructions and let Fiona help me learn. The system will definitely give him a new magic. Okay, if Lord Reiner can learn black magic, it can be considered a miracle in some ways. I am willing to be a witness to this miracle. After saying that, Fiona laughed out loud. She didn't take Reiner's words seriously at all. I'm not kidding. How about a bet that I can learn the dark arts? Whatever you want, I don't think I'll lose. After all, there's no precedent for this. As a priest, I have basic knowledge of magic. So confident. What if I really learn it? Fiona shrugged disapprovingly. Then I'll leave it to you. Hear these 4 words. Reiner looked her up and down. Honestly, this guy is in great shape. After thinking for a moment, Reiner asked, Do you have a man? These words seemed to touch upon Fiona's sore spot. Her expression was slightly gloomy, and she smiled bitterly and shook her head. I'm ugly, no male would be interested in me, and reproducing offspring is none of my business. I have a more important mission. I have to consider the future of our clan. What's so ugly about it? Among the orcs, your appearance is unique. They just don't know how to appreciate it. Fiona said doubtfully, Really? I heard that humans don't like slender women either. Although the tribesmen in the tribe respect me very much, that's all. Slim? This is called a slender branch with large fruit, which is of the best quality. But due to different aesthetics, her figure may not be popular here. Take Connor for example. He likes women with big arms and waists. If Fiona could remove the small fangs on both sides of her mouth and turn her skin white, she would definitely be a beautiful woman. Reiner said sincerely, You are quite feminine. Fiona smiled innocently and scratched her head. This is the first time I've been praised like this since I was a child. Reiner, you don't have to say such insincere words just to protect my dignity. I'm just telling the truth. Perhaps realizing that their conversation was getting off track, Fiona scratched her head and stopped expressing her feelings. She turned her head and looked away. Seeing the orc team carrying the tribute moving further and further away, she quickened her pace to catch up with them. Let's stop here for now. I'll come to see you in the next few days. Goodbye. Reiner waved goodbye to her. After Fiona walked away, the bushes beside her suddenly moved. Norah stuck her head out, with 2 golden leaves stuck in her hair. Why did you follow me? Norah said expressionlessly. I want to ensure the safety of the master. She said this, but she didn't mean it at all. The master can eat anything. Even the beastmen are interested in him. However, that female beastman is indeed beautiful. Junice, Aliana, and that female beastman. Reiner brushed off the leaves on her head and rubbed her cat ears vigorously. What are you thinking about? Nothing. Norah suddenly opened her mouth, bit Reiner's hand hard, and then ran away. Chapter 103 Martina is almost blurry. Why hasn't Martina come to eat yet? Normally, she would be the first one to sit at the table as soon as the meal starts, but now even white bread can't tempt her. Norah picked up a chicken leg and put it into her mouth. This guy has been studying the art of lightning armor casting for several days. During this period, she was not active in eating, sleeping, or even taking a bath. She devoted all her energy to studying. It can be seen that in order to become stronger, she has reached the point of neglecting sleep and food. Although Reiner also likes magic, he doesn't like it to the same extent as her. I'll go upstairs and call her down. Daisy stood up slowly. Reiner reached out to stop her. No, let her think about it carefully. It's rare for her to be so interested in something. As long as she doesn't starve to death, that's all that matters. After finishing lunch, seeing that Martina had not come down yet, Reiner went upstairs himself with 2 pieces of white bread. Just as I was about to knock on the door, I heard a devilish laugh coming from inside the room. Ha ha ha. Reiner knocked on the door and asked through it. What's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly smiling so obscenely? Martina opened the door. Blue lightning continued to appear on her body, and her hair exploded like a hedgehog. Her movements were so fast that they left afterimages. There is no doubt that she has learned the castrated version of the lightning armor forging technique. She was able to learn this somewhat complicated magic in just a few days. It can be seen that compared to Norah, her understanding is actually quite good. After all, Norah hasn't learned the fireball technique yet. I know the spell by heart, but for some reason I just can't use it. Honey, I've learned it. I feel like I have endless energy. She took the white bread, took a big bite, and said incoherently, Hurry, hurry, let's go outside and compete. Reiner wiped her tears and pretended to be wronged, and said, You studied magic so hard. Is it just to beat your husband? A woman's hands are for conquering the world, not for beating men. It's so sad. The most important thing is that he probably can't beat this guy now. Before learning the lightning armor, perhaps I could use Earthquake to restrain her and limit her movement. And now, it is estimated that after her run-up and jump, she can jump more than 20 meters. The effect of Earthquake magic on her is unknown. Martina was slightly startled and narrowed her eyes. We're just sparring to see how it works. I must be stronger than anyone else so I can protect you. I should be the one to say this. In the afternoon, while the sun was shining brightly outside, Reiner led everyone out of the city, ready to spar with Martina and test her specific strength after learning the lightning armor. Martina kept giggling along the way, and her thoughts kept reaching Reiner's ears. I can't help laughing when I think about torturing Reiner later. Reiner glanced at her and couldn't help but teasing. Do you really want to beat me up? Martina directly denied it. No, I just want to spar with her. But her inner thoughts betrayed her. I'll hit him while we're sparring. Reiner narrowed his eyes. After arriving at the place, Martina stuck the sword into the ground and began to warm up. She chanted a spell, then roared and used the lightning armor. Junice exclaimed, pulled Aliana and Norah to sit on a tree stump nearby, and began to watch the battle with wide eyes. Norah took out half a piece of white bread from her bosom and ate it with relish. Then, as if remembering something, she warned, Martina, restrain yourself a little. Don't hit me so hard all the time. Don't hurt the master. I understand. I will hold back. Martina retreated dozens of meters and put some distance between herself and Reiner. Step back a little. Give me some time to react. Martina nodded and took a few steps back. The distance between the two people was about 30 meters. Reiner felt that this distance should be enough for him to react to Martina's actions. Martina put away her smile, and a chill suddenly swept over her. Martina is pretty scary when she's serious. It's a pity that Reiner had already thought of a countermeasure. When he thought about what he was going to do later, he couldn't help laughing. He's actually laughing. Is there some hidden card he has that I don't know about? You don't need the lightning armor? I'm very powerful now. Martina clenched her fists and showed a posture ready to strike. Reiner shook his head. That's not necessary. He said to Junice, who was standing beside him, you be the referee. Okay. Reiner silently recited the spell in his mind, ready to cast magic. Following Junice's order, he directly used the earthquake technique. But Martina disappeared right where she was. Reiner subconsciously used the radiant barrier. The moment the barrier was deployed, it was hit by a solid punch, causing ripples on the surface. I was almost beaten through by this guy with his bare hands. Martina's movements were so fast that they were blurry, and Reiner could barely catch her eye. Fear. Fortunately, she took a few steps back. If she had come any closer, she wouldn't have had a chance to react. Moreover, Martina only used her fists. If it were an actual combat, the instantaneous shining barrier would definitely not be able to stop her greatsword. The two people have different physical strengths. When Reiner used lightning to forge armor, it did not reach such an astonishing level. The gap was simply too obvious. So fast. Norah was shocked after seeing Martina's speed. Martina pounded on the barrier, but when she realized she couldn't break through it with her bare hands, she yelled in frustration, "Coward!" Reiner was a little afraid to remove the barrier. "Can't I just admit defeat? I can't beat you," Martina said angrily. She was obviously unhappy. "You are running away without a fight." "Nonsense. I can't let you use me as a punching bag, right? How long have we been together? And you're already thinking of domestic violence against me?" Martina regained her composure and said seriously, "Use this magic too, and let's have a real fight." Reiner sighed. "Then you retreat first. Don't attack me suddenly. Wait until I'm ready before you move. Don't beat me to death. We still have a contract." Martina nodded. Junice and Ariana covered their eyes. They no longer dared to look. The referee naturally came to Norah's head. Reiner also used the lightning armor. After everything was ready, Norah gave the order. Martina disappeared again in an instant. Reiner could see Martina's movements clearly this time, but he was much slower. Seeing the fist coming towards him, he subconsciously protected his head, but out of the corner of his eye he saw Martina move to the side like lightning. "It's over." Reiner closed his eyes and waited for a few seconds, but he didn't see Martina's fist coming. Instead, something soft touched my cheek. He was kissed by Martina. Chapter 104: Fiona's Request. Martina put her hands on her hips and looked at Reiner with an expression of having succeeded in her evil plan. After thinking for a few seconds, she smiled and said, "You are my man. I can't bear to beat you." Reiner removed his lightning armor and dusted off his clothes. "You understand human nature," Norah muttered to the side. "Martina is so boring that she actually did such a disgusting thing. Before, she just laughed at me for touching my ears, but now she is even bolder than me." Martina put her hands on her hips and rolled her eyes. The past was the past, and the present is the present. Junice and Aliana opened their eyes and saw that the two were in harmony, so they asked, "It seems that I missed something wonderful." Reiner nodded. "Yes, she took a bite, and I lost." Although he expected to lose before coming, he didn't expect to lose so badly. After learning the lightning armor, Martina's strength was greatly improved. Now, she could probably slaughter the entire orc tribe by herself. Fortunately, the Minotaur chief died early, otherwise he would have doubted his life when he met Martina. Martina opened her arms and hugged Reiner. "I am your woman, and my strength is also your strength." Reiner narrowed his eyes and studied her. This guy is becoming more and more smooth-talking. "You bullied me just now. It will be my turn to bully you when we rest tonight." Reiner raised his eyebrows slightly. Martina's lips curled up slightly, and she said nonchalantly, "Whatever, I've been holding it in for several days anyway." Just as the two were flirting, Norah's inner voice came. "An orc is coming." Norah came over and patted Reiner on the shoulder. "Master, your orc friend is hiding in the bushes. Do you want me to bring her here?" Reiner looked in the direction of her finger. Fiona suddenly appeared and asked doubtfully, "Master Reiner, are you sparring?" "Yes, she learned a very powerful magic, and I'm practicing with her." Reiner paused for a moment and then continued, "Just call me Reiner. No need to put someone behind me. It sounds awkward." Fiona nodded, but she didn't say anything, as if she was thinking about something. Reiner observed her for a moment and said softly, "Just tell me what you want to say." "I've been trying to unite the orcs lately, often lobbying the various orc clans. But last night, a warlike clan raided our tribe under cover of darkness, causing us heavy losses." Fiona lowered her head and spoke slowly. "Reiner, do me a favor. I'm willing to sign a contract with you and be under your supervision from now on." Reiner ruffled his hair that was messed up by the cold wind and then asked, So how do you need me to help you? Fiona took out a map from her bosom and pointed to an area west of the forest. After a moment of silence, she said softly, "The Lion Claw clan, their tribal flag is a khaki lion, and the tribe is quite powerful. According to my spies within the Lion Claw clan, the chieftain of the Lion Claw clan likes to go hunting early in the morning, usually with 4 elite guards. Now that you have this kind of intelligence, it shouldn't be difficult for you to ambush and kill him, right?" Fiona shook her head and sighed softly. "It's difficult. They're very powerful. Too many of us will easily be detected, but too few will easily allow him to escape. This opportunity only comes once. If the assassination fails, it will alert him, making it even more difficult to attack him in the future. How strong are they? You should have seen the chief of the Black Wolf clan. Who is stronger between the two of them?" Reiner leaned against the pine tree beside him and yawned sleepily. Fiona answered decisively. "The chief of the Black Wolf clan is much stronger than him. That's no problem. I guess it would be easier for Martina to kill him than to kill an ant. Then it's settled. I'll help you get rid of the Orc chieftain. Besides signing the contract and teaching you black magic, what else do you want to pay me?" Fiona narrowed her eyes and asked back, "You haven't given up yet? I thought you were joking." Recently, the tribe's laborers discovered an abandoned ancient gold mine in a hidden place. I am willing to use gold as a reward. When Reiner heard the word gold, his eyes suddenly lit up. He coughed twice and slowly asked, "How much can you give?" Fiona thought for a moment and then replied, "I've seen your gold coins. If they were made in the same style, I could probably give you around 100. Reiner swallowed. "This is a really good place to make money. I heard that humans like to wear gold jewelry. If you like, I can also ask the craftsman to make a set of jewelry for you. As long as it has no bonus effect, it is just a flashy thing in Reiner's eyes. Moreover, wearing too much jewelry can easily attract thieves. Junice previously liked to cover the gem on the top of the staff with a black cloth for the same reason. Forget about the accessories. Just give me 70 Barnea coins worth of gold, and the rest will be used as the fee for hiring you as my black magic instructor." Reiner raised 2 fingers. Fiona sighed softly. "Are you still not giving up? Don't blame me if you can't learn it. It's unheard of for humans to learn black magic. Besides, I'm actually quite busy and probably don't have that much time to teach you the black magic. How about letting my father teach you? He's a better priest than me," Reiner said very seriously. "I prefer beautiful women as my teachers. The most important thing is that some of the orcs' concepts are very different from those of humans." Reiner feels particularly comfortable with Fiona, but not necessarily with other beastmen. Fiona scratched her cheek awkwardly. "Please stop teasing me. That's all for now. Go and do your own thing. Also, if possible, I'd prefer he disappear quietly." Fiona bowed slightly and then went back into the bushes. "Please, Reiner." Reiner yawned. This was too easy for him. Martina came over and asked in confusion, "What were you talking about just now?" "She plans to hire us to take out her political enemies." "Can we kill orcs again?" Martina's eyes flashed with excitement. It was obvious that she couldn't wait to try out the actual combat power of the lightning armor. "Let's go back and rest for a while. We'll do it again tomorrow morning." Martina replied somewhat disappointedly. "Okay." She suddenly reached out and grabbed Reiner's shoulders, staring at him very seriously. "What?" Martina then slowly said, "Dear, if you are too fickle, Norah and I will feel uncomfortable." She was referring to Fiona. Martina continued, "Junice must be the same, but she's shy, so she won't say it." Junice interrupted directly. "I admit that Reiner is excellent. He is not only funny and humorous, but also very talented. We were just acting at the time. You're just being stubborn. My intuition is sharp, and you can't fool me." Martina walked up to Junice and looked her in the eyes wide open. "Say what you just said again." Junice opened her mouth slightly, but her eyes kept looking away guiltily. Chapter 105, Becoming a Capitalist in Another World. Reiner took Junice and Aliana to hide in the bushes, but before they could even sit down, Martina, covered in blood, came back with Norah. The corners of her mouth couldn't stop rising. It can be seen that she is quite satisfied with her own strength. Reiner looked at Norah and asked, "Is it solved? I guess we didn't kill the wrong person, did we? Do the characteristics match?" "Don't worry, Master, we can handle it." "No one else noticed?" "Well, I was on guard when Martina took action. There were only 6 guards, and no one else followed." Norah paused for a few seconds, then continued, "According to the Master's instructions, their bodies will never be discovered. Fiona had specifically instructed them to try to make them disappear quietly. Where is it hidden?" "We dug a hole and buried it directly." Martina dug deep and fast. "We have taken care of it." Norah nodded slightly. Martina's sword was covered in dirt. Reiner guessed that she must have used the sword as a shovel. "How is it? Does the new magic work?" Martina smiled without saying anything and raised a finger. Before Reiner could ask her what she meant, the inner voice came through. It only took me a moment to defeat 7 orcs. Reiner wasn't surprised. After all, the speed she demonstrated during the competition yesterday was able to reach this level. Martina, Norah, you guys are awesome, Reiner praised. Although the 2 animal-eared girls didn't say anything, they were secretly delighted in their hearts. He used water to wash away the blood on Martina's body and then used fire to warm her. Seeing the guy's mouth corners couldn't stop rising. Even though Reiner had already eavesdropped on his inner thoughts, he still couldn't help but ask, "What are you laughing at?" Martina said with a smile, "I am so strong, and my deer is so proficient in magic. Our offspring will definitely be incredibly strong." Norah said nothing, but her inner voice came over silently. "I'm sure mine won't be bad either. He will definitely be a very smart child." Reiner shivered in the cold wind. He touched the ears of both of them and didn't want to stay in this snowy place for another second. The matter has been settled. The next thing to do is to go outside the city again in 2 days and wait for Fiona to deliver the gold coins. Let's go to the pub and buy something to eat. We're almost out of white bread and meat at home. I saw they were selling beef and mutton a few days ago, so let's try something different today. Aliana on the side said, Lena, we are out of honey at home. Let's buy some honey." Reiner was slightly stunned. He had just been speaking to Norah and Martina in demi-human language, but she could actually understand him. "You can understand demi-human." Aliana nodded and said, "You'll understand after living together for a long time. You often talk about white bread and jam at the dinner table. After a long time, I will probably understand the meaning of some words. Then you just mentioned white bread and chicken. I saw that the white bread in the kitchen was almost finished today, so I could roughly associate it with what you meant. Although this little elf looks like a potato, there is no doubt that it has a very smart brain. As winter approaches, bees almost stop producing honey, causing the price of honey in pharmacies to become higher and higher. But considering that Aliana is also half a minter, I have to buy it." "I understand." Reiner touched her head. Several people came to the tavern. Junice took Norah and the others to buy things, while Reiner walked to the sign in the corner. There are more and more commissioned tasks, all in stacks of yellow paper. Reiner looked through several of them and found that many of the commissions had expired. When he first arrived in Canon, Reiner thought that it was because of the season that no adventurers took the commission. After much research, I learned that the reason there are so many quests here is entirely because there are so few local adventurers, and there has always been a shortage of supply. If Reiner had been in Canon when he traveled through time, he would have been able to save a lot of money through missions. Just as he was flipping through the orders, a bald uncle beside him handed him an order form. "This is..." Reiner first looked at the price. The reward for this commission gradually increased from 5 silver coins at the beginning to 1 gold coin, but still no one was willing to take it. The client is a group of merchants from the market. Their destination is Mellet in Diest. They've been waiting here for almost a week. If no adventurers accept the commission, they'll go to the Lord for help. To Melot. I've been on that road before, and it's certainly dangerous. Not only do you have to cross a complex forest, but there are also occasional bandits blocking the way. Reiner took the commission and shook it gently. Is it because it's too difficult that no one wants to take it? There are a few reasons for this, but the main reason is that we don't have many adventurers here. There are only about a dozen in total. I've been to Diest before, and they have far more adventurers than we do. Reiner scratched his chin, lost in thought. He suddenly thought of a good way to make money. Capitalist mode activated. Reiner hasn't spent much money during this period. There are still 55 Barnet gold coins left. When Fiona delivers the money, he will have another huge sum of money. If I use this money to buy slaves, train them briefly, and then have them take on commission missions. He wanted to invest a little money to test the waters. I'll take this mission. Reiner rolled the commission into a ball and put it in his arms. The bald uncle nodded. This is a good thing. Junice had already finished buying food and was walking towards Reiner. Still looking at the mission? Reiner leaned closer and whispered mysteriously in his ear. I found a business opportunity. Business opportunity? Are you going to start making money? Reiner nodded. Of course, who would complain about not having enough money in their pocket? Seeing 2 beast-eared girls playing around, Reiner said to them, let's go to the slave market later. Norah and Martina said in unison, okay. Ever since they bought Daisy, they understood that as long as she was bought by Reiner, the future would change drastically. If nothing else, at least I won't be hungry anymore. In this world that is cruel to demi-humans, this is a hard-earned blessing. Reiner said solemnly with a serious expression, also, I hope you can understand that I will only buy slaves with good talents, not just any slaves. I won't be too emotionally invested in them, and I won't treat them the same way I treat you. The 2 beast-eared girls were slightly stunned. Norah asked, Will that fill them up? Having enough food, clothes, and a place to sleep are basic needs, and I will definitely meet them. Norah and Martina smiled at each other and said in unison, "This is already very good. Thank you, Master." Chapter 106, Signing a Contract with Fiona. Reiner and a few others stood in a corner of the slave market. In less than half a minute, he began to think about leaving. Not only is this slave market small, there are only a few slaves on sale, and most of them are humans, followed by orcs, and there are only a few subhumans. It was cold now, but they were lightly dressed. The slave traders were afraid that they would freeze to death, so they made them all sit around a campfire to keep warm. Reiner really didn't want to buy any other kind of slaves. After all, in this way, his slave identification system and voice eavesdropping system become useless. He would only purchase high-quality subhuman slaves. Reiner walked forward and asked, "Are these the only demi-human slaves?" The slave trader turned to look at Reiner, exhaled a breath of hot air, and said, "Where are the demi-humans here? Demi-humans basically only live in the southern part of the continent. We can't catch them here." Reiner was slightly stunned, as this touched upon his blind spot in knowledge. What about these humans? How did they become slaves? Some are bandits, others are prisoners captured in battle. The dealer pointed to a woman sitting in the corner. Some are sold here because they owe money and can't repay it. Reiner sighed. It seems that the only way to pick slaves is to go south. I just happened to receive a commission to escort a merchant. This time when I return to Mellet, I must pick up a few more demi-human slaves. Reiner looked down at the listless demi-human slaves and performed some identification. It turned out that they were all inferior slaves, basically useless after being bought and far below the standard. Norah gently poked Reiner's shoulder and asked expectantly, "Want to buy it, Master?" "No, there's no powerful guy." Reiner shook his head. "Okay," Norah said a little disappointedly. Reiner took a few people back home. The next day, he went outside the city again, wanting to see if Fiona would show up. Because tomorrow is the day to escort the caravan to Mello, and the next time we return to Canon may be more than half a month later. Fortunately, after waiting for a while, Fiona came out of the bushes. "Reiner, you're so quick." The expression on her face was a little complicated, a mixture of gratitude and worry. An orc placed a heavy bag in front of Reiner. When I opened it, I found that it was full of golden coins. And each gold coin has an ancient tree pattern on it. Judging from the appearance alone, it is a very regular Barnett gold coin. Where does this money come from? Fiona replied softly, "We made it ourselves. After saying goodbye to you the day before yesterday, I asked Lord Aiden for a mold for minting gold coins. From now on, our tribe has officially become one with humans." After saying that, she turned around and looked at the orc guards who were responsible for protecting her. "You guys go back. I will come back later." The orc guard glanced at Reiner, then turned and went back into the bushes. After they walked away, Fiona looked at Reiner cautiously and said softly, "Let's go. I will fulfill my promise and establish a contract with you. I hope we can cooperate more in the future." Reiner nodded, picked up the purse, and handed it to Martina behind him. "You have made a great sacrifice for the tribe." "It doesn't matter. I'm the only one who needs to be sacrificed. As long as our Beastman tribe can become stronger, I'm willing to do all this." Fiona lowered her head. In order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble, Reiner put his black cloak on Fiona. Fiona slowly spoke. "Actually, as long as the soldiers guarding the city see that the orc coming is me, they will basically not stop me. Lord Aiden has already greeted them. I don't like to attract attention, so I'd better disguise myself. From what I know, even though you have formed an alliance, the civilians here will still be more or less prejudiced against you." Fiona nodded. "That's right, I'll listen to you." After entering the city, they headed straight for the slave market. After Reiner caught a slave trader, he briefly explained the situation and took him to a small room. "Sir, where do you want your seal?" "Just the arms." Reiner unbuttoned his thick woolen sweater and stretched out his arms. There are 3 deed seals on it, belonging to Norah, Martina, and Daisy respectively. And now a 4th is being added. After the slave trader finished stamping, he looked down at Fiona and asked, "Where should this seal be placed on your slave?" Reiner pondered for a moment and held out his hand to him. "Please go out for a moment. It will be back soon." The slave trader looked confused, but still handed the seal to Reiner and then turned and left the small room. Reiner asked her, "Where do you want to build it?" "Choose a place that's not very conspicuous. Otherwise, if your tribe members find out, it will probably cause quite a bit of trouble, right? A place that's not easily discovered." Fiona thought for a moment, then her face flushed slightly. "Don't let your imagination run wild. Can you ask your woman to help me cover it? It's not convenient for you to come. Whatever you want." Reiner handed the seal to Norah, who was the most reliable, and after giving a few instructions, he turned and looked away. After waiting for a while, Reiner heard Fiona's scream. When she turned around, she had become limp and weak, and Norah was helping her tidy up her clothes. Aliana came over holding the staff and kept staring at Reiner's muscles. Why? Are you interested in me? Aliana shook her head and then asked, No, I'm just curious about the pattern on your arm. It's a contract mark. Every time you buy a slave, you have to make one. It's a way to control the slave. Aliana stretched out her cold fingers and poked the mark on Reiner's arm. At this moment, the system's voice also sounded in my ears. Other elements detected, awakening new elemental power for the host. Congratulations to the host. You have unlocked the right to use dark elements. Reiner hummed happily. The magic attribute that can be used is increased by 1. Aliana, standing by, suddenly spoke up. As expected, this is just a simple form of control magic. You're quite clever, storing magic in a seal for humans to use. Reiner's eyes lit up. So, you actually know how to do this? In Melodina, the price of a Gaiki pattern is usually around 1 silver coin. If I can learn how to control magic, I can save myself some money. Of course, and the spell is quite simple. It's a pity that you can't use dark magic. A cold wind blew, and Reiner shivered. He wrapped his clothes tightly around him and said nonchalantly, Anything is possible. Just discipline me. You're not saying you can even use dark magic, are you? Stargazers like me who can awaken both light and dark attributes at the same time are rare. It's already beyond common sense for a human like you to awaken the light element. If you awaken the dark attribute, Reiner interrupted directly. You just need to teach me, and I will do the rest. Chapter 107, Trying to Control Fiona. Reiner chanted the spell and felt a slight heat on his palms. When I opened my eyes, I found a black pattern on the palm of my hand. The pattern will continue to change shape depending on what he thinks in his mind. Sometimes it turns into an animal, sometimes it turns into a plant. Aliana stared with wide eyes, muttering to herself as she watched the scene before her. Reiner, you are not a human. You're scolding me again. You're not a human being. I just have some talent. Aliana narrowed her eyes, observing Reiner carefully, and continued. You can use the 5 natural spells of wind, water, thunder, rock, and fire. You can also use the light and dark spells that are unique to us elves. Is this all a coincidence? Reiner nodded. Probably. Then, he looked at the indenture on his hand and said to Aliana, How about, let me control it? Let's experiment. Aliana's face fell, and she raised her staff to strike. But her heavy blow was easily blocked by Reiner's barrier. If you bully me, I'll tell my mom and you'll be finished. Aliana threatened. Reiner jokingly said, He's really a child. He always brings up his mother whenever he has something to do. Aliana was irritated. She cursed Reiner viciously, slammed the door, and left. Reiner hurried forward and grabbed her. Don't go. I was wrong. I won't make you angry anymore. Aliana hummed softly, then returned to the room and sat on the bed. Teacher Aliana, please teach me how to use this control magic. Make up the rules and conditions in your mind. Use it on yourself first, and then use it on the target. Compared to the slave trader's seal, the control magic I taught you is more flexible, versatile, convenient, and quick. Then how do I terminate my current contract? Take Norah as an example. Use the dark element to wash away your own contract pattern. As the master of the contract, you only need to unilaterally cancel the contract, and Norah's contract will also become invalid. Then you can directly cover it with a new one. It's that simple. Can you be more specific? What does flushing mean? Since you can use domination magic, you should also be able to feel the dark element flowing through your body, right? Certainly. Gather the flowing dark elements under the pattern you want to remove, and it will quickly burn away the pattern on your body. You can practice on Norah's. If it fails, there won't be any bad consequences, right? Aliana shook her head. It just won't work. Other than that, it won't have any other effect. Reiner thought about it for a moment and gave up the idea. But you can practice with Fiona. Go out. If Fiona wakes up, help me call her up. I don't speak Orcish. Aliana seemed speechless. Just call me. Okay. Aliana walked downstairs slowly. After a few minutes she shouted, She's awake. Reiner switched to Orcish and shouted at the top of his voice, Fiona, come up quickly. I have something to ask you. In a short while, she pushed open the door and stood respectfully in front of Reiner. Is the dizziness better? Much better. I can walk on my own now. I'll be fine after resting for a while. Fiona replied, holding her forehead. Reiner patted the edge of the bed and said, Sit down. Fiona sat down obediently and looked at Reiner with somewhat tired eyes. Reiner first erased the indentation marks on his body, and then created a fong-shaped pattern on the palm of his hand. Following the method taught by Aliana, he pressed it on himself first, then said to her, I'm going to make a new deed mark for you. You can see where it would be most suitable. Fiona was slightly stunned. She seemed to be hesitating. After thinking for a long time, she slowly untied the cloth wrapped around her waist and slightly lifted a corner of her thick woolen sweater. It doesn't matter. I'm not a likable female anyway. Fiona sighed and turned her face to the side. Reiner, since you are not interested in me, there is no need for me to be on guard against you. What long legs? She was completely different from those big, strong beast women. It not only has Norah's slenderness and softness, but also Martina's grandeur. It's quite perfect. If it were half a year ago, Reiner would have had a nosebleed if he encountered this situation. But the alternating training with Martina and Norah during this period has turned him into a man of strong will. Faced with such temptation, he didn't even blink. Reiner said sincerely, "You are as beautiful as an emerald." Fiona blushed. It can be seen that she has no resistance to cheesy love words. She dodged his gaze and said in a somewhat unhappy tone, "Stop joking. If my people heard this, they would definitely laugh their heads off." "I'm not kidding. Maybe you don't even realize your own charm." Reiner took a closer look at the inscription on her body, then said, "I'm going to try out the effect of the new inscription now." Fiona nodded. "You try." Reiner had an idea, and Fiona trembled slightly after receiving the order, and then her body went limp and fell on the bed. He wanted to see how strong the control of the magic was, so he pretended to have bad intentions and slowly approached her. "Reiner, what are you doing?" "You guess." Fiona opened her mouth slightly, looked at Reiner pitifully, and covered her clothes tighter. I agreed to sign a contract with you, but it wasn't for such a boring thing. Please don't do this." Reiner continued to move closer and gently pinched her cheek. "Anyway, it's already signed. The final right of interpretation is mine." He. Fiona lay on the bed as if accepting her fate, still muttering to herself, "Forget it. If it's Lord Reiner, then I'm willing." "Why don't you resist?" "I'm testing you. I've tried, but I can't resist. My dark magic is useless. Come on." Seeing that things were not going right, Reiner released his control. Fiona also returned to normal. She covered her chest with her hands, and a trace of imperceptible loss flashed across her face. She murmured to herself, "As expected, no male would like me. Even if I don't move, they won't touch me." Reiner thought for a moment and then replied, "You are very beautiful. Others just don't know how to appreciate it. But as a gourmet, I can see your charm at first sight." Fiona moved aside and whispered, "Reiner, you're teasing me again." As soon as he finished speaking, two familiar dry coughs were heard behind him. Ahem. He slowly turned around and saw 4 people peeking through the crack of the door. Chapter 108. I have always regarded you as the closest person. Everyone followed the caravan and set out on the journey to Mellet. The 6 of them rode in front. The caravan's carriages followed closely behind. The dense forest was not suitable for the carriage to pass through. After going around in circles, they finally found a road suitable for the carriage to pass through. There are almost no monsters in this forest. The only threats are wild beasts like tigers, wolves, and bears. So they are quite loose. Along the way, Junice and Martina kept teasing Reiner about what he did yesterday. Martina said expressionlessly, "Honey, if you keep doing this, I'm going to elbow you." Junice smiled and said, "Reiner is not only gifted in magic, but his speed in finding women is also amazing. He has already set his sights on the Orc Priestess in just a few days. But to be honest, she is the most beautiful female orc I have ever seen." Martina folded her arms and said disapprovingly, "Not as good as me. You all have your strengths." Reiner scratched his cheek and tried to argue. "I just wanted to tease her, that's all. I didn't intend to go any further." Martina curled her lips and said sarcastically, "Who knows? By the time we come up here, you might have already finished it. This is pure slander. 10 minutes is not enough for him to complete the battle. You actually question your man's strength." Martina continued, "I admit that you're better at that kind of thing than I am, but if you want to make it quick, that's not impossible." Reiner narrowed his eyes. Her intelligence was all used up in a mess. "Don't think about it. At worst, I can make amends to you another day." Martina snorted softly, casually broke off a branch, and gently hit Norah, who was walking at the front of the group. "Why don't you express your opinion?" Norah turned around and looked at the others and said seriously, "I need to concentrate on the investigation. I listened to what you said, but I just don't care. I just hope the master can be happy." "Why don't you care? You'll be obedient if you don't get a turn for 10 days or half a month." Martina glared at Reiner. "This kind of thing is actually not a big deal. Once every 2 weeks is enough. Playing too much is bad for your health, and you will be tired easily the next day. In that case, you should give Reiner to me from now on. You don't need him anyway." Martina narrowed her eyes, and her cheeks were stained. "You can bear it, but I can't. I can't sleep without Reiner holding me." Norah smiled. Although she didn't say anything, she was tickling her in her heart. I don't know who was laughing at me then, but now it's like I've become a different person, completely forgetting everything I said before. I won't give it to you. Confirmed, it's a vengeful kitten. Norah shook her head. No, it's too cold in winter. I want to sleep with my master. Then give it to me this summer. No, Martina, you're so annoying. Norah waved her hand, refusing to continue communicating. Reiner glanced at the two of them, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Just then, he felt the arms around his waist loosen. Reiner used his left hand to support Aliana, who was about to fall. Didn't you get enough rest yesterday? You can even fall asleep here. Reiner looked back at her. Aliana covered half of her face with a scarf. She squinted her eyes and looked sleepy. No, I just get sleepy easily when I'm idle. She looked quite cute in her listless state. You've been following me for so long. We're just passing through the forest now. How about I take you home? Aliana shook her head and hugged Reiner tightly. I haven't stayed long enough. I don't want to go back. The world outside is so interesting, and I love going on adventures with you guys. Don't you miss your mother? I kind of want to. Then go back and see her. This should be your first time away from home, right? She might be worried about you. Aliana narrowed her eyes, observed Reiner carefully, and then slowly said, Do you think I eat too much, so you want to drive me away? Don't worry, my mother will come to see me if she misses me. Reiner scratched his cheek and stopped trying to persuade her. The men rode in the forest for 5 days. After it got dark, Reiner led the caravan to find an open place to rest. Prepare to continue the journey early tomorrow morning. And this open space happened to be where Reiner found Beauties. He gathered some sticks and stones and made a campfire. Several people sat around the campfire, nibbling on white bread. Beauties looked around, thoughtfully. Reiner glanced at her and asked confusedly, What's wrong? Do you remember this place? Reiner nodded and brushed a layer of honey on the bread. Of course, an old dryad showed me the way, and then I found you here. You are so stubborn that you refused to turn back even after being robbed. I thought that if I did some hunting along the way I would be able to get to Canon, but I overestimated my abilities and was in a bit of a dilemma when I tried to turn back. I can only eat some wild grass every day. Fortunately, you came to find me, otherwise I might really starve to death in the forest. Beauties lowered her head and munched on some white bread, then asked, So, why did you come to me then? You asked this question before. I told you I was worried about you, but you didn't believe me, Reiner replied. Beauties put the white bread down and looked straight into Reiner's eyes. So, you are really worried about me? It's impossible to say I'm not worried. After all, we are friends, not to mention you're my magic mentor. Beauties smiled and said, Oh my, it's true that making more friends is the right thing to do. But time flies so fast, a month has passed in the blink of an eye. She seemed to have something else in her words. After eating, it was completely dark. Martina acted coquettishly and snuggled into Reiner's arms. Sleep together, dear. You guys go to sleep. Norah will take over from me in the second half of the night. Thanks a lot. Reiner leaned against the tree and gently stroked Martina's ear. The snoring of several people came one after another. Just then, Beauties sneaked up to Reiner. You don't sleep? Aren't you sleepy yet? I'll keep watch with you. She sat down beside him, hugging her knees. Looking at the sleeping Martina, she spoke slowly. She looks so happy. She's quite simple-minded. As long as she has food and fun, she'll be happy. Beauties suddenly interrupted him. Reiner, what is the relationship between us? It was obvious that she had been brewing this sentence in her mind for a long time. What a strange question. Beauties' face turned red. She continued, Our relationship is so close and distant. Sometimes he's very close to me, and sometimes he's very distant from me. I don't want to keep guessing. I want answers. That's your illusion. Beauties was stunned at first, then smiled bitterly and said, That's right. Reiner, you treat them the same way. I was just being sentimental. Reiner corrected him. What I mean is that I have always regarded you as the closest person to me. Chapter 109. Try it with Beauties. A few days later, everyone arrived in Mellet. The nearly 10-day journey left Reiner exhausted. He just wants to go home and have a good rest now. Although escort missions are well paid, they are really torturous and but is almost broken from the shaking. After saying goodbye to the caravan, he led everyone into Mellet. Aliana looked around and exclaimed, Wow, this city is so beautiful. I love it here. Mellet is indeed more prosperous than Canon. At least the road here is paved with gravel, which is much more beautiful than the dirt road. Seeing Aliana's eyes shining, he suddenly became curious about what the place where the elves lived looked like. By the way, you elves also have a town in the forest? This question stumped Ariana. She thought for a moment and shook her head. We elves actually live in trees. It's not like we don't have towns like you humans think of. Do you understand? Reiner was stunned. Live in a tree? How? Do you dig a hole and crawl into it? Or stand on a branch like a bird? It was because his imagination was so poor that he didn't know how people could live in trees. If you build a house on a tree branch, it will probably collapse if the wind blows. But if it is in a tree hole, the space inside will be very narrow. Aliana punched Reiner with her weak little fists and cursed, "You are the bird." Just then, the patrolling city guard saw Reiner and greeted him warmly. Although many people in Canon knew him, he did not receive such treatment when he went in and out of the city. Aliana added, "You seem to be very famous here." Reiner smiled and said, "It's not bad. The reason is that there are too few magicians here. After accepting a few commissions and making a presence known, I became a little famous. I want to be a respected adventurer like you in the future." Aliana took out a piece of white bread from her arms and started to nibble on it. Her childish look was particularly adorable. Reiner ruffled her long blue hair and said, "Grow up quickly." After saying that, Reiner rode his horse towards home. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the door. The house has not changed at all. It is the same as when I left. They led the horses into the stable one by one. However, this stable converted from the backyard could only accommodate 3 horses at a time, which made Junais feel troubled. Reiner pointed to the wooden fence and said, "Just tie the horse next to it. There are some unused blankets in the house. I'll take one out and put it on him later. We'll make do with it for now. I'll expand the stable tomorrow." Junais nodded. "Okay, thank you for your help." A cold wind blew, and Reiner shivered. He hurried into the house and saw Daisy cleaning with a rag. After not living in it for a month, many places are covered with dust. Aliana, the potato, looked around like a curious baby, then walked over to him and gently tugged at Reiner's sleeve. "Where should I stay tonight?" Reiner looked at the utility room and saw it was filled with all kinds of scrap metal. He said, "Clean up the utility room later. You can stay there for the time being." "Then I'll go clean up now." Aliana put the staff in the corner and walked into the utility room. Reiner nodded and started helping to clean up. He used water magic to clean the wooden cup on the table and then poured hot water into it. At this moment, Junais suddenly stood up and said, "Then I won't bother you anymore. See you tomorrow." "Where are you going?" Reiner quickly stood up and blocked her way. "Let's go to the hotel and rest. I'm tired after such a few days of hard work." Junais yawned. "The conditions at the hotel are too poor. Please stay with us." Junais turned around and counted, wondering, "Live together? Don't you only have 4 rooms?" Reiner's mouth curled up slightly. "Isn't this easy to do? Norah sleeps with Daisy, Martina sleeps with me, and the elf sleeps by himself. That way, there's a room free." Junais leaned in closer and asked, "Is it convenient?" "Of course, we usually have 1 room free. After we clear out the utility room, there will be 2 empty rooms, just like when we were in Canon. With you and the elf, it shouldn't be a big problem." Junais scratched her head, then asked Martina, who was taking off her armor, "Are you going to rest with Reiner tonight?" Martina scratched her cheek and asked, "What do you mean? Should I give Reiner to you?" As soon as these words were spoken, the living room fell silent. Junais laughed awkwardly a few times. "What are you talking about? Reiner and I are just friends." As soon as she finished speaking, Junais stole a glance at Reiner and added, "To be precise, they are very close friends." Martina shrugged. "It doesn't matter. It means the same thing anyway. I guess it won't be long before you become his woman." Her words were so blunt that Junais was speechless. But her silence earned Martina a chase. "I guess I'm right, right? The look you give Reiner is filled with trust, dependence, and admiration, just like Norah's." Junais argued, "You're overthinking it. Hey, you're even more stubborn than me." Martina put her armor into the wooden box. Seeing Junais' face flushed, Reiner quickly sent Martina away. "Go help Norah clean the room. This kid doesn't even know how to give others face. How can I expose it to his face?" Reiner has his own arrangements. After Martina left, Junais turned and left. Reiner didn't hesitate at all and grabbed her again. "Isn't there a vacant room? Where else are you going?" Martina misunderstood us. "I'd better move out. Girls tend to get upset at times like this, and Junais is no exception." Reiner thought for a few seconds, then said shamelessly, "Actually, it's not really a misunderstanding. I do have feelings for you in that regard." The two looked at each other. Junais was silent for a while, and finally spoke. "Reiner, let me confirm again. Do you like me?" "Yes, I want to elevate our friendship. What do you think?" Junais' face turned completely red, and her eyes were a little evasive. "You already have Norah and Martina. I treat them as friends. They will be unhappy if I do this. Why don't you try it for a while first?" Junais lowered her head and said slowly, "I want to have a serious talk with them." After saying that, she turned and went into Martina's room. After glancing at Reiner, she locked the door tightly. After a long time, she finally walked out of the room. How is it? Reiner asked impatiently. Junice put down her staff, lowered her head, and replied softly, "You can try it first." Chapter 110 White-Haired Fox. The next morning, Reiner simply ate some white bread and took everyone out. The snow on the streets is beginning to melt and winter is coming to an end. He first went to the tavern to find a currency merchant, and then exchanged nearly 50 Barnet gold coins for Diest gold coins. Barnet's gold coins are indeed more valuable than Diest's gold coins. The exchange rate between the two is about 1 minute and 2.5 seconds. But the currency dealer took away a lot of money, and when it reached Reiner's hands, there were only 120 Diest gold coins. Reiner tossed the heavy purse and handed it to Norah for safekeeping. After getting the money, they immediately went to the slave market. Junice followed Reiner closely and sneezed softly. "If it's cold, wear more clothes and don't get sick." "I understand." Junice wanted to hold Reiner's hand, but seeing Martina watching from the side, she decisively gave up the idea. Although the two of them had temporarily confirmed their relationship, she always had a guilty conscience. She used to be able to chat with Reiner openly, but now she is too embarrassed to even speak. Seeing this, Reiner took the initiative to hold Junice's hand. Martina deliberately made strange noises to mock the two of them. She looked so naughty. I must control her tonight. After arriving at the slave market, as the ice and snow melted, the number of customers gradually increased, and many noble servants and adventurers were selecting slaves. Martina and Norah stood aside in silence. They didn't like this place. Especially Martina. She has a strong sense of empathy. When she sees her fellow human beings suffering, although she doesn't say it, she feels very sad in her heart. The next time he went to the slave market, Reiner would leave them at home so that they wouldn't feel sad seeing their own kind being trafficked. What else can you do with your wife? Pamper her. I'm starting to pick people. Why don't you find a place to rest? Reiner raised his eyebrows. Junice understood and took the two of them by the hand and led them out of the market. We'll wait for you at the door. The elf glanced back at Junice, then ran towards Reiner with determination. She tugged at Reiner's sleeve. Why did you break up? There's no need to let them in. They won't be picky anyway. Reiner shrugged indifferently. Okay, I'll follow you in and take a look. Aliana followed her closely. Reiner currently has 2 criteria for buying slaves. Slaves with talents that are at least rare and have special skills can be purchased as an exception. For example, keen senses or a high spiritual level. Intelligence can be lower. Sometimes being too smart is not a good thing. The second is to be a female subhuman as much as possible. After all, the achievement bonus given by the system allows him to easily gain the favor of the beast-eared girl. Anyway, for things like beast-eared girls, it seems that there is not much difference between male and female. Reiner walked to the cheapest slave group and walked around a few times, checking each one to see if there were any that had slipped through the net. After struggling for about 10 minutes, he finally found a rare talent that had slipped through his net. Her name was Roxanne, a snake-like subhuman, thin and frail, with a slight case of malnutrition. Hiss! She noticed Reiner and stuck out her long, forked tongue. In addition, her limbs are covered with brown snake scales, which looks a bit creepy. Judging from her talent attributes, her perception has reached A level and her agility is also B level. She is a player similar to Norah and is suitable to be a scout. It looked at Reiner carefully with its cold vertical pupils. Then a voice in my mind drifted over. This person's scent is very pleasant. Reiner realized that perhaps the achievement system was taking effect. He decisively bought Roxanne and handed the money to the slave trader. The deed pattern is no longer necessary. After saying that, he directly used the domination magic on Roxanne. Stay behind me and don't try to escape. I've already cast domination magic on you. Roxanne nodded, and her inner voice drifted back. He actually understands our language. Reiner glanced back at her, ready to deal with her again after he finished shopping. Aliana poked Reiner's waist with her staff and said with a smile, I taught you the magic some time ago, and you're using it now? Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of time to learn? It costs money to make the contract mark. I can spend less money if I don't make it. Reiner shrugged. After touring the low-level slaves, Reiner went to take a look at the middle-level slave team. As prices increased, the quality of slaves also improved. After walking around for a few times, he saw 5 subhuman female slaves of a rare level. Reiner spent 20 gold coins to buy them all. When the slave traders saw the big customer coming, they all came forward to sell their slaves. My lord, this slave is great. She's beautiful and a virgin. This guy is as strong as a bull. He eats little but has great strength. He only needs 4 gold coins. My lord. My lord. Reiner nodded perfunctorily. He examined each of the slaves being sold by the traffickers. These guys seemed to be fine on the surface, but they were diagnosed with a lot of hidden diseases. either an infectious disease or a lameness. What a bunch of profiteers. Although there seem to be a lot of customers, they are probably just here to take a look and no one will buy. So they use such unscrupulous means to sell. As Reiner was strolling around, he came across a group of high-ranking slaves. There are more female slaves than male slaves. They are outstanding in appearance and in good mental state. They are obviously a group of high-quality slaves who have been raised and trained. The price of each one is more than 10 gold coins. Slave traders wrote their respective strengths and advantages on signs and hung them on their chests. Among them were many subhuman slaves, some of whom even understood the Daist language. Appraisal completed. A total of 34 slaves, including 2 inferior, 9 common, 19 rare, 3 epic, and 1 legendary. Reiner was slightly stunned. He quickly lowered his head and counted the money in the bag. There are more than 90 gold coins left. You can collect epic and legendary levels. As for the rare ones, forget about them. The cost-effectiveness of 10 gold coins is too low, so he will not consider them for the time being. Reiner picked out the 4 demi-humans. He was lucky, as all 4 demi-humans were female. The 3 epic subhumans are the bull species, the wolf species, and the fish species. Their attributes have their own merits. The bull breed is extremely powerful, with strength reaching S level. The wolf's advantage lies in its averageness, with strength, agility, and endurance all reaching A. The demi-human with gills on both sides of her neck had mediocre strength and endurance, but her perception and spirit were both A level. She should be able to use water magic. Reiner walked up to the last legendary demi-human slave and observed her carefully. This guy was a white-haired fox. Her smile looks quite charming.